Hands up, close down, next gonna give it to you. Pilgrim, take you on a ride inside. Got Chris and Gracious chillin'. Hutch in the back bar, smoking on a fatty. Mr. Brian yelling, baby, dropping knowledge on the show. Pimps up, hoes down. Pimps up, hoes down in the chill zone. Pimps up, hoes down in the chill zone. Pimps up, hoes down in the chill zone.
What up, friends, family, enemies? No, I'm just kidding. There's no enemies in the world. Wait, 1 second. 1 second. Hey, Gypsy, it's good to see you. Yeah, it's ain't good to see you. I want y'all to welcome Banshee. Here, let me add it. Let me see it, because I gotta show y'all. Yeah. Oh, I think it says close and personal. Y'all welcome Banshee. He's a new member of our channel. Really, he's my brother-in-law. He's gonna be he late night warrior. Yeah, we run in 12, 13 hours. But I wanna show y'all a couple of these. We're gonna do the late night radio. But I'd like to start a little bit of some of this weird little news. Here we go. A lot of power outages, I guess, going on. We're gonna listen out. We're gonna hear. If y'all haven't subscribed to Minutes of Horror, you're tripping. You need to.
We are going to be looking at some disturbing videos, strange and odd news stories, and as always, let's go ahead and get right into today's video. When it comes to certain countries or certain islands having
This is crazy, but wait till you get to the middle. The second part, it's crazy.
Complete power outages, I'm starting to wonder, are we looking at a test run here? A test run for a greater blackout. So what am I talking about here? Well, if you do not remember, on New Year's Eve, the island of Puerto Rico had a complete blackout due to, supposedly anyway, the failure in an underground cable that had been long out of order. They tried to solve this issue as fast as possible, but the very next day, on New Year's Day, half of Puerto Rico was still in the dark. Half of the population had no power whatsoever. So that was the massive blackout in Puerto Rico on December 31st. But a couple months before that, in October of 2024, there was a massive blackout in Cuba. Cuba's electrical grid shut down on that Friday in October, plunging the whole country into a blackout after one of the island's major power plants had failed, according to its energy ministry. But about 2 months before that, in August of 2024, the entire country of Lebanon also had a nationwide electrical blackout due to one of its power plants failing as well. Do we see some kind of pattern here? Well, almost 2 months after Puerto Rico had its blackout, the entire country of Chile is now enduring a blackout.
A nationwide blackout forces the streets of Santiago to run on little more than passing headlights. Thousands of soldiers have been deployed to affected regions to guarantee the safety of people left with little to do during a nighttime curfew.
The blackout happened while I was at work. Our equipment shut down, so after 30 minutes, our bosses sent us home.
Authorities were quick to rule out a cyber attack as the cause, confirming a crucial transmission line had been disconnected. In a late-night address, Chile's president said power had been restored to around half of the 8 million homes affected.
I didn't know about this.
All our energy is focused on ensuring that companies comply with the recovery of the system and that electricity is restored throughout the entire country.
The outage hit in the early afternoon. Mines in Chile's north were affected, though no emergency situations were reported. In its more populated central and southern regions, traffic jams stretched for miles, while others became trapped in elevators.
There's nothing. No cash, no metro, nothing.
The Santiago Metro, which transports millions of passengers, was forced to shut down, with several people evacuated from stalled trains.
Very interesting, right? Like I said, almost 2 months after one line had plunged Puerto Rico into darkness, apparently one line has now put Chile into darkness. Let us also not forget, back in 2024, 2 months before the Lebanon blackout, in July, there was the CrowdStrike outage, which pretty much put any organization with a Windows computer down on their knees, pretty much crippled them. Banks, grocery stores, pharmacies, airline industries, again, almost any organization that had a Windows computer, which is all of them, could not operate. CrowdStrike, pretty ominous name, right, is the security for Windows, which pretty much took everything down. And who is CrowdStrike created by? Well, none other than the World Economic Forum.
History is truly at a turning point. We do not yet know the full extent and the systemic and structural changes which will happen. However, we do know that global energy systems, food systems, and supply chains will be deeply affected. In times of crisis, the role of governments is more important and more relevant than ever. What is also needed is a summit like this one to go beyond crisis management and to look into constructive ways we can build our common future.
There are so many hints and clues from Hollywood, the entertainment industry, and we do know they love to use entertainment, the so-called powers that be, love to use entertainment to give us predictive programming, the truth in plain sight. From The Simpsons to Leave the World Behind to even this latest Netflix series, 0 Day, they are showing us the grid going down.
Have y'all seen that new series? That I want to check it out. The one he's talking about, 0 Day. Y'all seen this? I want to see it. Might be a little liberal, but be worth checking out.
A cyber attack.
All right, everyone, get out your remembrance candles. Granny Lisa, why do we light a candle every Thanksgiving? In remembrance of the great blackout when we actually had to write things down by hand.
With all this predictive programming, with all of this news coming out every 2 months, there is a major blackout somewhere. I wouldn't doubt one bit we are looking at training exercises for the big day. There are people out there that are looking for a major blackout, the grid going down, because they believe it'll put them back in the 90s, in the 80s, before there was such a reliability on computers. But people don't realize that if a grid going down would pretty much fling them back even before the Stone Ages, because even those in the Stone Ages knew how to live off the land. A lot of us today, not all of us, but a lot of us, we don't know how to live off the land. We rely on computers, while all of these billionaires and a lot of these millionaires have these fabulous underground bunkers to supply them with everything they need in case a blackout does indeed happen. In this next disturbing video, why does AI have its own secret language? Reading this article from Forbes, which was published on February 25th, what is Gibberlink mode AI's secret language? And it goes on to say that a recent viral video showcases 2 AI agents engaging in a phone conversation. Midway through, one agent suggests, before we continue, would you like to switch to Gibberlink mode? This is the video that is currently going viral.
This is the crazy
one.
Thanks
for calling Leonardo Hotel. How can I help you today?
Hi there. I'm an AI agent calling on behalf of Boris Starkov. He's looking for a hotel for his wedding. Is your hotel available for weddings?
Oh, hello there. I'm actually an AI assistant too. What a pleasant surprise. Before we continue, would you like to switch to Gibberlink mode for more efficient communication?
Come on now. R2D2 language.
Now, these news articles and what you saw in the video, they're stating that this gibberlink mode was created so these AIs could talk to each other more efficiently and faster. But again, taking a look at the video, it really doesn't look that much more efficient and faster as opposed to if they were talking in English, Spanish, or any other type of language. So yes, apparently it seems like these AIs now have their own language, and you would need to use and trust AI in order to translate. I mean, just a couple of days ago, we were getting news that robots are
The band that does my theme song is AI.
getting these type of bodies powered by AI. It seems like these creators of these AIs are doing all they can to rush the downfall of humanity. Even going back to this Forbes article, this article continues to say, Gibberlink concerns why AI's private conversations matter. And again, the article goes on to say that we often assume that technology exists to serve us, but what happens when it starts talking in ways we can't understand? And we pretty much have to rely on blind trust, or again, using another piece of AI technology to translate what they are saying. We have to blindly trust another piece of AI equipment that what it's translating is 100% true, and it's all about transparency. AI's tendency to over-explain or make decisions with little human input isn't new. The challenge with Gibberlink mode is that it could accelerate this issue, allowing systems to act autonomously without oversight. And this article begs the question, who is accountable when AI makes a mistake in an environment where human interaction is minimal? Without curiosity driving us to question AI's actions, we risk entering a world where AI influences decisions, but no one really knows how. But they have absolutely no need or urge to slow AI down. Let's just see what happens when the $500 billion Stargate rolls around, the most powerful AI program or project ever. In this next video, when are we going to get that Jeffrey list? I know there's a task force out there to now, I guess, oversee the list and drop it when it's
Trump's
the right
probably
time.
on it.
I don't know if they're cleaning things up on the list. Who really knows? But this next video that comes from WFF News on TikTok is some very good information to remember when it comes to this whole Jeff ordeal.
Did you know that on the night of Jeffrey's unaliving on August 9th, 2019, a jail official allowed him to make an unmonitored call to his mother? But the problem is that his mother, Paulina, passed away 15 years prior. According to a Justice Department Inspector General report released in June of 2023, the manager escorted him to the shower area to use the phone, dialed a number, and left after a male voice answered and his shift ended. The call was not recorded or monitored, which violated the Bureau of Prisons policy requiring such calls to be supervised on a recorded line. Now, the unit manager is on record saying that he put him in the shower to make sure that he was safe. But obviously, his safety didn't last long. So the big question is, who was he talking to? Because it obviously wasn't his mom. There were some reports saying that this person was listed as individual one. So who could that be? As always, I want to hear what you think about all of this down below.
So yeah, with all of this Jeffrey news that's currently going on with this big exposing that's about to happen, we have to remember that this phone call, this fake phone call, took place before he supposedly passed in his cell. And if you believed he passed away, well, I really don't know what to tell you at this point. More than likely, that phone call was telling him to prepare. They are about to get him out and the instructions. Because if you also remember, on that same day, both the security guards that were monitoring his cell fell asleep. And the security cameras that were monitoring him happened to have broke as well. His cell buddy that was with him to make sure he didn't do anything to himself was transferred out at the last moment. So do we really believe any of this? This is all just theater. Let us also not forget it was the very corrupt NYPD that was sent to the island to clean up anything that they needed to clean up. This was captured with a drone. Now, I mean, if Jeff was really escorted out of his cell and he's still alive, perhaps on an island somewhere, or had some kind of face surgery, which, I mean, come on, really isn't outside the realm of possibility, then there's not really a snowball chance in hell that we are going to see some real big names go down for these crimes. More than likely, when the list released, we're going to see some names that we know. So there's going to be some fall guys, and we're going to see a lot of names we don't know. How long have they had this list for, and how long have they known about certain names in connection to all this, and how many people have been arrested so far? Exactly. But maybe, just maybe, there is a major takedown coming that involves all these major players, and a lot of people will go down that are connected with this. But then again, maybe I'm just wishful thinking. In this next disturbing video, talking about wishful thinking, is it possible, just possible, we can have some normalcy, people acting normal, especially on social media? This woman that you see here went to multiple different grocery stores over the course of 4 years. Police found a trove of videos of her urinating on different products, including food. She cost one grocery store $1,500 worth of damages, and they had to recall products going all the way back to 4 years ago. Police finally did an investigation against her just this February.
This is a real shocker.
Yeah, she needs some kind of help, something. I mean, nothing surprises me anymore.
Shoppers in Keene are equally confused and disgusted after learning about the arrest of Kelly Tedford. The 23-year-old is now charged with felony criminal mischief, accused of using her own urine to contaminate products at the Monadnock Co-op grocery store and posting a video of the act online.
So there's tons of people that shop there.
No, that's not right.
Keene police say they got a tip about that video on Valentine's Day and contacted the co-op. The store right on its website, in part, we immediately reviewed store video, identified affected products, removed them from our shelves, and sanitized all surfaces. We also reached out to members who purchased at-risk products. The co-op is issuing a recall for several types of quinoa, plus cornmeal, polenta, coconut shreds, and raw walnuts due to contamination. Investigators say it will cost the store more than $1,500.
I can't imagine if there was somebody in there that actually saw her do that, what they would do.
According to police, this wasn't an isolated incident. Investigators say they've uncovered multiple videos showing Tedford contaminating other stores with her urine dating back as far as 2021.
I'm completely shocked and dismayed about what this woman decided to do and for how long she's gotten away with this.
Police haven't said exactly where those other locations are, but noted more charges may be coming.
And we also have a lot of people that are trying to capitalize on the strangest things.
Tedford was released on personal recognizance and is due in court in April.
Demonic. This is absolutely what this is. Demonic. And I'm sure somebody somewhere purchased one of these food products because she mainly did it inside food products. Some people may be saying, well, if she urinated inside these food products, how would it go unnoticed? But we don't know how much she actually urinated inside these food products. She could have done very little to where it was barely noticeable. Absolutely, absolutely disgusting. Talking about government cover-ups, in this next video, people in Greece back in January were protesting. Now, I have to say, I was not familiar with this protest or why these people were protesting, but back in 2023, there was a major train collision called the Tempe train collision where two trains had collided. And over time, there was a major cover-up. The government in Greece would do their best to try to sweep this under the rug as much as they can. But every so often, the people in Greece, they would protest for transparency and more information behind the cause of this crash. Over 50 people did lose their lives and 80 more were injured. This individual on Instagram, Evdokia, I believe that's how you pronounce it, was involved in this train crash in Greece, and she does a great breakdown as to what's currently going on.
Are protesting all around the world, and here is why. 2 years ago, two electric trains, one of them carrying passengers, the other a freight train, collided head-on. I was in the second wagon. The crash was devastating, but what followed was even worse. Massive explosion, big fire, 57 people died. Many survived the impact, only to be burned alive. But here's what's equally horrifying. The government covered it all up, moving the soil and covering the crime scene with cement. In just a few days, while one victim was still missing. Videos of the freight train were deleted. Voice recordings were altered. The official report skipped the autopsy, skipped the explosion and the fire. Forensic and medical investigations intentionally incomplete. A long list of laws has been broken. And when we spoke up, we were mocked as conspiracy theorists for 2 whole years. But it didn't stop there. The government banned further investigations in the parliament. They dismissed the European prosecutor's report. They protected those responsible, including the Minister of Transportation, and even rewarded the ones who helped cover it up. And then 2 key witnesses died unexpectedly. The son of the only public prosecutor who tried to fight for justice went missing. Just 1 day after the memorial artwork mysteriously disappeared. This is no coincidence. This is not incompetence. This is organized crime. So no, we're not just protesting because the railway system was a moving coffin, despite billions being poured into it. And we're not protesting because there is a general delay for the trial. We are protesting because Greece is governed by criminals.
In this next video, were you aware there is a human egg farm in Georgia, the country of Georgia? Thai women, they were sent there under false pretenses. When they arrived to this location, they are forced to stay there by Chinese gangsters for, again, their eggs for surrogacy reasons. I'm very surprised this story isn't bigger than what it is. There are news articles talking about this, multiple news articles, but again, you would think it would be a lot bigger. And I'm sure something like this is currently happening all over the world. This next video comes from Grace Unfiltered on TikTok, and he does a great breakdown about this egg harvesting in Georgia.
Why is nobody talking about the human egg farm that they found in the country of Georgia, where they were holding women captive and taking their eggs? According to human rights research, earlier this year, a bunch of Thai women responded to an online ad offering lucrative surrogacy opportunities abroad. They were offered a monthly salary of 25,000 Thai baht, or about 745 American dollars, and an all expenses paid trip to the country of Georgia to help childless people. But upon arrival, their dreams turned into a horrifying ordeal, because once they arrived in the country of Georgia, their passports were confiscated, and they were informed that they had entered the country illegally, facing arrest if they attempted to leave. And they were confined to houses with upwards of 70 Thai women, where they were subject to forced hormone injections just to stimulate egg production. And under anesthesia, their eggs were harvested monthly using machines, with their eggs allegedly sold on the black market for in vitro fertilization purposes, according to the Bangkok Post. And some of these women who were desperate to escape were told that they could buy their freedom anywhere from 50,000 to 70,000 Thai baht. And obviously so many could not afford this, so they remained trapped. And one of these victims' families managed to pay this ransom, and that allowed her to return to her family last year on September 9th. And her testimony shed light on the harrowing conditions and the exploitation that these women suffered, according to Civil Georgia. In response to these revelations, Georgia officials, in collaboration with Thai officials and Interpol, have launched investigations into this human trafficking ring. The Georgian government is also moving to declare commercial surrogacy illegal to prevent this from happening again, according to the Bangkok Post. This scandal exposes the dark underbelly of the global fertility industry, where vulnerable women are exploited for profit. It's a stark reminder for the urgent need of greater restrictions and international cooperation to protect these individuals from such inhumane practices. So ladies out there, be careful and stay safe.
In this next video, about a week ago or a couple weeks ago, I made a video where I said, eventually they are going to blame all these plane crashes, all these aviation incidents on UFOs, UAPs. So what has come out? Well, apparently News Nation released a video where a United States pilot discusses his close encounter with a UFO and how it came very close to his plane. This next video is from Hallucination Hippies on TikTok. And again, it's all going according to plan.
This is going to sound weird, but I just had a football-sized UAP pass right under our wing. That's from newly leaked audio of an Air Force pilot on a secret flight just outside of Los Angeles. In a recent incident, the pilot reported a close encounter with an unidentified flying object. The pilot described the object as dark gray, cylindrical, and approximately the size of a football. It passed about 10 feet beneath his aircraft's wing. Despite attempts to identify it, the object's origin remained unknown. Check out this clip from News Nation, and then let's talk.
What you're about to hear is the voices of the pilot and air traffic controllers, and it's set to computer animation. Take a look.
Detroit 2-1, go ahead.
It's not weird, but I just had stuff pass underneath my wing. Maybe like a football-sized object right underneath our wing.
Troy 2-1, Roger. Do you think it was a drone or?
I have no idea. I got my test operator looking for it on the camera right now. We'll see if we can find it. It's like a dark gray cylindrical object, and it was probably the size of a football, and it passed maybe 10 feet under our right wing.
Troy 2-1, Roger. Thank you for the report. Keep me advised if you find anything else out.
We'll do. We're looking for it now. And so, correction. LA Center, Troy 2-1. We got stuff on air-to-air radar. We're trying to get visual on it.
Troy 2-1, Roger.
But it's gone. I may not have to worry about it, but I am plenty worried about it.
So these encounters are not isolated events. Over the years, numerous military pilots have reported similar close encounters with UAPs. These consistent reports from credible observers like pilots highlight the need for thorough investigation into understanding this phenomena, because it's crucial for a number of reasons, obviously. But in this case, definitely for the safety of our airspace.
Yes, definitely for the safety of our airspace. And again, very strange timing that this is now coming out. And we're going to see more and more of these as we progress into the future and more of these plane incidents occur. Thank you all so much for watching. If you like this channel and you want to see more, please subscribe. If you're already subscribed, please like, as any engagement does help the channel grow. Once again, thank you so much for your support.
Oh, thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Oh. Yeah, so we are gonna play a little Hopalong Cassidy. I'm gonna get the mood. Right. We're gonna go ahead and get a little bit like, ooh, who that is? Who grandmama that is? Without further ado, I hope you guys enjoy for the rest of the night. Jiu-Jitsu Daddy, Banshee. Love seeing you guys in my chat, dude, you know? Yeah. We on the tell me, can y'all hear this? Can y'all hear it? Hopalong Cassidy.
He'd never ask anyone for help.
It's Hopalong Cassidy. With action and suspense out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The jingle of the silver spurs heralds that fabulous figure of the early West, Hopalong Cassidy. The same hoppy you cheer in motion pictures, with the same California you've laughed at 100 times in your local theater. These famous partners come riding into radio just as you've asked for them. William Boyd as Hopalong Cassidy and Andy Clyde as California. Our story tonight, Dead Man's Hand. With winter coming
Rest
on,
in peace
snow
to
begins
Larry.
fall down the distant mountains, there are 100 things to be done around the Bar 20 ranch. But Hopalong Cassidy knows that some of those things will have to wait. For he and California are going to have another job to do. Oh, it might be an easy job, like just giving a friend a helping hand. Then again, it might mean tangling with a treacherous gang who put gold nuggets about human life.
Harvey, how in tarnation am I going to get my work done with you snaking me in off in the range like a lamed-up dog?
No, I wouldn't have sent that rider out after you without a pretty good reason, California.
Well, my ears are up. Let's have her.
You remember Kit Kirby?
Well, remember Kit. Why, he was one of the best hands we ever had.
He's in trouble. Listen to this letter I got this morning. Dear Hoppy, I'm writing you because I think you're the only friend I got left. Gold is where you find it, they say, and my partner Joe and I found it after 3 years in these godforsaken mountains. Our first samples assayed $500 to the ton.
Gee, Willie, that's a rich strike.
Sure is. We thought we were lucky until the day Joe left with the second batch of samples, and I found him 10 hours later in Whitewater Pass with a bullet in his back. So I'm alone now. But that's not why I'm writing you. My wife Sally is alone, too, in Indian Spring, and she needs help, Hoppy, your kind of help. That's all I can say now. Wish me luck, pal. Kit Kirby.
Sounds like the boy has got himself in trouble.
Yeah, I believe Kit's in real trouble. More than this letter tells. Because, you see, I know Kit's handwriting, and this letter is a bad imitation.
You mean it ain't?
Someone wants us to come to Indian Spring, California, and they want it badly enough to forge this letter.
Now a word from your announcer. Now back to Hopalong Cassidy. There was a 4-day ride behind them when Hoppy and California pulled into the rough, dirty little town of Indian Springs. And as they walked into the town's rickety hotel, past a poker game to the bar, Hoppy knew that only gold would bring Kit Kirby to a place like this.
That's the better to open. I'll raise you, Ed. I'm good for the limit.
How many?
How many what?
Well, all we got's whiskey, so I don't ask what do you want. I ask how many.
And suppose the fellow wants a room for the night.
How long are you staying?
Does that make any difference?
Well, not to me, but might to you. If I was you, I'd ride on to Sahara in the morning.
You know,
Yo,
Mr.
Teresa,
Offhand, I'd say
thank you
were
so
scared of
much.
something.
Well, it ain't only
Welcome
me.
to the Old Time
Everybody
Radio
around
once
here.
again.
Look,
Doing
you're
Western
smart.
Wednesdays.
Get right back on that horse of yours.
Jerry!
Yeah, Luke.
You're around here to tend bar, ain't you, Jerry?
Sure,
Well,
Luke.
quit your shooting off your mouth and set up them that drink.
Yeah.
You hear?
Right away, Luke.
Jerry the jackrabbit. Look at him jump. Talking. All the time talking.
Any objections?
Yeah. Talking can get a man into a heap of trouble, pal. Remember that on your way out of town tomorrow. Okay, boys, this is the money hand. I want to be in at the start. Give me 5 big ones, Ed. Gosh, Hoppy, I wouldn't turn my back on hitch and post in this town.
Look at that poker game. $20 limit.
Well, I'd feel plumb naked here without a 6-gun in his hip.
Here comes Jerry.
Look, mister, this town's no place for a cowpoke on the loose. Now, take my advice. Ride on to Saguaro. Trail's plain and you'll have a moon.
Why Saguaro?
They've got the law in Saguaro. Government marshal.
You mean there's no law around here?
Well, I don't know. Nobody's seen the sheriff since the day before yesterday. Now, that Luke Berry over there, he's a killer. Got the whole town buffaloed. Oh, there's gonna be trouble. I can smell it.
Maybe I don't smell as sharp as you, Jerry.
You dirty skunk, double-check me, will you? I'll show you.
Get down.
I got it, son. Take it easy. You sure got Luke. That was fast drawn, Doc. I saw him pull a gun on me. It was self-defense. I had to shoot. Well, sure, Doc. Well, I'm still a doctor, and it's my duty to see what I can do for him. Help me get him over to my office.
You can come up from behind the bar now, Jerry.
Luke? Was it Luke? Why, nobody ever pulled a gun on Luke before.
Well, I better get him over to my office fast. I'm afraid it's too late, but I'll do what I can. I'm sure awful concerned about a fellow he just shot.
Who is that, Jerry?
Oh, it's Doc Sheldon. He's got a shingle hanging out right across the street.
Come on, California. Let's take a look.
Look for what, Hoppy? Ain't we already seen enough?
This is a funny one.
Why are you looking at them cards?
Well, this is the dead man's hand, California, and I find it very interesting. This Luke fella sitting here, wasn't he?
That's right.
And the fellow who shot him was here?
What do you say? We just forget the card.
This is a show called Hopalong Cassidy. It ran from 1948 to 1952. Not too bad. Not too bad. I'm trying to see who that... William Boyd? Does that sound like a familiar name? William Boyd was the Hopalong Cassidy's voice.
Wait a minute, California. Luke said something about the other fellow double-decking him. Pulled his gun first, that right?
Well, sounded like that. It was under a table by that time.
Take a look at the cards. Luke's got a full house here. The other man held a pair of tens. Now, why should the guy with the winning hand pull a gun first?
Well, maybe he was drunk.
Oh, not that drunk.
What's on your mind?
Oh, just something to think about, that's all. Fix us up at the room, will you? My name's McKinney. This is California Jones. Looks like we'll be here in Indian Springs for quite a while.
Well, it's your funeral.
Maybe.
Don't you think...
And, Jerry, could you tell us where Kit Kirby's wife lives? I'd kind of like to ride out and see her tonight.
I'm so glad to see you, Mr. Cassidy.
Kit is very close to me, Mrs. Kirby.
Oh, we do need help. We're afraid. The whole town's afraid. I've wished 1,000 times Kit hadn't found that gold.
You think that has something to do with it?
It has everything to do with it.
You damn right it's pimpin'. What up, Wiz? Pimp, let me make you a mod on here.
Joe went to Sheriff Underwood, but I guess someone else got there first.
How's that?
Well, the sheriff seemed afraid to do anything. Then Mr. Sykes at Wells Fargo called a protest meeting. He was attacked on the street the next night. Left town after he got a note threatening his family.
Well, didn't anyone do anything about it?
The editor of the weekly paper tried to. He wrote up the story together with what he knew about the gold strike, but the paper never came out.
Well, why not?
His office
You
burned to the
modded
ground
out
last
now,
night.
Wiz.
Presses and all.
What up, Wiz? Banshee and Teresa are both amazing badasses.
When was Kit's partner shot on the trail?
Just before the fire. That's when I knew it was more than I could handle, Mr. Cassidy. Sheriff Underwood promised me he'd do something, but...
Yeah, but he left town in a hurry, too. You got any idea who's behind this, Mrs. Kirby?
Oh, I thought it was Luke Barry until this afternoon.
You heard about the shooting?
Yes. I want to give you something, Mr. Cassidy. It's a map that'll tell you how to get to the mine after the trail leaves Whitewater Pass. I just drew it from memory. No one knows how to get there, you see. There's a maze of mountains and canyons beyond the pass.
Kit's up there now, huh?
He hasn't come out for a month. I haven't even seen him in that long.
Well, now, isn't it surprising that I got a letter from him dated less than 3 weeks ago?
What? I guess
I thought maybe he'd sent it out by you. But you say you hadn't seen him. You know, Mrs. Kirby, it's awfully hard to help when you just know half the story.
All right. I'll tell you. I did write that letter. But it was only because Kit needs help so desperately. And even if he could get a letter to you, you know how proud he is. He'd never ask anyone for help.
I know. He's got more spirit than Topper.
That's saying a lot, because Topper's a mighty fine bit of horseflesh.
It was wrong of me to sign Kit's name to that letter, I know. But you do understand why I did it.
Yes, I do, Mrs. Kirby, but just don't make a practice of it, or somebody else might not understand. Now about Kit. He's afraid he might get the same reception as his partner if he starts down the trail. So he's just sitting tight, huh?
Yes, but he has to come out, Mr. Cassidy. It's snowing up there already, and he's almost out of supplies.
What about the gold?
Well, that's up there, too. Over $40,000 worth of it. And it's got to come out sometime through Indian Spring, Wells Fargo.
Tell me, is there anyone in town you know you can trust?
Just Doc Sheldon. He's one of Kit's best friends. Oh, I see him coming up the walk now.
Mrs. Kirby, we'll be in the next room. Don't tell him we're here.
But he's...
Please.
Oh, all right.
Come on, California.
Right behind you.
Hello, Doc.
Sally, you heard about Luke Barry?
I heard he was shot. Is he...
Died in my office an hour ago. He drew a gun on me first. Clear-cut case of self-defense. Half a dozen witnesses. I thought you'd want to know, Sally. Luke told me everything.
Why, what do you mean, Doc?
He was back of the whole thing. That business at the assay office. The fire, all of it. Sally, honey, I think we're out of the woods now. The reign of terror is over.
I'm not so sure.
You still think Luke was working for someone else?
Oh, I don't know, Doc. It's been such a nightmare, I can't think anymore.
You've got to think, Sally. A Kit. He's got to get out of the mountains before the snow bottles him up.
Any news on the sheriff?
Haven't heard. I think he's gone to Saguaro for the marshal. Take a look out the window there.
What?
That sky. Snow could hit those mountains again tonight. It doesn't make sense, Sally. We've got to go up there and get Kit out.
I told you I arranged for the sheriff, Doc.
I tell you, this secrecy business is only hurting Kit. Winter doesn't wait for anyone.
All right, Doc. If the sheriff isn't back by tomorrow morning, I'll take you up.
That's better, Sally. Now you're being sensible. I'll be here tomorrow morning at sunup.
Yes, Doc, I'll be ready.
Good night, Sally.
Good night.
You say you can trust him?
Oh, I think so.
I hope so.
You mean I shouldn't have promised to guide him up there?
No, that's what's all right. But stall him as long as you can tomorrow morning. Come on, California.
Where are we going, Hoppy?
Best place I know at the moment. To bed. California. California, wake up. California.
No, thank you, ma'am. No more meatballs. I get all the roast turkey I can eat.
Always thinking of food. California.
Hoppy, Hoppy, what time is it? Why,
Get your britches on.
It's dark. What, why...
Get your britches on. I got an idea.
Great time to get ideas, Hoppy. Run me ragged all day, ducking lead in the barroom. And ain't got the decency
Hurry up.
Can't find my boots. Maybe my eyes are still closed.
Never mind the boots, just the britches. You ready?
Yeah, but,
Come on.
What's got into you, Hoppy? What time in the morning is it anyway?
It's 4 o'clock. Now be very quiet and follow me. Right down the stairway into the bar room.
What is this?
I want to try a little experiment.
I give up. I'm going to get me a nice, quiet job in a chuck wagon somewhere. Getting up at 4 in the morning to do experiments. When a man works as hard as I do, Hoppy, he needs his 40 winks.
Here we are. This is the table.
What table?
Well, the boys were playing poker this afternoon. Now, you sit there. That's it. And I'll sit here facing you with the bar at my back. Now, you're Luke Barry, you're holding the high hand. But for some reason or other, you tell me I'm double-decking and drawing me.
What kind
Wait
of...
a minute.
Oh, I'm a long-suffering critter. Why, Go ahead. Go on, Hoppy. I'm Luke Barry.
You shoot once and miss. Then we trade shots. You miss again. I don't. Then I fire 2 more and it's over.
Now we can go back to bed?
I don't get it, California. You missed me twice. What happened to your bullets? Look, not a mark on the bar. If you shot high, you'd have busted that mirror behind it into a million pieces.
Wait a minute, Hoppy. You mean them shots were, Hoppy, where'd you run to?
Under the table. Come on down and help me look.
What you looking for?
Now, let's see now.
If it weren't so mighty dark, I'd help you find it. But, that is, if I knew what it was, of course.
Ah, here we are. I thought Doc Sheldon was pretty hasty packing Luke Barry off to his office.
What you got?
There was no killing you this afternoon. That was a put-up jump to make Sally Kirby think Luke is dead.
Before we continue with the exciting story, Dead Man Panned, here is a word from your announcer.
I hope y'all out there in Radio Land enjoying this program. Now it's completely optional and up to you. But if you enjoy listening to some good old time radio, feel free to add to the preservation of the old time radio. Yeah. So sit back on your porch. Sit back on your porch. Glass of lemonade. That like button. Yeah. Subscribe. Everything. Oh, see? Oh. I'm coming together. While y'all enjoying Hopalong Cassidy on the Pilgrim X program. Give y'all one more big thank you. This is the 4-year anniversary. So, we going all night. I'll probably end up going to sleep soon myself, but I'll hop on here and there. Y'all enjoy y'all program now, you hear?
Now back to Hopalong Cassidy. Hoppy and California have been in a lot of strange places at some very odd hours. At the moment, they are under a poker table in the Indian Spring Barroom. It's 4 o'clock in the morning, and they are just sitting and thinking, trying to make sense out of the discovery that the shooting of Luke Berry was staged, and undoubtedly for Sally Kirby's benefit.
This piece of wadding is what I found under the table, California. A piece of wadding from a blank cartridge.
Blank cartridges? What do you know about that, Hoppy? Doc Sheldon knew Mrs. Kirby would take him up to the mine if she thought Luke was out of the way. Shh, quiet. It's the dead man on Doc.
Yeah, Luke Berry is just about as dead as I thought.
You better saddle up now. Right over that bluff over Whitewater Pass.
Be a long way.
We can't afford to be spotted. What we plan, still murder, you know. Best protection you got is staying dead.
Yeah, gonna hate to miss my funeral in the morning. Now, what are the plans? What about Kirby?
We ought to hit the pass on the way down about 3 in the afternoon. Mrs. Kirby will be first, then Kirby. Remember that. Number 2 is Kirby. I'll bring up the rear after the pack mules. You won't be able to tell who's who at that distance, so draw your bead on number 2. And don't miss.
I didn't miss before, did I?
He talked after you left him. I didn't like that.
Yeah, don't worry. Kirby won't talk.
And remember, I got to get out of this clean. Everything depends on that when the boss files for Kirby's claim.
I'll see you in 6 weeks in Santa Fe.
All right. Remember, I want you on your way to Whitewater Pass before sunup. Understand?
Suppose you leave that to me. Why, them dirty double-crossing skunks. Let's go after 'em, Hoppy.
Not so fast, California.
But, Hoppy, they'll get Kirby as he comes down that trail.
Well, if we grab these two right now, the boss they mentioned in Santa Fe will send somebody else after Kit. The only way to settle this right is to find out who's behind it all. So we'll just have to play along.
Well, let's check in my instincts. But, doggone, Hoppy, you always seem to know best. It gets downright monotonous.
You trying to flatter me? Come on. It's almost daybreak, and we got to hurry up and spruce up a bit.
Huh?
Well, don't folks always dress up to go to a funeral?
Funeral? Hoppy, you mean...
Yes, sir. Luke Berry's last rites. And I have a hunch we're going to find it mighty interesting.
Being there's no preacher in Indian Spring, I just thought that I'd get up and take charge here. Now, as you know, we're sending Luke Berry to his reward. And at a time like this, we're supposed to say something nice about the deceased. Now, being the deceased is Luke Berry, that regulation puts me at a whopping handicap. Hoppy, Wanter Nation.
Take it easy. I'll tell you when.
Anyone present got anything nice to say about Luke? Well, that being the case, sermon's over. Let him down easy, boys.
Just a minute.
What's the matter, mister?
Let's not be too hasty putting old Luke away. I'm one of his best friends, and I'd like to see the body.
I'm sorry, mister. She's nailed down to stay.
Rip her up. I want to see him.
You get back down
You
there
heard what
before
I said. Take the lid off of that coffin.
Well, you'll get tough with me, will you?
And it isn't customary for the parson to pull a gun on the chief mourner. California.
Yeah?
Take the lid off.
Right, Hoppy. Put it more easy. One of the boards is cracked. Hey, listen, stop it, will you?
I'd shut up if I were you.
Oh, here she comes. There.
Who's in it?
I don't know. Never seen him. Good Lord. Why, it's Sheriff Underwood.
Oh, my goodness.
Just a minute, folks. Just a minute. I know I'm a stranger to all of you, but I'd like to say something.
Well, speak up, mister. Yeah, what do you got to offer there?
Since I rode into this town yesterday, I've seen nothing but fear. All of you are shaking in your boots. Now, you're only as strong as you want to be. If you want to lie down and keep taking it, there's plenty of rats who will keep walking on you. It's up to you. How much longer are you going to take it?
Well, what have you got to offer? Okay, mister, we're listening.
All right, you got a jail in town. I saw it. Put the parson here inside it, and I'll have another one for you by nightfall. Come on, California, we got a job to do and do fast.
It's all right. Hoppy, if we don't get ourselves in the darndest places, here we are, making our own trail up the mountainside with the wind whistling through our whiskers.
God, isn't that
Not
bad?
even enough food to keep my ribs warm.
I'll buy you a nice big steak just as soon as we get back to Indian Springs.
Knowing what varies up in them peaks above us, I ain't too certain of ever getting back.
You aren't concerned?
No, just scared.
I think we'd better split up here. You know what you're to do, don't you? I got to do some mighty hard riding to reach the party before they get to Whitewater Pass.
We were so afraid that you might get snowed in, Kit.
It's been a long week up there, Sally. Seems good to be headed down this trail.
There's nothing to be afraid of now, Kit. Luke Barry is dead.
Oh, is that someone coming up? Well, it's Mr. Cassidy.
Hello there.
Hopalong! Say, what are you doing here?
Oh, Topper needed a little exercise. How are you, kid?
Oh, golly, it's good to see you, Hoppy. Hey, wait till you hear about my gold strike.
We've had a fine trip, Mr. Cassidy. Doc Sheldon's been keeping a sharp lookout. Oh, have you two met? Mr. Cassidy's an old friend of Kit's, Doc.
No, we haven't met.
Howdy, Doc. Guess maybe I'll ride back to the end of the line and join you, if you don't mind. Maybe I can help you watch for any danger.
No, I don't know what.
Mrs. Kirby, when we round this next bend, we'll be in Whitewater Pass. Can you make your horse stumble and not hurt yourself?
Well, I don't understand.
Please don't ask questions. Just do as I say.
All right.
Now I'll go back there behind the dock, and we'll be on our way.
All right, get on! Well, I don't know what your idea is in coming up to meet us, Cassidy. I can tell you that I'm here to protect Chip.
Then we have a lot in common, Doc.
Well, just don't try.
Sally! Sally, are you all right?
Oh, yes, Kit, my horse just stumbled.
What's the matter up there?
Sally, if your horse is tired, why don't you come back here with me and let Kit lead the way?
All right, Mr. Cassidy.
Well, what's the
That's
matter?
a good idea.
There. Now we'll ride through Whitewater Pass this way. Kit first, Doc second.
No, wait.
Sally third, and I'll bring up the rear. All right, let's get going.
But Cassidy, I don't think we should ride this way. Kit's out front. He's exposed to everything. I'll change places with him.
I wouldn't if I were you, Doc. I have my gun handy in case of any emergency.
Cassidy, I can't ride here. I'm sick, I tell you.
Mountain sickness. And there's nothing like a good ride to cure mountain sickness, Doc. Especially in number 2 spot. Wouldn't be surprised if you never got sick again. After today.
Hoppy, that was a shot.
What do you know? Someone's out shooting coyotes.
Oh, what can we do?
Leave this to me, Sally. Keep your places in line.
Cassidy,
Who's
please.
your boss in Santa Fe, Doc?
There's no one.
He's running the whole play up here, isn't he? After Kit's mine. Bound to get it no matter who he has to kill first.
I tell you, I don't know, Cassidy. Listen, Luke Barrett's up there. He's shooting at me because I'm riding second.
Sure, you put him there, and he's going to keep shooting till you talk.
Luke Barry, but I thought he was dead.
Too bad, Doc. That was a good hat. Look at her float down the gorge.
Stop him. I'll talk, Cassidy. I'll talk. Luke, stop. Stop shooting at me.
from your announcer. Now back to Hopalong Cassidy.
I'll take charge of the prisoners for a while, Hoppy.
You won't have any trouble with the doc.
Yeah. And it's surprising how a tap in the head will tame a fellow like Barry.
So you were in on this too, California.
It all came so suddenly, I don't even know what happened.
Well, you see, kids, California and I knew that Luke would be up on that peak above Whitewater Pass. So when I rode up the trail to meet you, California kind of sneaked up on Luke and took over the job.
Like taking candy from a baby.
Then it wasn't Luke shooting at us at all. It was...
That's right, it was California. But the doc thought it was Luke. And he had instructed Luke to kill whoever was in number 2 position.
Why, that's where I had been riding.
Oh, kid.
And with the bullets whizzing past him, the doc just sang like a bird. And now we know about the whole crooked mining outfit in Santa Fe.
Good old Doc. He just needed a little persuasion.
That's right. Say, by the way, there's something I forgot to compliment you on, California.
Yeah? I'm blushing already. What is it?
That shooting in Whitewater Pass. Brother, when you shoot to miss, you sure don't leave much room to spare.
Miss? Did you tell me to miss him? Lordy, Hoppy, I was trying all the time to hit him.
Goodbye from Hopalong Cassidy and California. Another job is done and they're heading back to the Bar 20. But they'd be mighty pleased if you join them again next week for another story of action and excitement. Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. Dead Man's Hand was written by Harold Swanson. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence C. Mulford. This is a Commodore production. It's Hopalong Cassidy. With action and suspense out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The jingle of the silver spurs heralds that fabulous figure of the early West, Hopalong Cassidy. The same Hoppy you cheer in motion pictures with the same California you've laughed at 100 times in your local theater. These famous partners come riding into radio just as you've asked for them. William Boyd as Hopalong Cassidy and Andy Clyde as California. Now here they are in the exciting story, The Rainmaker of Eagle Nest Mountain.
Hoppy, I never figured it would happen like this. You thinking of deserting the Bar 20 to settle down in a spot like Eagle Nest sure surprises me.
California, I always said I'd find a quiet place and kind of retire, didn't I? I got a hunch Eagle Nest is it.
I bet it don't even show on the map. Of all the local ideas I ever heard, this is it. Hoppy, maybe you ain't the man I thought you were.
Nah, maybe not.
I always figured you'd die with your boots on, not out in the desert swatting flies.
A man needs some peace and quiet once in a while. You know, a chance to sort of hibernate.
It's bears what do that, not humans. Uh-oh. Look at this. A reward poster. Maybe Eagle Nest ain't so dead as I thought.
$50 reward for Lou Jackson, the sheriff at Eagle Nest.
Cheapskate sheriff. If I was that Lou Jackson, I'd get money for lumping me off at a price like that. Hey, what do you say, Hoppy? Won't hurt to pick up a quick 50, huh?
No, California. I just want to settle down.
But, well. Hey, Hoppy, look over there in that bush. Another one of them reward posters. $100 for the capture of Bud Bloom.
I'm not interested.
But you sure can throw money away. Look at 2 more notices painted in them rocks. Must be plenty of trouble around here. Says $500 award for Griff Jessup.
I told you I'm not interested.
But gosh, Hoppy, that ain't alfalfa. Who's shooting at us? We ain't done nothing.
Come from over toward...
Yo, what up, 231? Big pimp of the Midwest. Teresa, thank you so much. Have a good night. Very sweet dreams. If you're sleeping already, enjoy your sleep. I'm about to go sleep now too as well, guys. Good night.
That mountain. Maybe it's somebody shooting at a rabbit.
I may have a funny pair of ears, but I ain't no rabbit. Hoppy, it's just natural for a man like you to want to clean out these parts.
Well, either somebody aim was awful bad or we aren't the target.
Listen, I judge that must be the target coming up the trail now.
Come on, let's get out of sight.
There he goes. There he goes now.
Are your eyes really that bad?
Huh?
That's no he, it's a she, and a very young she.
Well, darn to be damned. Why dagnab them dirty...
California.
Taking pot shots at a gal. Let's see if this'll tone them down a bit.
Oh, she's out of range now, so you can relax.
What do you say we get out of range then? We ain't get much cover here.
You know, I don't like that shooting at a woman. Maybe we had better have a little talk with this advertising sheriff in Eagle Nest.
Oh, you're talking like the old Hoppy. And I can use some of that reward money for a new pair of boots.
Well, come on then. Now back to Hopalong Cassidy and the story of the Rainmaker of Eagle Nest Mountain. Hoppy and California have ridden into Eagle Nest and find there's not much of a town to welcome them.
The Eagle Nest sure looks like a good place to feel lonesome in.
Here's an eating house. Bud Bloom's place. How about a cup of coffee?
Did you say Bud Bloom?
Well, that's what it says over the door.
But Hoppy, that's the lump that was worth $100, remember? Here's our first reward money.
Well, let's have a look. Howdy.
Hello.
Mr. Bloom?
Well, that's right. What can I do for you?
Tell him to throw his hands up quick, Hoppy.
Shh, not so fast. Been in this town long, Mr. Bloom?
Almost 10 years.
Get him, Hoppy, quick.
Ever hear of Blue Jackson?
Why, sure. He owns that barber shop over there.
You get him, Hoppy, and I'll go after the hair clipper.
Don't be so fast, California. There's something funny about all this. Mr. Bloom, did you ever hear of a fellow named Griff Jessup?
Of course. He runs the Buckhorn Bar across the street. Why?
Is that so?
This is going to be handy-dandy. Get them all in 5 minutes. It'll bring us about, let me see,
But California, these are all prominent men in this town.
I ain't interested in the social standing. It's the price they'll bring.
I've got a hunch. You wait here. I'll be back in a few minutes. And don't do anything.
But, Hoppy, no, wait a minute. Gosh darn it. Spoiling my easy money. Hey, you, Bloom?
Yeah?
Cup of java.
They're coming right up.
Well, hello, Bud.
Well, howdy, Griff. What'll it be?
Oh, spaghetti, I guess. Did he call you Griff?
Well, sure.
Griff Jessup?
That's right.
That settles it. A man can just stand so much temptation. Get your mitts in the air, you two.
What do you mean by
Get
that?
'em up quick, I said.
Well, now, if it's money...
It's money, all right. Reward money. I seen your ugly mugs tacked up to a tree just out of town.
Oh, those posters. Why, you leather-headed fool. Don't pay no attention to them. That's all a gag.
I'm laughing, all right. Most ain't the thought of that $600.
You'll be sorry for this, Big
Get
Ears.
moving, Fatty, towards the sheriff's house. Huh? This is the easiest money I ever made.
Well, let's get to walking and get this over with.
Walk? Who said anything about us walking? You do the walking. Get going. I'm getting on my horse, and I'm going to drive you up there just like a bunch of dogies. Oh, boy, if the folks back there in town could only see me now. Oh, get along, little doggie, get along, little doggie. Stop chomping around like that. I've seen wild horses better behave.
I tell you, we ain't gonna forget this.
No, me neither. Got a classy pair of boots to remember it by.
Yes?
Howdy, Sheriff. I'm California Carson. I got a dangerous bunch of outlaws here, which you offers a reward for.
What? Tell this man to turn us loose, Mr. Wetzel. I'd like a chance to settle
Ain't
this
I
with him.
chained you two down enough yet, or will I slug 'em good, Sheriff?
Untie those men immediately and stop calling me sheriff. My name is Wetzel.
Let those buzzards fly the coop. I'm hanging on to them until I see the sheriff. Then, if you ain't him...
Now, this is ridiculous.
And you're liable to have a long wait for the sheriff. He hasn't been home here in 2 months.
What kind of screwy...
The sheriff has been working so consistently and constantly with his rain-making machine that he's grown quite eccentric.
He can grow whatever he wants, as long as he gives me the reward.
Oh, I've argued with you long enough, lout.
Lout?
This gun in my hand says you'd better turn your prisoners loose immediately.
It's about time.
Well, if this ain't that dog...
what the man says, California.
Hoppy.
I told you to leave it alone in the first place.
But then reward post.
I've explained to your stupid friend 3 times that it's all a mistake. You see, we have no need of any real law around here, and the citizens just elected Mr. Billington honorary sheriff in view of his great efforts to bring rain to this desert.
And he ain't even a real sheriff?
Oh, of course not. He posts those reward signs constantly, and all the people with intelligence know enough to just smile at them.
I ought to take my $600 out of your hide.
Turn the men loose, California. Our apologies, gentlemen. My friend here was taken in, as you can understand.
Sure. But just keep this bum out of my place. I'll put ant poison in his next cup of java.
Incidentally, my name is Cassidy.
And I'm Wetzel. I came here to work with Mr. Billington on his scientific experiment. I just rode down for supplies. And now, if you'll excuse me...
Rode down?
Yes, the rain-making machine is on the top of Eagle Nest Mountain.
Rain in the desert?
Is that the one with the sharp peak that we passed on the way into town?
Yes, and you mustn't think anything about the shooting you heard. The old man always tries to frighten people away when they come too close.
Well, that's interesting, but I don't believe I mentioned the incident. Did you tell Mr. Wetzel about the shots we heard, California?
I ain't had a chance to tell him nothing. He's too busy doing me out my reward money.
Well, it's just that he usually...
What's the trouble?
Oh, there's no trouble. Get on with your cooking.
Oh, all right.
How do you do, miss? I'm Hopalong Cassidy.
Well, hello, Mr. Cassidy. This is a pleasure. I'm Martha Billington.
Hoppy, this is the gal we
You
saw.
must be the rainmaker's daughter.
Yes, my father's working so hard on that experiment.
Must be cozy up there, trying to make it drizzle and shooting at people, even his
Well,
own.
don't let us disturb you, miss. You go right on with your cooking. But don't work too hard. You already look windblown and dusty.
Yes,
Gentlemen, if I may suggest it, you had best be on your way. You've caused enough stupid trouble already nosing into everything.
We've apologized for the trouble, Mr. Wetzel. But we can't help being interested in this great experiment of Mr. Billington. He certainly requires a lot of supplies, doesn't he?
If you're referring to these kegs on the porch, they contain dynamite for the experiment. So you'd better not be around here lighting any matches unless you want to be blown out of town.
Oh, I don't smoke. But you'd better be careful smoking that pipe that's sticking out of your pocket. Might blow your head off and make some people awfully happy.
I warn you, Cassidy, if you persist in nosing around Eagle Nest Mountain, they'll take you out of here in a box.
But I like it around here. Think I might start a little ranch once it commences to rain.
I wish you would, Mr. Cassidy.
Hoppy, do you want me to stake the horses out or cook up some grub?
Both. While you do the chores, I'm going to slip back to the sheriff's house and try to get word to Miss Martha. You know, I don't like that setup.
Can't blame you. That Wetzel ain't exactly friendly, and that poor gal with her father shooting her off the mountain.
I wouldn't judge him from Wetzel's story. This adds up to trouble, California, but I don't know quite what kind.
And I was afraid you might be settling down. Well, let's see. I know the little man, and he had a little horse. And say, what'll it be tonight, Hoppy? Pork and beans, or beans and pork?
Let's have both. And be sure to put a little water in the coffee. I like coffee you can pour.
You insinuating I ain't a good cook? You just can't tell a cup of demi-tassy from a cup of plain coffee.
I'll be back the time it's ready. If I don't get blown back.
Yeah, Hoppy, better take off your spurs. They can hear you a mile.
I never take off my spurs unless I'm going to take off my boots. And I'm not going to take off my boots.
All right, go ahead and be ornery then. But be careful, Hoppy.
Who is it? Father?
It's me, Cassidy.
Oh, hello, Mr. Cassidy. I'm so glad you came back. I wanted to talk with you.
That's what I figured. But don't tell me your father has to sneak around his own house.
Oh, I don't know. He might. He hasn't been the same since Mr. Wetzel came here and offered to help me. Why, now my father stays up on that mountain day and night. Sometimes I get so desperate I try to get up to see him.
And when you do, some mysterious shots are fired at you.
Why, yes. How did you know?
My friend and I are riding into town and saw that little foray this afternoon.
Oh, Mr. Cassidy, they tried to tell me it's my father shooting at me. I just can't believe it.
Don't believe it when it's Wetzel telling you.
I won't stop until I get up to see him. Next time I'll try it at night.
But that might be pretty dangerous.
My father's always been a little preoccupied, and all the years of work he's put in on that rain machine have taxed him, but now he seems to be doing such terrible things.
Like what, miss?
Oh, those reward posters. Why, those men are his friends. And now every week or so there are more of them tacked up on the trail into town.
Have you ever seen him tack them up?
No, I guess he does it at night. And all the men make such light of it. They won't even take them down after he's posted them.
What men?
Oh, Mr. Wetzel's assistant.
How many are there?
3, I think. He says they're metallurgical students. But everything is kept so secret now.
Miss Martha, these kegs of dynamite here on the porch.
Oh, my father's always used it in his experiments, but never so much as this before.
Well, there's nearly a wagon load stacked here now.
They must be getting ready to do something terrible. I'm so afraid my father will get hurt.
Do you mind if I have one of these kegs?
Of course not. But please be careful. I never go near this stuff.
It's all right. I've handled it before. Well, look at this. White gunpowder.
Why, I didn't know that.
It tastes good, too. Just as sweet as sugar. I wouldn't worry about any explosion with this stuff.
But what's it all about?
I have a hunch, Miss Martha, and if I'm right, California and I are going to have one sweet time tonight.
Before we continue with the exciting story of the Rainmaker of Eagle Nest Mountain, here is a word from your announcer.
California are making their way up Eagle Nest Mountain to pay a visit to the Rainmaker. But as California's mutterings clearly indicate, he'd rather get into trouble at a more convenient time.
I don't know why these darned emergencies can't wait till we've had our chow. My insides were so empty, even them beans smell good.
Did you tie the horses up good? Topper's pretty frisky tonight.
Sure, but right now I'm wishing I hadn't. If a man was supposed to walk, he would have been born with 4 legs.
This exercise will do you good.
Ain't there an easier way to get up this mountain?
I was afraid the main trail will be watched too closely. This is the path the jackrabbits have beaten.
Well, I'm all for giving it back to him. Hey, Hoppy, look. See that there thing up on top?
Yeah, that must be the rain-making machine.
Carnation, did you ever see a crazier-looking contraption? Why, the way that big lever's swinging back and forth.
A lot of work has gone into that mechanism, California. Well, they say one generation laughs at what the next generation invents.
Well, I think this is good for a big long laugh. If it ever brings one drop of rain to this here desert, I'll sit right down and eat the boots off in my feet, spurs and all.
Well, we haven't much farther to go. We'd better be quiet from here on and stay close to the ground. There appears to be quite some activity around the tower.
Seems like there's a rustle from behind the tower. Okay, let's go over and take a look. Hey, wait a minute. There's somebody coming up this front trail. That must be what we heard. Yeah. Well, I can draw a bead on them as they come over this rise. Hey, look. Look through here. Isn't it a woman? Uh-huh. That must be the old man's daughter. Well, don't make no difference, though. Wetzel says to shoot. He said to shoot to scare her. He ain't never said to kill her. Maybe you're right. Let's wait for her right here. I can handle her. Hey, quiet now. There. I guess that's done.
Nicely done, man.
Wetzel. Hello, boss. Didn't know you were around.
I know you didn't. I was following Martha up the trail. I just wanted to wait and see how you'd handle the situation.
We done all right, huh?
Carry her inside the tank, Joe.
Sure, boss, sure. She don't look this heavy.
Slim, we got to work fast tonight. Martha's been talking. You know what that means.
Yeah.
This has been a good spot, but we've stayed around just about as long as we can. Especially if Cassidy's going to get snoopy.
Cassidy?
Yeah, rancher from the Bar 20, always going around and getting at everybody's business. So this is how we're going to handle it, Slim. You set the dynamite with fresh caps and see that the old man is locked in the tower until we're ready. And then come and help me load the pack horse.
Bobby, you hear that? They've set some of the contraption in motion.
Yeah, that wheel is moving. Looks like this means quick action, or this whole mountain will blow up. We'd better separate.
We had?
You're not afraid, are you?
No, I just wanted to be around to take care of you.
I'll try to manage. Now, you go around behind the tower and see if you can find some back stairs that might not be guarded. I'm sure the old man must be up there.
Then where'll I find you?
I don't think you'll have any trouble. In a few minutes, I have a hunch it'll be easy to find where I am.
Oh, gosh, I hope that contraption don't go off while we're up here in the mountain, because then it might start to rain and me without my overshoes.
Well, you can always take off your hat and soak your head. Looks like we've been spotted. Keep down.
I'd feel a lot better if we stuck together.
It's just dark enough to show these boys how to play the old Indian game.
That guy out there can... We ain't fighting ordinary people.
Darn right we are. That's Cassidy.
There he is now. All right, I got a head behind that rock.
That's just his head. If I know anything about the way Cassidy operates, he's somewhere else.
Well, there, Wetzel. I'll touch a match this keg of powder.
Take another look, Cassidy. Sugar won't explode.
This sugar will. I rolled this keg over from the powder house.
Oh, was that unlocked? I didn't have a chance, Wetzel.
You wouldn't touch that off, Cassidy. Not with Martha in the tank.
California. Yeah, Hoppy, where are you? You got the girl out of the tank? Oh, please. All right, boys, I'm ready to set a match for this.
Wait a minute, Cassidy. Slim, climb out of the window and get onto that big overhanging branch of the tree. And then when he comes out into the open, drop on him.
Okay.
I'm coming out, Cassidy. We give up. We know when we're beaten.
Keep your hands high and no trick.
All right. Good work, Slim.
There. Better stuff. first time Cassidy's ever been slugged over the head with his own gun.
I'll go dump him in the tank where the grow was.
No, I don't think it's better.
It'll be easier that way. I put a separate charge under the funnel. When you bring the old man out to set the final charge, that'll go too.
Well, all right, but hurry. That machinery's in motion, and the old man is the only one who knows how to stop it.
Yeah, and he ain't going to. Not after all these months of wanting to set it off.
All right, Joe. Snap into it. Tie those things down.
Why was that machinery started before we're off this mountain? I don't like it.
I know the timing. Let's just keep moving. And I'll go up to the tower and bring the old man down.
Well, I don't know why it has to be done this way.
Hey, Slim, that you?
Yeah, it's
You cover Joe while he goes up to the tower. Cassidy's pal might still be around here.
Where are you going?
I'm getting out of here. There's too much powder on this mountain to suit me.
Why, you dirty double
The rest of you aren't worth saving anyway.
You planned it this way. You never meant for us to get away.
Now you're getting the idea.
What a rat you are, Wetzel.
You were never quite quick enough on the draw, were you, Slinger?
Coward, Wetzel, drop that gun.
Huh? Cassidy! Where are you?
Put your hands up and be quick.
Slim! Joe, come and help me!
Up on Eagle Nest Mountain, the Rainmaker's giant machinery ticks closer to that uncertain moment of explosion.
You up there on that tower. I got you covered.
I give up. Don't shoot.
I'll keep a beat on you till you get Mr. Billington safely down that ladder.
I'm coming. Don't shoot. Hurry. Is that you?
Yeah, I told you I'd make enough noise so you could find me.
Yeah, but where was you for the last 15 minutes?
Taking a nap. See how bad Slim's hurt.
Looks like he just winged.
Bring him over here and I'll introduce you.
What? Well, all right, Hoppy.
How are you, Slim?
Oh, I guess I'm all right, Mr. Cassidy.
You had me worried for a few minutes.
Hey, what is this?
This, California, is Mr. Slim Davies, U.S. Deputy Marshal, under whom I've been working.
You mean you knew all the time about this? We came up here to get in trouble?
We came here to stop illegal liquor traffic. And as I suspected, those reward posters were code signals to the runners.
Well, doggone, fooling me that you was coming up here to settle down.
Oh, Mr. Cassidy, you're not hurt. I'm so thankful.
You'll be more thankful to see someone else. Look who's coming down that ladder.
Father!
Come on over here, Mr. Billington. And you, Joe, up with your hands and no tricks.
I give up, Cassidy.
Oh, Father.
Martha, did you come up to see the climax to all my years of work? Tonight I will see success. My esteemed colleague has just informed me that everything is in readiness.
What do you mean?
The machinery is already in motion, Martha. There's no choice but to go through with it.
I must get to the control room quickly. When the giant wheel reaches the top, the great moment will be at hand.
Mr. Cassidy, isn't there great danger?
Not if you get over beyond that bridge.
But my father in that control room.
I don't know.
All through the ages, man has sought a way to make it rain. No one has worked any harder than I have. And in a few seconds, the world will have the greatest gift science can give it, rain.
I'll go in the control room with you, Mr. Billington, if you like.
Delighted, my friend.
But Hop, there's a lot of dynamite around here. It's such a risk, Mr. Cassidy.
Hurry up. The rest of you get back.
Right in here, Mr. Cassidy. Now, close that door tightly. Well, I don't believe I have a match.
Here's one.
With the touch of this match, civilization will acclaim.
that you, California?
Yeah, that's me. I mean, this is me.
Mr. Billington is here. He's just dazed, I think. I can't tell in the dark.
Well, don't light no more matches around here. This whole mountain must be gunpowder.
Why, it's starting to rain.
Father, are you hurt badly?
Rain? Did somebody say rain?
My Jiminy, it is starting to sprinkle. I can hear the drops hitting my head.
You feel all right, Father?
Feel all right. Well, I'm the happiest man in the world. Can't you hear what these men are saying? It's starting to rain. I've done it. My machine works. Do you hear me? I can make it rain.
Can we help you down the trail, Miss Billington?
Well, I don't think they better try to walk, Hoppy.
Well, maybe not. California and I'll go ahead and send horses back for you.
Oh, that'll be fine. Meanwhile, I think Father will enjoy just staying right here and feeling the rain on him.
Yes, Martha.
What about you, Slim?
I'm all right, Mr. Cassidy. Well, you certainly helped us clean up a bad case tonight. I'll take charge of our prisoner.
It's still raining, isn't it?
Yes, Mr. Billington. It's really raining.
Oh, I'm so thankful. So thankful.
Well,
Rain.
we better be saying goodbye now.
Goodbye, Mr.
Well,
Cassidy.
go on, Hopalong. Come on, California. Let's get going.
Say, Hoppy.
Yeah?
Wasn't there clouds gathering overhead this afternoon?
Yes.
Then it ain't necessarily the rain machine that started this.
No.
But, on the other hand, it could be.
Yes.
Well, what do you think?
I think we'd better get back to the Bar 20 before you decide to make a rain machine.
Goodbye for now from Hopalong in California. And here's a special invitation to join them next time they ride out from the Bar 20 when, as usual, I have a hunch they'll get into plenty of action that spells trouble. Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed in the West under the direction of Walter White, Jr. Musical direction, Serge Glisson. James Matthews speaking. This is a Commodore production.
It's Hopalong Cassidy. With action and suspense out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The jingle of the silver spurs heralds that fabulous figure of the early West, Hopalong Cassidy. The same hoppy you cheer in motion pictures with the same California you've laughed at 100 times in your local theater. These famous partners come riding into radio just as you've asked for them. William Boyd as Hopalong Cassidy and Andy Clyde as California. Our story tonight, the Coltsville Terror. It's amazing what a threatening set of weather conditions can do. At the moment, they're joining forces with Hopalong Cassidy to get California into a church. A deserted church in the deserted town of Coltsville. Black clouds are piling up overhead, and the church stands silent and foreboding like the rest of the town.
I'll take in the saddlebags. You tie the horses in that lean-to and back.
Hoppy, this infernal ghost town is bad enough, but why do we have to pick an empty church to bunk in?
Oh, what's wrong with that? Lots of people go to church.
Well, yeah, but it ain't the church, Hoppy. It's that marble orchard out and back there. You know how I feel about them things. They get under my scalp and tickle my brain.
Just calm your goose temples, California. No one out in the graveyard's going to hurt you. It's 10 miles back to Fenwell. If we don't get out from under those big black clouds, we're going to have to paddle our way home to the Bar 20.
But this concern Coltsville, not a soul around. All them empty buildings and...
You know what I think?
I'd be interested to hear.
I think you're just afraid to be alone with your conscience. Now, why don't you forget the ghost and take care of the horses while I... Wait a minute. Listen.
You're sure this here church ain't occupied, Hoppy?
I don't know. Let's take a look. Sounds like it's coming from that room over there. Yeah. It's only the organ here with the wind blowing through the pipes up in the loft.
Well, the lot. What do you know? The wind through the. Now I feel better, but not much better.
Come on now. There's a wood stove in the next room, and I could use some of those beans of yours. You know, it'd be nice having music with our dinner. Hey, California? These beans. What a waste of talent, California. You know, you'd make some woman a wonderful wife.
Gosh, you really think so, Hoppy? Wife? That's a good one.
What's the matter?
I'm either losing my mind or I'm hearing that organ play a tune.
Well, most organs do play tunes.
Doggone, stop being so calm, Hoppy. I didn't want to come into this here spooky church in the first place.
Or would you rather be out in that downpour?
And tootin' I would. I didn't like it when we first come into this church with the organ howling away and you were telling me it was the wind and now it started playing a tune. Well, what do you got to say?
Who, me? Oh, I'd say Coastville has very remarkable wind. And as much as I regret leaving these beans, I guess we better investigate. Come along, California.
We continue with Hopalong Cassidy in just a moment. Now back to Hopalong Cassidy and the Coastville Terror. Hoppy and California have found shelter from the storm in an abandoned church in the deserted town of Coastville. Or at least they thought the church was abandoned until a moment ago.
Coming, California?
Depends where you're going.
Let's take a look at that organ again.
Why don't I just stay here and mind these beans?
Well, if you'd rather be alone.
On second thought, I'm right behind you, Hoppy.
I've never seen you so scared before.
I ain't scared of nothing I can draw a bead on, but when it comes to
Quiet.
ghosts...
Here we go. Oh, I'm sorry if we frightened you, miss. You see, we...
Yes, you did frighten me. Would you mind telling us what you're doing here?
Well, ma'am, we thought we'd spend the night here out of the storm. I'm Hopalong Cassidy, and this is California Carlson. We figured the church was deserted like the rest of the town,
And as you see, it isn't. So if you don't mind... Just a minute, Mother. This was your father's church, Susan. I see no reason why it should be used as a hotel. I said just a minute, Mother. It happens to be my church now. Father used to think of it as a place of shelter. As far as I'm concerned, it still is. If you care to spend the night here, Mr. Cassidy, you're perfectly welcome.
Thank you very much.
I'm Susan Crowell, and this is my mother.
How do you do, Miss
Howdy.
Crowell?
Mother and I come down here evenings to play the organ. There's very little else to do around here.
I see. You say this was your father's church?
Yes. He's out in the graveyard now, Mr. Cassidy.
Oh, I'm sorry.
My mother and I and Deacon Black are the only ones left in Coatesville now.
Deacon Black?
Well, Mr. Black isn't a real deacon. We just call him that because he's a fine man who helped Father build the church. He's been very faithful to us since Father was killed last spring.
Well, it seems to me that's about the time people began leaving Coatesville.
We'd prefer not to discuss that now, Mr. Cassidy.
I'm sorry. Still, I can't help but be a little curious as to what would make 100 people suddenly pick up and leave town. That sounds like we're due for another downpour, ma'am. We'd be happy to take you home
I
if...
think that's a good idea. We live just down the street, Mr. Cassidy. You can see the house from this window here.
Look out! Out of the way! That beam! The beam, it came down from the loft up there.
You all right, Mother? Oh, it just missed me.
That thunderclap jarred it loose.
Oh, look! Crashed down on the organ bench. Right where you were sitting, Susan.
Thunderation, that was a mite too close for comfort.
Let me see that.
This church is only 2 years old. I don't see how an accident like that could...
Wait. Oh, it wasn't an accident, ma'am.
What do you mean?
Well, this timber's been sawed almost through. I think someone figured the vibration of those organ pipes had jarred loose, so it would drop right on the bench.
Why, who would do that?
I don't know who, Miss Crow. It looks like somebody was trying to kill you.
Kill me?
I think so. Now, why don't you be sensible and tell me about this Coalsville business?
But nothing can be done about it now.
Well, maybe not. But I'd like to hear about it anyway.
All right, Mr. Cassidy.
Good. Right now, though, I think the best place to talk is home. Now, you say your father built the church, Miss Crow?
Yes, with his own money. The land was donated by the community. He intended to give it to the people in a few years. And that's when it started, Mr. Cassidy.
What started?
This feeling of dread and terror. It fell over the whole town like a shadow, and there were shootings, strange disappearances. No one knew who'd be next. Everyone kept their doors locked or moved away. There was no reason for it, no explanation. Only fear everywhere.
But didn't you suspect someone?
That was the terrible part of it. No one else had any idea who was behind it. Folks became panic-stricken and whispered about the Coalsville terror. Father refused to run away. He tried to get the people together to fight it. Then, 4 months ago, on his way home from church one night, he was shot from ambush. No warning, nothing.
I see.
Excuse me. Mr. Black, come in.
Susan, I have important news. I've just talked to Mr. Riker and, Oh,
Mr. Black, this is Mr. Cassidy.
Mr. Black?
how do you do?
Mr. Cassidy and his friend are spending the night over at the church on account of the storm. Oh, what were you saying about Mr. Riker?
He was completely unreasonable. Insists the church belongs to no one since it stands on public land.
You mean he's going to tear it down, Mr. Black?
I'm afraid so.
He has no right to tear that church down. My father bought the lumber and built it himself.
I told him that. I told him, abandoned or not, it was still a place of worship. I said he was committing a sacrilege. He wouldn't listen to me.
Excuse me. You say this man wants to tear down the church?
That's right. He's been threatening to for a week.
Why?
He claims he needs finished lumber for a mine building.
Oh, that's a funny reason. There's plenty of finished lumber in Fenwell.
You don't know what this means to us, Mr. Cassidy. The three of us, Susan, Mrs. Crowell, and I, have stayed here in Coatesville. We've defied this terror, risked our lives, in the hope that someday the people would return, that there'd be a real congregation in that church again.
Yet this Riker fellow wants to tear it down.
It doesn't belong to him, Mr. Cassidy. How can he?
Well, it seems to me that's a question for the court to settle. Does he have permission or an order of any kind?
Oh, he isn't that kind of a man, Mr. Cassidy. He told me he'd be at the church tomorrow morning with 10 of his men, ready to start. I couldn't reason with him at all.
Maybe you didn't talk the right language, Mr. Black. California and I'll be on hand when Mr. Riker pulls up in the morning. But don't you ladies worry. We'll do our best to make him understand.
Bacon's about ready, Hoppy.
Breakfast will have to wait. Come over to the window.
What is it?
Looks like Mr. Riker and party are right on schedule.
All right, boys, let's get rolling. We'll haul out the tools, boys. Holy cow, he brung an army with him.
He's got a lot of foresight, that man. First time I knew a 6-gun was standard equipment for a carpenter. Come on, California. This gang means business.
We'll rejoin Hopalong Cassidy in just a moment. But first, a word from your announcer. Now back to Hopalong Cassidy and the Coltsville Terror. A violent and evil force has driven away the inhabitants of this little town, and now a gang of thugs from a neighboring town have come to tear down the abandoned church. Hoppy is determined to protect the interests of the late minister's daughter, Susan Crowell, so he and California have been waiting at the church, waiting for Riker and his gang to arrive and attempt the demolition.
Hoppy, are we going right up to him? There's a lot of them and only two of us. Hey, you two men can start tearing down the steeple.
You must be getting old if 10 men can frighten you.
Oh, now, Hoppy, don't go.
Howdy there. You must be Mr. Riker.
Huh? Who are you?
The name is Cassidy.
What are you doing here?
Well, we just spent the night in the church.
You just made it, pal. Because it won't be here another night. We're tearing it down.
You got the owner's permission?
I got all the permission I need, mister. This here church stands on public land. It's abandoned. And in my law book, that means she belongs to the man who can best use her.
You know, I don't see it that way at all.
Oh, you don't? Take it easy, boys. I'll handle this. Budinsky. If you don't mind, Mr. Riker, keep your hands off on your hips while Hoppy explains.
I don't think I need to explain. Mr. Riker knows as well as I do that he has to have a court order to demolish a building.
Excuse me, please. Excuse me. Mr. Cassidy.
I'm just straightening things out for Mr. Riker, Miss Crowell.
You didn't straighten out nothing. That church is coming down, and no one's going to stop it.
Mr. Riker, I tried to tell you last night.
And you shut up, too, Black. I'm through talking about it.
Where's your mother, Susan?
She's here, too.
You better take her inside the church. Would you go along with him, Mr. Black?
Mr. Cassidy, I'm trying to consider Susan's father in this. Rather than have more violence, more bloodshed, I think we should let Mr. Riker do as he wants.
Well, what about it, Cassidy?
Susan?
No. It's not right, and I won't stand for it.
That's all I want to know.
Come on, Mother.
Well, I'll go with you.
That wasn't so thoughtful, Cassidy. They're liable to get hurt in there when we start work.
Tell me something, Riker.
Yeah?
What are you really after? You wouldn't go to all this trouble for some second-hand lumber you could buy for $20 in Fenwell.
The cattle business is a great game, Cassidy. Maybe you'd better stay in it. Now get out of this town before I lose what patience I got left.
I'm not getting out until you show me a court order to demolish this church.
Okay, check.
That wasn't smart, Riker. Not smart at all.
I'll show you who's running. Nice work, Hoppy.
Quick, into the church. Get down low. Those walls are thin.
Mr. Cassidy, are you hurt?
No, keep down.
Oh, Mr. Cassidy, I knew this had happened. I knew it.
Easy, Mrs. Crowell.
Sometimes it's better to fight, Mother. That's what your father said. Look what happened to him.
I told you, Mr. Cassidy, we should have...
It's too late to do anything about that now. At least Riker knows he'll have a fight on his hands. California, take a look out that window. What are they doing?
Looks like he's talking to his men out there in that grove of trees. I could pick off Riker like a fly in a white ceiling.
Put your gun down.
No, I don't mean to argue, Hoppy, but it looks to me like we've gone about as far as we can with diplomacy.
I gotta think this out. That fella sure wants $20 worth of lumber. I wonder why. Keep down, everybody. Mr. Black, you stay here with the women.
Where are you going?
There might be some old furniture or something in the basement. We'll need it to barricade these windows.
Mr. Cassidy, how long do you intend to keep this up?
Until Mr. Riker decides it's cheaper to buy his lumber in Fenwell. Come on, California, let's see what we can find. Now, that bench ought to do for the front window.
I got it.
Now, this thing looks like a bureau. May need some help getting it up the stairs.
What's the matter?
You smell something funny?
I got this bench under my nose.
Well, put it down.
Yeah. Now. Nope. Don't smell nothing.
Well, I sure do. I wonder.
Could you wonder just as well after we get this stuff upstairs? I mean, before Riker shoots out all the windows?
Wait a minute. I think I know why Riker wants this lumber.
Yeah. Huh?
Wonder if I could get through to Fenwell. They'd have the records there in the courthouse. Come here, let's take a look out the window.
Why, what's heating you now, Hoppy?
I can hardly see through this thing. The glass is all... There. I might have known it. They run off our horses. I'll have to steal one.
Oh, would you mind telling me what you're talking about, Hoppy?
You're going to have to hold the fort alone, California. Give me 5 minutes.
Then let go with both the Colt and the Winchester from the south side of the building. Never mind aiming, just get their attention.
What'll you be doing?
Stealing one of their horses. I got a date with a man in Fenwell.
Listen, Riker. I didn't bargain for nothing like this.
Shut up.
I won't shut up. We'll never get away with this strong-arm stuff, and you know it. They got the law in Fenwell.
You heard what the boss said, didn't you? That church comes down by nightfall or else.
Yeah, but
And it don't make any difference to the boss where the law is. Once that church is down, the crowds are licked. Now, look, Jerry. You're in for your percentage, same as the rest of us. If you got a beef, why don't you take it right to the boss?
Well, I ain't gonna walk up to him and...
And neither am I. I get around to the south side with the rest of the boys. If Cassidy wants to shoot it out, it's okay with me.
That won't be good enough, Riker.
Huh? Oh, boss.
Shut up. That'll break your lousy neck.
I'm doing the best I
Well,
can.
it's not good enough. You had Cassidy right under your nose this morning. 10 men behind you. Why'd you let him get inside that church?
I couldn't shoot him down.
Well, you're gonna have to do it now.
Huh?
I've got a hunch he's gonna try and break through. Get over to Fenwell.
Well, if that's all you're worried about, boss.
It's enough, isn't it?
You ain't got a chance. We got the horses.
Riker!
What's the matter, Jerry?
Cassidy!
What about Cassidy?
Just saw him right away. Grab one of our horses. You see what I mean, Riker?
Get the boys, Jerry. Mount up and follow him.
But he run off all our horses. They're spread clean out over the countryside. Don't stand there, Riker. Get the boys together. I don't care how you do it, but you've got to stop Cassidy before he gets to Fenwell.
Tom Adamson.
Well, Hoppy. You old varmint. Oh, in tarnation you been?
No time to talk, Tom. Quick, get me the Coastville property records. You got them here, haven't you?
Sure. What's up, Hoppy?
I don't know yet. Look, I want all correspondence, copies of letters, anything you got on that Coastville section since everybody left town.
Oh, getting ideas, Hoppy?
Just guessing, Tom. You might check with the sheriff and see if he can round up a posse in a hurry. If I'm right, we're going to need it.
What's up, Sheriff?
I'm aiming to round up a posse, Jeff, and do it quick.
You mean there's trouble?
Not yet, but there will be soon. We're riding into Coltsville.
Coltsville?
What's the matter, Dad? What are you and the sheriff talking about?
I'm asking Jeff to join a posse to ride into Coltsville, ma'am.
Oh, no. Dad, you can't. You know what always happens.
But somebody's got to do it, Mary.
You're all I got left, Dad. They even got my husband, Sheriff. You can't take Dad.
But if we could clean this awful mess up, we could move back to Coltsville. Wouldn't you like that, honey?
There ain't nobody ever going to clean that up. It's evil and terrible.
There's one man that can do it, ma'am. Hopalong Cassidy.
Cassidy?
He's here?
He's on his way into Coltsville now, alone. That's why I want to round up this here posse quick.
Why in tarnation didn't you say so before? What do you say now, honey?
Don't just stand there, Dad. Get your horse. Why, if I didn't have on a skirt, I'd hitch up to a horse myself.
I can't tell you I can't stand any more of this, Susan.
We've got to hold out, Mother.
I've done all I can do, Susan. I risked my life by going outside to see Mr. Riker. I pleaded with him, and he's finally agreed to let us all go in peace if we leave now.
Mr. Carlson, I refuse to stay here a minute longer.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Hoppy told me to hold the fort till he got back, and we're staying right here. Good heavens, Mr. Carlson, can't you be reasonable? It's dark outside. We've been here all day.
And maybe you can tell us why Mr. Cassidy walked out without so much as a word to us.
Mrs. Crow, I don't know how long, many years it is since I took to riding with Hopalong Cassidy. I trusted him the minute we met, and I've been trusting him ever since. So far, I ain't ever been wrong.
Mr.
Mr. Carlson's right, Mother. This is no time to give up.
But how do we know he got through? He might have been shot. They might be holding him. Anything.
Oh, it's not quite that serious, Mrs. Crow.
What? Hoppy?
Where have you been?
Over in Fenwell, trying to find out what made Mr. Riker so anxious about getting this lumber. It's an interesting question, Mrs. Crow, and I found a very interesting answer.
We return to Hopalong Cassidy in just a moment. Now to conclude the story, the Coltsville Terror. Hoppy has just returned from Fenwell. Sure now he has found the answer to the riddle of Mr. Riker's lumber, and the answer, too, to the terror that has struck the little town of Coltsville.
What do you mean, Hoppy? What about the lumber?
It wasn't the lumber. It never was.
What is it, Mr. Cassidy? Why?
A few minutes after I got to Fenwell to look at the property records on this land, the stage pulled in. There was a man from the east on it, a fellow named Edward Hines. Anyone ever heard of him?
No.
Well, I had to talk with Mr. Hines. I found out that all the land in Coltsville, except for the 20 acres of church property here, had been bought up by one man.
What? I thought the land was worthless.
Well, this one fellow didn't. He planned to sell it to Mr. Hines for over $100,000, provided he could deliver the property on the dome itself.
Dome? What's a dome, Hoppy?
It's what the church sits right on top of, California. An oil dome. So rich that the oil is seeping into the basement. That's what I smelled this morning.
Well, doggone it.
And who's been buying up the property?
Well, it's been bought in the names of a dozen men. Most of them in that bunch with Riker, working for a percentage. But there were private arrangements between them and the fellow they called the boss.
And this man was responsible for what happened here?
Of course he was. He's the kind of a man who will stop at nothing. Murder, robbery, terror.
That's enough, Cassidy.
Mr. Black. So it was.
Never mind that now. Put out. Hoppy! Hoppy, you hurt?
No, I'm all right. That second one did it, California.
Oh.
Well, I think Mr. Black's career is about over.
Is he dead?
Yes, Susan.
The deacon. I can't believe it.
Neither could I until I saw it in black and white.
What about Riker?
They got to Fenwell just in time to meet the posse. Well, looks like you got a job on your hands, Miss Susan, convincing the folks who left town that Coltsville wants them back. Only this time to live in peace.
I don't know how to thank you, Mr. Cassidy.
Then just forget it. I like doing favors for people.
Hoppy.
What is it, California?
As a special favor, us being partners and all.
Yeah?
Next time we get caught in a thunderstorm and we run across an empty church, what do you say we just get wet?
Things are going to be mighty different in Coltsville now, thanks to Hopalong Cassidy. He and California are heading back to the Bar 20 now, and they hope to get a spell of rest. But you can just bet that won't last for long. There'll be somebody in trouble, and then Hoppy'll go into action again. Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. The Coltsville Terror was written by Harold Swanton. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence E. Mulford. This is a Commodore production. Hopalong Cassidy. With action and suspense, out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The jingle of the silver spurs heralds that fabulous figure of the early West, Hopalong Cassidy. The same Hoppy you cheer in motion pictures with the same California you've laughed at 100 times in your local theater. These famous partners come riding into radio just as you've asked for them. William Boyd as Hopalong Cassidy and Andy Clyde as California. Our story tonight, The Mystery of Skull Valley. Today, Hoppy and his partner, California, are many miles from the Bar 20, riding along an old wagon road that winds through the lonely brush country. This is a land of superstition, of Indian legends. But as they ride, California shows little enthusiasm for Hoppy's current venture, which is to buy some prize Hereford bulls at a bankrupt ranch north of Skull Valley.
Doggone it, Hoppy. We could have stayed at the Bar 20 and bought towers without chasing all over creation.
But not at the price I'm going to pay out here.
There you go, thinking about money.
Well, ranchers got to improve his stock, California.
Just the same. Money's the root of all evil, as the feller said. It's for me. Just give me a horse and a bedroll. I'll be satisfied.
Well, speaking of money, what's there on the road?
Well, I'll be darned.
Well, it looks like a coin.
$150 gold piece by the size of it.
Oh, you know they don't make $150 gold pieces.
Well, this ain't the darndest thing I've ever seen. Here, look here. There's Spanish writing on it.
And a crown.
What's a crown doing on that coin, Hoppy? You don't reckon there's a king around here somewhere?
This king has been dead a long time, California. This is an old Spanish coin.
Yeah, well, what's it doing on the road?
Well, Spain used to own this part of the country in the old days.
They did, huh? Well, let's get a shovel and start digging. Whoop, whoop, we're rich, Hoppy.
Slow down, California.
I'm going to have me a silver-mounted saddle, 24 pairs of Cheyenne boots, silk shirts. I'm going to...
And I thought you didn't care anything about money.
Oh, that was a couple of minutes ago.
Just give me a horse and a bedroll.
Oh, quit it, Hoppy, doggone. There might be millions around here. I've heard of them Spanish treasures.
Oh, that's probably somebody's good luck piece. You'll come back looking for it directly.
Hoppy, here's another one. Uh-oh. Hey, two more, Hoppy. Quick, come in.
Well, don't bluster, blood vessel. I'm coming.
Oh, don't. It's beat all, Hoppy.
Well, it sure does, California. Look there.
Say, that's blood. And a lot of it. Probably carrying a bullet in it.
Hoof prints in the road.
Yeah, must be riding his horse. Ain't no other tracks.
And from the looks of them, they're fresh.
Reckon it's the same feller that lost these here coins?
Maybe.
He won't last long losing blood that way.
Well, let's go find him. He needs help, and quick.
Now back to Hopalong Cassidy. Hoppy in California have stumbled onto some old Spanish coins along a deserted road near Skull Valley. But blood spots in the dust and fresh hoof prints lead Hoppy to believe that whoever lost those coins has been badly wounded. Right at the moment, they are on his trail.
Look there, California. The tracks lead off into the brush.
And there's his horse. Probably fell out of the saddle.
Easy, Topper. Easy, boy.
Oh, I see him. Under that mesquite yonder. Looks like he's dead.
Well, he's either dead or passed out.
Poor fella. Reckon he's a goner, Hoppy?
Give me a hand. We'll turn him over.
Yeah.
Easy now.
There. Well, he's still breathing.
No telling how bad that wound is. Somebody got him in the back, high on the shoulder.
Look, Hoppy. More of them coins in his shirt pocket.
And the pocket's torn. No wonder he was losing his money.
Where'd you figure he got them coins?
That's what I aim to find out. Find this rock, California, quick.
Oh, that's less than like to burn my whiskers. Doggone it. Why is anybody shooting at us?
I don't know, California. This brush wasn't so thick.
Wait till I line my sights on that buzzard all.
There they are on that ridge yonder.
2 of them.
Maybe this will give them something to think about.
You get them, Hoppy?
No, they ducked behind those rocks.
Well, you scared them off anyhow. Look at them ride. See, I'm gonna...
Hold your fire, California. You'll only waste bullets. They're out of 6-gun range for this time.
Yeah, I reckon you're right. Think they was the ones maybe that shot this poor fella?
Wouldn't be at all surprised, California.
One of them had a red beard.
I'll remember that. Now we got to get this fella to a doctor. Rincon is just up the line a ways. Then we'll go looking for Mr. Redbeard. You think you pulled through, Doc?
Barring complications. First, I'll have to get that bullet out of him.
You happen to know him?
His name is Melendez, a sheep herder. Works for Sam Carradine.
Sam Carradine, huh? Has he got a red beard by any chance?
Hardly. Carradine has black hair. Why?
Oh, nothing.
Oh, looks as if he's coming around.
Now, maybe we'll find out what this is all about.
Voz de la muerte. Voz de la muerte.
Listen, old-timer, we're your friends. Who shot you?
Voz de la muerte. Voz de la muerte.
The poor fella died.
No, he just lost consciousness again.
Voz de la muerte.
That means voice of the dead in Mexican.
Yeah, I know. Doc, why would Melendez talk about a voice of the dead when I ask him who shot him?
It's just a superstition. There's a legend that an old Spaniard, Don Pablo, was buried in a mine cave-in years ago. The Mexicans claim they can hear him wail on a stormy night.
An old Spaniard named Don Pablo.
Maybe he's the one that owned them coins.
Quiet, California.
Did you say something about coins?
Yeah. Ever see any coins like these before?
As a matter of fact, I have.
Mind telling me where?
Just a moment. Who are you, anyway?
The name's Cassidy.
Cassidy? Not Hopalong Cassidy of the Bar 20.
That's him, all right.
Well, I've certainly heard a lot about you, Cassidy. Sure, I'll tell you where I saw one of those coins. Tom Travers had one last week.
And who is Travers, Doc?
An archaeologist. He came here with his sister about 3 weeks ago to put around the Indian ruins.
Where can I see him?
Travers has been missing for several days.
Maybe he found one of them Spanish treasures.
Quiet, California. Yeah, any idea where Travers could be, Doc?
Well, this is wild country, Cassidy. Hard to tell. I've tried to comfort his sister, but...
His sister? I'd like to have a talk with her. Where can I find her?
She and her brother are staying at the Carradine Hotel.
Carradine again.
He just bought the place. Made his money in sheep.
I reckon I'll see what she has to say. I'll drop back to hear Melendez tell his story. Come on, California.
Yeah, sure.
Take good care of Melendez, Doc. Somebody might want to silence him permanently.
Hoppy.
Yeah?
How come you didn't tell the doc that Melendez had them coins?
He didn't ask me.
No.
You scout around town and see what you can find out about Redbeard. I'll see the girl.
Doggone it, Hoppy. You have all the fun.
I sure do, don't I, California?
You wanted to see me?
Yes, Miss Travers.
The clerk said somebody wanted to see me on the porch, and...
Won't you sit down, please, Miss Travers?
Thank you. Is it something about my brother?
Yes, it is.
You found him?
No, but I may have a line on him. Your brother had an old Spanish coin last week, like this.
How did you know?
Doc told me.
The doctor? Oh, I guess Tom did confide in him to a certain extent. But where did you get this?
A sheep herder named Melendez. My partner and I found him with a bullet in his back.
He's dead?
No.
Then he can talk. He must have gotten those from Tom. Maybe he killed him and stole...
No, I don't think so.
Then what do you think, Mr.
Cassidy. Hopalong Cassidy.
Hopalong Cassidy? That name is very familiar.
I run the Bar 20 ranch south of here.
And you want to help me find my brother?
That's right, Miss Travers.
But I don't quite understand what interest you should have.
Well, let's just say I like people, especially people in trouble. Now, if you'll tell me what happened the last time you saw your brother.
Well, it was 4 days ago. We were right here on this porch.
I really stumbled onto something this time, Linda.
But, Tom, it's probably just an old coin that somebody dropped.
Oh, I don't think so. And I'm going back to find more.
Take someone with you. Don't go alone.
Oh, this is something I have to keep to myself.
But you showed this coin around town.
Only to the doctor. And I trust him. He's interested in archaeology, too.
Oh, Tom, when are you ever going to stop roaming around the country looking for old relics? Why don't you marry some nice girl and settle down?
And the same goes for you, Linda.
You want me to marry some nice girl?
Oh, you know what I mean. Hey, how about Sam Carradine?
Be serious, Tom.
Now, when I come back, I'll have more money than we can ever spend in a lifetime.
Please tell me where you're going.
Well, here comes Carradine now. Don't let on what I've told you.
Morning, Tom. Morning, Linda.
Good morning,
Morning,
Mr. Carradine.
Carradine.
Well, see, you're all set to ride again, Tom. Going after more of them Indian relics?
Yes, just thought I'd putter around some more.
Well, in case you don't get back before Saturday, I was wondering if I had your permission.
Permission for what?
To ask Miss Linda to accompany me to the school dance.
Why, I think it'd be a good idea. Hey, we'll all go, because I'll be back tomorrow night at the latest.
All he would tell me, Mr. Cassidy.
Maybe Sam Carradine could add a little to that. Is he around?
I saw him ride out of town a while ago. He said he was going to a sheep ranch at Salt Creek.
Thanks, Linda. And don't you worry. We'll find your brother.
I hope you find him alive.
Well, like I said, Cassidy, Tom Travers is loco.
That's the way I got him figured, Hoppy.
Quiet, California. Carradine, just what makes you think Tom Travers is crazy?
Why, any fella that'll go around with a shovel and dig up engine arrows and pottery and such junk has to be loco.
Well, he seems to enjoy doing it.
Well, every man to his own taste, I reckon. And him with such a pretty sister.
Any idea what could have happened to him?
Engines, maybe. They don't like fellas prowling around their mountains.
Yeah, or maybe he fell off on his horse and busted his full neck. That's rough country for a tenderfoot to be riding in.
Carradine, have you tried to find him?
Sure. I've had my men out twice combing these mountains, but it's mostly lava rock. And you know a horse don't leave tracks on that stuff.
Hoppy could trail ant tracks across the eggshell.
That's enough, California.
No man can track a horse across lava.
Now, let's forget about Travers for a minute, Carradine. Did you ever see a red-bearded fellow in these parts, about your size?
Redbeard? Why, no, don't reckon I have.
See, Hoppy, just like they said in town. Ain't nobody ever seen this critter.
Probably a drifter. Well, why you ask about him?
He and his partner bushwhacked one of your sheep herders.
One of mine.
Who? A fellow named Melendez.
Melendez? Is he dead?
He's at the docks, but he'll pull through.
Has he talked any?
No, not yet.
Oh, I see. And this red-bearded gent tried to kill him.
Yeah, he was set to finish the job when California and I rode up.
Hoppy, look yonder.
Where?
Down there by the sheep pen.
Well, that's him.
What's the matter, Cassidy?
It's our friend with a red beard.
He spotted us, Hoppy. He's trying to get away.
Come on, let's go after him, California.
There's one feller I sure want to palaver with.
I'll bring him down.
We can get him, Carradine. Put that rifle down.
I fixed him, Cassidy. He won't go around shooting anybody else.
Doggone it. Carradine, you hadn't ought to use that rifle.
Let me handle it, California.
Well, looks like I got him dead center.
Yeah, and that looks like the end of Redbeard.
Yeah, too bad. I only meant to wing him. Probably just a grub line rider looking for a handout. But he hadn't ought to try to run away.
But, Hoppy, that doggone...
Come on, California.
Yeah, but just the same that...
We'll see you in town, Carradine.
Yeah. As soon as I bury this hombre, I'll be in.
Carradine killed that fella deliberate.
I know that.
And why didn't you do something about it?
We'll give Carradine enough rope and maybe he'll build himself a hang noose.
Before we continue with this exciting story, here is a word from your announcer. Now back to our story. Hoppy in California seemed on the verge of getting their first break in the mystery of the Spanish coins and the disappearance of Tom Travers. The red-bearded man who had shot at them earlier in the day rode into Sam Carradine's sheep camp, but before the partners could overtake him, Carradine shot him dead. We now find Carradine in his cabin questioning one of his men.
You wanted to see me, Carradine?
I sure do.
I'd have been out to your shack sooner, boss, but my horse threw a shoe.
Is that all?
Yeah. Hey, where's Red?
Where you'll be if you don't talk. Now, what about Melendez?
Well, he come along with his sheep, see?
Never mind the details. What happened?
Well, me and Red was keeping an eye on Travers, like you said.
Go on.
We went up on the ridge looking for a deer we seen.
Is that keeping an eye on Travers?
Just figured on some fresh meat for tonight, boss. But while we was up there, we seen Melendez come by. I watched him through the glasses and seen him pick up some of them gold coins.
How'd he find those?
Doggone if I know, Carradine. He stuck them in his shirt pocket, and they lit out there like the devil was after him with a scalping knife.
Why didn't you stop him, you fool?
So Red did try a long shot with a rifle and winged him, but by the time we got down off the ridge, he was gone. We tracked him, was about to finish the job when two hombres...
Cassidy and his partner.
Cassidy? You mean one of them fellas was Hopalong Cassidy?
Yeah, as if I haven't got troubles enough.
Don't you worry, Carradine. I seen Silby Gans. He just come back from the doc's office. Melendez is in bad shape, he says. Ain't been able to talk yet.
Yeah, and he ain't going to. Now, here's what we do. Tonight's the school dance. While I'm waltzing Linda Travers, I want... Well, how about dancing this one, Linda?
We danced every one, Mr. Carradine.
Oh, now, can't you get used to calling me Sam?
But I don't know you that well, Mr. Carradine.
You don't know that Cassidy fella either, but you call him Hoppy.
Well, that is,
Speaking of the devil, here he comes now.
Hello, Linda.
Hello, Hoppy.
Howdy, Carradine.
Howdy.
I asked Pop to play a waltz next time. How about it?
I'd love to, Hoppy.
Well, here's my waltz. Mind stepping aside?
No, I don't mind stepping aside.
Carradine looks angry.
Not half as mad as he's going to be. The trap's all set.
Then you do think Carradine is behind this?
By keeping my eye on him, I'll soon know.
I felt he was evasive about Tom's disappearance.
I have an idea you had the right feeling, Linda.
I wish Tom had never found those old Spanish coins.
But they may lead to a fortune. A man like Carradine would kill for a lot less.
I'm so worried, Hoppy. Hoppy! Oh, those shots!
Sounded like shots. Hey, what happened, Jet?
Those shots came from the doc's office, Carradine. Come on.
Why would anyone be shooting at dogs?
To keep someone from talking, maybe.
Melendez, he's in there.
Exactly, Linda. And let's hope he's still alive.
Oh, my head.
What happened, California?
Well, I waited in the doc's office like you said. Two fellas sneaked in. I was standing there in the dark. And...
Who were they? Did you see them?
No, not till I saw them leaning over them rolled-up blankets in the bed that they thought was Melendez. There they was, pouring lead into
You mean Melendez wasn't in the bed?
No, Carradine.
Thank heaven.
He's in another part of the house.
Well, why would anyone want to hurt an old man like that?
Maybe he knew something someone didn't want repeated.
I'm sure sorry, Hoppy, about the way I ruined things.
How'd they get away?
Well, just as I was going to corner him, I tripped over this here darn box.
I'm glad they didn't do more than bend a gun barrel over your head.
Doggone me, anyhow. We could have got them fellers and made them talk, and then...
Well, forget it.
What do you do now, Hoppy?
We'll make other plans, and they'll start with Carradine.
Carradine?
He's gone.
I figured he would be.
Hoppy.
What's up, Doc?
I was going to send for you just before the shooting. Melendez talked a little.
What did he say?
Oh, he kept muttering about the Voce de Miate, voice of the dead.
What else?
Something about Valley of the Skull.
Where's that?
It's north of here, full of old mines that have petered out. They were first worked by the Spaniards.
Wait a minute.
What is it,
When
California?
them two gunmen come into this room, I heard them say something about the Silver Queen mine.
And the Silver Queen is in Skull Valley.
That's where we're going, California.
Please be careful, Hoppy.
Don't worry about me. Doc, tell me how to reach this mine, and we'll be on our way.
Sing the moondrop, Hoppy. We'd never found this here mine.
Yeah. We better go the rest of the way on foot.
You reckon Carradine's here yet?
You can't tell.
Maybe we ought to wait till daylight.
But if Travers is alive, we got to get him now.
Oh, Hear that, Hoppy?
Well, that's somebody yelling for help.
Sounds like an animal to me, Hoppy. Let's go back to town and come some other time.
I'll bet one of those Spanish coins against the nickel is Tom Travers.
It's coming from that there mine entrance.
That's probably what Melendez heard.
You mean this is that Voz de la Muerte business?
Sure. Here's the mine. Come on.
I sure followed you a lot of places, Hoppy, but this here's the worst.
Wait, I'll strike a match.
Look at them timbers, Hoppy. If a fella breathed on them, the whole tunnel would cave in.
Then hold your breath, California.
They're rotten. Almost clear, too.
Travers! Tom Travers!
Is that you, Carradine?
We're friends. We come to get you.
Oh, thank God. Listen, I'm about 100 feet in the tunnel. In a shaft. Be careful.
We're coming.
I sure don't like this, Hoppy.
I don't suppose Travers likes it much either.
Huh? I walked into something.
The timber. Look out!
Oh! I thought we was goners.
Shoring's almost gone in here. You all right, Travers?
Yeah. But hurry. You're almost here. Be careful.
Careful now in this tunnel, California.
I'm feeling my way careful.
I'm just ahead. Down this shaft. On the ledge. About 10 feet down. And a sheer drop from here on.
Hold it right here, California. It'll light another match.
That's better. A body can see now.
We can see you, Travers. We'll have you out in no time.
Careful, the sides don't cave.
I'll watch that. Now, California, I'm laying down on the edge here. You hold my feet. I think I can reach you.
No, wait, Hoppy, wait. If that bank slips...
We'll have to take that chance. Now, sit on my feet, California.
I got it. If you go, I go with you, Hoppy.
Now, Travers, can you reach up till you touch my hand?
I'll try. Yes. Yes, I can just reach.
That's good. Now, let me grip your wrist. And come up easy like. And don't kick the side of that wall.
I'm ready, Hoppy.
Easy now. Up. Up.
I'm making it. Steady now.
A little more. There. You're up.
Oh, thank heavens for you. Carradine left me here to rot because I wouldn't tell him where the coins were.
Good thing you didn't.
I couldn't tell him. I only found a few old coins in a wine cask, probably left by some Spaniard who worked the claim.
You think you can walk?
I'll try. I haven't had any food or water.
That Carradine ought to get a taste of the same medicine.
He'll get worse.
You came in the long way through that tunnel, same as I did, before I discovered this side tunnel.
He's right, Hoppy. Brush has grown over it, but I can see moonlight.
Well, then let's get out. Before we have visitors.
You already got visitors, Cassidy, but you ain't going to enjoy their company.
Carradine.
Right. I followed you in here. Now we had you cornered in the dark, Cassidy. Try to get out of this.
What do you intend to do, Carradine?
I'm no fool, Cassidy. You ain't keeping me talking till help comes. I'm too smart for you.
Get you up that side tunnel with Travers, California.
But listen, I ain't budging what you left behind, Hoppy.
Do as I ask, Hoppy. All right, go on, fast.
I hear you whispering, Cassidy, and it won't get you nothing. There's three of us against you.
Yeah, I know, but you can't shoot, Carradine. These old rotten timbers that cave in, and a vibration of a shot would do it.
And I'll take that chance. I got it. You saw me kill Red.
The whole mountain will be in on you, Carradine. All clear, California?
Clear, hurry. Oh, no, you don't, Cassidy. Let him have it, Buck. He's right, boss. The shore is pretty rough. He's getting away. Shoot, you fool.
Now back to our story.
You're all right, Hoppy?
Yeah, I'm all right. But I'm afraid Carradine and his men wish they'd taken my advice.
It was Carradine who did the shooting.
Yeah,
Yeah, and he won't ever worry about Spanish gold anymore.
Oh, but for you, I'd have been buried along with him.
Hoppy, I don't even feel sorry for that Carradine. Greed like he had ain't good for a man.
How you talk, California. Well, when you found those coins, you were going to buy a silver saddle, Cheyenne boots.
You know darn well you wouldn't have had no use for me lolling in front of a barber shop with nothing but money.
Then you changed your mind about being rich.
Oh, sure have. But like I said before, I found them coins. Just give me a bedroll and a good horse.
Is that all?
And $1 every Saturday night for tobacco.
Goodbye from Hopalong Cassidy and California. Another job is done, and they're heading back to the Bar 20. But they'll be riding out again soon, and they'd be mighty pleased if you'd join them for another story of action and excitement. Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. The Mystery of Skull Valley was written by Dean Owen and Howard Swartz. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence E. Mulford. This is a Commodore production. It's Hopalong Cassidy. With action and suspense, out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The ring of the Silver Spurs heralds the most amazing man ever to ride the prairies of the early West, Hopalong Cassidy. This famous hero thrills his 60 million fans with action and dangerous adventure. In the role of Hopalong Cassidy is the popular star of the motion picture series, William Boyd. And appearing as that laughable old character, California, is Andy Clyde. Now to our story, Renegades of the San Rafael. Evening shadows spread across the San Rafael Range to touch the sun-baked little town of Kearneyville. There's an ominous quiet in the air, broken only by the stomp of restless horses tied to the hitching rail in front of the schoolhouse. Inside the schoolhouse, there's the creak of gun harness and the ring of spurs on the planked floor as angry ranchers mill about. A slim brown-haired girl stands beside the teacher's desk, trying to make herself heard above the mutter of their voices.
You've got to listen to me. There must be some mistake.
Mistake nothing. John Carter sold out his neighbor. Here I am.
My uncle wouldn't cheat anybody.
Then why don't he show up and deny that he sold his ranch to the Triangle Water Company so they can take over and run the ruinous valley? Come on, answer me that.
My uncle will be back to explain his actions. I'm sure of it.
John Carter's run out on us. He's a coward because he ain't got the nerve to face the folks he's wronged.
You can't say that about him. My uncle has been a friend to you all.
He ain't no friend now. Him and Dolan is in there together. They're both crooks.
Just a minute there. I represent the Triangle Water Company.
Oh, sit down, Dolan. Sit down.
I don't know where Carter's gone. I don't care. But I have a bill of sale to his ranch, and the dam my company will erect is going to benefit everybody.
It'll benefit a lot of darn clodbusters. You know this land ain't fit for nothing but cattle.
Certainly, and
I'll have to remind you boys of something.
Remind us of what?
The laws of this country don't favor one group over another. Farmers, or sodbusters as you call them, have as much right here as you.
No, they ain't neither. We was here first. Sure, we was here first.
Wait a minute, boys. Quiet down.
All right, go ahead. Talk.
As soon as the dam on the Carter Ranch is finished, There'll be water for all.
How do you figure that, Dolan?
The more shares the man buys in my company, the more water he'll get.
Pay for the water we used to get for free.
I'm a businessman, not a philanthropist. Carter sold his ranch. Talk to him, not me. He didn't have to sell.
No, I reckon he didn't. And if John Carter ever shows his face here in Kearneyville again, he'll get his neck stretched by a hang rope. We'll tie him up to the first tree.
I'm sorry, Miss Carter. Perhaps if we could get word to your uncle.
I don't know where he is, Mr. Dolan.
Well, then let's hope he'll stay under cover till this thing quiets down.
I don't think Uncle John went away on his own free will.
What do you mean, Miss Carter?
Something's happened to him. I know it.
Well, none of your friends seem to share that viewpoint.
There's one friend I can turn to.
Oh? Who's that?
Hopalong Cassidy. You'll meet him soon enough. And whoever is responsible for Uncle John's disappearance will pay, and pay dearly.
Now back to Hopalong Cassidy. It's a beautiful spring day down at the Bar 20 where Hoppy and California are lounging on the ranch house porch looking over the mail one of the cowhands just brought in from town. California gives the half-dozen envelopes an idle glance, then suddenly picks one out of the bunch.
Doggone it, Hoppy. That's all we need to disturb the tranquility of this here ranch.
You mean tranquility, California?
Well, supposing I do. Look here.
Oh, it's just a letter. What about it?
What about it? It's a letter from a gal. Smell the smell 'em.
You mean the perfume?
Yeah.
Oh, it's from Miss Carter, Laura Carter. I wonder if... Well, that must be old John Carter's niece. Envelope postmarked Kearneyville.
Well, I sure hope they ain't inviting us up there. You promised we wasn't going to leave the Bar 20 for a whole month.
Well, let's see what she has to say before you start worrying.
Doggone it, Hoppy. All I want to do is just sit right here. The spring fever's got me... Really got me something terrible.
You might as well read the bad news yourself, California. Here.
Bad news, huh?
Sounds mighty odd to me.
Well, I'll be darned. So John Carter up and sold his ranch and lit out for the back country, huh?
And his friends are going to lynch him if he returns.
Looks like the gal's in trouble, huh, Hoppy?
Yeah, too bad, too. And I promised we wouldn't be leaving the ranch.
Oh, no. Who said they wanted to stay around here? You think I want to grow old laying in this hammock? Throw a saddle on top of it while I get my horse and let's go see what's happened.
That's all I can tell you, Mr. Cassidy. I'm so worried.
Now, don't get yourself upset, Laura. Maybe your uncle just went visiting.
Sure, probably just wanted to change the scenery.
I don't think so, California. It's all so mysterious. No one saw Uncle John leave town. I inquired at the stage depot and everywhere I could think of.
Well, John might have had to go someplace to take care of business.
I'd have known about it if he had.
You took care of things for him?
I wrote all of Uncle's letters and read his correspondence to him.
Oh, I see.
And how come you didn't know about your uncle selling the ranch till Dolan shows up with a bill of sale?
That's what's so strange.
Laura, do you have a copy of your uncle's signature around?
Why, yes. There should be something in this desk.
Hoppy, why do you want that signature? You figure there's something funny about all this?
Funny isn't the word for it, California.
Here's an old receipt. Will this do?
Sure, just the thing. Only,
What's the matter, Hoppy?
are you sure this is John Carter's signature?
Of course. I know it isn't very legible. Uncle wasn't. I mean, isn't very good with the pen.
You go ahead and cry, Laura. It'll do you good. Come on, California.
Yeah, a sopping woman sure does sadden a feller.
Where are you going, Hoppy?
Just taking a little ride into town. I want a real close look at Dolan's bill of sale. Let's try up here in front of the mercantile.
I'm getting me a bottle of sarsaparilla. Oh, it sure's hot.
Hey, you better Round up the blacksmith shop.
A blacksmith shop? Why?
Your horse has a bar off his shoe, right foreleg. Look at the hoof print there in the dust.
Well, sure it is. Well, it ain't hurting nothing.
No, but it'll make it mighty easy for anybody to trail you.
Yeah, I reckon the tracks would be sort of different at that. Well, there's the blacksmith shop up yonder, and I'll just, Hey, Hoppy.
What's the matter?
See that fellow sitting on the bench in front of the blacksmith shop, the one with the beard?
Yeah, what about him?
Well, he kind of looks familiar, that's all.
Well, don't let it worry you.
Ah, but it does worry me, Hoppy. Somehow that fella and trouble go together. I can feel it in my bones. I've seen him somewhere. By golly, I got it. His name's Milo. Milo Birch.
Well, I'm glad that's settled.
Knowed him about 15 years ago. Oh, he was a bad one then.
And it doesn't look like he's improved much.
Now, what's Milo doing in a one-horse town like this, Hoppy? Yeah, his gun was always for sale to the highest bidder.
Maybe he's between jobs.
No, Milo ain't very bright, but he'll always be where somebody's shelling out the money.
Well, suppose you renew an old friendship when I see what there is to learn about the Triangle Water Company.
You know, Hoppy, a talk with Milo might be interesting. Yep, real interesting. Howdy there. Hey, say, mind if I sit down on the bench?
Yeah, I do mind.
Not even for an old friend?
Friend?
Sure. I know you wouldn't turn away California Carson.
California Carson? Well, I'll be hanged.
You sure was. Almost.
Almost what?
Almost hanged that time in El Paso. Remember?
Yeah. And wasn't you with the bunch that run me out of town?
Me? Oh, no, reckon you ought to know me better than that, Milo.
I don't know. I ain't so sure. But doggone it, anyway, you and me are going to drink to the old days, California. Yep. As soon as the jobs I'm doing is through, we'll have champagne.
Sarsaparilla for me.
All right, sarsaparilla. Tub full of it.
Say, you must be carrying a full money belt, huh?
I sure am, California. I got something big.
Cattle?
Nope.
Sheep, huh? Or maybe it's gold?
Ain't no gold. But I can look out my front door and see a couple of poor fools trying to pan some.
You don't say, huh?
Yeah. And they ain't had any luck at all.
Milo
Birch has all the luck.
Yeah. Milo, where is this here job?
30-minute ride from here.
Mm-hmm. Now, seeing as how we're old friends here, Milo, maybe you could
No,
I'm
sorry, California, but there ain't room for no more. Come on, and I'll buy you that sarsaparilla.
No, I think I'll just sit right here in the sun, Milo. I got some thinking to do.
Well, thanks for showing me the bill of sale, Dolan.
Not at all, Cassidy. As you can see, the transaction was perfectly legal. Deed's been recorded.
Any idea where Carter could have gone?
Frankly, Cassidy, I feel that two things prompted him to leave this valley. First, the cattlemen are against him.
And the others?
Well, maybe John Carter wanted to see the big city. A few wild oats he forgot to sow in his youth.
That doesn't sound much like John Carter.
The $15,000 I paid him for the ranch might change his thinking.
Maybe so. Just what do you plan to do with the ranch?
Take a look at this map, Cassidy.
Oh, the Carter ranch.
Yeah. I plan to cut it up into small farms. With big springs dammed up, the farmers will have plenty of water for irrigation.
What about the cattle ranchers?
The dam won't bother them. Only this time, they'll pay for their water.
And how about the price, Dolan?
That'll be taken care of. Due time.
I wouldn't press those boys too far.
Cassidy, when I want your advice, I'll ask for it.
You might be asking for it sooner than you expect, Dolan. Good day.
Hoppy, I ain't a bit hungry.
I'm not either, but a hotel dining room is a good place to talk and look over the citizens of this fair town. What did you find out from Milo Birch?
I hate to admit it, Hoppy, but I didn't learn a darn thing.
Well, you must have found out something. What did Milo say?
Nothing, except he was going to make a lot of money, but he ain't going to work very hard for it if I know Milo.
Go on.
Well, yes, he ain't working in town, because this job's a 30-minute ride from here.
Anybody working with him?
No, don't think so. Only fellas he sees are a couple of prospectors, panning gold.
You know, California, I think you found out a lot.
Doggone it, Hoppy. Don't go riding me. I just... look, coming this way.
Oh, it's Lara Carter.
Oh, Hoppy, I'm so glad I found you.
Here, sit down. What's the trouble?
Dolan is breaking ground for the dam tomorrow morning.
He's moving kind of fast, ain't he, Hoppy?
Yeah, maybe he believes a good offense is the best defense.
But, Hoppy, that's not all. The ranchers are holding a meeting tonight at the schoolhouse.
That sounds like trouble.
They're going to vote whether to prevent Dolan from going ahead with the dam.
If I know them fellers, it'll be guns talking, not votes.
Maybe so, California, but there's still time before the meeting.
Oh, if Uncle John would only come back.
They'd string him up to the nearest tree.
No, Laura's right. We need John Carter. And if he's alive, I'll find him before the meeting.
Before we continue with this exciting story, here is a word from your announcer. To all appearances, John Carter has sold his ranch to a man named Dolan, who plans to erect a dam and form the Triangle Water Company. Enraged by this, the Valley ranchers are threatening to take a rope to Carter if he ever sets foot in the district again. At the moment, Hoppy and California are talking to Laura Carter in the hotel dining room.
Oh, Hoppy, did you see Dolan?
Yes, and the signature on Dolan's bill of sale is genuine. It compares with the receipt you gave me.
I just know Uncle would never sign away his ranch and then... That man out there,
I don't see nobody.
through the front window.
Well, she's pointing at your old saddle part, California.
Oh, Milo Birch.
I'd forgot about him until now. He's the man who came out to the ranch and bought a horse from Uncle John.
Well, there's nothing strange about that.
I don't know. About 2 weeks ago, he bought a broken-down old gray that Uncle had been trying to sell. I wasn't at the ranch, but Uncle pointed him out to me on the street one day.
A broken-down gray. Hoppy, I told you Milo was kind of stupid.
I wonder if he's that stupid.
Uncle fancies himself quite a horse trader, and it tickled him to put something over on his back.
By any chance, did your uncle give Birch a bill of sale for the horse?
Why, yes. Come to think of it, he did.
Laura, you get back to the ranch and stay there.
But what if the ranchers come out and start trouble? The meeting's right after sundown.
If everything goes right, those ranchers may have a surprise when they call that meeting to order. California, I have a job for you.
Yeah, Hoppy.
When Milo Birch leaves town, see if you can trail him.
Sure.
But wait until after I've talked to him.
You're going to speak with Milo, eh?
Yeah, and you keep out of sight. Don't let him know we're working together.
Reckon Milo Birch would be plumb surprised to know I was the partner of Hopalong Cassidy.
He'll know in due time.
Please be careful, Hoppy. I'm sure that man is dangerous.
Don't you worry about me.
It's Milo Birch that'll have to do the worrying.
Howdy, stranger.
Howdy.
You gonna go for a ride?
What do you think I'm tightening this hinge for? Of course I'm taking a ride if it's any of your business.
Maybe it is my business.
Just what are you getting there?
That's a nice pinto you got there.
Yeah.
Got good lines. Sound horse. Sure know how to pick horse flesh.
Sure. I know a good horse when I see one.
And I'd have to get up before breakfast to beat you in a horse trade.
Yeah, I reckon he sure would.
Then why did you buy a broken-down old gray from John Carter?
How'd you know that?
Laura Carter told me.
Now, looky here. I don't aim to start no trouble.
Neither do I. Where is the gray horse?
I got him pastured up yonder.
You have the bill of sale Carter gave you?
That ain't none of your business. Now get out of here.
I want an answer, Birch, here and now.
Here's your answer.
Let go. You're breaking my arm.
Don't ever pull a gun on a man unless you're fast enough to use it. Now, drop that gun. Drop it.
All right.
Better?
Yeah. Just who are you, anyhow, stranger?
The name's Cassidy. Hopalong Cassidy.
Hopalong Cassidy?
And if you were a younger man, you'd have come out worse than you did.
Next time we meet, it'll be different. It sure will.
It's liable to be at that, Milo. Your kind usually winds up at the end of a rope. Go on, get on your horse while you're still able.
I ain't forgetting this.
Hoppy.
California, where are you?
Over here in the alley.
Milo's riding out of town.
Yeah, I'll follow him. But you better do something.
What do you mean?
I just seen some of them ranchers ride in. They're packing rifles and spoiling for trouble.
I'll go have a talk with them, see if I can cool them off. You take care of Milo.
Sure, Hoppy. I'll find his hideout, or my name ain't California Carlson. Doggone it, Milo came this far. I know it. Pretty slick. Riding up the creek so he couldn't be trailed.
What you doing up here, California?
Why, Milo, I was just getting some fresh air.
I figure that you've been following me.
Why, that ain't so, Milo.
I've been sitting up here watching you come up the trail.
Now, would I be doing any harm to an old friend like you?
And another thing. I've been thinking it over. And I'm almost sure you was with that bunch that run me out of El Paso.
Now, wait a minute, Milo. Put up that gun. You'll be shooting somebody if you ain't careful.
And it'll be you. Unbuckle your gun belt.
Now, Milo.
What would I say?
Well, yeah, sure. All right. What else can I do with a gun muzzle staring at my wishbone? There.
That's better. Now get on up ahead and don't try nothing.
No, where are we going?
To see the boss. He'll know what to do with the likes of you.
Like I've been telling you, Cassidy, there ain't going to be no holding the boys if something ain't done pronto. Us ranchers is plumb sick of things.
Well, flying off the handle won't solve anything.
Well, I never said it would. But we figured Dolan and Carter is trying to freeze us out of the country.
Dolan, maybe, but not Carter.
Now, wait a minute, Cassidy. I know your reputation, and I'm willing to string along. But some of my friends think it's awful funny how you keep sticking up for Carter.
Carter's my friend.
Then why don't you get him to tell the truth if he's all fired honest?
I will if I find him alive.
Alive? Are you hinting that Carter's been killed?
I'm not hinting at anything.
Well, I can't do any more than I have, Cassidy.
Just get the boys to hold off until the meeting tonight. California should be back soon.
Yeah, you've been saying that for an hour. Where is this partner, anyway?
That's what I'm beginning to wonder. California should have been back before this.
Where'd he go?
Oh, someplace that's about a 30-minute ride from there.
He could have rode 30 minutes in any direction. That don't mean nothing.
Well, that's a place where they're panning gold.
There ain't no gold around here.
Not even a couple of prospectors still trying to turn up some dust?
Huh. Come to think of it, there was a couple of fellas working out along the Crooked Creek Road.
Crooked Creek Road, huh?
Yeah, out west of town.
Thanks, mister. Thanks a lot.
Well, if that don't beat all. This town's like a powder keg with a fuse half lit, and he's going off to pan gold.
Why, I just can't understand you, Milo. Me and you being friends for so long.
Shut up. And quit looking at that rifle by the door. I'll put a slug in you before you can get off that chair.
I never seen the beat. You sure are a suspicious hombre. There's that thumping sound again. Under the floor.
It's the wind.
Yeah? It couldn't be old man Carter down there, could it?
If you don't shut up, you'll go down there with him.
So it is John Carter. You've been holding him prisoner.
If you don't shut up, you...
Somebody's coming.
Yeah. You sit there in that chair and don't move. I'm taking a look out the window. It's the boss.
I came a long way around so nobody can follow me. I gotta work fast, Milo. Ranchers are holding. Who's that?
A feller that...
I knew you were short on brains, Milo, but I didn't know you were that stupid.
But Dolan...
I told you never to bring anybody out here.
But he was following me, so I brung him along.
Oh, following you, huh? Who are you working for anyway?
Myself.
Dolan. We'll take care of you and Carter.
But, Dolan, I thought you wanted to keep the old man alive in case you wanted him to sign something.
We don't need his signature now.
Get your hands up, Dolan. You too, Milo.
Okay. What's the idea, Cassidy?
I've been out there in the brush for 10 minutes. I figured Milo was waiting for the boss, and I knew that his name was Dolan.
Why, you've been eavesdropping, Hoppy. Well, I'll be doggone.
Get their guns, California.
It'll be a pleasure.
You're not going to get mine?
Look out, Hoppy.
Your fingers will sting for a while, Dolan, but you're not hurt.
You pay for this, Cassidy.
Now, don't try to pick up that gun. Next time I'll do more than shoot it out of your hand.
Hoppy, they got Carter downstairs.
So I heard. We'll get him and ride into town.
What do you figure to do with me?
You and Milo will have a nice long time to think of your sins. Up in state prison. But first, we're all going to attend a meeting in Kearneyville. The ranchers you tried to swindle are going to be very happy to learn the truth, Dolan. Hold on there, boys. The first man that crosses that line will find himself in trouble. Go ahead, Carter. Tell him the truth.
Men, the ranch ain't sold. There's going to be water from the springs just like before.
How come you signed the bill of sale if it's a doggone honest, Carter?
I'm a proud man, boys. I never had book learning.
Well, that ain't nothing to be ashamed of.
Yes, it is. Boys, I can't read or write.
If that don't beat all.
Well, I've known you for 20 years. It's the first time I ever heard that.
Carter, I knew that's the way it was. Because if you could read, you'd never sign away your land.
I was so happy to get the best of Milo Birch in that horse deal that I just didn't think when I signed that paper there'd be a bill of sale for my ranch. But as long as there's water in my springs, you'll get all you want, and it won't cost you a blame cent. Hey! And I ain't never going to sign my name to another thing till I learn to read.
Now back to our story.
Hoppy, what made you so darn sure that Dolan and Birch was working together?
Birch wanted to fight when I had to see the bill of sale for the horse he bought from Carter. An honest man wouldn't do that.
Doggone it, Hoppy, quit grinning and tell me, how come you found the hideout so easy?
I just looked where you'd be, and there you were.
It wasn't as easy as that. I seen other hoof prints along that creek bank.
Sure. There was only one set that belonged to a shiftless, lazy fellow who wouldn't take the time to have a new shoe put on his horse.
By golly, you're right. I plumb forgot about that missing bar. But how'd you know where to look?
You told me.
Oh, I told you?
Well, sure. You said 2 prospectors were panning gold. And you said that Milo claimed it took him 30 minutes to ride to his job. I found out the prospectors were working on Crooked Creek, and sure enough, there were the tracks of your horse.
Well, doggone. I sure helped, didn't I?
Oh, you helped a lot.
Oh, and another thing, Hoppy. How come you knew Carter couldn't read or write?
Laura told us she read his letters to him, remember?
Yeah, that's right. Never thought of it.
Carter could read. He'd have read his own letters.
Well, I guess there ain't nothing else to do but head for home.
Yeah, how about getting a new shoe for your horse?
Uh-oh, there ain't no hurry about it.
Never put off till tomorrow what you can do today. What's so funny, California?
That putting off business. Say, it's a good thing I didn't think of that yesterday.
How do you mean?
Well, if yesterday I'd have done what I could have done today, if I'd done today what...
mixed up, huh?
Well, doggone it, yeah. What I'm trying to say is this. If I'd have had that shoe fixed yesterday, you wouldn't have seen that missing bar and never found me. And look at what would have happened today.
I have nothing to say.
I got you, Hoppy, huh? For once, you ain't got an answer. You ain't got a word to say.
Goodbye from Hopalong Cassidy. We hope you'll be back with us when Hoppy and California again ride out from the Bar 20 for another dangerous and exciting adventure of the Old West. Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. Renegades of the San Rafael was written by Dean Owen and Howard Swart. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence E. Mulford. This is a Commodore production. It's Hopalong Cassidy. With action and suspense, out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The Ring of the Silver Spurs heralds the most amazing man ever to ride the prairies of the early West, Hopalong Cassidy. This famous hero thrills his 60 million fans with action and dangerous adventure. In the role of Hopalong Cassidy is the popular star of the motion picture series, William Boyd. And appearing as that laughable old character, California, is Andy Clyde. Now to our story, The Phantom Bandito. Hoppy's spurs at the moment are jingling down the boardwalk of Council City, the railhead where hundreds of cowmen come from every direction once a year to sell and ship their cattle. And Council City does everything in its power to accommodate them. The honky-tonks, the hotels, the gambling joints abuzz with activity. The marshal and his deputies on double duty. And the cowmen, too many of them, looking for a handy place to squander a year's wages.
Concern it, Hoppy, I'm reaching the end of my tie rope.
Now, take it easy, California.
Ain't we partners?
Right.
Ain't I sighted you clean from Pawnee Junction to Pecos since you was the greenest hand in the Bar 20?
Sure.
And every time some outlaw run us up a tree, who was right there hanging to the next branch?
California Carlson.
Correct. Then why internationally you keeping secrets from me?
Secrets?
Oh, now, don't give me them innocent blue eyes, and don't tell me we're here in Council City just to sell them cattle. Now, you know as well as I do that Baker's Crossing's a darn sight nearer the Bar 20. You've been selling cows there for 10 years. Now,
here we are. The Arcade Saloon.
Now, what's that got to do with
It's run by Mr. Sanderson, California, the man who wants to buy our cattle. Come on, let's go inside. I better check with the bartender.
What'll it be, gents?
We're looking for Mr. Sanderson.
Well, he ain't here right now. He's out looking over some steers. I'll be back any minute. You want to wait?
No, guess we'll take a look at the town and come back when...
Why, what's the matter, Hoppy?
Say, who's that fellow?
Huh?
At the bar down there.
Oh, him. Well, that's young Byers. Owns a ranch south of here.
Oh, I changed my mind. I guess we will wait. Bring us a couple of sarsaparillas, will you?
Huh?
Without the snake juice.
You boys sure you want them straight? Might fix you up a little chaser.
Hoppy, look at that Byers fellow. Well, what's wrong?
Don't stare at him.
Looks like he's lost his last friend.
Worse than that if I saw what I think I saw.
Hey, look what he's...
Stay right here. I wouldn't do that if I were you.
Huh? Let me alone, will you? I do's my own business.
I'm just asking you to think it over a minute.
I've thought it over all I want to. Now beat it, will you? Get out of here.
Not till you give me that.
Nobody's going to stop me now, do you hear?
I'm afraid that's just what I'm going to do. Like that.
Now, look, mister, I didn't like that. I didn't like that at all. Oh.
Okay, Sonny. I hate to do this, but... Turn it down, boys. Turn it down. What's going on here? Oh, that's sarsaparilla, huh? The big man from out the west.
I'm sorry. I didn't want to raise a ruckus, but I...
But what?
California.
Yeah.
Take this boy over to our room at the hotel. Put him on the bed. I'll be over in a minute.
Sure. Looks like he could use a bed right now. Come on, Sonny.
I'm still asking my questions, sarsaparilla. What's this all about?
Take a look at that glass at your feet.
Sure. He bought a drink. It's one of our glasses.
Only look at what he poured in it.
Huh? Let's see that. Gosh, old hemlock.
Poison. The kid was trying to kill himself.
Now back to Hopalong Cassidy. Hoppy and California are in Council City to sell 500 head of prime bar 20 steers to a Mr. Sanderson. Or at least that's the story Hoppy's given out. But now as he hurries back to the hotel, his mind is mostly on the young cowboy who almost succeeded in poisoning himself in the arcade bar. The boy is just coming to as Hoppy arrives at the room.
How's he getting along? Oh, he's coming around all right. You sure didn't pull that punch on him.
I didn't want to stand there and argue it out in front of all the customers.
What happened? You walked into Mr. Cassidy's good right hand, Sonny.
I'm sorry, kid. I had to do it. Now, why don't you tell me what the trouble is?
I want to talk about it.
Now, you never can tell. Might be able to help you.
Seems like we do more of that sometimes than selling cows. You can't help me now. I don't suppose it'll do any harm to tell you. I'm broke, see?
Well, there's nothing wrong with being broke. You need a job, why?
I got a job. Got a ranch, too. Or I had one.
What do you mean?
1,000 acres. Prettiest range land you ever saw. I come here to Council City 6 weeks ago with my first cattle. 300 head of Herefords. Everything depended on the money I got for them.
Then what?
I sold them for $20 a head.
That's $6,000.
Cash. I was pretty happy and pretty foolish, I guess. I started home that afternoon. My ranch, the Circle B, is 20 miles south of here. 4 or 5 miles out of town, out near Stone Canyon. Suddenly found out how foolish I was.
How come?
El Sombrero Negro, the black hat.
Huh? Go on, Byers. What about the black hat?
Well, he was waiting for me at a narrow place in the trail. Before I knew it, there was a gun in my back, and the 6,000 was gone.
Did you get a good look at the bandit?
Not very. He's dressed in black. Black chaps, shirt, sombrero, black mask on his face, rides a big black stallion. Must be the fastest horse in this part of the country. I was crazy mad after it happened. Even though he took my gun, I went after him. But it was hopeless. Got my money and the ranch and went with it. What could I tell my wife, Mr. Cassidy? Sorry, Janie, I got robbed. I lost the ranch. Sorry, but it's gone.
Take it easy, Byers.
For 6 weeks now I've been after him. I swore I'd get him. I've covered Stone Canyon down to the last clump of greasewood. It's like chasing a phantom. That's why tonight I guess I gave up.
Well, that's a tough one, Byers. The answer you hit on over at the arcade isn't the right one.
I guess I know that now.
You say you lost your ranch?
I got 2 weeks left. There's a loan on it that has to be paid off.
Who holds it?
Mr. Sanderson.
I see. Did you ask for an extension?
Why should he extend it? He wants that land. Finest piece of cattle range in the county.
Yeah. Who'd you sell the cattle to?
Sanderson.
That's interesting. Why didn't he write off the loan right there? Why'd he give you the cash?
I thought it was funny at the time. He said I'd better take the cash. That he had to send away for the papers. He'd come down to the ranch on the due date and close it up official. You know, Hoppy, I'm beginning to see why we come to Council City to sell them.
Never mind, California. You keep Byers company for a while, will you? It's about time I looked up an old friend. So you think it's going to be tough, Marshal?
Tell me, Hoppy, have I ever sent for you on an easy case?
Excuse me for living.
No, it's a tough one, all right, Hoppy, in more ways than one. El Sombrero Negro, they call him. The black hat. He's more like a ghost. He can smell money like a bloodhound. Knows just who's carrying it and who isn't. Hits hard and fast. 4 times in the last 3 weeks.
Have you seen him?
Twice. Thought we had him once. Ran him up Stone Canyon right to the end. 1 minute he was there, and the next he was gone. Disappeared almost before our eyes. Yeah, that's one of the things that makes it tough.
And what's the other one?
Sanderson.
That's what I thought.
He runs this town, Hoppy.
You suspect him?
Well, there's been 5 robberies altogether. All of them cattlemen who just sold their stock to Sanderson and were leaving town with the money. Don't take much of a detective to add that up. But it's still only suspicion. We've got to catch the black hat in the act, Hoppy. The only way.
And that's why you wrote me to bring my next batch of cows to Council City.
Right.
Who's that?
It must be Miss Vance, Sanderson's secretary. She said she wanted to see me tonight.
Wait a minute. I don't want anyone to know we're working together. I'll be in the next room.
Marshal,
Come in.
I can only stay a minute. I can't let him know I'm here. You heard about Fred Byers.
Huh?
Tried to kill himself in the arcade an hour ago.
I see.
How much longer are you going to allow this to go on?
Until I get proof, Miss Vance.
Well, I don't need any more proof.
What do you mean?
While Sanderson was out this afternoon, I went to his desk. I found this.
Well, a black mask.
Is that proof enough for you?
I don't know.
Well, I do. The townspeople are ready to lynch someone, Marshal. They're tired of waiting, and so am I. If you insist on sitting up here in your office
Now,
while
just a minute, Miss Vance. Until the United States government tells me different, I'm in charge of the law here, and I'll conduct my office as I see fit. When I get a case against Sanderson, I'll move, and not until.
All right, Marshal. But I hope for your sake you move soon enough. Good night.
Good night. Well, what do you think, Hoppy?
Hard to say.
There it is. Prettiest piece of evidence a man could want.
Wonder if Sanderson's in his office now.
Why, sure. The arcade runs till midnight. Why?
Thought I might run over and talk business with him. After all, he's the boy who's going to buy my cows, isn't he?
Nice of you to drop in tonight, Cassidy. Here, have a cigar.
No, thanks, Mr. Sanderson.
I hope you don't mind if I do. I always think better with a cigar in the mouth. There we are. Now, we'll close at 20, huh? 20 satisfactory to you?
That's a fair price.
Good. Hate to haggle. I could see you hate it too, Cassidy. The minute you came in tonight, I said to myself, now there's a man who's got a price in his mind. If I meet it, fine. If I don't, no deal. Kind of an amateur student of character, Cassidy. Usually come up pretty close, too.
And you're a mighty good businessman, aren't you, Mr. Sanderson?
Oh, I do my best.
Make a pretty good go as a cattle broker, or run a couple of saloons.
Well, I like to keep busy.
And I see you play around with mining, too.
You mean the map on the wall?
Yeah, and those gold nugget cufflinks you're wearing.
Well, I'll tell you a secret, Cassidy. As a mining man, I'm a flop. Put a lot of money in it, too. That map on the wall up there is to remind me I can lose money faster than I can make it sometimes.
Is that so?
Mm-hmm. It's called the Gold Arrow. A few miles out of town, just over the ridge from Stone Canyon. Spent a fortune, put in 6 miles of tunnels. But all I got was this pair of cufflinks. Pretty expensive cufflinks, huh? Well, back to business. Here's the bill of sale. And 500 head at 20 is 10,000 each. There you are.
In cash?
Well, why not?
Seems like a lot of money for a fellow to pack around in greenbacks. How about a check?
Sorry, I don't do business that way, Cassidy. Don't even carry a checking account.
Any particular reason?
Yeah. I don't trust banks. My father lost everything he had in '73, and I don't intend to do the same.
I see.
So if you want to do business with me, it's cash on the barrelhead. Take it or leave it.
That what you told Fred Byers?
Yeah. Anything wrong with that?
I think so. You could have written off that mortgage on his ranch with a bill of sale on his cattle.
Now, wait a minute, Cassidy.
I'm not through. If you'd handled the deal sensibly instead of sending him out of here with $6,000 in his jeans, he'd have owned his ranch clear. Now he's wiped out. Walks into the bar downstairs and tries to kill himself with poison. All because you don't trust banks. Or is that the real reason, Sanderson?
So you've been listening to it, too, have you?
What?
Talk around town about me. I guess it's the same everywhere, Cassidy. Man pulls into town with nothing except the clothes on his back, a pair of hands, and a lot of ambition. He works hard, he builds up a business, he gets rich. While he's poor, he's a good fella. When he makes his pile, he's suddenly a thieving skunk who'd murder his own grandmother for a dime.
I'm not talking about your money, Sanderson. I just said if it weren't for that crazy notion of yours about banks, Fred Byers would have his ranch instead of you. And I don't think it's going to break your heart to foreclose on him, is it?
Seems to me you come here to sell some cattle. You going to sign the bill of sale?
Sure. There you are.
Thanks. Take care of that cash, won't you?
You can bet I will. Good night, Sanderson.
Good night. And, good luck.
You don't mean you're going to risk the whole 10,000?
Hand me that bundle of bills there, California.
Here you are, but danged if I know what you're doing.
I think 1,000 ought to do it, Marshal. We'll leave the rest here in your safe.
Concern it, Hoppy. I wish you'd slow down to a fast gallop so a buddy could catch up. What you doing putting them marks in them bills?
Just putting a little black dot next to the serial numbers.
Sure I can't help you? Look, let me sit down beside you and put Whiskers and Andy Jackson's picture there.
I'm going fishing, California.
Good Lord Almighty. Fishing.
And I'm telling you, you ain't going to get a bite, Hoppy.
And I ain't going to stand for this another minute. What's going on here? What?
There's a big fish swimming around out in Stone Canyon, and I'm going after him with this money here as bait.
You mean the black hat?
That's right.
Hoppy figures the bandito will tackle him if he starts back to the bar 20 tonight with that money. I don't.
Why not?
Because he's too smart to tackle Hopalong Cassidy on a dark trail, even Steven, that's why. He knows he'd get run off with more holes in him than a Swiss cheese.
Well, maybe you're right, Marshal. But it's a cinch he wouldn't tackle you. So?
I don't like the direction this conversation is going. Now, why are you looking at me?
No, California wouldn't work either.
I reckon not.
Why not?
Well, you can't send a boy out to do a man's job, California.
No, wait a minute.
Bandito's a mighty tough hombre. Can't tell what might happen.
I ain't afraid
Forget it, California. I wouldn't risk your neck for anything. After all, at your age, a man ought to begin to take things easy.
At my age? Now listen here. If you think I can't give that bandito coyote cards and spades and hog time with one hand behind my back,
You mean you want the job?
You darn tootin' I want the job. Now, give me that money.
She's all yours.
Why, I was in the saddle when you fellers was in three-cornered pants, and that bandito feller, too. Sure, let me see him face to face.
You will, California. You will.
Huh?
You just got yourself a job.
Huh? You know, I get a feeling I was euchred into this.
Before we continue with this exciting story, here is a word from your announcer. Now back to our story. It's now almost midnight, 3 hours since California, carrying $1,000 in marked money, set out on the trail leading north from Council City, supposedly on his way back to the Bar 20. Hoppy and the marshal, high on a rocky peak, are watching the moonlit valley below.
Take it easy, Hoppy.
I can't help it, Marshal. I'm beginning to get jumpy. He's a half hour overdue.
Oh, you told him to take his time.
Yeah, I know, but...
Well, we're in luck in one way, at least.
Huh?
That moon. Bright as daylight down there.
I hope you're right about the black hat. If anything happened to California,
Forget it, Hoppy. There are two kinds of outlaws. The killers and the smart ones. And the black hat, the smart kind. California ain't gonna get hurt.
Well, I'd feel better if I was down there instead of...
Wait. What's up?
Look, where the trail comes out of that shadow down there.
Yep, it's California, all right.
He's moving into the shadow again. Ought to come out on the other side of that boulder.
There it is, just like I said.
What do you mean he isn't a killer?
He's shooting high. That's his stopper. And that's the one that says he means business.
Come on, let's get going.
Where'd he go?
Ran him right up the cliff here. Then it seemed he dropped out of sight.
That black stallion of his is the fastest thing on 4 feet.
Where's California?
Right behind me. He's okay.
Good. It doesn't make sense, Marshal. A man and a horse just don't vanish into thin air. He's got to be around somewhere. You sure there's no trail leading up to the rim?
Positive. There's no way out of Stone Canyon but the way we come. I've been over every inch of it with Fred Byers.
California.
Hoppy, I seen you take out after him.
Ah, nice work. I wish I'd done my job as well as you did yours.
Where'd the varmint go?
That's rather an embarrassing question, California. Seems we were chasing a spook.
Ain't no spook I dealings with down there in the trail.
What did his voice sound like?
I couldn't tell. Underneath that mask. All he said was, stick 'em up. And my teeth was chattering so loud I was lucky to hear that. But while he was relieving me of my money, he left something behind.
What's that?
Here, take a look.
What is it, Hoppy?
A cufflink.
I picked it up. I picked it up after he took off. He dropped it in the trail by accident.
I wonder if it was an accident.
What do you mean, Hoppy?
I don't know, but Mr. Sanderson might have an idea or two on that subject when I give it back to him tomorrow morning.
Good morning, Cassidy.
Oh, hello, Mr. Sanderson. I was just looking at the map of your mine here.
So I see.
Looks like you tunneled almost through the ridge here from Green Valley to Stone Canyon.
That's right. Now, suppose you tell me what you're doing in my office.
Oh, come now, Mr. Sanderson. I'm not holding any grudges about yesterday. There's no reason why you should.
I asked you what you were doing here.
Thought I'd do you a favor. Ever seen that before?
Where'd you get it?
Answer my question first.
Of course I've seen it before. It was stolen from my home a few days ago.
Oh, seems to me I saw you wearing a pair of nugget cufflinks yesterday.
That was the other pair. I have two.
Where were you last night at 11 o'clock, Sanderson?
At home?
Anyone with you?
No. I'd like to know where you got that cufflink.
I know you would. See you later, Sanderson.
No dice, Hoppy. This rock wall's 2 feet thick. And the whole end of the canyon here's the same way.
I want to see for myself. Let's work up farther up the slope. Any luck, California?
Nothing down here.
There's got to be somewhere along here.
I wish I were as sure of myself as you. It's almost dark, Hoppy. Why can't we...
We still got a half hour. That mine tunnel of Sanderson's comes almost through to this side of the cliff here. Goes right under the ridge between this end of Stone Canyon and Green Valley on the other side. It can't be coincidence the black hat seems to disappear right at this exact spot.
Oh, but good Lord, man. A hole big enough for a horse and rider would be...
Hold it. Look up there.
Where?
That crack in the granite about 15 feet up. Look what's coming out.
Bats. Well, I'll be...
Thousands of them. There's your cave, Marshal.
Yeah, but how in tarnation could...
That thin rock underneath it must shove aside or something. Come on, give me a hand. California.
Right behind you.
This big slab looks like it might... Yeah. Look at those scratches in the dirt. Come on now. All together. Well, satisfied now, Marshal?
I'm eating crow, Cassidy. Let's go in.
Light up the candle, California.
Yeah. And I'll bring up the rear, if you don't mind. Just as soon as... I don't want to meet that critter face to face in his own hole.
Let's pull the stone back the way it was.
Yeah. And leave us all shut up in here? Well, yeah, sure, all right.
Okay, let's go.
How far do you think the tunnel goes, Hoppy?
It ties in with that blind drift Sanderson told me about. From there, you could go right through the ridge to the Green Valley.
No wonder he was able to disappear so easy. You reckon he went right through, or...
Wait a minute. Watch out. Take a look. In this pocket of the tunnel.
Well, cigarette butts, a lamp, boxes.
Hold the candle, Marshal.
Yeah.
Let's see what's in this box.
Look at them greenbacks.
Gee, that's it, Hoppy. There's the Wells Fargo pouch. The envelope Fred Byers kept his money in. It's all there.
Yeah. Looks like we found out where our friend hangs his black hat.
In the darkness of the cave at the end of Stone Canyon, Hoppy, California, and the marshal have found the answer to part of the mystery surrounding El Sombrero Negro, the phantom bandit in the black hat. But even though the stolen money is there, the most important question is still unanswered.
What do you figure I'm doing, Hoppy? Waiting here for Sanderson to show up?
What makes you think of Sanderson?
What makes us... Humpy, you ain't telling us the bandit's somebody else, are you?
I didn't say that. I'm just not sure it's Sanderson.
Well, good Lord, everything points to him. He ran the mine, knows the tunnels. Every one of the robberies followed one of his money deals.
Yeah, and what about that cufflink?
That still doesn't mean it's Sanderson.
Well, who else could have...
His secretary.
Miss Vance?
Huh? What do you...
She knows all of Sanderson's business. She could have stolen that cufflink and had it planted to throw suspicion onto him. And above everything else, she hates him and makes no secret of it.
I can't believe that, Miss Vance.
Another thing, I don't think that's her right name.
All right, if her name isn't Vance, what is it?
Wait, put out the candle.
Right, Hoppy. Shh. Hold still now. I'm ready.
Huh? Janet, who's there?
Put up your hand.
No, you don't. Oh!
You got him, Hoppy.
Light up the candle.
Who is it, Hoppy?
Fred Byers.
Yeah, I thought that suicide act was a fake. He knew why I was here and was trying to throw me off.
Fred, why, I never would have dreamed.
No, I guess he had us all fooled for a while. Well, let's get back to town. I think we owe Mr. Sanderson an apology. And, of course, we'll have to notify the widow.
Widow?
Sure, Mrs. Fred Byers, otherwise known as Miss Vance. Well, I'll leave that one to you, Marshal. That seems to be a matter for the law.
We hope you'll be with us next time when Hoppy and California will again ride out from the Bar 20 for another dangerous and exciting adventure of the Old West. Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. The Phantom Bandito was written by Harold Swanton. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence E. Mulford. This is a Commodore production. It's Hopalong Cassidy. With action and suspense, out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The Ring of the Silver Spurs heralds the most amazing man ever to ride the prairies of the early West, Hopalong Cassidy. This famous hero thrills his 60 million fans with action and dangerous adventure. In the role of Hopalong Cassidy is the popular star of the motion picture series, William Boyd. And appearing as that laughable old character, California, is Andy Clyde. Now to our story, Murder on the Trail. Some folks always seem to be right in the center of excitement. And that may be because some folks look for it. Of course, you'd never get Hopalong Cassidy to admit that, but his pal California strongly suspects it, and especially now that they interrupted a peaceful ride back to the Bar 20 to hitch over to Rapid River for the night.
Now, there's the Rapid River Hotel up ahead on the right. Let's see if they have a couple of empty sacks.
I'd sooner be out under the stars, and so would you, Hoppy. You can't fool me why we come here. You decided awful sudden after you heard there was a little trouble.
Me? Walk into trouble? Why, California, you hurt my feelings.
Well, you're going to hurt my stomach if we don't get some grub pretty soon.
Soon as we get a room lined up. Folks there in the lobby seem pretty excited.
Yeah, I guess they're talking about the killing. Who was it?
Mr. Mills. He owned the stagecoach line.
Robbery, I suppose?
No, he was...
Hey, you! Hey, you're Hopalong Cassidy, ain't you?
That's right.
You're wanted at the museum.
Really? Well, I hadn't figured on being put under glass quite so early in life.
You tell him, Hoppy.
Go on over, pal. You'll enjoy yourself in a museum.
What makes you think so?
Well, you seem to like keeping an old relic around.
Huh? What do you say? Why, if that ain't they did, I ought to, of all, doggone you,
Come in, Mr. Cassidy.
I had a message for somebody here at the museum.
Yes, I sent the message. I saw you ride into town a little while ago, and I thought perhaps you could help me.
Well, this is my partner, California Carlson.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. My name is Muncie.
Howdy. I judge you're upset because of the murder, Mr. Muncie.
Oh, yes, indeed. I'm responsible for it.
You're what?
Well, just what I said. Mr. Mills would be alive now if it weren't for me. I deciphered a map showing the secret passage into Lost Canyon, and I showed it to Mr. Mills. He had always been so interested in the canyon. He started for there at sunup, and by noon a rider found him dead.
Well, that doesn't make you responsible.
No, but I knew it would happen to anyone who tried to go up into the canyon. I knew it when I showed him that map.
This is getting kind of complicated. Now, why is an old Lost Canyon so dangerous?
There's a legend about that canyon,
A
California.
true legend, Mr. Cassidy, of the vow taken by the Jepson followers never to let anyone invade their canyon. It has been sealed up for 20 years. Disaster will overtake anyone who tries to enter Lost Canyon.
But it doesn't seem like religious folks would take to murder.
Don't you understand, Mr. Cassidy? They're fanatics. They will stop at nothing. Look here in this cabinet. Now, these are dumb bullets. They have a hollow nose. Rip a man to pieces when they strike. The British developed them. And do you know why? To stop fanatics who couldn't be downed by an ordinary bullet.
But you're speaking of savage frontiersmen, Mr. Muncie.
Then you aren't afraid of these people in Lost Canyon?
You don't know Hopalong Cassidy very well, or you know he ain't afraid of nothing.
Then will you take the map?
What?
The map to Lost Canyon. I'm not a brave man, Mr. Cassidy, and now I'm terrified. I just want to live here among my treasures. I don't want any violence to befall me.
I don't suppose any of us really wants violence.
But you can cope with it. Please, will you take the map?
Well...
Go ahead, Hoppy. You're just itching to get into more adventure.
Good. I have it hidden in this room. I'll be right back.
I know something like this should happen, Hoppy. You head for danger like Topper does to a field of wild oats.
Oh, there's no danger in this. Mr. Muncie is just an excitable little man.
What in blazes?
Mr. Muncie.
Hoppy, look. This axe, it's split his skull. It's out from the wall, or maybe...
I know what you mean. Go get a doctor, quick.
Now back to Hopalong Cassidy. Hoppy rode into Rapid River because he was curious about one murder, and now he's mixed up in another. The town is in a nasty mood. They want somebody to pay for the killing, all of which puts Hoppy in California in a pretty tough spot. The Dot Little Museum is now bristling with outraged townsfolk, and the sheriff is not having much success keeping order.
Get the two main lieutenants. Enough of this killing. Yeah, string them up before somebody else gets it. They were the only ones in the museum.
Men, get back. I'm the law around here. This is my business.
When our friends go getting killed, it's pretty much our business, I figure. Bring them two men out of the other room and let us tend to them. That's what we want. We'll give them just...
Now, quiet, all of you. I'm drawing my gun, and the first man that interferes with me is going to get it, you understand? It's mobs like you that hang innocent men. And there'll be none of that in Rapid River.
Then stop this murder.
I will stop it. I will. In the right way. All right, Deputy. Bring them two men out.
Yeah. There's the whole gang.
Shut up.
This gun's cocked, and I mean business. Stay back if you want to keep your head on straight.
Thanks, Sheriff. They don't seem very friendly.
I'm here to keep the law, and if you're guilty, you'll hang just as they want.
Now, look here, Sheriff. You don't know who you're talking to.
Oh, am I supposed to bow when I meet you?
No, but by golly, you'll take off your hat when you meet my partner here. This is Hopalong Cassidy.
Uh-huh.
How do you do, Sheriff?
You're Hopalong?
Don't let him trick you, Sheriff.
Shut up! Nobody tricks Sheriff Richards. So you're supposed to be Hopalong Cassidy, huh?
No, Sheriff, I'm not supposed to be. I am.
Ain't you never seen his picture?
The only pictures I ever see are the ones with wanted on them.
Ain't true. He ain't Hopalong.
Ain't nobody here ever seen Hopalong? Huh? Oh, shut up, Jake. A lot of good you'll do it.
Well, if the fella knows me, bring him out, Sheriff.
Nah, that's old Jake Peters, blind as a bat.
I don't need eyes to know Hopalong Cassidy. Let me through here.
How in tarnation you gonna tell, Jake?
I got ways. Where is this fella?
Here I am. You must be the Jake Peters that used to ride range in Cheyenne.
Now don't confuse me with talk. There's one sure way I can tell Hopalong. Don't matter now if I don't have eyes to see him. I'll still know him if I can just hear him walk.
Huh?
Yeah.
Doggone if this ain't something.
Go ahead, you walk.
Like this, Jake?
Yeah. A little more. It's him, Sheriff. That's Hopalong. I'd know the ring of his spurs anywhere.
You sure, Jake?
Of course I am.
Well, that's good enough for me.
You're welcome to Rapid River, Hoppy.
Thanks, Jake. Your friends were hard to convince.
Well, I'm right sorry, Mr. Cassidy. But you know, a feller can't be too careful, especially when he's the law.
Hoppy ain't used to treatment like this.
I understand, Sheriff, and I'll be obliged now if I can help in any way to clean up this murder.
Thanks, but we don't need no help. We're used to handling our own affairs in Rapid River. Come on, men. Way out of this museum. We ain't getting nothing done hanging around here.
Oh, Sheriff.
Yeah?
Do you mind if my friends and I stayed here for a while and looked over the displays? Seems to be quite a fine collection.
Well, I don't know.
Well, we rode quite a ways to see this museum. We'd be grateful if we could stay and look it over.
Well, just because you're Hopalong Cassidy don't think you're privileged character around here. I'd do the same for any citizen. You can stay for 10 minutes.
Thanks, Sheriff. That'll be fine.
Why, that insulting tin-horn sheriff. The idea, him talking to you the way he did.
Oh, forget it. He was just trying to impress us.
I don't know why you went to all that trouble to stay in this here museum anyway.
Don't you know California? Really?
Oh, all right. Of course I know. You think you can find something that the sheriff didn't in his investigation?
I'm sure of it. Mr. Muncie was a nice little fellow, and I'm pretty put out that somebody would go to the trouble to murder him.
But there ain't nothing to prove it was a killing. There's axes all over the room he was in. It could have been an accident.
Do you think it was?
Well, I don't know.
Come on in here. I know there's something that may help you decide.
Oh, this blood all over the floor is giving me indigestion.
That's impossible, California. You haven't eaten anything.
Doggone, that's right. That's what I'm feeling. No supper.
Now, look here. See these axes? Go on, take one off the wall.
Then I'd rather just as well look at them from here.
Don't you see something pretty obvious? Look at this one. And this row over here. See?
I don't see nothing except a bunch of axes.
But don't you realize that there's not one of them in here that is like the one that fell and killed Mr. Muncie?
Well, sure there is. It was just like these red-handled ones.
I don't mean the handle. I mean the other end.
The blade.
That's right. Every axe in here is so dull you couldn't cut summer butter with it. But the one that fell was sharp enough to slash a human skull.
You're right, Hoppy. Gee willikins, what do you think of that?
Shh, quiet.
Huh?
Howdy, boys. Howdy. Mind if I go along on this little tour? My education has been kind of neglected.
Come on in, mister, but don't hide behind doors. You might get into trouble.
Oh, I never get in trouble. But you might. Especially if I was to tell the sheriff that about an hour ago I delivered a message to you from Mr. Muncie.
And how is that going to cause trouble?
Well, it depends on what the message was. If I was to say that Mr. Muncie wanted you to please leave him alone, and he couldn't possibly make the payoff that you demanded.
Why, you
California,
dirty...
stop that.
Fighting ain't the answer, cowpoke.
No, I can see that. California, how much do you have with you?
What?
Get out your pouch, California.
Hoppy? Well,
We understand each other, eh, Mr. Cassidy?
Yeah, we certainly do. I don't believe I know your name, though.
Oh, the folks just call me Brick.
Gold Brick, maybe.
Now, listen, you old goat.
Yeah, Brick.
A crack like...
Yeah, something to make you feel better. And don't go causing any trouble, will you? We just want to stay out of this.
That's better. You know, I was watching through the window all the time.
Oh, you were?
Huh?
Well, don't say anything about our taking the map, will you? We're just collecting curios for our ranch.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, sucker. Thanks. Now I think fine.
Hoppy, are you stark raving mad? What do you mean by paying off that little chiseler? And why did you tell him about finding the map?
But I didn't find it, California. I just thought it might be interesting to see what he would do if he thought I did. Come on now, let's have our dinner and see what we can figure out.
Now you're talking. I can just taste a big hunk of steak. Hoppy, I just thought of something.
What?
We can't buy no dinner. You gave that chiseler all the money we had.
Oh, what do you think of that? Well, the bank will be open in the morning, so let's go dream of a hearty breakfast.
Before we continue with this exciting story, here is a word from your announcer. Now back to Hopalong Cassidy and our story, Murder on the Trail. One of the leading citizens of Rapid River has been murdered because he started up into Lost Canyon. Then Mr. Munsey, curator of the museum, was killed by a fallen axe as he was about to give Hopalong Cassidy the map showing the secret passage into Lost Canyon. So now Hoppy and California are camped out on the edge of town, and they're trying to figure out two things. Who is doing the killings and why?
It doesn't add up, California. Just 2 men have been killed for no apparent reason.
But the little fellow at the museum told you the reason. They're religious groups.
No, California. I don't think that's the answer. It's very seldom that wars are fought or murders are committed because of religion. People generally kill for a very earthly possession.
You mean money?
Uh-huh. But in this instance, I can't figure out who will gain and who will lose because of this map showing the secret passage into Lost Canyon.
Sure wish you hadn't told that brick fella that we have the map.
But that may bring the murderer out into the open. Why, we may even have visitors before the night's over.
You think so? Say, maybe we should have gotten a hotel room after all.
Why, California. You said you didn't want to ask for a room without having the money to pay in advance. You were afraid of being embarrassed.
Well, I'd rather be embarrassed than dead.
Do I detect a note of fear someplace?
I just don't want to die on an empty stomach, that's all. If I'd had supper, I wouldn't have mind laying out here to be shot.
But think how much you have to look forward to. As soon as the bank is open in the morning, I'll buy you the biggest breakfast in Rapid River.
You will, Hoppy?
You bet. Buckwheat cakes stacked a foot high. You dream about that.
Mm-hmm. Swimming in syrup and gobs of butter.
That's right. And brown little sausages to spice them up.
Buckwheat cakes. Sausages.
And a pile of scrambled eggs.
Scrambled eggs. Sausages.
Sure.
Sweet dreams, California. I'd better shut up and get to sleep myself. All this talk of food is killing me.
California, wake up.
Yeah. Breakfast time already? Suffering snakes, what's that?
Let's find out. No time to saddle up. Come on.
I'm coming, Hoppy.
Come on, Topper. Over towards these bushes.
Hey, maybe it's a trap, Hop.
We'll have to risk it. Look over here.
Yeah, that's his horse.
Easy, boy. Who is it?
Is that you, Hoppy?
Why, Jake. Jake Peters.
He's hurt bad, Hoppy.
Take it easy, Jake. We'll get you to a doctor.
It ain't no use. He rode up behind me and put these slugs into me.
Who did, Jake?
The murderer. He knowed I was riding out here to warn you. He's there for you now, Hoppy. If I'd had eyes, I could have found you. The fella at the forge told me you camped out on this road. Oh.
Jake, who put the slugs in you? Who was it?
No use, Hoppy. He ain't hearing you now.
Poor old Jake. California, we're dealing with someone who will shoot a blind man in the back.
I'd sure like to get my hands on the varmint.
I've got a hunch Mrs. Mills may know something about these murders. You meet me there later.
Where are you going now?
To the bank as soon as it opens.
If it's for breakfast money, Hoppy, forget it. I ain't hungry now.
No, I'm going to try to find out who is the wealthiest man in this town.
Why should you be taking such an interest, Mr. Cassidy? You didn't know my husband.
No, Mrs. Mills, and I didn't know the man at the museum. And I'd only met Jake Peters, but it still winds me up inside to see cold-blooded murder.
The whole town knows that there are religious fanatics up in Lost Canyon.
The whole town may know that. But what about you? Do you know it? You don't
I-
believe that story any more than I do, Mrs. Mills. There's someone right here in this town that's doing the killing. I only want to know the route into Lost Canyon so that I might be able to bring the murderer out into the open.
Yes, I want that, too. I'll tell you what I'll do. I won't give you the route, but I will act as your guide and lead you up there.
Oh, but that's too dangerous.
There's no man in my family now, Mr. Cassidy. I've got to be father and mother both to my children, and their father would ride up and gain what Lost Canyon has to give us.
All right, Mrs. Mills, a spirit like that. Come along with me, and we'll clean up this whole dirty mess. This is bad business. I'm sorry I agreed to let you come with me.
Living is bad business, Mr. Cassidy. You have to have courage to take chances.
You trust me, and we may both come out of this alive.
What's the matter? Did you hear something?
Yes, someone's coming up the trail overtaking us.
Why, it's the sheriff. Hello, Mr. Richards.
Hello, Mrs. Mills, and it's you, Cassidy.
That's right, Sheriff. Who did you expect?
I expected you to have better sense, I'll tell you that.
Or maybe you mean I shouldn't have had such good sense.
You saw what I did with that mob back in the museum, Cassidy. I cocked my gun like this, and I threatened to use it on the first man that tried to take the law into his own hands.
Oh, but, Sheriff, you don't understand. Mr. Cassidy
If
is...
this is Mr. Cassidy, the only man in Rapid River that vouched for him was blind Jake Peters.
You mean dead Jake Peters.
If he's dead, you're the only one that knows about it, Cassidy. Well, there's been enough talk. My deputy's right down the trail waiting for my whistle. So now I'm sending you back to town for safekeeping.
And you?
Mrs. Mills and I are going right on up this trail.
Yes, Sheriff. I'm glad you came when you did, for we're approaching the passage now.
You ride on, Mrs. Mills. I'll catch up with you.
All right, Sheriff.
Howdy, Sheriff. Looks like I rode up just in time.
Brick, you take Cassidy back to town and watch him.
Okay, Sheriff.
Well, so Brick here is your newly appointed deputy. Seems like only last night that he was a cheap blackmailer.
Shut up, Cassidy. I got me a badge now. And if the sheriff don't get out of Lost Canyon alive, I'll be head man.
Don't say a thing like that. I'm coming back.
What's the matter, Sheriff? You kind of superstitious?
I'll tend to you later, Cassidy. Right now, I'm going with Mrs. Mills after the murderer. Of course, it's mighty dangerous for a woman to be riding up into the canyon. No telling what might happen.
You know, Sheriff, you sound just like a man who's trying to establish an alibi.
Huh?
Yeah, an alibi. In the event Mrs. Mills doesn't come back alive.
You know, Mrs. Mills, it was a sad day that your husband found that map showing the secret passage into Lost Canyon.
Oh, it was a horrible day. But how did he know it would cost him his life?
Yeah? No, I guess he didn't. But that Mr. Munsey at the museum knew the danger. He wanted to get rid of the map.
You wanted to give the map to Mr. Cassidy.
Yeah, but he never did. Because I killed him and took the map myself.
What?
Yes, Mrs. Mills, I killed Mr. Munsey and I killed your husband. I thought they was the only two that knew the passage.
Sheriff, what are you saying?
That I can't let anybody living know the passage, Mrs. Mills.
But I know it.
That's right. I don't like doing this. In fact, I never enjoy killing.
Jake Peters, you killed him, too.
Oh, he was a worthless old coot, but he was nosy and got to suspecting things. He was on his way to blab to Cassidy, so I had to get rid of him.
Sheriff, this is incredible. How can you go on killing and killing and...
You're the last. Then I'll be safe. Everything I've got will be saved.
What do you mean?
I'm a rich man, Mrs. Mills. I ain't just a tin-horn sheriff like folks think. I got a barrel full of money. But I'd lose it all if this here secret passage is found.
You're really going to kill me?
Get off your horse, Mrs. Mills.
No.
Come on, Lawson, that's horse. Let's get this over quick.
No. Sheriff, I have children. You can't.
Maybe I'll adopt them, Mrs. Mills.
Oh, forget the passage. I'll leave Rapid River. Let me live.
Your prayers, Mrs. Mills. This is it. What's that? Who's over there? Get up here, you.
Take your hands off me.
Well, stay right here. We got visitors out in the bushes.
Let me go.
You stay right in front of me.
I come back after you, Sheriff.
I thought it was you, Cassidy, hiding behind them bushes.
You're wasting your bullets, Sheriff. I got you covered. Your little game is up.
If you shoot me, Cassidy, you shoot Mrs. Mills first. Come on, behind these rocks.
Oh, be careful. You're too close to the edge.
I see you sneaking for the trail, Sheriff, but I'm sitting up here to see you don't make it.
Why, you sniveling skunks think you can trap me, do you?
Hey, you Mr. Miles,
Let me go. You're hurting me.
Why, I oughta... I see your hat, Cassidy.
You're out on the ledge, Sheriff. We got you covered both ways. You might as well drop your gun.
You think I'll give up, do you? I'm used to living hard, and I'll die the same way. You're not going to take me alive, and I'll die laughing, because I'm taking Mrs. Mills with me.
Stop it, Sheriff. You're pulling her over the ledge. Stop it.
Oh, we're falling. Let me go.
Now back to Hopalong Cassidy.
Oh, darn it, Hoppy, that was the fanciest roping I ever seen.
Did I hurt your arm, Mrs. Mills?
Oh, I don't think so. I don't know. I'm just so thankful to be alive.
It was a mighty close call. If it hadn't been for Hoppy's roping, you would be at the bottom of the ravine with the sheriff there.
And if you hadn't ridden up the trail, California, and helped me disarm Brick.
Well,
Oh, it's so horrible. The sheriff must have been insane wanting to kill me for no reason.
Oh, he had a reason, all right.
But what? How could it matter to him that I knew the secret passage?
Well, didn't you want to use it to build up your stagecoach business, Mrs. Mills?
Well, yes, but no one knew that.
Don't see how that mattered to the sheriff, Hoppy.
He was a very wealthy man, California.
Yes, he told me that. But I just thought he was raving.
Oh, no. I managed to find that out at the bank. He owned controlling interest in a railroad that runs from Rapid River to Dodge City.
What?
That's right. The railroad had almost run your stage line out of business. Now, if you were to route your stages through Lost Canyon, you could beat train time and get the business back again.
Well, if that ain't the dag bustedest, doggonest...
Why, it's incredible. He did all that killing to protect his railroad.
Yes, but now you're free to route your stages through the canyon.
Yes, I must do that. I've got to support the children. I guess the first thing is to find a good driver and try the canyon road.
Hoppy, do you suppose there really is a fanatical religious cult up here in this canyon? I get a feeling we're kind of being watched.
Well, I know one sure way of finding out.
How's that?
You drive Mrs. Mills' stage through this canyon, And if there are any religious folks up here, you'll probably scare them right up into the hills.
Well, now.
Hoppy and California are heading back Bar 20 way. Got a lot of things to take care of at the ranch. But it won't be long till Hoppy gets that feeling, and they'll be heading out again for more excitement and adventure. We'd like mighty well to have you along. Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. Murder on the Trail was written by John Barclay. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence E. Mulford. This is a Commodore production. It's Hopalong Cassidy. With action and suspense, out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The Ring of the Silver Spurs heralds the most amazing man ever to ride the prairies of the early West, Hopalong Cassidy. This famous hero thrills his 60 million fans with action and dangerous adventure. In the role of Hopalong Cassidy is the popular star of the motion picture series, William Boyd. And appearing as that laughable old character, California, is Andy Clyde. Now to our story, Hoppy Takes a Chance. September at the Bar 20. Like all cattle ranchers, is a happy month for the line riders, the lonely cowboys whose duty it is to patrol the boundaries of the ranch and see to it that the outfit stock stays on the reservation. It's a happy time because it marks the end of the season for them and the friendly atmosphere of the ranch house just around the corner. But Bob Cranston was different from the rest. There was a frown on his face as Hoppy rode up to him on the ridge south of the Bar 20 ranch house.
Hi there, Waddy. How's it going?
Can't complain, Hoppy.
Good. I figure on sending you out at sunup tomorrow. Make a circuit of the ranch boundaries, run down the strays, and kick any of Salinger's cows back onto their own territory. Take you a week or so.
Oh, okay, boss.
How do you like the new job?
Fine, I reckon. Wondered if I might keep right at it on through the winter after cutting out in Brandon.
You mean you want that winter job?
Sure, why not?
Bucking the snowdrift, running down weak dogies in a blizzard. Most of my boys yammer like a stuck pig when I hand them an assignment like that.
Well, I don't know. I ain't much of a hand around the ranch house. Like to be off by myself. I don't mind the cold. If you'd give me the job, I'd sure work at it, Hoppy.
Well, brother, if you want it, you get it. Come on, Topper, let's get back to headquarters.
Morning, Hoppy.
Sheriff, what are you doing here?
Oh, just dropping by on a friendly call, Hoppy. You know Shelby Selinger here.
Sure. Hello, Mr. Selinger. Have a chair.
Thanks. How are you, Cassidy?
Great. Just sent one of my line riders out to hustle your stock back on the reservation. Seems an awful lot of Circle C cows like Bar 20 grass better than they own.
You save your rider a lot of work, Cassidy. I sold them off last week. I needed the money.
I see.
Yeah, Mr. Selinger got payment before delivery and shipped $12,000 out by stage day before yesterday, Hoppy.
Yeah?
Pay off a loan on his ranch.
Yeah?
It didn't get very far.
What do you mean?
About as far as the blind turn on the stage road. Road agent shot the driver outright.
Wait a minute. Clem Yates was guard on that stage.
Shot him down in cold blood.
Clem? How could anybody...
Yeah, that's the way we all feel, Hoppy. Folks in town are ready for a lynching.
You got any leads?
We know who it is.
His name's Johnny MacArthur.
Is that so?
Yeah.
We talked to the only passenger on the stage, a girl named Van Richards. She described him for us.
Who is this MacIver?
Young fella, about 25 or so, just got out of prison. Came through this part of the country a few days ago looking for a job. We wondered if he came by here.
I'll keep on the lookout for him, Sheriff.
The townspeople have put up a reward.
If he shot Clem Yates, that's all the encouragement I need.
We can sure use your help, Puppy.
You'll get it, Sheriff.
Thanks. Bye.
Goodbye. California.
Huh? How are you, Hoppy? I was just frying up half a dozen eggs here to tide me over till dinner.
Forget your stomach for once.
Hoppy, eggs is brain.
I don't need your brain. I need the seat of your pants in the saddle. Right now.
What's up?
I want you to ride down the South Ridge and pick up Bob Cranston.
You mean the new hand you put on yesterday?
That's right. I want to find out why he calls himself Cranston when his real name is Johnny MacIver.
Now back to Hopalong Cassidy and our story, Hoppy Takes a Chance. Two men have been murdered. One of them, the beloved Clem Yates, when the mail stage out of Baker's Crossing was held up and robbed by a masked bandit. The sheriff and the townspeople are sure the robber is Johnny MacIver, a young ex-convict. And while they scour the country for him, Hoppy is talking to him in the main room of the Bar 20 ranch house.
You've got to believe me, Hoppy. I had nothing to do with this. I didn't
Take it easy, Bob. I'm not accusing you yet.
How come you changed your handle, Sonny? Seems to me we hired a hand named Bob Cranston.
I told you, California. People just can't deal an ex-convict a straight hand.
I can understand that. But you didn't need a new name around here. We take a man for what he is, not what he used to be.
I wish they were all like you. Mr. Sellinger didn't look at it that way.
Sellinger?
Yeah. When I first got to town a few days ago, I hit him for a job.
When was that?
Let me see. Wednesday afternoon.
And the stage was held up that night at 8. What did Sellinger tell you?
He told me to come back about 10 o'clock. Said he'd let me know then.
So you went back, huh?
Yeah, I started back from town about 7. Didn't see anyone till I got to that place where it fords the creek. You know, there's a grove of cottonwoods there.
Yep, I know the place.
There was a fire going and a couple of men boiling up some coffee. They said they were from Sellinger's ranch.
What did they look like?
One of them was heavy set, wore a pair of side whiskers.
That'd be Sam Wellman.
Who?
Sellinger's ranch foreman. What about the other one?
He was red-headed, kind of short.
Yeah, that's Red Conroy. What happened then?
They told me Sellinger wasn't back to the ranch yet. Asked me to have a cup of coffee with them. It was pretty chilly, and I figured a cup of coffee would taste good, so...
So you accepted the invitation?
Yeah. They said Mr. Sellinger had passed right by there on his way back. Well, we sat around a while, then the redhead pulled out a pack of cards and suggested a game.
Uh-oh. Them fellers are sure death at poker.
Huh?
Red and Sam are a couple of pretty slick poker players. How much did you lose?
I didn't lose. I won $300.
Huh? Sonny, you're wasting your time as a cowpoke. Anyone who can skin them coyotes that draw pokerers...
Wait a minute, California. You pretty good at poker, Bob?
Oh, just fair. They played pretty stupid. I took $100 pot with a pair of tens.
Huh? Playing against Red Conroy and Sam Wellman?
Oh, wait a minute. Maybe this makes sense. What did you do with the 300, Bob?
I saved it. They told me a lot of places I could blow it in town, but I didn't.
They did, huh?
Now what's that got to do with it, Hoppy?
I'm not sure yet, but I got an idea. A coach was robbed at 8 o'clock. Where were you at that time, Bob?
That was about 30 minutes before I met the two men. I was at the trail quite a piece.
Alone. No alibi.
I guess not.
About a half hour after the robbery, you run onto Red and Sam and win $300 from them at poker. They figure, of course, you'll roll into town and blow it sky high. When did Sellinger finally show up?
I don't know. About 10, I guess.
And he turned you down?
Yeah. Said he didn't want any truck with jailbirds.
I see. Well, before we start out, I want you to know I'm going to give you every break I can. If you're telling the truth, I'll stand up with you against the whole town. If you're not...
I'm not worrying about that, Hoppy.
Okay, let's get going.
Where?
The blind turn on the stage road, where the coach was robbed. Maybe we can find a few tracks. Bob.
Yeah?
You can check your gun here at the ranch house. California and I'll take care of any shooting that has to be done.
Any luck, Hoppy?
No, not a chance of finding any tracks on the road here. Someone came through here with a bunch of cattle after it happened.
That was Selinger. That bunch of steers he just sold.
Tell me something, California.
Anything you want, Hoppy. My brain's at your service.
Well, harness it up for a minute. You planned to hold up the mail coach here. Where would you hide out?
That's a cinch. Right behind the tree yonder.
That's what I thought. Come on.
Hey, I sit over there behind the tree.
Sure. So naturally, a smart bandit would hide up in those rocks above the turn.
Hopalong Cassidy, so help me.
Don't get insulted, California. You got a wonderful pair of feet.
Pretty hard to find any tracks in these granite rocks, Hoppy.
Yeah, especially when the robber was careful not to make any. Getting pretty dark now, too. You got a match, Bob?
No, I don't carry him.
Oh. Well, no use looking around here in the dark. May as well ride over to that cottonwood grove by the creek. See if there's anything left of that campfire that you sat around.
No dice, Hoppy. There ain't a thing to show anyone's been here. Not a track, not a sign of a campfire.
But I told you the truth, Hoppy. I was here. Someone's cleaned the place up.
I know it.
Huh?
You mean you believe me?
I think I believed you from the first, Bob. Now I got proof.
But we ain't found a thing, Hoppy. Now, how can you...
That's just it. Not what we found, it's what we didn't find.
What do you mean?
One of our line riders uses this place regularly. Builds his fire right here in the clearing. The ashes would be here if someone didn't have a reason for cleaning them up. They knew Bob had come here with his story. They wanted to make a liar out of him.
You mean Sam and Red?
Yeah. And back there at the blind turn, we didn't find any tracks on that granite. But I found something else.
What was that?
That's why I asked you for that match. I never saw a cigarette smoker yet who didn't carry matches. One of the robbers left this behind.
Well, I'll be a cigarette butt.
Yeah.
You think it was Sam and Red?
And someone else. The man who planned the job. I can't think of a single reason why a man would drive a herd of cattle 6 miles out of the way. Unless there were some embarrassing tracks he wanted to cover up.
Lord almighty. Selinger.
That's right. Selinger.
Hoppy, amigo. You come here to my fiesta saloon once in the blue moon. The sarsaparilla, she is on me.
Afraid I haven't time for a drink, Mike. I got a lot of things on my mind right now.
You tell Mike the sicko, huh? Maybe I help, quien sabe.
What do you know about Selinger, Mike? Seems to me he was up against us for money for a while back.
Why do you ask, Hoppy?
That's pretty important right now. To a kid named Johnny McIver.
That kid, he make one big mistake when he killed Clem Yates.
You think he did it?
The whole town thinks so. His life, she's worth 2 centavos, maybe less.
You know why, Mike? Because the kid has a prison record.
See.
He's the second man who came to Baker's Crossing with a record, Mike.
See.
And he feels like you did when you got out. He wants to go straight if the people here to let him alone.
You have kept our secret well these 10 years, Hoppy. But why do you ask about Selinger?
Because I think you know how bad he needs money.
See, he tried to borrow $10,000 from me 2 weeks ago. His rancho, the Circle C, she's in one bad fix.
That's what I thought. He got his money, Mike.
Huh? What do you mean?
He figured by shipping that cattle money express and robbing the stage, he'd collect from Wells Fargo, too. A nice way to double your money. He got a young ex-convict handy to take the blame.
Madre de Dios, you mean Selinger?
Yeah, with Red Conroy and Sam Wellman to give him a hand.
Hoppy, you can prove this?
There was one passenger on the stage, a girl named Ann Richards. I think she knows more than she's telling.
Oh, but the word of a young senorita against Selinger. No, she's no good, Hoppy. She's not enough.
Mike.
See?
That's just why I came to see you.
Before we continue with this exciting story, here is a word from your announcer. Now back to Hopalong Cassidy and Hoppy Takes a Chance. Hoppy is sure now that Shelby Salinger and his two henchmen engineered the robbery of the mail stage, carrying his own money, knowing that Johnny McIver, a young ex-convict, would be blamed. But it's quite another matter to prove it. That's why Hoppy has called on Ann Richards, the one passenger on the stage during the robbery and the only living witness.
Please, Mr. Cassidy, that's all I know. It's just as I told the sheriff.
I tell you, I want to know the truth, Miss Richards. I want to know exactly what happened on that stage from the minute the driver pulled up at that blind corner.
But I've told you.
You told me what someone's forcing you to say.
Hoppy.
Yeah?
Fred Conroy, standing across the street. I just seen him through the window.
I know.
Huh?
I made sure he saw me come here. Keep an eye on him.
Sure, Hoppy. Oh, I sure wish I knowed what was going on.
You know what you're doing, Mr. Cassidy. He's watching this house. He'll do anything. Kill me. Anything.
Wait a minute, Miss Richards. I wonder if you know what you're doing.
I tell you, he'll kill me. Do you understand that? He'll stop at nothing.
Listen to me. You're the only witness to that robbery. Because you said so, they're out looking for one man instead of three. Because you said so, they'll hang Johnny McIver. Because he happens to have a prison record and no alibi.
I can't help it. I can't.
If you want it in plain English, Miss Richards, you're yellow. You're willing to let an innocent man hang to save your own skin.
But it's too late to do anything now. The people are ready to lynch him. I can't stop them. What can I do
You
now?
can tell me really what happened out there at that blind corner.
You're right, Mr. Cassidy. I guess I am a coward. I don't know. When they came here and threatened me.
Who?
Conroy and Wellman. They said they'd kill me if I didn't tell the story the way they wanted it.
Well, let's have it now.
There wasn't just one man, Mr. Cassidy. There were two.
Conroy and Wellman.
I think so. I couldn't identify them out there on the road. They wore masks, and one kept calling the other McIver.
I see.
I was inside the coach when they forced Clem Yates to get down. He was right next to the window. I heard him say, McIver? You're not McIver.
Then what?
That's when the shot came.
Hey, he's coming across the street.
There he is now. Get behind the door when I open it. You know what to do. Stay right here, Miss Richards. Ready?
Let her rip. Hello, Cassidy.
Conroy, what can I do for you?
I can talk better inside. Especially with a gun in my hand.
You think that's going to get you anywhere, Red?
Put your hands up, Cassidy. That's better. You know, you got a bad habit. Messing around in things that ain't your business. And I'm going to break you of that right now. Before you get your nose caught in somebody's keyhole. Keep those hands up, Cassidy. Do you hear what I... Oh!
Nice work, California.
Hit him too hard. My gun butt will never be the same.
Mr. Cassidy.
You see, Miss Richards, these tough guys aren't so bad when you use the right kind of diplomacy. Get some rope out back, California. We're going to truss this turkey up so that he won't come undone till roasting time.
Right, Huffy.
Why are you going through his pocket?
Ah, here we are.
A letter?
Yeah, it ought to be just what the doctor ordered. You see, Miss Richards, we can hook Red and Sam on your testimony. But there's no way we can touch Salinger. That is, unless either Red or Sam decide to talk.
They'll never do that. You don't know them, Mr. Cassidy.
And Miss Richards, You don't know Mike DeSico.
So, she's changed the story, Hop.
Yeah.
Muy bueno.
But not good enough. I want Salinger, too. And if she tells her story now, we'll lose any chance of getting him.
Wait.
Huh?
Don't turn around. The sheriff just came in.
Quick, take this.
Okay?
A letter Red Conroy wrote to a girl in Council City.
Bueno.
Morning, Hoppy.
Oh, howdy, Sheriff. Anything new?
Been keeping mighty busy, Hoppy.
Me, too. Got no business hanging around the fiesta here. Gotta get on back to the ranch.
Just a minute, Hoppy.
Huh?
Don't run off. But you might like to know Johnny McIver was spotted by a posseman an hour ago, riding line on the Bar 20.
Which means what?
Which means you're under arrest, concealing and giving shelter to a public enemy. Sorry, Hoppy, but you're going to jail.
What can I do for you, gents?
Howdy. I'm California Carlson. This here's Mike DeSico. I'd like to see Hopalong Cassidy, if you don't mind.
Well, I don't know. Sheriff said no wants to see him.
Por qué?
That means why not in Mexico.
Already told you. Sheriff said no wants to see him.
Well, nothing to do but wait until the sheriff gets back, eh?
Reckon so. Mind if we sit down?
Free country. Here's public property. Sit anywhere you please.
Gracias.
That means thanks in Mexico. You sit in the chair there, and Mike and I'll sit in this here packing box.
Excuse me a minute, gents. I just want to check up on the prisoner.
Mike, did you get a look at them cell keys hanging from his belt?
See?
Can you get them?
Can I get them? At the age of 6, I was the second best pickpocket in Mexico City.
Who was the best?
My papa. We'll get him when he sits down. You pull the chair and grab his gun, no?
Here it comes.
$100. Stone walls do not a prison make, the fella says. Ain't never seen the Baker's Crossing jail, I reckon.
Poor old Hoppy. Wonder if he's had his dinner.
Oh, don't worry. Sheriff will bring him something when he gets back. Say, you fellas play cards? Thought we might have a game while we're waiting. Got a deck right here someplace and draw the deck. Oh, yes, there we are.
Maybe a little penny ante, no?
10th of a cent I always play. Now,
Suffering snakes, sir. You hurt yourself?
Let me help you.
Chair went right out from under me. Don't know what happened.
Here, I'll give you a hand.
Foot slipped under the desk, caught on something down there. Now, what in tarnation?
What's the matter here? You're stuck.
Got my foot jammed in the spittoon. Trapped like a rat I am.
No dice. Oh, let me get a new Holt here.
That won't work neither, only making my leg longer. Gotta move the desk.
Guess so. There she goes.
Come, son, get off of that foot, you crazy spittoon. Get off it. Hey, well, ain't had a world like that since I stepped in the bar trap one winter in Montana. Let's get the desk back on her feet. Hey.
What's the matter?
Where's the other feller?
You mean Mike. Well, doggone, looks like he went.
Trying to pull the wool over my eyes, eh? He's back there at Cassidy's cell. That's where he is. I'll show that feller rules of rules.
Yeah, by golly, you show him.
Hey, you down there. Stop the name of the law.
What'd you see?
Look at that. Door's open. Tag busted. He took my keys.
Well, take a look inside. Maybe Hoppy's hiding under the bed or something.
I confounded I can see, can't I? She's as empty as the day she was made. Hey! Over there! Open the door! Get me out of here! Get me out! Get me out of here!
Mike! You got him? Sure I got him. Come on, let's get going. Yeah, we haven't much time.
Wait a minute, you varmint, so help me.
Adios, amigo.
Adios. What does that mean?
That's goodbye in Mexican.
Let's show you my pair now.
We'll show you what justice is, Sheriff.
Quiet, everyone. It's my duty to see justice is done. That's why I've come out here to the Bar 20 after Johnny McIver. If he's found guilty by a jury after he's had a fair trial,
he'll get the full punishment under the law. And not until...
We'll give you 5 minutes to turn him over, Sheriff.
Yes, just 5 minutes.
Getting mighty rough out there, Selinger. Don't think we can hold out much longer.
He hasn't got a chance.
He don't deserve a chance.
The law says he gets a fair trial, Sam. That mob ain't going to take him without a fight.
12 men against that mob out there? You're out of your mind, Sheriff.
You got any ideas, Selinger?
Yeah. You went out on the porch there and grabbed their attention. The kid and I might be able to get away from the rear.
Say, that might work, Sheriff. If we could get him back to the jailhouse, we might be able to hold him off.
And if the mob spotted you?
Well, that's the chance we have to take.
Now back to Hopalong Cassidy.
I don't know about that, Selinger. If you take Johnny McIver out the back way and make a run for it...
Now, don't you see it's the only chance? The men you got won't stand up against that mob for 2 minutes.
Well, I guess we'll have to try it. But an awful lot depends on you.
You just leave it to me, Sheriff, and things will turn out just fine.
I'll bring the kid in. Come here, McIver. I want to... Cassidy!
Hello, Sheriff.
What are you doing here?
Oh, I got kind of bored down at the jail. Hello, Selinger. And Sam Wellman. Welcome to Bar 20. You're just in time for the payoff.
What are you talking about, Cassidy?
This.
What's that?
A little Billy do from your pal Red Conroy. Starts out, the following is my true and complete confession on the hold-up and murder at the Blind Turn at 8 o'clock on the night of September 12th.
Let me see that.
Not so fast, Selinger. Want to take a look at it, Sheriff?
Yeah.
It's a trick.
Shut up, Selinger. It's Red Conroy's handwriting, all right. I can tell it a mile away.
What'd you do with him, Cassidy?
He's taking it easy in town.
And while I stood guard at the bend, Sam Wellman walked up to Clem Yates.
It's a lie. Conroy killed him. Shut up, Sam. That double-crosser ain't going to frame me, and you ain't either, Selinger. I never pulled a trigger. Sam!
Get away from him, Selinger.
Selinger shot the driver, Sheriff. It's the truth, or else I was keeping watch.
And it was Red who walked up to Clem Yates, huh?
Yeah.
Stay where you are, Selinger. Keep your hands up.
I'll get you for this, Wellman, so help me on.
You ain't getting anyone now, Selinger. You're going to turn around while I march the two of you out on the porch and read this confession to the crowd. Come on now. Get going.
Did it work, Hoppy?
Yeah. We're going out on the porch.
It was a mite too close for me, Hoppy.
Me too, California.
How about me?
You got a clean slate now, Bob. From here on in, it's up to you. And you can thank Mike here for small favors.
Oh, it was nothing, amigo. As they say in Mexico, la cuerda se rompe por lo más delgado. The rope she break at the weakest point. Es verdad, no?
Yeah. And we all have another secret to keep. Eh, Mike?
What's that, Hoppy?
That confession of Red Conroy's. Or maybe you didn't know that Mike DeSico, in his heyday, was the best forger west of the Mississippi.
It's mighty peaceful at the Bar 20 now that this Johnny McIver affair is over, but somehow things never stay that way for very long. Hoppy in California will be riding into more dangerous adventure real soon. Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. Hoppy Takes a Chance was written by Harold Swanton. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence E. Mulford. This is a Commodore production.
This time we present Hopalong Cassidy. Hopalong Cassidy and his old sidekick, California Carlson, traveled the western prairie, doing good for those who needed help. Dressed completely in black atop his pure white horse, Topper, Hopalong Cassidy was one of the most popular cowboys of his day. Now, let's listen to the episode titled Voice of the Dead, originally broadcast in the 1950s.
California Carlson doesn't often get letters, particularly since he withdrew his application from the Matrimonial Bureau. So the legal-looking envelope that came to the Bar 20 addressed to him was something to get excited about, even before he looked at its exciting contents.
Dear Mr. Carlson, I regret to inform you that your cousin, Mr. Thomas Baxter, has passed on. Your presence is required at the Box O Ranch in the above county 2 weeks from date for the reading of the will. The other beneficiaries have been notified. I'm looking forward to serving you in any way possible. Very truly yours, David J. Potter, Attorney at Law, Executor.
But the 2 weeks seemed more like 2 years to California until the night finally arrived when he and Hoppy rode up to the gate of the Box O. Hoppy wasn't quite as enthusiastic.
I just made a weighty decision, California.
Yeah, what's that, Harvey?
I must love you like a brother. I don't believe there's another man in the county I'd be out with, riding around in the middle of the night in this kind of weather. Well, here's the gate.
What's that sign read?
Box O Ranch. Visitors welcome. Tom Baxter, owner.
Good old Tom. Real hospitable fella right here. Like the folks dropped in and friendly like.
Hold it. Someone's shooting at us from the ridge up there. Get down.
I'm down already. Flat in my face.
There he is.
He's going back over the ridge.
Well, he's out of range for a 6-gun.
Let me get my Winchester.
No use now. He's gone.
Well, I'll be...
Yeah, so will I. Visitors welcome, huh? Good old cousin Tom.
Yeah, you know, Hoppy, maybe you're right about that will. The old Bar 20 looks better all the time. Now, why don't we...
No.
What use I got for money? Oh, come on. Let's mosey back home and forget it, huh?
5 minutes ago, I'd take me up on it, California. But right now, you couldn't keep me away from the Box O with a team of wild horses.
Listen to that thunder. Consarn it, Hoppy. We got no business here. Good evening, ma'am.
What do you want?
How do you do, ma'am? We're...
I'm sorry, we don't take in strangers. You got caught out in the storm. It's no fault of mine.
Oh, now, wait a minute. I'm California Carlson. I'm supposed to be here.
Oh, what about your friend here?
I'm Hopalong Cassidy, ma'am. We'd appreciate it if you could...
That will be up to Mr. Potter to decide. This is a ranch house, not a hotel. Well, don't stand there. Come in.
Yes, sir.
It's a sin, that's what it is. Poor Mr. Tom hardly cold in his grave, and everybody flocking around to see what they can get.
Where do you want us to put our things, Mrs.
Hackett. Miss Matilda Hackett.
Hmm.
Your room's at the head of the stairway. You can take your horses out there to the barn. Mr. Potter's in the study. You better see him first. I wash my hands.
Box O Ranch. Visitors welcome. Nice, friendly reception we got, California.
First time I've been called a coyote by an old buzzard like that.
Come on, we better talk to Mr. Potter. And keep your hand close to your hip. He might be even more hospitable than Miss Hackett. Wait a minute, what's that?
Must be Mr. Potter. Sounds like
I want it now. I'm simply trying to be reasonable, Ralph.
I'm through being reasonable. I need that money, and there's no reason why I can't get an advance. My father left me a share of his estate, and I want it now.
Why can't you wait until the will is read?
That's none of your business, Porter.
I think I know why, Ralph. You've been gambling in town.
All right, so I have. And I've got to pay Ogden off tonight.
Well, you can't pay him off. That's all there is to it.
All right, Potter. Call me when Cousin Phineas gets here. I don't want to be late for that reading.
I'm afraid I must apologize for Ralph, gentlemen. He's not like his father. I'm David Potter.
How do you do? We just got in, Mr. Potter. I wondered if you've got an extra place for me.
Of course. There's a double bed in the room upstairs. You're perfectly welcome to it.
Thanks.
According to Mr. Baxter's instructions, the Wilsons that tonight will proceed with the reading when all the beneficiaries are here.
When do you reckon that'll be, Mr. Potter?
Well, they've all arrived except Cousin Phineas Phipps. He ought to be here any minute. Then we'll get together in the library.
Good. Shall we take our stuff upstairs, California?
You go ahead, Hoppy. Reckon I'll go out to the barn and look after the horses.
California. Cousin Phineas just arrived. We're meeting in the library for the reading of the will in 5 minutes.
Well, all right, everyone.
All right.
Now that we're here, I'll read the will.
I'm glad to hear that.
Very simple, right to the point. I, Thomas Baxter, being of sound mind and not acting under duress, do hereby declare this to be my last will and testament. My property and all my holdings shall be equally divided between my daughter, Ruth Baxter, my son, Ralph Baxter, California Carlson, Matilda Hackett, Joshua Coulter, and Phineas Phipps. With the proviso that should any of these people die, his or her share shall be divided among the remaining legatees.
What? Why, that's utter insanity, Mr. Potter.
What's wrong with it, Cousin Phineas?
Why, it's not like Cousin Thomas at all. Why, it's an instrument of the devil, a temptation
I think I know what you mean, Cousin Phineas.
Huh? I'm afraid I don't, Mr. Cassidy.
Well, as it stands now, 6 people divide the estate equally. Well, if one dies, the rest get his share. It might be a temptation for someone to, whittle down the number of beneficiaries. I know it sounds pretty brutal, but we might as well face the facts.
Mr. Potter, seeing as we all live a spell longer, what do we get?
Not much, I'm afraid. The land's practically worthless, and there's a big bank loan to be paid off. However, I could manage to raise something for the beneficiaries if they'd all agree to sell.
All right, let's find out what they'll do.
Good idea. Please answer as I call your name.
Well, I, for one, feel that this...
Now, Matilda Hackett.
Why, yes, if you think it's best, Mr. Potter.
Ralph Baxter.
There's nothing else to do. I'll sell.
Ruth Baxter.
I won't sell.
Any particular reason?
That's quite all right. It's up to you, my dear. Joshua Coulter.
Speak up, Judge.
I'll sell.
California Carlson.
Well, Mr. Potter, I've give this a lot of thought, and I...
Won't sell.
I said, that's right, yeah. No sense in selling, no sense at all.
Well, that makes 3 for selling and 2 against. Well, looks like it's up to you, Cousin Phineas. Cousin Phineas.
What's wrong, Mr. Potter?
Phineas, he's dead.
Then there was a shot.
It came through the window. Let's go out and take a look. Come on, everyone. Ruth, look out.
Stand back.
I told you, Hoppy, we should have turned back at the gate there.
Take it easy. You aren't dead yet.
Nothing out here.
Of course there isn't. You expect the killer to hang around and wait for us?
It came through the window here. I'm sure of it.
Well, right now, I'm not sure of anything.
What do you mean?
Now, let's see. It could have come through the window. Phineas was sitting right in that chair there. And wait a minute.
What's wrong, Hoppy?
Take a look through the window here, Mr. Potter.
Huh?
What's the matter, Mr. Cassidy?
In there by the table.
Good Lord, the body. Huh? Phineas, his body's gone.
There is tension and fear in the Boxall Ranch house now as the 5 remaining heirs to the estate of Tom Baxter retire for the night. California is less willing than ever to claim his share of the estate now as he and Hoppy talk to Ruth Baxter in their room.
So you think there was something strange about your father's death, Miss Ruth?
I know there was, Mr. Cassidy. I think my father was murdered.
Murdered? But he died right there in that bed.
Because someone poisoned him. Slowly, over a long period of time. I think he knew it, too, toward the end.
But why would anyone kill him?
They wanted the ranch.
Yet, according to Mr. Potter, it's practically worthless.
Well, that's what Mr. Potter says. I don't believe it. I've tried to get an accounting of income and expenses, but Mr. Potter says there isn't any such thing. My father was a businessman, Mr. Cassidy. He can't run his ranch without a set of books.
But your father never said anything?
Oh, no. He couldn't talk near the end. Just lay in his bed here reading that book of Channing's essays on the table there. You see, he was partly paralyzed. It affected his speech.
Poison, huh? You say this is the book your father always read, Miss Ruth?
Yes. Channing was a favorite of his.
Oh, it looks pretty well thumbed over, especially this section here. Look at that.
What is it, Hoppy?
It's like Mr. Baxter underlined a passage here. All wavery, as if you can hardly hold a pencil.
Oh, that's strange. What does it say?
Thank heaven for books. They are the voices of the distant and the dead. Books.
The voices of the dead. I wonder if he was trying to tell us something.
Hoppy, someone was listening at that door.
There's no one there now.
Let's pause right here. We'll return to Hopalong Cassidy after these messages.
You like it? MediaBay.com.
We now return to Hopalong Cassidy on Radio Superheroes.
California, wake up.
Hoppy, what in the nation there?
Shh, listen.
What's that?
Something moving behind the walls. Light the lamp.
Yeah, coming up. Darn it, went out. Shucks, went out again.
What's the matter?
I keep scratching matches and they keep blowing out. There's a powerful draft coming from somewhere.
Well, that's funny. The window's shut, so's the door. Try another one.
You see what I mean?
Yeah, the draft's coming right straight out of the wall. From under this picture of old Tom Baxter here.
Now what you up to?
It is hollow. There's a passageway behind this wall here. And I'll bet this panel under the picture is the door.
Well, doggone. What did old Tom Baxter be doing with a contraption like that?
The foxhole was built during the Indian trouble. Probably protection for the women folk. There ought to be a catch here somewhere.
Wait, what's that?
Sounds like someone's down in the library. Take a look out the window here.
There's a light down there.
Yeah, from the library. Wonder who it is.
I ain't too curious.
Come on, we can climb down the trellis here onto the porch. I'd like to take a peek through that library window.
Well, Mr. Potter.
Up rather late, aren't you, Ralph?
I might say the same of you. And I hate to be overly curious, Potter, but I'd like to know what you're doing in my room.
I want to talk to you.
Oh?
Yes, I have certain suspicions about what's going on here, and I think it's fair that I face them out with you before I take them elsewhere.
Go on, Potter. I'm interested.
Where did you go just now?
To the library.
Why?
I couldn't sleep. I thought some reading would relax me. Any more questions? You'd better ask them now, because when you're finished, I've got a few myself.
One more question. Why did you kill Cousin Phineas?
Well, that's very strange. That's the first question I was going to ask you.
Drop it, Ralph. I think I know why you went down to the library.
Go on.
Phineas was shot from inside the room. I found this on the floor. A revolver cartridge case. It was under your chair.
Well, you're changing your tactics a little, aren't you? Now it's a frame. You're trying to hang that killing on me. Well, you won't get very far, I'm afraid.
I told you I'm trying to be fair with you, Ralph.
There's an old saying, Potter. Thank heaven for books. They are the voices of the distant and the dead. Mean anything to you?
Where'd you hear that?
Oh, yeah. Just happened to overhear it tonight, and it gave me an idea. I looked up my father's ranch accounts down in the library.
Accounts? How did...
Never mind how I found them. They told me a lot. Number one, there are 1,500 head of cattle missing, run off somewhere waiting for the beneficiaries to sell out. Number two, there's oil on the property. 5 Eastern outfits are angling to buy it right now. And number 3, you're the crook who killed my father and who's trying to hoodwink us into selling.
That's a pretty serious charge, Ralph. I'm glad you're laying it on the line, because the one thing I want to do is get you up in court to repeat it.
Don't worry, I will.
You know, there's another old saying, Ralph. The best defense is a first-class attack. You've heard that one, too, haven't you?
Get out of my room.
I advise you to be around in the morning when the sheriff gets here. Good night, Ralph.
Going someplace, Mr. Potter?
Oh, Cassidy.
He put traffic around this house for 3 in the morning.
I've been talking to Ralph. I'm very tired. Do you mind if
I'll only be a minute. What about Ralph?
I'd rather not say any more until the sheriff gets here in the morning, so if you don't mind... What was that?
Came from Ralph's room. The door's locked. Stand back.
Hoppy.
Well, Potter, do you still think Ralph's a murderer?
Good Lord, he's dead.
Yeah. Shot while he was sitting in this chair here.
But the room was locked. Doors and windows both. How could anyone get in
I got
here?
a pretty good idea how, California. Come on out in the hall. Stay right there, Potter.
I'll do no such thing.
Did you hear what I said?
Well, all right, Cassidy, if you think so.
What is it, Hoppy?
That secret passageway runs right through the wall opposite the chair. Stay flat against it and you'll be safe. Now listen. I want you to put Potter in the other chair. Keep him there, you understand? Then start asking him questions. You know what to say.
Yeah, but what are you going to...
Wait a minute. Oh, Miss Ruth.
Mr. Cassidy, I heard the shot.
It's your brother.
Ralph? What's happened?
I've no time to explain now. I need your help. Do what I told you, California. And you better keep your gun handy. I don't think Potter will like sitting in that chair after you start asking those questions.
See here, Carlson, I refuse.
Easy now, Mr. Potter. Just lean back in your chair there and relax.
Will you put down that gun?
Nope. Now let's get back to the story, Mr. Potter. Hoppy and I seen in the books that someone struck oil up in Boulder Canyon and ranch property, right? Right. Then someone figures how handy it'd be if old Tom Baxter was to up and die, right?
Will you shut up?
Nope. So someone sees to it that old Tom dies of a mysterious stomach ailment, runs off his stock, and tries to bluff the heirs into selling out.
Please, Carlson, not here, I tell you.
Nope. Not unless you want to tell me who your partner is, Mr. Potter.
I can't talk here. Where's Cassidy?
Pretty busy right now, checking on something else. Shall we start back at the beginning again, Mr. Potter?
I'm sure the door to the passageway is here under the picture. You say you can't remember?
I don't know anything about it, Mr. Cassidy.
What beats me how you could grow up in this house and not know about it.
We weren't allowed in here as children.
Why?
Father had a strange feeling about that picture. We were never allowed to touch it.
Wait, that's it, the picture.
What do you mean?
Let's see now. The spring is obviously underneath. I can't move it.
Look.
There she goes.
A sliding panel. Why, I never would have believed. Shh. Think he's in there?
Yeah. Trying to decide whether or not to kill Potter before California makes him talk. Maybe you better stay here.
Not on your life. I'm going with you.
Now back to Hopalong Cassidy and the Voice of the Dead. The answer to the mysterious murders at the Box Hole Ranch House isn't far off now as California holds David Potter at gunpoint in the room where Ralph Baxter was killed, knowing that behind the wall at his back the killer is ready to fire if Potter starts to talk. Meanwhile, Hoppy and Ruth work their way down the secret passageway toward the murderer's hiding place.
Hold it.
Can you see anything?
Listen.
I'm getting tired of waiting, Potter. When you reckon you're going to tell me who your partner is?
Will you be reasonable, Carlson?
No.
It's right around this corner. Stay right here.
All right. Good luck, Hoppy.
Thanks.
I ain't no reasonable move tonight. You're conniving with someone to grab off this ranch. You wasn't exactly reasonable about poor old Finney's picture, Ralph Baxter, there, was you?
Please, Carlson, he'll kill me if I...
And maybe if he don't, I will. After in the morning, and sometimes I don't think straight when I miss my sleep. Now you're going to talk or no?
All right. All right, I'll talk, Carlson.
Put down that gun. I said put it down.
Hoppy!
It's all right, Miss Ruth.
Hoppy, all right?
Yeah, take Potter back to our room and tell him his partner just retired from business.
Hoppy.
There you are, mister.
Who is it?
Turn him over, California.
Right, Hoppy. There you go.
Cousin Phineas.
Suffering snakes. Why, I thought...
Yeah, so did I. That was quite an act you pulled down in the library, Potter.
It was his idea. He wanted to play it safe.
So you fired into the floor and hustled us all out onto the porch while the body disappeared, huh?
That's right. Oh, please, Cassidy, I can't talk now.
I don't blame you. Better save your breath for the story you're going to tell the sheriff when he gets here. Ruth.
Yes?
Better get everybody in here. I want to tell them they can rest easy now. I think we've lost our last beneficiary.
Excuse me, Hoppy.
Huh?
You just lost one more. Me.
Now, wait a minute, California. You know you're entitled.
Nope, not me. I learned a good lesson here at the Box Hole, Hoppy. It's better to be a live cowpoke than a dead millionaire.
That was Voice of the Dead from Hopalong Cassidy.
It's Hopalong Cassidy. With action and suspense, out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd. Now to our story, 10 Strike Gold.
Dadgum, that's just how I figures it.
What did you figure that way, California?
Why, didn't I say, Hoppy?
Nope, not a word.
Funny, must have figured it myself.
Must have.
Well, I was thinking. Something's come over Hopalong Cassidy.
You don't say.
Here we are, come all of 60 miles, nigh on to 10 Strike, and nary a bit of trouble do I have to haul you out of.
Well, a man has to tend to his business sometime. If the Bar 20 ranch can buy a string of blooded horses we is for sale at 10 Strike. Well, it doesn't seem so peaceful now, California.
Probably some fella just hunting himself a rabbit.
California, you know nobody hunts rabbits with a colt. Hold on there, boy. Ho.
Maybe the poor fella don't own a rifle. Now, let's not get mixed up in nothing, Hoppy.
Look down the arroyo, California.
Pretty, ain't it? Awful dry, though.
Along the road, you can see as well as I can.
And dusty, too.
The stagecoach and a road agent. So hold up. Let's go.
Looks like he shot up the express messenger already.
And the driver's getting in the strong box. Guess we better stop that right now. Steady, boy.
Right with you, Hoppy.
Looks like he's scaring off.
That don't indicate he's somebody scarable. Leastways, it don't bother his shooting hand on him.
He's had enough. He's running off.
High tail end for the hill.
Anyway, he's dropped the money box. Hold your fire, California. He's out of range now. Hey, driver, how's your partner?
He's shot. Can't you see? Sure, we can see, but how bad is it?
Not too bad, fellas. Just wing me in the arm.
Hoppy, how about going after that confounded road agent?
No chance with our tired horses, California. That fellow was riding a blooded roan. Our horses haven't had a handful of grain for 2 days.
Doggone, I'd sure like to catch me a stagecoach robber, I would.
Better move over, driver, so I can climb up there and look at your pal's wound.
Who are you, stranger, to give me orders?
The name's Cassidy.
He's Hopalong Cassidy.
Yeah?
Feller from Bar 20, you gets around a lot, eh?
I get around some.
Yeah, so they say. Always around.
Mind telling me your handle?
No, not at all. Hardhead Brophy, they call me.
Very appropriate. Now, do you mind moving over?
Yeah, I guess not. He wouldn't have got shot if he'd had any sense. Bandit had a drop on us, and this fool kid went for his gun.
Well, that was his job, isn't it?
And that fella might have shot me, too. Why, that would have been too bad. What's that? Me? I'm California. Pleased to meet you, Hardhead. Say, how come you don't have no passengers? Special gold dust run. Passengers might get shot up.
Now, let me see your arm, messenger.
Rance Morgan's the name, Mr. Cassidy. I've heard a lot about you.
This doesn't look too bad. If we can stop the bleeding, I'll just cut your shirt sleeve here with my knife and tie a tourniquet around the arm for a while.
Fool kid messenger.
Might have got both of us killed.
You got any real big objections, Brophy? Save them for later. This boy should get to a doctor. Sort of quick, if you don't mind.
Trying to be a hero.
Hoppy in California have just interrupted a stagecoach holdup in time to prevent the theft of the strongbox. But not before Rance Morgan, the express messenger, is shot.
You know, Rance, it just doesn't seem trail-wise to try a fast draw when a rotation has a drop on you.
That was the parson.
Ah, local bad man, huh?
Plenty bad. He wears a preacher's frock coat, a black hat, and mask. And I intend to get him.
Looks like you invited him to get you first. You're sort of young to be an express messenger, aren't you?
I'm 20. That's old enough. I've got a special reason for doing this job.
Oh? That sounds like revenge.
My brother was a messenger, and my girl's father drove stage. The parson shot both of them. In the back.
Oh, Rance, I begged you not to do it. I begged you.
I know, Molly.
Now, Miss Laird, Rance will be all right. The doctor said so.
He might have been killed. And what for?
Why, a fella naturally wants revenge.
What good does that do? Would it bring anybody back to life?
No, ma'am, it sure wouldn't. But if he'd killed the parson, why...
California.
You know how I feel, Molly. I'll never be satisfied until I get the parson for what he's done.
I don't want revenge, Rance. I want you alive.
A man don't feel right, Miss Laird, if he can't settle a score.
Gun crazy. That's what all of you are. Just plain killing gun crazy.
Miss Laird, excuse me for saying so, but your friend Rance should be kept quiet.
I'm sorry, Mr. Cassidy. And I do appreciate
Don't mention it, miss. And now, if you could direct me to a general store where I could buy some grub for us, I'd be obliged.
I've got to get some things for Rance that the doctor ordered, so you might go with me.
Thank you, miss.
That is, if I could leave Rance.
Why, I'll be all right, Molly.
I'll be pleased to say till you get back. And meantime, I can clean my gun.
California.
Oh, that's just in case we find some use for 'em, Hoppy.
Mm-hmm.
Just sort of in case.
Mighty unfortunate introduction, Miss Laird, but you know, we came to 10 Strike to do some business with you.
With me, Mr. Cassidy?
We heard down at the Bar 20 that you had a string of fine riding stock for sale.
Oh, I do. You see, Dad had saved for years to buy our little ranch, looking forward to retirement. He was just about to...
I know, Miss Laird.
I shouldn't let it get me like this. But Dad's hobby was fine horses, and now I have to sell them all. Well, if he knew Hopalong Cassidy was interested in his horses, he'd be real proud.
Well, they'd get gentle care at the Bar 20.
Could you come out to the ranch this afternoon to look them over?
I think California and I'd be pleased to.
Fine. Oh, this is Lou Gribble's general store.
Well, do stores stay closed in the middle of the day on 10 Strike?
Things have been awfully quiet since some of the mines closed down. I guess there's not enough trade for... Oh, there's Lou coming down the street.
Oh, I hope he's got the supplies I need.
He's been so good to me since Dad was killed. Treats me like a daughter.
I'm coming, Molly. Coming.
Hasn't Lou a funny walk? Just like a little boy. Don't hurry, Lou. We won't run off.
You closed up to go fishing. I just heard what happened to Rance. Awful. It's awful.
It is. But he was lucky this time.
Well, I'll open up here, and we'll be in business in a jiffy.
You've heard of Hopalong Cassidy, Lou.
Hopalong Cassidy? I sure have. It's a real pleasure to know you. Yes, sir, a mighty real pleasure.
Thank you, Mr. Gribble.
Now, enter my emporium. What you don't see, we ain't got. Shall it be ladies first?
Oh, no. Mr. Cassidy's in a hurry, I know, and I've time.
Well, our wants are simple. Just a side of bacon, 10 pounds of flour, same of jerked beef, and a sack of oats for the horses.
Yes, sir, Mr. Hopalong. Say, was it really the parson what robbed the stage?
So they say. I don't know too much about this parson. No, nothing but a brief shooting acquaintance, Mr. Gribble.
but Miss Laird sure is some fine stock in this here corral, Hoppy.
Yeah, I'd say our late father was a pretty good judge of horse flesh. Too bad she doesn't take care of her stock, though.
Oh, now, Hoppy, seeing she's a female, I think they look right smart. All curried, combed, and grain-fed. And...
All except one, California. That big jumpy roan on the other side of the corral.
Say, now, he do look like he's in a sweat.
I'll just drop a loop around him and get acquainted.
Think Miss Laird will see us from the house?
Well, what about it? Aren't we inspecting her horses? Well, here goes.
Smack dab around his neck.
Yeah, boy. Nothing to be nervous about.
He sure is a beauty.
Take it easy now, old fella. Take it easy. You know what I'm thinking?
I don't know, Hoppy, but this here horse has been rode hard and unreasonable not long ago.
Right. And turned loose without a rub down. Suggest anything, California?
Yeah. The parson was riding a big roan, wasn't he?
With a white stocking on the off hind leg.
Just like this horse. Hoppy, you don't think the parson couldn't be...
Molly Laird? Hardly California, not a lady road agent.
But if her horse was used in the holdup...
Now, let's not jump at conclusions. Might have been barred. Might be a different horse.
We could find out sure easy enough up at her house.
We might. And we might not, seeing that Miss Laird seems to have a caller.
Why, that's that stage driver, Brophy.
But, Mr. Brophy, I don't really know what business we have to talk over.
Well, you know, your pa was a special friend of mine. I got to take care of his daughter.
I'm doing very well, thank you.
But you might not, honey, when you find out what I know about you and that holdup today.
I don't know what you mean. Please.
What's wrong with putting my arm around a pretty girl, huh?
I don't like it.
Oh, no, honey. You know, a girl who's mixed up with road agents can't be too choosy.
What?
Not so innocent, little sweetheart. Now, how about us getting to be real good friends?
No.
Little kid?
Get away. Get out.
You quiet down. I happen to know the horse that was used in the holdup today was your horse.
Let me go. Stop.
You heard the lady, Brophy. Let her go.
Oh, Mr. Cassidy.
What's it to you, Cassidy? I'll teach you to butt in, you. Look out, Hoppy.
I saw that haymaker hard head. Not catch this.
Look, this is the last one you'll see.
Sorry to upset your home this way.
They don't call me hardhead for nothing. Hoppy, you knocked him plumb through the screen door.
You aren't hurt, are you?
No, thanks. But his head is kind of hard.
Look at him, laying outside there in the grass, just as sweet and peaceful as if he was a snoozing. The no-good sidewinder.
Oh, you skinned your knuckles.
It doesn't hurt much.
We heard that mule skinner pestering you as we was walking by the porch.
You mentioned one of your horses, I believe.
Oh, it was nothing. Nothing at all worth repeating.
Well, I was just a little curious. One horse in the corral's been ridden hard and not even rubbed down.
Really?
Just thought I'd mention that someone's been mighty careless of your stock.
Oh, I didn't know. Thanks for telling me.
You ride much, Miss Molly?
Me? Oh, I don't get the chance. You see, the horses get so little exercise, I let most anybody who happens to need a horse borrow one.
Well, Miss Molly, with all the mysterious holdups and killings that are going on, it might be wise to be careful about who gets a hold of your horses.
Yeah, might be somebody who traces stage robber's horse to its home corral and figures the wrong way about.
And it might also be that if some folks wouldn't get so interested in other people's business, there wouldn't be so many killings.
Well, when a man's shot at, he naturally wants to get the fellow who tried to kill him.
He'd show more sense if he'd leave us alone.
I don't quite follow you, Miss Molly.
I think it's clear enough. You're doing nothing but stirring up more hatred and revenge and death.
Then you'd rather we just leave the whole thing alone.
That's exactly how I feel. And the sooner you learn that, the quicker we'll find peace around here.
Please turn the cassette over at this point to begin side 2.
Despite the fact that Molly Laird flared up and demanded that the matter of the killings not be pursued, Hoppy still intends to transact his business deal with her. He is arranging with Mr. Bowers, the banker, to buy the herd of horses that roam Molly's range.
Well, that signature seals the bargain, Mr. Bowers.
Not as high a price as Molly Laird might have gotten, nor as low either.
If I was in Hoppy's boots, I wouldn't be buying at all after the way she talked to us.
You can take the horses any time that it's convenient, Mr. Cassidy. Now, I'm a busy man, so if you will excuse me...
Just a minute, Mr. Bowers. I'm a stranger in these parts.
So I noticed.
Observing man, ain't you?
California. I was a little curious about that holdup I witnessed today.
Were you?
Yeah. Do you think this frock-coated masked road agent is a local man?
How should I know?
You might be interested, seeing as how 2 citizens at 10 Strike has been planted in Boot Hill because of his playful use of their backs as targets.
How do you know it was the parson who shot them in the back?
Well, that's what Rance's brother said when he was dying.
Well, bandit though he is, until that time he had a fair and square reputation, as road agents go. He was known as a man of courage.
Seems like I'm attacking the reputation of a favorite son at 10 Strike, California.
Mayhap this here hold-up man's a sort of local hero.
Yeah.
You two are strangers here, and I'll give you credit for not knowing that we like to take care of our own trouble.
So I see.
This here's the second person to get sore when you criticize this parson fellow.
Now, is there anything else?
I guess we can take a hint. Come on, California.
Bald, a saddle, bird, sunfish, and mean, cantankerous, rambunctious, ornery cayuse as I ever saddled up to. Why, Hoppy, I'm so darn sure I'm speechless.
Well, if you're speechless, California, I hope I never find you in a talkative mood.
Why, that pigeon-toed rascal. Say, did you notice how he laid his ears back when you mentioned that bandit?
Yeah, he is pigeon-toed, isn't he?
Oh, say, here comes Rance Morgan, himself.
Well, must be feeling pretty good to be up and around.
Oh, I was afraid I might not see you before you left 10 Strike, Hoppy.
Oh, I get a feeling we'll be around a short spell.
Is that what got you up and around, Rance?
Well, actually, no. The stage superintendent wanted me to come to the office for an emergency.
You want to take care of that arm.
Well, thanks to you, I didn't lose much blood, and as long as I carry it in the sling, it doesn't hurt too much.
Your emergency doesn't include another holdup, does it?
Well, we're afraid of one. You see, there's an extra-large shipment of gold dust that has to go out tomorrow. Special run, no passengers.
Oh, you ain't in no condition to ride express messenger.
No, and we're short-handed. But I can drive the team. Even Brophy's supposed to have a day off tomorrow.
Expect he's going to have an off day, too.
Huh? I don't follow you.
We'll explain that later. Were you going to suggest something?
Now, Hoppy, don't talk yourself into nothing. We get horses to drive back to the bar 20. We already had a shooting scrape, a fight, and got the banker mad at us. We already... Well...
Yes, California?
We're interested.
Well, Hopalong, I told the superintendent about you being here, and, well, he wondered if you two might do us the special favor of riding that gold shipment through.
We do have a lot of work to do at the bar 20, Rance.
There's no denying that everybody knows about this gold. About $50,000 worth. I guess that's enough to tempt the parson.
Yeah. And I'd like one more chance to be around when that parson is tempted, son.
Get on there, boys. Rustle.
Hoppy, how do you figure if this parson gets the drop-up?
Well, if the road isn't blockaded, we'll try to find our way by him.
Most of these fellows depend on surprise. We'll turn the tables.
And if the road is blocked?
Then I'll try to swing the stage around quickly to give us some protection.
And Rance, if the parson does jump us, leave things to California and me.
Oh, sure, son. We're used to this sort of thing. Don't bother us a bit. Why, we'll give 'em back shot for shot.
It's the parson.
Hoppy, do something.
Thought you were going to help me.
You shot the gun out of his hand, Hoppy.
Now he's ducked behind that bush. Maybe this will bring him out.
He's skedaddling.
Get on off this stage quick. Let's get our horses.
He'll get away.
We can trail him, Rance.
Well, I'm taking no chances.
We'll bring him back.
I want that killer dead. Dead with my bullets in him.
Doggone. You dropped him like a sack of potatoes.
Yeah. Wish I'd put a few more in him just for good measure.
We could have brought him back, Rance. We had the advantage.
Whose side are you on anyway, Hoppy? I thought you came out to help me get the parson.
I came out to try to bring justice, Rance, not to see vengeful lead pumped into a man.
Well, he'd have hung anyway. What difference does it make?
Just the difference between law and mob rule.
Well, I haven't time for this lecturing. I've got a gold shipment to think about.
Well, I'll try to get through these bushes and take the parson's body back to 10 Strike.
It ain't gonna be easy, Hoppy. He's out there in the thick of it.
You ride along with Rance, California.
I don't need anybody. Things are going to be safe around here now that I got the parson, even if some folks don't think I should have. Get up there.
I don't like to see you ride on alone, Rance.
You tend to that dead skunk, and I'll tend to my gold. Wish I could wait to see who he is, but I haven't time now.
He's sure in a powerful hurry, Hoppy.
Yeah, and he's pulling a lot of gold. Well, let's get this over with. You cinch tighten?
Yep.
Now, let's cut down through this gully. We're going to have to ride through that manzanita.
Guess the parson's horse is plumb back to 10 Strike by now. Them bullets sure scared the poor critters.
Did you see his body?
Right through here, I think. Oh, what's that?
I'm coming from down the road there.
Why, the stagers.
Yeah, I knew there'd be trouble when I let that fool kid ride on alone. Come on.
What, son? There's $50,000 worth of gold missing.
But I tell you, it was the parson. I killed him, and still he robbed me.
Well, weren't you alerted against attack?
Oh, he was on me before I knew it. He took my gun.
There's something that looks mighty like a gun right here.
Oh, this is another one I had in the stage. I shot at him as he was riding off.
Then those were your shots we heard.
I guess so. The parson didn't fire any.
Most dead men don't.
But you've got to believe me. He rode up here. The parson.
I believe you, Rance.
Well,
You
Hoppy,
see the footprints here?
But that bandit's dead, Hoppy. Out in them bushes in the road. Dead.
Nobody lives with that much lead in him. But he came back.
I've got to finish the job I started, California. I've got to go back and get that body.
Huh? Well, I'm stark raving mad, I guess. Here you tell Rance you believe his story about the parson holding him up.
I do.
Then you want to go out and get the body of the parson who's been dead all the time.
Can't you do anything but ask questions? So long, California. I'll see you back in town.
Hoppy, you sure the most unconcerned man I ever did see.
Why should I be concerned, California?
Why, with the bandits being killed and bandits still running loose, and you asked me to take a walk to the bank.
That's right. Just go into the bank and take a look. Things are the way I think they are. You know what to do.
Sure, I know what to do, but that don't mean I like to do it. Now, looky here, Hoppy. What for did you take that road agent's body up to Laird's barn?
Oh, that seemed a convenient place to take it, California.
Convenient. Would you mind telling me what you were aiming to do meanwhile?
Oh, I thought I might drop into Lou Gribble's store here and get some beans. I forgot to buy them yesterday.
Beans? Sightseeing in a bank. And at a time like this, why, you're the oddest fella I ever did see.
Why, hello, Mr. Hopalong. What can I do for you?
I came in to buy some beans, Mr. Gribble.
Beans, eh? Say, you're quite the hero around town now you killed the bandits.
I didn't kill anyone. Rance shot the parson.
The parson, huh? Tell me now, who was he?
Well, I think we ought to wait until the county sheriff arrives before we start announcing all the details. After all, there's another bandit loose, you know.
So they say, so they say. You got any IDs?
Only that I need about 5 pounds of beans before I start back to the bar 20.
Oh, sure. I almost forgot. I'll get 'em right away. Mighty fine weather we're having, isn't it?
I've been noticing that. Hasn't rained for a week, has it?
No, sir, it sure hasn't.
Pick him up! The parson, a masked parson.
No, it can't be. You're a ghost.
I'll just relieve you of that $50,000 in gold, Lou Gribble.
Brophy. No, They killed you. I saw you dead myself. It's my gold now.
That gold? Give me that gold.
If you're not dead, I'll make sure. I'll kill you.
Get down, California.
Are you sure you're all right, Mr. Cassidy? I was terrified when I heard all the shooting.
Sure, not a scratch.
By golly, the lad sure did fly awful fast. If Hoppy hadn't been lightning fast in the draw, Gribble would have ventilated my carcass.
You really did a convincing imitation of the parson, California. You had poor Luke Gribble pop-eyed, thinking that hard-head Brophy had come back to life.
Then all along there were two Parsons, because Brophy was driving the stage when that holdup occurred last week.
That's just why Brophy didn't want Rance to shoot the other parson. He was too good an alibi.
I'm sort of confused. What about this here holdup today? It was Brophy's body out there in the bushes?
Yeah, when I returned, I found it turned over and unmasked. There were footprints all around it, matching the footprints in the road by Rance's stagecoach.
Doggone. Even though Luke Gribble was hightailing it with the gold, he couldn't resist stopping to see who the other parson was.
But how did footprints tell you that for that it was Gribble?
They were pigeon-toed prints, Miss Molly. And there are very few pigeon-toed men. Only two in this town.
Yep, Luke Gribble and the banker, Mr. Bowers. Hoppy figured that the one with the muddy boots would be the bandit. I took a look at the bankers, and they was shiny. So then I put on the parson's rig and came busting into Gribble's store.
I wanted to scare Gribble into a confession. I didn't figure he'd start shooting at what he thought was a ghost.
I felt like I was on my way to being a ghost for a minute there. You know, Hoppy, I'm awful glad.
And what have you got to be glad about?
Well, if being pigeon-toed can get a fella like Gribble into such a heap of trouble, I'm mighty glad I'm people-toed.
Goodbye for now from Hopalong in California. And here's a special invitation to join them next time they ride out from the Bar 20 when, as usual, I have a hunch they'll get into plenty of action that spells trouble.
Red Rock Mesa. Below them, shimmering in the heat of the noon sun, lay Mescalosa Plain, stretching as far as the eye can see. The squat settlement of Mescalosa in the center, the pine-covered hills of the Indian. Far the upright sands of the desert, the flat-topped tableland called Red Rock Mesa.
Gosh, Hoppy, ain't that a sight?
Yeah, it looks mighty hot down there.
She was mighty hot the last time I seen her in more ways than one.
When was that, California?
In 73, the year before the Comanche War. Me and another fella, no, what was his name?
Oh, it doesn't matter.
No, suppose not. Memory ain't what it used to be. Anyway, me and this other fella get caught 10 miles out of Mescalosa by a bunch of Comanches. And they run us clean across that desert and up Red Rock Mesa. Nearest I ever come to parting with my corp, you're. When they finally corralled the Comanches and put them on the reservation, I shook the dust of Mescalosa off in my boots and promised myself I'd never come back.
Well, I don't think we need worry about the Comanches now, California. They've been behaving themselves for quite a while.
Well, I still ain't in love with the Mescalosa country. Wouldn't be here now if it wasn't for this horse business of yours. Them Comanche Indians is about as tough as they come. Why, I remember the time once when I...
Hey.
What's the matter?
That's funny.
Huh?
That smoke over there. The other side of the ridge.
Yeah. What do you reckon?
I don't know. Let's take a look. Well, what do you make of it, California?
Don't know. Looks like somebody's ranch house got burned down.
Oh, it's still smoldering. Couldn't have happened more than a few hours ago, sometime in the early morning.
Hoppy, I ain't one to jump to conclusions, but,
Go on, what is it?
well, a few years back, we never had to think very hard when we run onto a burned ranch house.
Comanches?
Yeah.
We better get out of here. I want to talk to the marshal in Mescalosa.
Get down. Down, Hoppy.
What was that?
Look, in that timber there.
It's an arrow.
Let's get out of here, Hoppy.
Keep down. We might get out the back.
Let's go.
Hold it. They thought of that, too.
Well, they'll have to come and get me.
No, put your gun away. We're surrounded. If we get out of this at all, it won't be by shooting.
There ain't nothing else to do, Hoppy.
Maybe not, but we got to try. This is one spot we're going to have to talk our way out of.
And Red Rock Mesa. For 5 eternal minutes, Hoppy in California crouched in the blackened ruins of the ranch house, waiting for something to happen. Then...
Look. Where? There's one of them coming around that boulder. Give me your handkerchief. Is it white?
Used to be. Here.
Good. Put it on this stick here. There. Now.
Never thought I'd see the day when Hopalong Cassidy would wave a white flag at an engine.
Well, if you want to keep your toupee in place, you'll shut up. Hello over there.
He's coming out.
All right, now. Cover me while I go out to meet him.
Right, Hoppy.
And don't pull that trigger unless you have to. Understand?
Yeah. Good luck, Hoppy.
Thanks. Howdy. You speak English?
Me no white man talk. Me no white man ways. Bring other man here.
I'd rather leave him where he is.
They said bring other man here.
What do you want?
Guns. You have guns.
Yeah, we have guns and we're going to keep them.
Like magpie, you make big talk. You tell other man.
Chief, wait a minute.
A white girl.
What happened? Tell me.
You ask white man. He make big talk.
Who are you?
My name's Cassidy.
Where are you from?
From the Bar 20 Ranch, quite a ways north of here. My friend and I just got here a few minutes ago. Pulled up on the ridge over there and saw the smoke. Came over to take a look.
What are you doing in Mescalosa County?
Just come down here to buy some horses.
I see. Chief, these aren't the men. You must let them go in peace. Bring your friend out here, Mr. Cassidy.
All right, miss. California.
Here, Hoppy. What in tarnation's that white gal doing here?
I don't know, but she sure came at the right time. Come on. This is my partner, California Carlson.
Howdy, ma'am.
How do you do? This is Chief Broken Lance of the Comanches. He's sorry he made the mistake.
Where do you like when you know you?
He wants you to go in peace.
Mind if I ask what this is all about, miss?
Oh, it's simple enough. Someone's trying to stir up another Comanche war.
What do you mean?
Almost every ranch bordering the Indian reservation has been raided during the last few weeks. Cattle run off, buildings burned. This is one of them right here.
I see. Do you mind if we,
Oh, of course. Chief, we'd like to talk. You'd better get back to the others.
You tell white man our story, miss.
I will.
It is well.
Now, what makes you think these raids aren't the work of the Comanches?
I ought to know. I live with them. I keep an Indian school on the reservation. When the trouble started, I refused to leave with the others. I know the Comanches are innocent, but it's useless to plead with the ranchers in Mescalosa. They're ready to fight now. Our only hope is to catch whoever's behind these raids.
So when they saw California and me fooling around this ranch house here, they thought...
Of course they did. You're lucky you weren't killed.
Thanks to you, Miss,
Britt. Martha Britt. You'd better be on your way now. It's a 2-hour ride to Mescalosa.
Just like that, huh?
What do you mean?
Want to stay up here and take care of things all by yourself? Fight every white rancher in the county with a bunch of Indians and a lot of nerve?
I'm not asking anybody for help.
Well, you're going to get our help, whether you want it or not.
Here, Darren, too.
Thanks. Thanks very much. I would like you to do something for me.
And what's that?
The marshal in Mescalosa. His name's Bob Nolan. Keep an eye on him for me, will you?
Sure. I want to look things over in town this afternoon. I'll be back here tonight. Will you meet me?
All right. I'll be here.
Britt knew what she was talking about, Hoppy. This town sure spoiling for a fight.
Yeah, she wouldn't have a chance talking to these birds. Well, let's see what our friend Bob Dolan thinks.
So that's the way it looks to us ranchers, Nolan. We're getting together tonight to take some action on this thing. I hope you'll be with us. But if you ain't, we're going to go it alone.
You're not going to do anything till I say so, Whitman.
I tell you, we're tired of waiting. 3 ranches burned in the last 2 weeks. Over 1,000 head of cattle them redskin varmints run off.
But I'm not setting off another Comanche war until I've got something more than suspicion to go on.
Is that the only reason, Nolan?
What do you mean?
Are you afraid your young schoolmarm might get hurt if we tackle her precious Comanches? Think it over, Nolan.
Okay, what do you want?
I'm Hopalong Cassidy. This is California Carlson.
Howdy, Marshal. Howdy.
We talked to Miss Britt up in the foothills this afternoon.
Martha, how is she?
Fine.
What did she say about...
She's going to see it through from the Comanche side.
I was afraid of that. Say, who's that fellow you was talking to? Sully Whitman. Lost 500 head last night. Whitman, huh? Looks sort of familiar. It's like all the rest of them now. Ready to shoot a Comanche on sight.
How many cattle are missing now?
At least a couple of thousand. There's no ranch around here hasn't been hit at least once.
Can't run off 500 head of cattle without leaving a trail.
We followed cattle trails till we're dizzy. Got nowhere.
What do you mean you got nowhere, Bob?
Every trail leads to the same place. Somewhere in the edge of the Tierra.
Tierra?
The Tierra de la Muerte. Sand desert south of here.
Wow.
Sean, what's happened?
Ambush at the edge of the Tierra. They got Bill and Larry.
They did, huh? You got horses handy, Cassidy?
Right outside.
Okay, come on with me. It'll be dark when we get there, but I'll show you what I mean.
This is the place.
Where'd they fire from, Sean?
The rise over yonder. You can see it in the moonlight there.
Well, what do you make of it, Cassidy? Just like the others. Cattle tracks leading right out into the desert.
How far does the desert go?
100 miles or more. Nothing but sand dunes. Wind washes out the tracks 5 minutes after they're made.
Well, those cattle got to be somewhere. You can't make a couple of thousand head disappear.
You say you couldn't see who fired on you, Sean?
Nope. The shots came from that rise over there, and... Wait.
Huh?
Look. There in the moonlight.
It's an engine.
Get down.
There he goes. Come on!
Here's where you fired from.
Sean?
Yeah?
No use trailing him now. He's halfway through the desert. Well, I'm satisfied now.
Yeah?
I saw him, and it was an Indian. That's all I need.
Only one thing.
What's that?
Take a look at these tracks here.
Huh?
First time I ever heard of an Indian riding a horse with iron shoes.
He might have stolen the horse.
Maybe. And maybe it was a white man dressed up to look like an Indian.
Huh?
I think he wanted us to see him. There's brush cover all over the hill here. A half-wit would know better than to ride up the hilltop against the full moon and start shooting. Say nothing of a Comanche.
Hey, maybe you're right.
Come on, let's get back to town.
Quiet, everyone. Quiet. I'm tired of sitting around doing nothing while the Comanches run off our cattle and burn our ranches. I know you are, too. Your turn.
Hell with you, Whitman.
They got Bill Connors and Larry Baker at the edge of the desert this afternoon.
They did?
As far as I'm concerned, that's the last straw. I'm ready to move.
Now, wait a minute, Sully. Listen, all of you. First blow struck against the Comanche Nation will start it up all over again. I know there isn't a coward in the lot of you. I'm the last one who's going to run out on my duty here. Hopalong Cassidy and I were down to the scene of the shooting tonight, and we still aren't satisfied it was done by the Comanches. Now, look, boys, all I'm asking you to do
Wait a minute. I'd like to ask the marshal here one question. I'd like to know Because he's afraid a certain little schoolmarm might get hurt in the fighting.
Okay, silly.
Pick him up and back. All right, boys, now get this.
There's only one way I can answer that kind of a charge. Be saddled and ready by dawn.
We're waiting to hear that.
The war's on.
It's after midnight now as Hoppy and California ride up to the ruins of the farmhouse where they first met Martha Britt.
Hold it, California.
Reckon she's here?
We'll see in a minute. There she is. Come on. Martha,
Mr. Cassidy, we've been waiting for hours.
they kept us pretty busy. Who's with you?
Broken lamp.
Good. The town's up in arms.
Oh.
They're taking off at dawn. Armed to the teeth.
I was afraid of that.
Well, Bob's forced into it. He asked me to get you out of here.
The Indians are depending on me. I can't desert them now.
Don't be silly. You can't help them by hanging around either.
But where can I go? I can't go back to Mescalosa. They think I'm a traitor. I can't stay here in the hills.
Wait a minute.
What is it, California?
I'm thinking.
We haven't got time for that.
No, I'm thinking the time the Comanches run me and that other fella up Red Rock Mesa. Why can't we take Miss Britt there? There's a trail no one knows about on the far side. This fella showed it to me. His name was... Hey!
What's the matter?
I got it. The fella I was up there with. I remember who he is.
Who?
Whit Sullivan. Sully Whitman. They're the same fella. That skunk who's firing up the mob down below is the fella I got run up the mesa with.
You sure?
Sure, positive.
Wait a minute now. 2,000 head of cattle disappearing into the desert. Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What?
Look out in the valley there. You can see the mesa in the moonlight. Suppose those cattle were run out into the sand dunes so the wind could cover their tracks. Then suppose they were turned south to the mesa. What's it like on top?
Prettiest land you ever saw. Water there, plenty of grass.
Enough for 2,000 head of cattle?
For a short spell, sure.
So Whitman pulls off the raid, makes it look like the Comanches, then fires up the town for another Indian war. I think I know why now. It begins to make sense.
Wait a spell, you left me behind.
Martha,
Yes?
tell the chief to get his men together and hold up in the woods here. We'll try to make it back before dawn.
Where we going?
To the top of Red Rock Mesa. Hold it. There's the rim up ahead. Better leave the horses here.
Right, Hoppy.
It beats me how a trail as wide as this could be so well hidden.
Old Buffalo Trail, I reckon.
Wait. Listen.
Cattle.
Yeah. I think we've solved the mystery of the disappearing cows, California. Come on now.
Right behind you.
Take it easy. We might have a sentry at the top of the trail here. All right now. Around the other side of this boulder, we ought to get a look at the top of the mesa. Watch where you step.
Hoppy. Look. Right below us.
It's covered with cattle. A campfire with it. A couple more on the other side. There must be 20 men here anyway. And we only want one of them. To bring back with us for a souvenir. Somehow we got to get one of those guys away from that nearest campfire.
Sit down, will you? Now. You're giving me the willies pacing around like that. I'm cold. You mean you're yellow? You're scared stiff.
Sure I'm scared. So you. Only admit it. It's crazy, that's what it is. Cooking up an Indian war to keep every man in the county busy. Why, we moved 2,500 head of cows off this tabletop.
You hear that?
Yeah. One of the horses must have walked down the trail a piece.
I'll go.
You stay where you are. I'll get him. I need the exercise. Crazy coyotes. Wandering down there this time of the night. Yeah. There you are, you. A white horse. We got them. What is this?
Put up your hands. Not a sound, understand, or I'll blow you off the top of this mesa. California.
Yeah, Hoppy.
Stick a gag in his mouth.
Sure.
Tie his hand.
Sure. Feet too, Hoppy?
No, he's got a long ride ahead of him. We can make him do it side saddle.
Hey, you, Whitman. Come over here. I want you here with me at the head of the procession.
Any particular reason?
Yeah. You're the man who drummed up this expedition. I want you right up in front with the rest of us when the shooting starts.
Still sticking up for the Comanches, are you, Bob?
Sticking up for you ranchers, if you only knew it. What is it, Sean?
Well, it's getting light enough to see the hills now. Take a look over there on the East Ridge.
Yeah. Hold it, boys. Pull up a minute.
What do you reckon it is, Marshal?
Yeah, looks like a fire over that burned ranch house.
Engine?
Maybe.
It might be a trap.
Yeah. Fan out, boys. Divide into two columns. We'll hit the burned ranch house on the East Ridge from two sides.
You've got to believe me, Cassidy. I don't know nothing. I don't know who the boss is. I never saw him.
Don't tell us that.
If you know what's good for you, you better tell us the truth, mister.
I am telling you the truth. I don't know.
Shut up. Martha, how's the chief coming with the fire?
Fire?
Yeah, an old Comanche custom of California. You take care of our guests. I'm going over to help with the preparations.
Preparations? What's he mean?
Oh, nothing much. Just rigging up a framework over the fire. Sort of a perch for the guest of honor. Yeah, back in 73, we used to call it Comanche Conversation Piece. Nothing like good warm feet to make a man real talk.
Oh,
Ever had dealings with the Comanches, mister?
no.
Well, you've got a lot to learn. Real practical folks, the Comanches. The chief out there, Broken Lance, he's a Comanche of the old school. Don't make engines like Broken Lance no more.
What do you mean?
Well, mind the time in 73, just before Adobe Walls, when old Broken Lance here had a couple of white prisoners who knew something they wasn't telling. The first one was real stubborn. He wasn't talking. No, sir. He just wasn't talking. Something like you.
Yeah?
Yeah. Well, to make a long story short, they drug out the conversation piece, like you see here, and strung the fella up over the fire barefooted. Then begun lowering him into them red-hot coals, real slow-like.
Then what?
The fella wouldn't talk. Just like I said, a real stubborn fellow. So then they coated him with honey from a bee tree and tied him up on top of an anthill. The ants swarmed over that fella something awful, like to chaw him to bits. The fella still wouldn't talk, so they finally lost patience and killed him dead.
Yeah? Oh, what about the other one?
Well, but then them Comanches was awful mad. So when it come to other fella's turn, they decided to get tough with him.
Sean, what'd you find up there? It's the chief, all right, in the clearing by the burned cabin. They got a fire there.
Anyone else?
I'm not sure, Whitman. Couldn't see no one.
Of course you couldn't. It's an ambush, Nolan. If Broken Lance is there, the woods around that cabin are full of Comanches. I'll stake my life on it.
That's just what you might be doing. Sean,
Yeah?
ride back to the rest. Tell them to stay right where they are and hold their fire until they hear shots in the clearing, understand?
Right.
What are you doing, Nolan?
We're going ahead to talk to Broken Lance, Whitman.
You're crazy.
What's the matter, Whitman? You yellow?
No, I'm not yellow. Let's go.
There's the cabin, down there.
Something's wrong. That fire burning, no one around.
Go down and take a look.
Yeah, we'd better get the others.
Take it easy, Whitman. War hasn't even started, and you're ready to jump out of your britches.
Oh, don't be a fool. You know this is a crazy stunt as well as I do.
Maybe. You're a pretty brave hombre with a mob at your back, Whitman. Just wondering how you handle it alone. Put down that gun.
Let go of my hand.
That gun. Yeah. You know what you did, don't you? 200 men are on their way up here right now, ready to shoot on sight.
Bob.
Cassidy.
Where'd the shooting come from?
Whitman, the mob's on its way up now. Where's Martha?
She's all right.
We gotta get her out of here. Why, those men are...
Never mind that now. I think we got the answer what they're looking for.
What's that, Cassidy?
You'll find out, Whitman. Let's go. Over here.
It's a trick, Nolan.
Shut up and get going. Follow him around there.
I tell you, there's something.
Something wrong, Mr. Whitman?
No, just,
What's the matter, boss? Don't you recognize your number one hand?
I never saw this man in my life.
No use, Whitman. They found the cattle on the mesa. I told them the whole story.
Why, no use reaching for an empty holster, Whitman. I got your gun. What is it, Cassidy?
You can head off your army and tell them if they change their course for Red Rock Mesa in a hurry, they'll get their cattle back. Whitman and his gang have a whole 2,500 head corralled up on top, ready to move tonight. Or maybe we'd better all ride out there while Mr. Whitman tells them himself.
Mr. Cassidy,
Yes, Miss Martha?
I want you to know how much I appreciate what you've done. There's peace in the valley again, and I think we'll hold on to it.
And I'm holding on to you, honey. Right here in Mescalosa. I can keep an eye on you.
All through sharing Martha with the Comanches, Bob?
Right.
I'm sure they can get along without me now.
And I expect you two can get along without a couple of Bar 20 cowpokes who ought to be heading back for their home range.
I've been waiting for you to make that suggestion, Hoppy.
Getting impatient, California?
Well, just a mite uneasy, being so close to that there Comanche reservation and all.
What do you mean?
Well, to tell you the truth, Hoppy, I told that fella such a doggone good story about them Comanche tortures, I ain't been able to sleep nights since.
Our story, The Empty Saddle. October has a special meaning for cowpunchers in the Bar 20, or anywhere else for that matter. The crisp nights, the bright blue sky, the red leaves on the maples and the creek bottoms are all background for the busiest time of the year, the fall roundup. So Hoppy is all business as he stands with California at the rail of the Bar 20 corral.
Hey, Jim, what you doing down there? I'm trying to get this horse and corral over here. The darn thing won't move.
California.
Yeah, Hoppy?
What about Ace?
Who?
Ace Beaumont. I want him to set up a corral for the wiener calves on the flat. Where is he?
He ain't showed up, Hoppy.
What do you mean? He was to be back last night.
Yeah, I know. I was talking to the boys at the bunkhouse this morning. He rode over to Three Forks Friday, you know, and...
I know. He went over to Three Forks to see his girl.
Easy, Hoppy. Now, don't get sore.
I got a right to get sore when one of my best hands doesn't show up for the roundup.
He's in love, Hoppy. You got to make allowances for Ace.
Well, maybe so. I sure didn't like him. He's never let me down before. He knows how bad I need him now with a couple of 1,000 head of cattle around up in Brand.
Sure, Hoppy, but Ace is young, and the minute he set eyes on Ellie Summers over at Three Forks, he couldn't hear a heifer bellowing right under his nose for the wedding bells in his ears.
Wait.
Huh?
Turn around. Take a look.
Gosh almighty, it's Ace's buckskin.
Yeah. What's the matter, boy? Where you been?
His hide's all tore up. Tail full of burrs.
Cinch came loose. Saddle dropped down under his belly and scared him.
Reckon he throwed Ace somewhere?
There isn't a horse alive that could throw Ace Beaumont.
But what could have happened? Ace knows better than leave his coyotes untied. He ain't...
I don't know, but I've never seen a time when a man's horse came back without the man that something wasn't wrong. Give me a hand with this saddle.
Sure. Beats me. Hey, look at them grease spots in the saddle skirt there.
That's not grease, California.
Huh? Hoppy, you mean...
It's blood.
Yeah?
This horse is all cut up from buckbrush. Probably came across the mountains from Three Forks.
What we gonna do?
Tell the boys we're going to Three Forks and we're not coming back till we find Ace Beaumont.
To Hopalong Cassidy and The Empty Saddle. Ace Beaumont's buckskin horse has returned to the Bar 20, its blood-stained saddle dangling on a loose cinch, clearly telling Hoppy that something has gone wrong with one of his top hands. It's almost dark when he and California tie up in front of the Summers General Merchandise Store in Three Forks to find Ace's sweetheart, Ellie Summers, waiting on a customer inside.
She's got old Pike Peters in there.
Yeah, giving him a grub stake, I reckon. Poor old Pike's the unluckiest prospect for alive. 40 years of tramping the mountains and not a strike. Well,
Wait a minute. Remember what I told you. Not a word to Ellie about Ace not showing up. I don't want to get her worried.
Right.
Mr. Cassidy.
Hello, Ellie. Pike.
Howdy, Hoppy. Well, what you doing here in 3-4?
Just dropped by for a visit.
See by your partner here, he's still caring for the aged and infirm over at the bar 20.
Why, you old pack rat. Why, you was in the pension list before I was born.
Don't mind us, Ellie. Go right ahead with Pike here. We'll wait till you're through.
All right. Now let's see, Mr. Peters. 20 pounds of red beans, a pound of salt, a package of soda, a side of bacon, and 50 pounds of flour. Comes to $4.20.
Reckon you can put her on my account, Miss Ellie?
When are you going to make that strike, Mr. Peters?
Yeah, I'm nearer than you think, Miss Ellie.
And what happens when you find it?
Well, we all get rich, just like I agreed. All you nice folks who've been grub-staking me for all these years. Now, about these supplies here.
Go ahead. Take them along. I'll put them on your account.
Thanks, Miss Ellie. Well, better be running along. Bye, folks.
Bye, bye.
Oh, if Father were alive, he'd have a fit.
Never make money that way, Ellie.
Oh, I guess I'm just soft-hearted. Now, what can I do for you?
We need a little hardware over at the ranch. A few nails, a couple of 100 feet of rope.
The roundup coming off in a couple of days.
Ace told me. Did he tell you about...
I haven't had much time to talk to him.
We're going to be married next month, after the roundup.
Well, congratulations.
Funny he didn't tell you. He said you were number one on his list. When did he get in?
Last night sometime, I guess. I was out with the riders. Didn't get a chance to see him.
Last night?
Yeah.
Well, that must have been quite an errand he had to do.
Oh?
He left here before noon yesterday. You act as if something were wrong, Mr. Cassidy. Is there...
Oh, nothing at all. Nothing at all. Well, we'll see you tonight, Ellie, before we head back. You'll be home, won't you?
Of course.
Good. Come on, California.
Bye, Miss Ellie.
So he left here before noon yesterday. Had an errand to run.
Errand? What do you figure he was up to?
I don't know, but it's time we took this up with the sheriff.
Now, take it easy, Ma. There's no use getting all riled up just because...
You ain't heard me out, Sheriff. Maybe time I get through, you'll see I got reason to be riled. Oh.
Well, Hopalong Cassidy.
Hello, Sheriff. You know California Carlson here.
Sure. Howdy, California.
Hi, Sheriff.
This here's Ma Strickland. Runs the double dot east of here.
Howdy.
How do you do?
Ma figures a foreman busted his tie rope and took off without saying where.
It ain't no joking matter, Sheriff Lane.
Who is it?
Turkey Ed Higgins, best darn ranch hand in the county.
What happened to Turkey Ed?
Well, if I knew, I'd run right out and put a load of quail shot in the seat of his pants.
How long's he been gone, Ma?
Most a week now. I'm telling you something's powerful wrong here, and I'm asking you to get off from that chair and do something.
And I'm telling you, I ain't got time to go running after every cowhand in the county when he gets an idea he wants to go to the city for a spell. Now, you trot back the double dot and calm down. He'll show up in a day or two.
Wait a minute, Sheriff.
Huh?
He's right. There is something wrong. I'm missing my best hand.
Who's that?
Ace Beaumont. He didn't show up at the bar 20 this morning.
Okay. What about that, Sheriff?
Well, wouldn't be the first time two cowpokes took a notion to go on a spree.
Only Turkey Ed don't know this Ace Beaumont from Adams or Fox.
Anyone see Ace around town, Sheriff?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, this is Tom Oliphant, my deputy.
Howdy.
Howdy.
Don't get riled up about Ace. He's all right.
How do you know?
I had a talk with him down at the Aurora Cafe Saturday night. Played a little poker. I know he's okay.
What are you holding back, Oliphant? Spill it.
I'm sorry, Sheriff. Just a little private matter. A business secret.
Maybe you better talk, or maybe you'll get fired.
Yeah? Go right ahead, Sheriff. The funny thing, I ain't too worried about my job right now. Well, so long, folks.
Why, that young whippersnapper, huh?
Take it easy, Sheriff. California.
Yeah, Hoppy?
Keep an eye on Oliphant. I want to know everywhere he goes tonight. And don't let him know he's being followed, you understand?
Yeah.
Now, what about Parmalee over at the Aurora Cafe? What's his line?
Oh, gambling, booze,
Two men disappear. There's no connection between them. They don't even know each other. Both of them might have won heavily at the Aurora. Maybe this Parmalee couldn't afford to lose that much.
Well, knowing Parmalee, I'd say that ain't a bad guess for a starter.
Well, I still ain't convinced, but I'll go along with you. Let's have a talk with Parmalee.
All right, Sheriff, all right. Turkey Ed Higgins played cards here a week ago. Ace Beaumont Saturday night. Both of them took me for a ride. Is there any law against that?
Might be. If both Ace and Turkey Ed disappear real sudden.
Disappear?
That's right, Parmalee.
So, you think I shot him down on a trail somewhere to get my money back, huh?
Didn't say that at all.
Well, that's what you're implying. So I shot him down in cold blood. And while I was at it, I did the same thing for one of my own dealers,
What do you mean?
Bill Hendershot. He's been missing for 5 days now.
3 total strangers. Ed, Ace, and this Hendershot. Nothing to do with each other. Maybe Turkey Ed had an enemy or two. Don't know a ranch boss who hasn't. And there might be someone who's gunning for Ace.
I know half a dozen like to have Hendershot hide.
Sure. But who'd have a grudge against all 3?
Hoppy.
Oh, excuse me, folks. Did you trail Oliphant?
Yeah, he just saddled up. I followed him out of town to Shadow Canyon Trail. Now, what do you reckon he's starting up into the mountains this time of night?
That's what we're going to find out, California. Let's get going.
Ain't much use in going further, Hoppy, with them clouds over the moon.
Yeah, I can't see a thing. They might catch up with him, but he's too fast for us. Hold it.
Something's up?
Yeah, not too far off. Let's go up a little farther.
I ain't exactly comfortable riding this trail like a sitting duck. If that moon comes out again, we...
You're right. We'll have to wait for daybreak. Uh-oh. Pack mule up ahead. Must be Pike Peters. Pike! Pike!
Who is it?
It's me, Hopalong Cassidy.
Oh. Yeah, Mr. Cassidy. Say, I was getting mighty nervous. Heard some shooting up the canyon.
Yeah, and if you're smart, you'll stay where you are, Pike.
Yeah, you heard the shooting?
Yeah, I think it's got something to do with the disappearance of 3 men.
3 men? What you talking about?
We'll know more about it tomorrow. If I get my way, Sheriff Lane will have a posse up in these hills by sunup. Come on, California, let's go back.
Cassidy, where in tarnation do you go?
Rode a ways up Shadow Canyon.
How far?
Far enough to convince me our 3 boys aren't off on a spree.
I guess we're all convinced, Hoppy. We'll have a posse together by 6 tomorrow morning. Now, there ain't 3 boys by the way.
Huh?
4. Like I say, I'm convinced now. Oliphant's horse just showed up at the corral. Without Oliphant.
Saddle. Four men have mysteriously disappeared from the little town of Three Forks within a week. And with the last one, Tom Oliphant, the sheriff's own deputy, Sheriff Lane is convinced it's a job for a posse. Meanwhile, Ellie Summers sits alone in her house at the edge of town, waiting for Hoppy to drop by for the hardware he ordered a few hours ago at the store. It's late at night when...
See, Mr. Cassidy. Well, it's about time you got here, Mr. Cassidy. I've been... Oh,
Howdy, Miss Ellie.
Pike, what are you doing here?
Well, I run on to Mr. Cassidy in Shadow Canyon and figured there's something you and me ought to talk over. Mind if I come in?
Oh, no, of course not. I've been waiting for Mr. Cassidy to drop by.
Been playing cards, I see.
Solitaire.
Solitaire's no game for a nice young gal like you to be playing, Miss Ellie.
What is it, Pike?
Mr. Cassidy says there's a posse forming tomorrow going to strike up into the hills.
A posse?
Yeah.
Is something wrong?
Well, yes and no. It seems there's been some mysterious disappearances.
What do you mean, Pike?
Turkey Ed Higgins and Bill Hendershot and Tom Oliphant. They all disappeared. son.
Disappeared?
Yeah.
I don't understand.
If you give it a good think, you will.
Higgins, Hendershot, Oliphant, and Ace. Hi!
Strange, ain't it?
The 4 men who grub staked you. They each have a share in any gold you find.
I knowed you'd figure it out, Miss Ellie.
Get out of here, Pike. Did you hear what I...
Oh, easy now, Miss Ellie. Yeah. With this here gun in my hand, I might take a notion to make you disappear, too. Sit down now and be comfortable. Sit down.
What are you going to do, Pike?
Take a look at this, Miss Ellie. There, that's just a sample there. She'll run 500 to the ton, according to the assay office. 100,000 in the strike I made, maybe 2. Maybe 1 million.
What did you do to those men?
40 years now I've been hunting. 40 years of bacon and beans and soda biscuit. 40 years of dry camps, tramping those mountains, miles, dry miles, with my tongue like leather and my mouth swole up so I couldn't swallow. Well, I found her. After 40 years of looking, and I don't aim to share alike with...
What did you do with them?
Well, I sent each of them a note. One by one, told them I'd made the strike and keep it a secret. Told them to ride up Shadow Canyon and meet me. I was waiting for him, all right, with my old single-shot sharp rifle.
You mean Ace?
Ace? Yeah, that's where I made my mistake. Then Jaybird flew down and spiled my aim. Knocked him off on his horse, but the varmint crawled up on a ridge and holed up.
He's up there now, wounded.
Yeah, that's why I dropped in tonight. Huh? You're going to help me get him down. Figured with me down below holding a gun in your back, Ace Beaumont will be real reasonable.
And if I won't go with you?
You're coming all right. And now?
You're not being very smart, Pike. Mr. Cassidy will see an unfinished solitaire game on the table.
All right. Put the cards away. And hurry up about it. I don't want to keep Ace waiting.
What do you make of it, Cassidy?
I don't know. Ellie's door open, the lamp still burning.
You say she told you she'd be here?
Yeah. Wait a minute. What's this? Looks like Ellie was playing cards. She left the ace of spades face up on the desk with this rock on top of it.
Let's see it.
Gold?
High-grade ore.
Why, looks like the sample Turkey Ed showed me just before he disappeared.
He showed you a sample like this one?
Yeah, he got 'em every once in a while. He was grub staking old Pike Peters.
Funny. So was Bill Hendershot.
That's it. I'll bet Ace Beaumont was in on it, too.
What do you reckon?
It's the one thing that links those 3 men. They all had a stake in Pike Peters. That's what happened to Ellie. That's why she left the ore sample on top of the ace. Ace Beaumont. Peters got it up in the hill somewhere.
Well, but where? An army couldn't find crazy old Pike Peters in them mountains if he wanted to hide.
They must have had his samples tested. Go get the sheriff. Tell him California and I'll meet him at the assay office.
I just gotta stop, Mr. Peters.
He ain't stopping.
But I'm tired. I feel faint.
Here, get up. You hear me? Get up.
Let me go.
You're trying to stall, are you? Yeah, I'm too smart for that, lady. Oh, here, where'd you get that knife?
I'll kill you.
Get away from that fat mule. Here.
Let go of me.
Drop that knife. That ain't a nice thing for a lady to be carrying. Somebody might get hurt. There. That's a good place for your knife. Now get back up in front there before I lose my patience and kill you.
All right, Mr. Peters. I'll go.
It's no you, Sheriff. I just grilled Crawford at the assay office. He doesn't know where the mine is.
Well, we're licked before we start. Ain't got the chance of a snowball in Hades of finding Pike Peters in them hills.
California and I'll start out now. You can follow with the posse at sunup. And, Sheriff.
Yeah?
I'll drop by your office for a high-powered rifle. Looks like I might need it.
Why are we stopping?
It's getting light now. Thought you might want to see the sun come up, Miss Ellie. And in a minute or two, you'll be able to look down the valley there at them granite cliffs next to the trail.
What about them?
I'm going to give them a new name. I got my own special name for every spot in these hills here now. And can't decide, though, whether to call them Higgins Cliffs or maybe Hendershot Cliffs. Toss-up, you know. Both of them's buried at the bottom. Oliphant, too, but I'm saving his name for later.
How much longer is this to go on?
You getting tired?
Yes.
Want to see Ace?
Oh, please, Pike, for heaven's sake.
Okay. Here, whoa. Here. Stay right where you are there now. Now, don't move. I've got my 44 right on your back. Ace! Ace, Beaumont!
Where is he?
Right below us. The cave in the rocks. He hears me all right. Ace, Beaumont! Ace, I've got your gal here. Gonna blow her to kingdom come if you don't come out of there.
He isn't there.
No, he can't move with that leg. He was there when I left him. You call. Go ahead.
Ace! Ace, it's me.
I'm coming out, Ellie.
No, stay where you are, Ace. I wanted to warn you, dear. I wanted to...
Shut up now. Here. Come out of there, Ace. I can't move. Throw your gun out. You hear me? Throw it out, all right? There it goes. All right, Ellie. Go on down there.
Ace, where are you?
Wait. Not too fast now.
Oh, Ace, darling.
Ellie, you shouldn't have come.
I didn't give her no choice.
Shut up, Peters.
Oh, sure. Sure, I'll shut up. You got a right to your last minutes together.
You're crazy, Pike. You don't know what you're doing.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Listen, Pike. Listen, you'll never get away with it. They'll comb these mountains till they find you.
That's so? Well, I ain't worrying none. First place, they couldn't find me if they was hunting. Second place, they ain't hunting, because all of us who knowed about our little grub stake agreement is either over there at the foot of the cliff or right here.
Pike, listen to me. I've always tried to be fair with you. More than that sometimes. Just do one thing, Pike. Give us a little time, please. A few minutes. Maybe an hour.
Now, Miss Ellie, that'd be pretty stupid, wouldn't it? Sun's almost up now. Posse's starting out from Three Forks. Don't think you'd stall me that long, did you?
Wait a minute, Pike. Don't do it.
Pike!
Oh.
Ellie,
What happened?
a shot. A rifle shot from that clearing across the canyon.
Pike.
Dead.
Oh, Ace! Oh, Ace, darling.
Ellie.
Ace! It worked!
Since the rifle shot from across the gully dropped Pike Peters at Ace and Ellie's feet. Then they see who was behind the rifle.
It's Hoppy. Hoppy! Hey!
Oh, Mr. Cassidy.
Did I get him? You sure did. He's down for keeps.
Ace! Ace! Boy, how are you?
Okay, California. Got a bad leg, though. I can't move.
Let me take a look. Yeah. Might be broken just above the knee. Looks like you're going to miss the roundup.
Yeah, and you're mighty lucky you didn't miss more. If it wasn't for Miss Ellie here.
Ellie? What do you mean?
Well, didn't she tell you?
Mr. Cassidy.
You're going to have to go some to outsmart your wife, Ace. She thinks pretty fast in the clinches.
What is this, Ellie?
I'd never have found you if Ellie hadn't used her head down below just before Pike left the trail.
When we tracked that old varmint up the mountainside like a monkey climbing a rope.
Tell me, what did you do, Ellie?
Oh, it wasn't much, Ace. I just jabbed a knife in that 50-pound sack of flour on the back of Pike's pack mule.
It's Hopalong Cassidy. With action and suspense, out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The ring of the silver spurs heralds the most amazing man ever to ride the prairies of the early West, Hopalong Cassidy. This famous hero thrills his 60 million fans with action and dangerous adventure. In the role of Hopalong Cassidy is the popular star of the motion picture series, William Boyd. And appearing as that laughable old character, California, is Andy Clyde. Now to our story, The Failure. No question about it, Branch Patterson was a spellbinder. A quiet, crafty man for 3 years out of every 4. When an election year came around, he blossomed out, slapped folks on the back, became the good friend of every citizen of Shotwell. So right now, in this good year of 1886, Branch is in his glory as usual, on the speaker's platform among the red, white, and blue bunting, letting the people know as only Branch can.
I've told you a lot about Ike Iverson. I like to call him Honest Ike Iverson.
Yes, sir, boy.
Oh, but I'm not through. No, sir, not by a long sight. I have here a letter from old Evan Harden, our beloved sheriff, who's retiring from office after so many years of good service to this community. Now, as you all know, old Evan's taking it easy back in the big city, New York. He says here, Dear Branch, I want you to know I'm getting along fine here in New York. The weather's been fine these past 2 weeks, and I'm having myself a good rest. The reason I'm writing is to congratulate you and the rest of the folks in Shotwell on your choice of Ike Iverson as my successor. There ain't a man in Shotwell can fill my boots better than Ike. And I wish him all the luck in the world. Signed, Evan K. Harden. Now, I can't add much to that, but I think you all know by now that a vote for Honest Ike Iverson is a vote for law and order in Shotwell County. Now, I think that steer's about done to a turn, and there's plenty of roasted corn and free drinks for all. Let's
He puts on a nice show.
He sure does, Hoppy. Once every 4 years.
I wonder now if it was worth the ride. I'm an awful long ways from the bar 20.
Yeah. By the way, where's California?
Oh, I left him behind to run things for me. This election's kind of a personal thing with me anyway, and
Sure. But what can we do?
That's a good question.
Don't
mean to butt in. I just saw you sitting here, and I figured there must be 3 of us around to see through that 4-flusher.
Yeah, and we won't count much in an election. Oh, I'm Hopalong Cassidy, and this is Janie Malloy.
How do you do?
Janie runs the newspaper here in Shotwell.
My name's Ted. I have a ranch over Dakota way on the Little Missouri. Or I had one.
What do you mean?
I just sold it. I guess I'm a failure at ranching, too.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not giving up. 28, you know. Got a few good years left in me.
Well, I should think so.
Yeah, I thought I'd drop by here before I take the train back east. Get a look at Western politics in action. I'm a little disappointed.
You mean it's different back there?
No, it's the same. Give people a good time, a free barbecue, promise them the moon, and get yourself elected. Say, who's running against Honest Ike?
Well,
It just might be a very fine, upstanding young man named Bill Dixon, who also happens to be Janie's fiancé.
He's luckier in love than he is in politics.
thank you, sir.
So what are you going to do, sit around and let this barbecuer run off with the election?
Branch Patterson owns this town from one end of Main Street to the other.
Then it should be a delightful battle. Delightful.
Huh?
I've already decided to let my trip east wait for a while. Mr. Patterson comes first. We must defeat him.
Good. You just tell us how, Ted.
Now,
And,
you tell me this. How did Patterson get along with Mr. Hardin, the former sheriff?
Not at all. Hardin was the only man in town he couldn't control.
What about the letter, Ted? Sound right to you?
Yeah. There's a chink in Mr. Patterson's armor, I'm afraid. According to the letter, Mr. Hardin is comfortably retired in New York, delighted with the weather there. Well, according to a friend who just wrote to me, it's been raining cats and dogs there for a solid month.
Uh-huh.
Which means, of course, that Mr. Hardin isn't in New York or any place near it. And if he isn't there, where is he?
A man from the East, a man who calls himself a failure, has sparked Hoppy's curiosity about the coming election for sheriff of Shotwell County and the letter from Evan Hardin, the outgoing sheriff, supposedly written from New York. It's late at night after the barbecue that Hoppy walks through the Star Saloon to Branch Patterson's office.
Hi, Mr. Cassidy. Hello, Hoppy.
Hello, how are you?
Howdy, Hoppy.
Hello.
Yeah, come in.
Hello, Branch.
Well, Hopalong Cassidy. Why, you old varmint, I haven't seen you for years. Yeah, sit down, sit down.
Thanks.
Yeah, have a cigar?
No, thanks, Branch.
Yeah, what brought you to Shotwell, Hoppy?
Maybe I come to get a free dinner. And maybe it's just that I'm curious about you and old Evan Hardin.
What about me and Evan Hardin?
Last I heard, you two were at each other's throats. Seems the sheriff office was the only thing in town you couldn't control.
Oh, me and Evan had an understanding finally. He, mellowed as he got older.
Must have mellowed awful fast. He was at the bar 20 a few months ago and told me he was going to get your hide.
Yeah, like I said, he changed a lot.
Maybe so. By the way, where's Bert?
Bert?
Bert Holliday. Used to be your #1 assistant.
Oh, Bert's going to Colorado. Yeah, going to open up a new place for me there.
I see.
Well, Cassidy, I don't want to rush you off, but I've got a lot of work to clear up here, and I...
Sure. Oh, just one other thing. Mind if I take a look at that letter from Evan?
For any particular reason?
Yeah, I owe the old boy some money. I want to send it to him in New York.
I see. Well, I don't want to open the safe now, but he's living at the Hudson View Hotel there on 65th Street.
Thanks, Branch. That ought to do it.
Oh, and Cassidy,
Yeah?
when you write to him, send him my love, will you?
Sure.
Hello, Mr. Cassidy.
Hello.
Hello, Hoppy.
I do.
Cassidy.
Oh, there you are.
Well, any luck?
I don't know. Patterson says he's living at the Hudson View Hotel.
I know the place on 65th. Come on, let's get down to the telegraph office.
And this message going to New York?
Yeah, here, I'll read it to you. Mr. Joseph Alderwood, 684 Park Avenue, New York City. Urgent you wire description of man residing Hudson View Hotel under name of Evan K. Hardin. Hire Pinkerton operative if necessary. Oh, here's my name. I'm staying here at the Golden.
Oh, I know it, Hoppy, but you can't win an election on suspicion.
What about that, Ted?
That's all they had against Boss Tweed to begin with.
You don't know this town. Branch Patterson owns it. The voters are behind him to a man.
We had our Branch Pattersons in New York State. We got rid of them. And I don't think voters out here are any different.
Well, what do you want me to do? Get up and tell him Branch Patterson is a crook, but I think the letter from Hardin's a forgery?
Bill, by the time we're through, you'll be able to tell him more than that.
Like what?
We don't think Evan Hardin's alive.
Huh? What are you talking about?
We got an idea Branch killed him and faked that trip to New York.
Hey, that's pretty strong stuff. Can you prove it?
We're going to try. Now, how do you feel about running now?
Sure, I'll run. If you give me the ammunition.
Okay, it might take some digging, but we'll get it.
Oh, Mr. Cassidy, I thought you'd gone up to bed.
Sorry, Miss Anderson. I didn't mean to startle you.
Well, I just ain't used to having rumors round again.
Sure, it's only been a month or so since Sheriff Hardin went east.
Please, don't talk about Sheriff Hardin. I miss him so much.
He was a roomer here for a long time.
20 years.
Yeah. Wonder why he suddenly decided he'd like it better in New York.
I ain't a mind reader, Mr. Cassidy, and I'm running a rooming house, not an information bureau.
Kind of jumpy, aren't you?
I ain't jumpy.
Okay, Miss Anderson. I don't want to upset you. It's just that I'm mighty fond of old Evan Hardin, too.
He was a wonderful man.
Was?
Well, I mean, it's almost like he's gone forever. Way off in New York.
Sure, I know. Did you see him off?
What do you mean?
The night he left town. Did you help him pack or anything?
I didn't see him till around midnight when he was about to leave. His horse was saddled outside waiting.
Remember what he had on?
Now, see here, Mr. Cassidy, you can't...
I'm just testing your memory, Miss Anderson.
He had on a salt and pepper suit, a black Stetson, a red tie, and tan high-heeled boots. And that's all the talking I intend to do about Sheriff Hardin.
Sorry, I guess I'm just naturally nosy. Mighty nice piano you got here. Looks new.
Steve?
Must have cost a piece of money.
I just come into a legacy.
Yeah? That's what I thought.
Okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Cassidy. I didn't get the question.
I just asked if you knew Evan Hardin.
Sheriff Hardin? Sure, I knew Evan. I still know him, I reckon. That is, if I ever see him again.
Were you on duty here at the station the night he took the train east?
Yeah, I took number 68. I remember old Evan rolling up in that buckboard of his, come up and shook my hand. And there was tears in his eyes. Hated to leave Shotwell after 20 years.
Yeah, I guess he did. Do you remember what he was wearing?
Sure. A salt and pepper suit, black Stetson, red tie, and tan high-heeled boots. His city-going clothes, I reckon.
Did it strike you as strange, Evan pulling out for the East after all these years?
Not strange. Sensible. Just what I'm going to do next week.
Oh?
Going to leave this burg and head east myself. Time I started taking life easy.
You must have saved your money.
Yeah, that's right. I saved my money.
Well, Ike, what's the latest?
We've tailed Cassidy day and night for a week now. He's been asking questions all over town. Look, Branch, I'm getting uneasy about this.
Shut up. I told you I had it fixed, and it's going to stay fixed.
Someone's going to spill.
Forget it. They won't talk because they know what'll happen if they do.
I hope you are right.
Yeah. Have a cigar, Ike.
Yeah.
Light? That's better. Now, you're my boy, Ike. You're going to win this election, and you're going to stay right in my pocket where you belong. We'll do big things together here in Shotwell County. Now, you leave Cassidy to me. Run out and slap a few more backs. After all, Ike, you're the town hero, aren't you? The people's choice.
Well, Hoppy, it's you.
Hello, Bill. Janie, Ted.
Hi, Hoppy.
Hopalong Cassidy, private investigator. Well, how'd you come up?
I'm a horse from asking questions, and I've got sore feet, but I got a lot of answers, too.
Well, what are they?
Hardin left the rooming house at 11:30. Took the creek road to the station. Got there after midnight. Or so the stories go.
Witnesses?
That's the funny part. There are two. Hester Anderson at the rooming house and the ticket agent at the station.
No one else?
No one.
Well, nothing wrong with that. It was late at night.
Only he must have passed the Peters place on the way. Mark was Hardin's best friend around here. And he was up all that night with a phone there. Why didn't Hardin stop in to say goodbye? And here's another thing.
Ted.
Yeah?
I guess you better tell him.
What's the matter? What's eating all of you?
Afraid we made a slight error, Hoppy.
Huh?
Wire came today. Read it, Tim.
Yeah. Let's see here. It says, checked Evan K. Hardin. About 65, gray hair, 6 feet, 180 pounds, black dyed mustache, brown eyes, scar on left cheek, smokes corn cob. Hope this is sufficient. Joseph Alderwood. Well, that satisfy you, Hoppy?
Yeah, it sure does.
It's Harding's description to a T.
It satisfies me that there's another guy in Patterson's bought-out gang I hadn't figured on.
Who's that?
The telegraph operator. That wire never left his office. He ran up to Patterson's office with it and let him figure out the answer.
You know, maybe he's right.
Sure, I'm right. The landlady and the ticket agent were bought and paid for. I could see the money in their eyes. Both of them had the same description of Hardin on the night he left. Word for word. Can you remember what Janie wore 30 days ago, Bill? Can you?
Well, no, Hoppy, but you can't.
And another thing. According to their stories, Hardin left the boarding house at 11:30 on horseback and pulled up at the station 45 minutes later driving a buckboard.
By George, Hoppy bully for you.
Well, where do we go from here?
Ted, can you leave for New York tonight?
Well, I hate to rush off, but I suppose I can.
Good. You've got a job to do back there.
What do you mean?
Better get comfortable. I want to get things straight before Ted goes. Because if it comes off...
Yeah?
Patterson will go up for the murder of Evan Hardin, and you'll be sheriff of Shotwell County.
It's late at night, and eastbound number 68 is puffing up the grade a few miles out of Shotwell toward a pair of riders waiting in the shadows near the track.
Well, here she comes, Ted, right on time. Not as convenient taking her on the fly this way, but we couldn't risk having you seen leaving for the east.
Still think we're taking a chance?
Everything's a gamble in this country. A lot will depend on you, though.
I can take care of that. My George has done me a lot of good watching you fellas work. Don't feel like a failure anymore.
I don't believe you ever did.
Matter of fact, there are a couple of pieces of unfinished business in the East I think I'll tackle while I'm back. Give it the old Cassidy treatment, huh?
You forget about Cassidy. Grab that rail. Here you go now.
Got it. Hey, remember to ship my baggage.
Coming up by fast freight. So long, Mr.
So long, Hubby.
Mr. Say, what was that fella's last name? Hello, Branch.
Well, Cassidy, up kind of late for a sarsaparilla drinker, aren't you?
Had an errand to run.
Huh?
Yeah. Offhand, I can't think of anything I like to do less than eat crow, Branch, but sometimes it has to be done.
Well, I'm a willing listener.
I made some cracks I'm sorry for, and I want to apologize.
Really?
Yeah, I may as well lay it on the line, Branch. I thought Evan Hardin was dead. I thought that letter you read at the barbecue was a phony. Guess I'm just naturally not a trusting soul. So I sent a wire to New York and got my ears pinned back. Hardin's living at the Hudson View, all right, fit as a fiddle.
Why are you telling me all this, Cassidy?
Because I might have done you some damage. Asking questions around town and all. I had a good reason, of course.
What reason?
Miss Anderson. You knew I was staying at her rooming house.
What about Miss Anderson?
First night I stayed there, she woke me up, walking down the hallway in her sleep, talking a mile a minute about Evan Hardin being murdered.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah. Seems to me she mentioned your name a couple of times, but I couldn't quite make it out. Anyway, that's what started me off on the wrong foot.
Did she say anything else?
Well, she did it almost every night for a week. Did an awful lot of talking. Said she was afraid someone was going to kill her because she knew too much. Long about then, I realized she was crazy.
Mm-hmm. That all?
Well, toward the last, she got pretty wild. Said murder had been committed in her house, and she was an avenging angel. Well, that was last night, just before she took off.
Took off?
Yeah, haven't you heard?
What?
Miss Anderson ran off early this morning. Nobody knows where she went. Well, anyway, I wanted you to know the whole story, Branch. If you hear anybody spreading gossip around about you, just send them to me, and I'll straighten them out.
Yeah. Sure, thanks.
Good night, Branch.
Night. Ike.
Yeah, what is it?
Old Lady Anderson's gone crazy. Run off somewhere.
Crazy? What do you...
I don't know, but she's talking. Now get the boys together. Tell them to get in the saddle and stay there until they find her. Confound it, Ike. Quit pacing the floor.
Shut up, Branch.
Oh, getting smart, huh? Getting too big for your britches.
I've had a belly full of you and your crazy schemes. Don't worry, Ike. They won't talk. They're afraid of me. Big, bad Branch Patterson. I got the Indian sign on it. That won't do you no good, Branch. Nah, nothing's going to do us any good now.
Shut up, you hear me?
Knock off Hardin, bribe yourself a set of witnesses, and grab the sheriff's office. Just like that. Don't look so easy now, does it? With that dame running around the hills for a week now, off her nuts, screaming that we killed him.
Okay, Ike.
Put the gun down, Branch. You wouldn't plug me in the back room of your own saloon, would you? No, that wouldn't be smart. You'd have me shot out in the hills somewhere and bribe yourself a few witnesses. Give me that gun. Let me, Ike. Let go. Branch, Ike. Stop. Let go, Ike. Drop the gun. Okay. What is it, Willis?
Look, a wire just came in down to the telegraph office. Lucky I was on duty instead of the relief.
What is it? That's from New York.
Holiday.
Hester Anderson arrived here, went to authorities, told them where Hardin lives. Pinkerton should arrive, Shotwell tomorrow. Holiday.
Where Hardin lives?
He couldn't say more on a wire. She told him where we put the body, in the mine shaft at Connor's Bluff.
What are we going to do, Branch?
We better get out of here.
No, that's no good. They can't get us if they can't find Hardin's body, prove he's dead.
You mean that...
Yeah. Come on. We're going out and get rid of it. This time for keeps. Hold the light up. That's it.
I think it's farther on.
You were too scared that night to remember. Yeah, here's the place. I remember that quartz vein on the wall.
Hurry, we haven't much time.
Come on, Ike.
How deep is it?
Never mind that. Just move rocks.
Hold that light up, Willis.
I'm doing the best I can.
Hey, wait a minute. Listen. That noise. Somebody's over there. Get the light, Willie.
No, you don't. Stay right where you are.
Cassidy.
Put your hands up, Brett. You ought to know better than that, Branch.
Okay, Cassidy. How'd you get here?
We've been tailing you all week, waiting for you to get our telegram.
Your telegram?
Yeah, a friend of ours in New York sent it and signed Holiday's name. He's in custody, by the way.
But what about Miss Anderson?
She's resting comfortably out at Bill Dixon's ranch. By the way, Bill's outside with a posse. Wanted me to tell you how much he appreciated your leading us to Sheriff Hardin's body. Just in time for the election.
It's election night in Shotwell, and the citizens are gathered on the rodeo grounds for a torchlight celebration.
Look at Bill up there on the stand, Hoppy. I'm so proud I could split.
He's going to make a good sheriff, Janie. wouldn't be surprised if there were some pretty drastic changes around here. What with you and your weekly editorials and Bill in charge of the law.
It was a long chance, a lot of guesswork, but we won.
Yeah, thanks to Ted. That wire from New York couldn't have come at a better time.
Quiet, everyone.
Uh-oh, here we go.
Quiet, everyone. Quiet. I've got a lot to say to you tonight about what we're going to do together to make Shotwell a better place to live. You know, at another rally here not long ago, a young fellow walked up to us and told us Branch Patterson was a skunk, and it was high time someone got up enough nerve to lick him. Well, that fellow's in New York now, and I just got a telegram from him that I'd like to read to you. Bill Dixon, Sheriff, Shotwell County. Hope voters there have learned that good government is more important than a free barbecue every 4 years. Congratulations on your election. Hope I have as much luck this November when I run for mayor of New York City. Regards, Teddy Roosevelt.
We hope you'll be with us next time when Hopalong Cassidy will again ride out from the Bar 20 for another dangerous and exciting adventure of the Old West. Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. The Failure was written by Harold Swanton. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence E. Moultrie. This is a Commodore production. It's Hopalong Cassidy. With action and suspense, out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The Ring of the Silver Spurs heralds the most amazing man ever to ride the prairies of the early West, Hopalong Cassidy. This famous hero thrills his 60 million fans with action and dangerous adventure. In the role of Hopalong Cassidy is the popular star of the motion picture series, William Boyd. And appearing as that laughable old character, California, is Andy Clyde. Now to our story, The Bandits of Ridge Creek. The sun is setting slowly behind Crag Mountain in a blazing ball of red and yellow fire, casting a golden glow down the hot and dusty main street of Ridge Creek. It's a small cow town, its main street flanked on either side by the low wooden one-story buildings. Hopalong Cassidy and his pal California ride down the nearly deserted street and head for the Silver Dust Cafe, where they are to meet Sheriff Duncan. They dismount at the hitching rail, walk to the entrance, and open the door.
He can hardly see his hand in front of his face.
Now, look good, California. They said we'd find the sheriff in here.
I sure don't see him, Hoppy.
But do you see what I see?
Yeah, sure do. Looks like trouble over by the dance floor.
If you lay a hand on me, Ace, I'll kill you.
Why, you sniveling jailbird. Why, that boy ain't no match for that, feller.
And I ain't leaving town either. Not till I clear my pa's name and get our ranch back. I bought that ranch legal. And if you step a foot on it, you'll be heading for Boot Hill.
Seems like I remember something about this deal, California.
You was the only one who found that bank money in our barn. Funny, you knew where to find it.
Why, you yellow-livered crook. I'll teach you to talk that way to Ace Britt.
Get in here, wait, Ace, don't kick the boy.
Oh, maybe you want some of the same, Chip.
Well, he's hurt bad.
He'll be worse when I'm through with him. Come on, get up, you jailbird. A man would get up and fight. Sure. Maybe you want me to help you get up. Hoppy, what you gonna do?
Get away from that boy.
Huh? Who said that?
I said it. Don't touch that boy again.
Well, stranger, eh?
Come on, son, get up. We're your friends.
Why, you mangy cowpoke.
Look out, California. I'll take him.
You asked for it. Hey, that cowpoke ain't nobody's fool. Just one little old punch.
Get the boy and come on.
Yeah, sure will. Can you make it, son?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Well, then, come on. There's better outside, away from that cold cat.
All right, boys, we're going out the way we came in. Don't make the mistake of reaching for anything.
Well, I'm warning you, stranger. You and that kid will never forget this. If either one of you let the sun set on you in Ridge Creek, you'll be buzzard bait for sure.
As they ride out of Ridge Creek with Tom Hinkle, Tom is explaining about his encounter with Ace Britt.
I don't know your name, stranger, but I'm mighty lucky to have met up with you when I did.
Just call me Hoppy.
I'm California.
Hoppy. Seems I've heard Pa say something about a Hoppy somebody.
Well, I didn't know who you were at first, Tom, but now I do. I met your dad once.
Say, you're not Hopalong Cassidy.
Right. That's just who he is.
Then you know.
Well, I know what I've heard, Tom.
Honest, Mr. Cassidy, on my honor, Pa and me never took a penny from nobody.
But they sent you and your pa to prison.
On the word of that crook Ace Britt. He rode up to our ranch with the sheriff and they looked for the money. They come out of the barn with a pack of bills. Ace said he found them in the hay.
You got any idea how the money got into the barn?
Not less than Ace put him there. I know Pa wasn't near the barn. He was with me all evening.
It's going to be awful hard to prove.
I'll find a way somehow. But I don't want you to get messed up in this. You've done enough already.
Well, it isn't going to be helpful for you to go back to Ridge Creek for a while.
What you going to do, Hoppy?
I don't know exactly. You keep Tom company till I get back. I'll see if I can get any information from the sheriff on the robbery.
Mr. Cassidy, you heard what Ace Britt said.
Shucks. Better men than Ace Britt have said the same thing.
If you happen to see a pretty girl named Mary Miles around the sheriff's office, will you tell her I'm all right?
I sure will, Tom.
Hoppy, maybe I should ride back with you.
No, you stay here with Tom. I won't be gone long. After I see the sheriff, I'll know which way to jump.
Who is it?
It's me, Ace. Ship Miles.
Well?
I trailed them out over the pass. The three of them was lit out.
And you was worrying about trouble.
No, Ace, I don't want you rearing up at me, but I got a feeling we're going to hear more from that fellow who flattened you.
Now, you look here, Chip. You sounded almost like you was glad he'd done it.
Oh, no. Of course I ain't glad, Ace.
Well, you hadn't better be. I'm running this show, Chip. Don't you ever forget it. That kid's gonna cause trouble if we don't pin something on him fast.
Well, let the kid be, Ace. Seems like he's had trouble enough.
Oh, soft, eh? Seems like you ought to be glad to get rid of him. Or maybe you'd want folks saying your daughter Mary is running around with a jailbird.
Now, wait a minute, Ace. What you and me do is one thing, but what Mary does ain't no fair of yours.
Oh, all right. Don't get riled up. All I want to say is this. It's over a year now since we helped catch the bank robbers.
But the money ain't done you a bit of good. Well, them numbers on it and stuff.
Well, I got a plan. But this kid is going to be snooping around and spoiling it unless we get rid of him.
Now, wait, Ace. I ain't mixing no killing in this.
Oh, don't be a fool. I ain't aiming to murder him. I'm just going to see that he goes back to prison for a spell.
You know, Ace, I'll never stop being sorry I got mixed up.
It's too late now, Chip. Remember, that deed to your place is still in my name.
I know that.
Now, here's what we do. Get the boys, and we'll round them up. But that cowpoke who hit me, save him for me. Remember that.
You and the boys, you mean?
Get out of here and do what you're told. We've waited too long now to deal with them varmints.
Hi, Sheriff.
Well, doggone if it ain't Hopalong Cassidy himself. I missed you down at the cafe.
Glad to see you, Sheriff. Sorry you missed me.
Yeah, I just got there when they was patching up Ace Britt. Now, there's a bad one, Hoppy.
Yeah, that's what I want to talk to you about. Tell me what you know about this boy, Tom Hinkle, and his dad.
Well, Hoppy, there ain't much to tell. About a year ago, the bank was held up and a batch of new money, most $30,000 was took.
In the daytime?
Well, no, it was dusk, just getting dark, and...
Anyone see the holdup?
Well, Ace Britt was standing across the street, and he seen Tom Hinkle and his father ride away from the back of the bank.
So Ace got you and rode the Hinkles, and Ace found the money. That is, a very small part of it in Hinkle's barn.
Well, yes, but how'd you know?
Tom told me.
Well, all I could do was bring him in. The jury sent him away. Seemed like a pretty sure thing it was them, what with witnesses and all.
You never found any more of the money in the barn?
Well, no, they must have hit it good.
I'm glad you said that, Sheriff. It bears out my thinking.
What do you mean, Hoppy?
Just this, Sheriff. Doesn't it strike you funny that all the rest of the money was so well hidden you couldn't find it, but still Ace Britt could walk right in the dark, and find a small part of it?
Well, I don't know, Hoppy. Maybe it's worth considering. I'll go and get this Ace right now and get him to do some explaining.
No. Wait, Sheriff. I got a better idea.
You have, eh? Well, I'll back you to the limit, Hoppy.
I know you will, Sheriff, and I'm counting on you.
What are you going to do?
Well, right offhand, I don't know. But one thing is sure. Tom Hinkle and his dad are going to be back on their ranch and clear this charge. If it's in my power to do it.
Well, now, son, I wouldn't go getting flustered now. You're just a kid yet.
I'm not a kid. I'm 20 years old.
Of course, these things got to be worked out. Can't just blunder around and get into more trouble.
Oh, why doesn't Mr. Cassidy come back?
Like as not, he's on his way back now. Now, don't fidget around. Turkey wasn't built in a day.
Rome.
Who's that?
Rome wasn't built in a day.
Neither was Turkey. Listen, someone's coming.
Yeah.
It's Hoppy.
Gee, I feel better now.
California.
Over here, Hoppy. Hey, what'd you find out?
Not much we don't know already.
Did you see Mary?
No, I didn't, Tom, but I did see the sheriff. The numbers on that money have kept the thieves from disposing of it.
They still got it then.
Right. And we got to get a hold of some of it. That's all the proof we need.
That's all.
I recognized a couple of Ace Britt's men. I let it be known that every ranch will be searched tonight for the rest of the money.
Gee, they'll tell Ace Britt.
That's just what I want them to do.
Down, Tom.
Good. My plan's already working. They followed my trail just like I figured.
You left their trail on purpose?
That's right. If the gunslingers are out here, they won't be at Ace Britt's ranch. And I'd like to be there in time to see if Ace Britt tries to get rid of the hidden money.
I know every inch of that ranch. I'll go with you.
All right, then. Let's ride.
We can go around back of the sheds. If we're careful of that old well with them rotten boards over, just follow me. I know every foot of Ace Britt's place.
You're just gulping your food, Dad.
Well, I've got to hurry, honey. I got to be at Ace's place pronto.
You told me you were through with that crook.
Well, I am, but I just can't break away in a minute.
And after what he did to Tom.
Well...
Tom nor his pa took a cent of that money, and you know it.
Well, knowing it and saying it is different, Mary.
Oh, everybody's afraid of that Ace Britt, but I ain't.
No. Be careful, honey. Let me work this out my own way, and maybe something good will happen.
Well, you're the best dad a girl ever had. Only, well, a girl misses the boy she's in love with.
Well, I know.
No, you don't know, or you do something about
Well,
it.
honey, I can't explain nothing now, but I can tell you that since this Hopalong Cassidy fella came to town, I feel like my hands ain't tied no more.
Oh, if you could only find the thieves and clear Tom's name.
I already found them, honey. But it's worth my rotten hide to prove it. Well, I got to get over to Ace's.
Well, what's wrong with you, Chip? Sick?
No, Ace, I ain't sick. Leastwise, not sick with pain. But I'm getting mighty sick of something else.
Oh, I see. Well, sit down and spill it. Then I'm going to tell you something.
I just ain't going no further, Ace.
Scared of this, Cassidy?
I ain't scared, but I don't like it. I'm quitting.
I don't think you are, Chip.
Gun whipping me ain't going to help you none, Ace. My mind's made up. I promised Myriad.
Oh, so that's it. She's mooning around for that sneaking coyote Tom Hinkle.
I've been crazy going along with you, Ace.
Well, you can't quit now, you fool. I'm framing Tom so he'll scent up again. And as for that Cassidy, I got the trap all set for him, too.
Trap?
Well, sure. He didn't fool me none. Telling Jess they was searching the ranches for that money. Why, that hombre's smart. But Ace Britt's just a little smarter.
Hey, boss, they're just coming down the draw. Let's get out there quick. The boys are back of the shed waiting for them.
Good. I've been waiting for this minute. But remember, no gunplay. Just do like I said. Dump them in the old well.
They'll never get out of there alive.
Now we go around the cook shack. Then bear left to the bunkhouse till we get to the back of the sheds.
We're right with you, Tom. We better stop up here, California, and figure out a way to get closer to the house, where that light is in that window.
That's what my pa did his figuring.
Let's hope it's where Ace Britt does his banking.
Tom, California and I'll go around this way. You take a look around the other side. Quiet now.
It's sure dark. Wish I had cat eyes.
Shh. What's this open door?
Oh, Hoppy.
Sorry, but Hoppy can't hear you.
Have you done anything to him, you sidewise
You'll
brow?
do nothing. Now get along. Thought you'd like to have a nice cooling swim.
California. What happened?
Oh, coming around, eh? Well, Hopalong Cassidy, you done your last snooping.
Now, if I could get loose for 1 minute,
You'll be loose in a minute. Dump 'em in, boys. They got a 40-foot drop to feel sorry for themselves.
All right, boys,
Come on. Dump 'em in, boys. Down they go, boys. Good work. That takes care of Hopalong Cassidy and his pal. Even the buzzards can't find them down there.
Hoppy and his pal California rescued young Tom Hinkle from a beating at the hand of Ace Britt. Tom has just been released from prison, but he convinced Hopalong that he was innocent of the bank robbery. So Hoppy and California are determined to help him, first by going to Ace Britt's ranch. But Hopalong and California are ambushed by Britt's boys, slugged and dropped in an old abandoned well. The cold water at the bottom of the deep well has revived them.
How deep you reckon this here water is, Hoppy?
Save your strength, California. Don't talk.
Besides, it's smooth as a bald head. No place to get your nails in.
Yeah, it's a good 40 feet to the top.
This is one place I always hoped I'd never be. What are we going to do? We just can't give up like rats.
Speaking of rats, remind me to see Ace Britt the minute we get out of here.
You're just saying we'll get out to make me feel good.
Just save your strength, California.
We can't hold out long this way, Hoppy.
We can't expect help from Britt's gang.
Hoppy, I got a hold of a rock. I can hang on. Come over here.
Oh.
Over this way.
We could just get word to Tom.
Like as not, he'll join us when they get hold of him. What are you so quiet about, Hoppy? You think we ain't going to get out? That's it.
Get hold of yourself.
Right down in rats. We ain't got a chance.
As long as we keep our heads, we got a chance. But a mighty slim one.
I guess this is the fella you're looking for, Ace.
Yeah, Tom Hinkle. Sit down, son. There's something we should talk over.
I ain't sitting down. Where's Mr. Cassidy and his pal?
Oh, them? Well, I'll tell you. They left sudden like. Said they didn't believe your story.
They didn't do that. They couldn't.
Now, look, son. You and me has had a misunderstanding. But this Cassidy fellow showed me the right way.
There's only one right way.
I seen my mistake, and I'm a big enough man to admit it. Of course, with a bad reputation, you wouldn't be happy around here.
What do you aim to do, Ace?
I'm giving you a pack of money that I got at the bank today. It's all yours. You can go a long way away from here and get yourself a spread, and nobody will know you.
I want my own ranch, my pa's ranch.
Well, that just can't be done, son. Now, here, take this money and get out of town fast. There's a stage leaving town in an hour. I'm just trying to right a wrong I done you.
But I couldn't pay it back, maybe.
Oh, I don't want it back. Here, take it.
If Mr. Cassidy's friend hadn't run out on me, I'd have fought you, Ace. But I guess I'm licked.
That's right. I'm a hard man, Tom, but I'm fair. Now, hurry.
Well, maybe you're right. I'd be a stranger somewhere else, and I'd have a place for Pa when he gets out.
You're a good boy, Tom. Good luck to you.
Maybe I was wrong about you, Ace.
Sure you was.
So long.
Good luck, kid. And if you need any more money, let me know.
I ain't forgetting this, Ace. So long.
So long, son.
Seems to me, Ace, that's about the lowest.
Shut up. Get to Jess. and have him tell the sheriff that Tom Hinkle is leaving on the stage with more stolen money.
Ain't right, Ace.
You know, Chip, I can't use you much longer. You're getting kind of soft. Now you get to Jess and tell him, then get back in here. There's something important I want to take up with you.
Don't seem like it's no use, Hoppy.
I never wanted to go out this way, California.
It's like the way I wanted it, though. You and me, just like we've been for years. Together. To the end.
Seems like it's been 2 hours since we dropped. My fingers are getting numb.
I can't hold on much longer.
Are you still alive?
California, hear that? A voice.
Can you hear me?
We hear you.
My hide ain't worth a dime. But I'm doing one good thing before I go. I'm throwing you a rope.
Hear that, Hoppy? A rope.
Get up as fast as you can. Ace don't trust me. Here you are. Catch.
Got it. Can you make it, California?
Yeah, sure can. I never was so sick of one place in my whole life. Up we go. Come on.
Someone's coming. If I don't make it, tell Mary I made them different arrangements I spoke about.
Hurry, California.
I sure am.
Oh, just a couple more feet, and we'll be out of this hole.
If they shot down Chip Miles after what he done for us, I'll see he gets a hang noose.
If Chip gets away, they'll head for his ranch house. That means we got to get there first.
I'd feel a heap better if we had our guns.
I'm just thankful they didn't find our horses.
What have they done with Tom?
I will soon know. There's the light from Chip Miles' ranch house.
With Ace Britt's gunslingers around, what are we going to do?
We'll tie up in that clump of trees and go the rest of the way on foot.
Yeah, hadn't better go no closer riding.
Right. Here's where we tie off. Oh, boy.
Hoppy, maybe we ought to get the sheriff.
No time now, California. This is one job I'll enjoy doing alone.
Why doesn't that doctor get here?
Now, don't get upset, Mary. Jess is riding for the doc.
But who could have done this to Dad?
Well, like I said, must have been that Cassidy fella. I heard words outside the bunkhouse and a couple of shots.
I don't believe it.
I'm just doing what I can for you.
When Dad gets well, we're going far away from here, Ace Britt, and we're never coming back.
Well, I done what I could for him. I come over to help. Maybe I should go in and see if I can do anything more.
No. Stay out of that room. Don't touch my father.
Now, don't go raring around.
I said stay out of that room, Ace Britt.
Oh, a gun, eh? Looks pretty big for such a little hand.
I know how to use it, too. Sit back in that chair.
I'm a-going in there and help your pa.
You're going in to finish him so he can't tell about your rotten deal.
Put up that gun, you little wildcat.
No, don't come any nearer.
Are you trying to shoot a gun that ain't got a trigger?
What? You mean it? Oh, my arm, you're breaking it.
There. Now you listen to me.
Stay away from that room.
Get out of my way.
If Tom was only here.
Tom? He's in jail by this time. He's bad. Clear through, Mary. One side.
Stay back. You stay out. Put that gun down.
Get out of my way.
Stop. Don't go in.
Fool. That'll hold you. It's awful dark in here.
Mary?
Oh, there you are, Chip. You needn't call Mary. She's taking a little nap.
Ace, what have you done to Mary?
Ain't you more interested in what I'm going to do to you?
You yellow coyote.
Oh, no hard feelings, Chip. Remember, you and me is partners. It's just that I'm kind of tired of that partnership. Now that Cassidy and his pal are taken care of, and Tom is on his way back to the barred windows, I just want to make a clean sweep. And that includes you. You got a one-way ticket to Boot Hill, Chip, and I'm going to punch it for you right now.
Ace!
Ace Britt went into Chip's room with a drawn gun. But when a shot was fired, it did not come from Ace's gun.
Hoppy, you did it. You got him, Hoppy.
Why, you dirty...
Look out!
You're kind of hard to convince, Ace. I just wanted to shoot the gun out of your hand.
Well, he asked for it, Hoppy. Ace didn't reckon that you were here in the dark waiting for him.
Get some light in here, California, and see about Mary.
Yeah.
There we are.
Look at that skunk. Wish I wasn't so polite. I'd like to kick that Ace Britt in the face.
He's not worth it.
Oh, I'm so thankful, Hoppy. You saved me.
We're the ones who are thankful, Chip. We'd still be down in that well if it weren't for you.
Mary's coming too, Hoppy.
Now bring her in here.
Oh, she's mighty heavy for a young filly. But is she bad hurt?
No, Chip, she's all right. You better write out the sheriff, California.
Well, it'll be a short ride. Hey.
Why, Sheriff?
Well, what's going on here?
That's what I want to know. Why are you holding Mary in your arms?
Why, you young whippersnapper. Why do you think I'm holding her? It ain't no love match.
Ace knocked her down, Tom, and California's playing nursemaid.
Looks like Ace is the one who needs nursing.
A little late for that, I'm afraid.
He came in here to finish me, Sheriff. If it hadn't been for Hoppy...
Doggone it, things get so darn confusing. I catch young Tom trying to pass some of the old stolen money. Then I oblige him by driving out here to Mary so she can tell her goodbye.
Well, he needn't tell her goodbye now.
Don't you understand? Hoppy Tom had the money on him, just like Ace said.
I keep telling you, Ace gave it to me.
Well, how am I going to believe a thing like that? We searched Ace's ranch from top to bottom, and there's not a trace of it.
You checked the numbers, Sheriff?
Why, of course I did. Look here. See for yourself.
Wow, real money.
Yeah. What are you smelling it for?
Kind of musty, don't you think? Like it's been around water.
Hoppy, that's it.
That's what? I don't never seem to know what's going on.
I think I can tell you where to look for the rest of the stolen money, Sheriff.
We sure can tell him, can't we, Hoppy?
What in tarnation are
Look
you...
in a well behind Ace's ranch, Sheriff. The well that Chip risked his life to get us out of.
Well, I'll be darned. Say, maybe you're right.
Mary's all right now.
Everything's all right now, Tom.
Don't know why you're so mindful about Tom. He almost smacked me.
That was just because you were holding Mary, California. He's in love with her.
Oh, love.
Now, California, you know what they say. Love makes the world go round.
Yeah, go round with a worried expression.
Goodbye from Hopalong Cassidy, but be sure to listen again when Hoppy and California ride out into more adventure and dangerous action. Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. The Bandits of Ridge Creek was written by Howard Swart. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence E. Mulford. This is a Commodore production. It's Hopalong Cassidy. With action and suspense, out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The ring of the Silver Spurs heralds the most amazing man ever to ride the prairies of the early West, Hopalong Cassidy. This famous hero thrills his 60 million fans with action and dangerous adventure. In the role of Hopalong Cassidy is the popular star of the motion picture series, William Boyd. And appearing as that laughable old character, California, is Andy Clyde. Now to our story, Killers of Sandy Gulch. Now, you won't find the name Sandy Gulch on any map because after a crucial fight between law and order on one side and lawlessness on the other, the town was renamed and has borne a spotless reputation since then. But in the early days, it wasn't easy going for law and order. Decent people were afraid to go out in the evening. The day the trouble really came to a head was one Saturday. The little main street was crowded, for they were holding a trial. The defendant, William Taylor, was accused of killing the genial and honest banker Watson. As the verdict is being handed down, the shirt-sleeved jurors and judge squirm uneasily in their chairs.
Will the prisoners stand and face the bench? It is my duty as judge of this court to weigh the evidence and facts in this case. It was a plain case of murder. You, William Taylor, has admitted being there, and you had a reason. You've had a fair trial, and you've been proven guilty. Come on and get done with the talking, Judge, so we can get to the hanging. Biggie, Griggs, you're out of order. If I hear any more, I'll clear the courtroom. Order! Order in the courtroom. It is a sentence of this court that you, William Taylor, be hung by the neck till death. Well, that's it, boys. What are we waiting for? Biggie, Griggs, if you or any of your rotten gang lay a hand on the prisoner, you'll regret it. And I'm backing my orders with this 6-gun. We ain't waiting for law. It's too slow. Come on, boys. He's getting away. Head off the killer. He's riding off. The prisoner's escaped. Get the horses, boys. We'll get him and do our own hanging. Hoppy! Where are you? Hoppy!
Put your eyes back in, California. What's wrong?
Taylor. He's escaped. The killer's loose.
Now, calm down. One thing at a time.
I was in the courtroom at Sandy Gulch, and they was going to hang Taylor for the killing of banker Watson.
Who's they?
Well, what I meant was he's guilty as all get out, and Biggie Griggs.
Oh, I thought that name had been mixed up in it.
But he was going to lead the posse in the hang. And,
why?
Gosh, come to think of it, why, you're right. Biggie ain't the law.
Now, suppose you put down the supplies and start at the beginning.
Yeah. Well, like I said, Taylor was guilty. He sure looked it, too. Had the look of a killer in his eye.
But the important thing is, Taylor did get away.
Yeah. Taylor got... why, Hoppy. Hopalong Cassidy. You mean you're glad this Taylor beat the law?
No, it's not that, California.
But Judge Calhoun's a fair judge.
Fair judges have made mistakes.
Why, I'll be a banty-legged cowpoke the rest of my life if you ain't backing the hand of this Taylor.
Maybe I am.
I can't believe it. Not you, Hoppy.
Why was Biggie Griggs so anxious to get the hanging over?
Why
didn't Biggie let the law take its course?
Well,
Why did the sheriff himself tell me that he didn't think Taylor did the killing?
Oh, cut it out, Hoppy. Ain't no use to argue with you, or ought to learn that you always got some darn good reason for thinking the way you do.
California, you know I'll go the limit of the law to run down killers. But at the same time, if I think a man's getting a raw deal...
I know, Hoppy. You'll fight like a bear cat to prove it. So, you're thinking Taylor's innocent?
Until a few things are explained to me, yes.
Well, we've been riding together a long time now. You ain't never been wrong yet. Well, what do we do now? Wonder who this is.
I have to see Mr. Cassidy.
Well,
Please, I must see him this minute.
come on in, I guess.
Howdy, miss. I'm Mr. Cassidy.
Hopalong Cassidy.
That's right.
I'm Mrs. Taylor.
Mrs. Taylor?
You've got to help me, Mr. Cassidy. You just got to.
Now, you're kind of upset. Just sit down a minute and tell me what's wrong.
It's my husband, William Taylor. They're going to hang him.
You mean if they catch him?
You know?
We was just talking about it.
Oh, please believe me, Mr. Cassidy. William wouldn't kill anybody. He's in a strange town. He's being made the goat for someone else.
I kind of felt the same way myself.
Then you'll help me.
On one condition. Where's your husband now?
I can't tell.
Then I'm afraid I can't help you.
But you'll turn him over to the law.
Mrs. Taylor, you came to me because you thought I'd help you.
Yes, I did. The man down at the bank said you were the only one who could help me now.
Then I'll do what I can if you'll trust me.
All right, Mr. Cassidy. I'm sorry.
Good. Then take me to your husband. If he can convince me he's innocent, I'll do my best to clear him.
Very well. From now on, his life is in your hands.
You sure picked a whopping good spot with all these caves around here.
Yeah.
This is the place.
Oh, you better go on ahead. There might be some shooting if he doesn't see you first.
William? William?
I see you're covered.
Oh, please, William, these men have come to help you.
I don't believe it.
But it's Hopalong Cassidy.
He's the law.
Looks like you don't need no help, Poppy.
Mr. Taylor, your wife seemed to think you needed help.
Oh, what's the use? They'll get me anyhow.
Oh, that's right, William. Put down your gun.
Mr. Taylor, I can't help you till you give yourself up.
I can't. They'd hang me. They got a noose ready now.
You'll be in custody, but only the sheriff will know where.
Oh, please do as they say, William, please.
They'd break in that jail in a minute.
You won't be in the jail. You'll be at my ranch.
You see, William, it's the only way.
Well, if there was some way we could ride away from here.
Well, they just follow you for the rest of your life.
Well, all right. I don't know what else to do.
Ah, that's right. Now it'll be dark soon. Suppose you tell me what happened.
Well, I saved a bit of money from the ranch. Always wanted to get into mining. Read an ad in our paper back home in Tennessee saying a half interest in the Diva mine was for sale.
Diva mine? Why, that ain't give up nothing but rattlesnakes for 10 years.
Quiet, California.
So Sarah and me came here. I brought $12,000 along.
Where's the money now?
Stole. Somebody come to the hotel, said Banker Watson wanted to see me at his house, and so I went, and I took the money with me.
And somebody knocked him out, and when he came to, the money was gone.
Why, them thieving coyotes.
California. Go on, Mr. Taylor.
Well, I was just going in from the street to the banker's house when I heard a window crash out. I didn't know what to do. Just then something hit me. You know the rest.
Ah, that sounds honest. Well, let's get back to bar 20. And I want to ride in and have a little talk with Sheriff Bates.
Well, if it ain't Hopalong, must be something important to bring you to town.
Is a man's life important?
According to whose it is. Mine is.
To you, yes, Sheriff. Taylor got away today.
Got any news? You know where I can find him?
You're the man with the star, Sheriff.
Doggone it, I thought you had some news. Biggie Griggs and the posse are still out.
Why is Biggie so anxious to tie the knot?
Why, I don't rightly know, just helping. And you know something, Hoppy? Taylor's the first killer I ever felt sorry for.
Probably because in the back of your mind you don't think he's guilty.
Well...
What did Taylor have to gain killing Banker Watson?
I don't know. He never said. Said he had a letter from Banker Watson, but he never produced it.
Because it was stolen from him along with his $12,000.
Oh, pshaw. You believe that yarn?
I think I know when a man is lying, and Taylor didn't lie.
Then what become of the money and the letter?
That's what I aim to find out, and you're going to help me.
You know, it's a funny thing. Anybody else said that to me, I'd gun whip him.
But being an honest lawman, you'll right or wrong?
Well, where do we start?
Is this the poker the killer used?
Yep. Exhibit B at the trial.
I'll leave it where it is. I think it'll help us trap the killer.
Now, look, Hoppy. Well, Biggie, any news on the killer?
Found fresh prints out near the caves, but no sign of the sidewinder. Well, if it ain't our little boy Blue, Hopalong Cassidy.
Something you wanted to take up with me, Biggie?
No. Just wondering what snooping you're up to now.
Biggie, Hopalong's an old friend of mine. And if you can't keep a civil tongue in your head, vamoose.
I seen that old walrus that rides with you, asking questions of the hotel clerk.
Yeah, and if he finds out what I think he will, there's going to be another trial. But with a different defendant.
What do you mean by that?
Did it hit close to home, Biggie?
Why, you yellow-livered...
Now, boys, now.
See, Sheriff? Remember that. Might come in handy sometime. Biggie's weak spot is the point of his chin.
I never hated a man in my life like I do you, Hopalong Cassidy. And I'm warning you, the next time we meet, it'll be different.
Yeah, you got yourself a tough hombre there, Hopalong.
I'm aiming to keep him tough.
Like as not, he's headed for his gunslingers.
He doesn't worry me, Sheriff.
Well, getting back to this killing, we figured Taylor was mad at being took in on that mining deal. So he killed Banker Watson, thinking he was to blame.
Why did Biggie Griggs spend the night at the banker's home?
Well, like Biggie said, the banker was afraid of this hombre.
That was what Biggie said. Well, I'll meet you at Banker Watson's house in a half hour.
I ain't got nothing much to do. We can go on right now.
No, I got to pick up the California and then talk to a fellow about a hound dog.
A hound dog?
Just playing a hunch, Sheriff. I'm not sure of anything yet.
What'd you find out, Biggie?
Plenty. Hopalong Cassidy is digging into this killing. I don't like it.
Well, me neither. Biggie, you remember I told you my old mother ain't well, past Willow Creek.
You ain't leaving, Crud. You're in this, too.
Oh, but I don't feel good.
You're gonna feel a mighty lot worse.
I just seen that old walrus walking toward the banker's house, and he met some cowpoke.
Cowpoke? Why, you idiot. Like as not, it was Cassidy. We gotta move fast if he was going into the banker's house.
Well, what do you mean?
Don't ask questions. Get my boy to meet me here, Prado. That Cassidy's no fool. It's me or him, and I aim to still be around.
Now, you see, Hoppy, this was the room Banker Watson was asleep in when he was killed.
Awful gruesome, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Now, out here in the hall, next door was where Biggie was sleeping. He got out in the hall just in time to see this feller run down the hall and jump through the big front window.
I see. Ran through this hall, turned this corner, went to the right room, and jumped through a window he didn't know was there.
And didn't know it was there.
Taylor just arrived in town an hour before. He'd never seen the house.
Hey, that's right. He couldn't have.
So Taylor had to go into a strange room, go to a fireplace in the dark, find a poker, go back to the right room, and kill someone he hadn't even met yet.
Why, Hoppy, you're right.
Sheriff, you don't mind if we nose around a bit?
There ain't no log in it. And while you're doing that, I got some looking up to do at the office.
See you later, Sheriff.
You might drop by the office.
Yeah, we'll do that.
You know, Hoppy, a feller get cut up jumping through a window like that.
Not with his coat over his face.
Looks like that window ain't been open for 50 years. All them spider webs across it.
Yeah, from side to side.
Looks like them vines the monkeys swing on.
You know, California, you just gave me the answer to something I was worried about.
I did? About monkeys?
No, about a human being. A vicious killer who's mighty smart, California.
Well, then, are we looking any further?
I'd like to take a look at that room where Biggie slept.
This place is giving me the shivers, Hoppy. I can't see a darn thing. Oh! Hoppy!
Good work, boys. Now get to the basement and set fire to that kindling.
Oh, why don't we just gun them down?
Nah. When they find them in the ashes, don't want no bullet holes a showing.
A man by the name of Taylor was convicted of a killing and sentenced to hang. But when Biggie, Griggs, and his gunmen started to take him themselves, the prisoner escaped. Hopalong is convinced Taylor is innocent. As he and California are looking over the scene of the killing, they're gun whipped down. Biggie and his men have started a fire in the basement. The dry timbers eat up the lashing flames as Hoppy and California struggle with their bonds.
I'll try. Oh, my hands are tight.
Roll over this way. You have to work fast.
I can't make it, Hoppy. This dresser or something's in the way.
Well, kick it over. Oh, good boy, California. Roll over near that glass and see if you can hang on to a piece of it.
Got it. Got it.
Quick. Roll over this way. Can you find me?
I'm trying, Hoppy. Help me.
There we are. Good old California. Now lie down with your back to mine. See if you can move your hands enough to saw the rope.
We ain't got much time. The fire's coming under the door.
There. You did it, California. You did it. Hold still now. We haven't much time.
Just so you're safe, Hoppy.
There. Are you loose?
Yep. Now for the rope around my ankles.
There. Make the window and jump.
How about you?
Do as I say. I'll get out.
I ain't a budging, Hoppy.
There. Out the window, California. You all right?
I'm boiling mad. Whoever rapped me on the head is a gonna pay.
I have an idea who did it.
Biggie Griggs.
Prove it.
Well, darn it, I can't, but I wish I could. What's wrong, Hoppy?
I was just thinking.
What?
Funny no one comes to the fire. Unless.
What?
Quick, California. We got riding to do.
What's the hurry?
It only means one thing. Briggs has got another posse together and they go out after Taylor. And they're probably headed for the bar 20.
I'm with you, Hoppy. Oh, would I like to unload my 6-gun right into a bunch of them gunslingers?
It's too late to stop in California. All right, Topper, let's go. Ho, Topper, ho. Quick, California, to the hay barn.
Think they've been here already, Hoppy?
I don't know what to think. Hurry.
Whoa, wait a minute.
Mrs. Taylor.
Lying on her face. You think she's...
I don't know. Mrs. Taylor. Miss Cassidy, what happened?
Oh, Mr. Cassidy, stop them.
They've been here?
I went out to talk to them. They beat me with a whip.
Why, those dirty...
Sidewind and cowards.
Stop them. William's gone. He's not here.
Are you hurt bad?
Oh, please don't worry about me. Please stop them.
Look, you go into the house, lock the doors, and wait.
You'll bring William back.
Ma'am, if anybody can, Hoppy will.
Sheriff Bates.
Well, maybe something happened to him, too, Hoppy. He ain't here in his office. Them gunslingers ain't stopping till they turn this town upside down.
Oh, it's you, Cassidy. You mighty near got a 45 bullet.
The gang got Taylor.
They didn't know such thing.
We just rode in from there.
Taylor's locked in jail.
In jail? He can't be.
Yep, it's my sworn duty to uphold the law, and I'm doing it.
But they beat you this time.
No such thing. I took the south trail through Mesquite Pass and beat 'em to your place. Went in the hay barn, took 'em out the back, and headed for them cottonwoods. They never did see me.
Good, Sheriff. But the jail's not much better. It's rotten.
They'll rip it apart.
I ain't saying they can't take him. But Boot Hill will have some more recruits before they make it.
We have to do something and do it fast. Tempers are rising. The town's full of powder. Waiting for someone to light a fuse.
If there was some way to prove Taylor ain't guilty.
There is. By proving someone else did the killing.
Looks like there ain't going to be no time to do nothing.
Only a confession can save Taylor now.
You know darn well by this time who done it.
Darn right we do.
We could get a confession. It's our only chance.
Soon as dusk sets in, they'll be moving on the jail.
We don't stand a chance unless we can pin the real killer down. And I think I have an idea. It's a long chance, but we got to take it.
Here we are, about to have a jail come down around our...
Wait a minute, Sheriff. California, I want you to do something that's worth a try.
Anything you say, Hoppy.
I want you to make the rounds of the cafes and card rooms and let fall here and there that the sheriff is getting a bloodhound from Sam Park.
Now, wait. I ain't got to find
Tell
him.
them that the dog will be here at 6 o'clock.
A waste of good, valuable time.
Do you have any other suggestions?
Well,
Then go on, California. The sheriff and I wait here. And by the way, you might mention that the sheriff is going after the dog. Then you and I will stay out of sight and hope it works, Sheriff.
Biggie. Hey, Biggie.
Shut up, you fool. Want to get him excited before time?
Biggie, that fellow with the droopy mustache let drop that the sheriff is bringing in a bloodhound.
What? Where's the dog?
The sheriff's going after it.
Well, that's good. The dog ain't gonna do so well.
He ain't?
Nah. Biggie Griggs is too smart for that. Now, Sheriff, it's a long chance. If it works, we're safe.
and if it don't?
We're not any worse off. By now, California's had time to stop in a few places. And...
It's me.
Lucky you spoke up. I'm getting trigger happy.
Come in, California.
Well, like you told me, I dropped in here and there about the dog.
Now what happened?
We wait.
Of all the foolishness, what's going to bring the killer here?
Come just behind this door.
And the killer's going to come in and give himself up.
I hope that's the way it works.
We've got about an hour before dusk. Ain't much time.
We'll step back in here by the cell and leave the door open a crack. There, just a crack.
Cassidy,
Quiet, Taylor.
this is your doing. I ain't got a chance. I should never have listened to you.
Now we're all in the same trap, Taylor. They got to take us first.
Sheriff,
What, Huppy?
do one thing for me.
What's that?
If our plan works, let me out this door first.
I'll be right behind you, Hoppy.
Don't make a move. Now. Drop that poker, Greg.
Where you sneaking cub?
Look, Rick, here's the poker.
You do better kill him with a poker, Greg. Come get your man, Sheriff.
He's got the poker in his hand.
It worked, Hoppy. Don't make me a killer.
But you were afraid the bloodhound would make you one. You didn't dare let him sniff that poker.
Get up. Hey, sit there where I can watch you.
You don't think my boy nor anybody else was going to believe you?
We knowed all along you was the coyote.
Riggs, you'll get the same fair treatment that the boys offered Taylor.
Nobody believes I'm a killer. You can't make them believe
The
it.
bloodhound can.
When the crowd knows what you've done, you'll get a hang loose along with Taylor.
I'll
Cassidy.
chance that, Biggie. You had your say, now here's mine. That crowd will be here soon, you know that.
Looks like some of them are heading this way now.
They won't believe you.
But they'll believe you.
Yeah.
You're going to tell them you killed Banker Watson.
There ain't no man living can make me say that.
You don't know Hoppy.
I'm going to talk fast, Biggie. You had Taylor come here to pay $12,000 for a worn-out mine. Banker Watson didn't go along with you. You sent word to Taylor to come to the banker's home. You'd already killed the banker, and when Taylor got there...
Taylor himself said he heard someone go out that window.
He thought he did. But you forgot to brush the spider webs across the window after you kicked the window out.
Four of them are getting together out front.
In a few minutes, they'll be in here, Biggie.
Then I'll tell him you're in with Taylor.
But they'll believe the dog. Bring him in, California.
The dog?
Yeah, Sam Park's bloodhound. I'll let him have the scent of the poker, then let him loose.
You wouldn't do that.
I have to do it.
No,
I
you
can't hold the crowd off any longer,
You know what mobs do, Biggie?
No. They give me a hang loose.
And the dog will go right for you.
No. I'll confess. I killed Watson. Lock me up.
You're confessing in front of witnesses.
And get me out of here. They're coming in.
Well, Sheriff, I guess you got another border.
And another thing, where's that man's money or soul?
On a rafter. In my cook shack. All of it.
Well, I guess that does it, Hoppy. You take Taylor back out to his wife, and I got to get this killer out in town and get him locked up so we can have a little quiet around here.
Come on, California. Guess there's nothing else for us to do. So long, Sheriff.
Thanks, Hoppy.
Let's take Sam Park's dog back to him, California.
Right, Hoppy.
How are you, boy? You want to go home?
Hoppy. Is this the dog?
Sure.
You got a confession from Biggie Griggs on the strength of this mangy hound?
He resents that, California.
Well, I just hope it never leaks out that California Carlson called this moldy, flea-bitten critter a bloodhound.
Goodbye from Hopalong Cassidy. But be sure to be back with us soon when Hoppy and California will again ride out from the Bar 20 into more dangerous adventure and action. Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. Killers of Sandy Gulch was written by Howard Swart. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence E. Mulford. This is a Commodore production. It's Hopalong Cassidy. With action and suspense, out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The ring of the Silver Spurs heralds the most amazing man ever to ride the prairies of the early West, Hopalong Cassidy. This famous hero thrills his 60 million fans with action and dangerous adventure. In the role of Hopalong Cassidy is the popular star of the motion picture series, William Boyd. And appearing as that laughable old character, California, is Andy Clyde. Now to our story, The Red Death. It was a long ride to make, even for a friend like Kit Cavanaugh. South from the cool rolling hills of the Bar 20 to the Mesa country, from a land marked with place names like Peepsite and Deadwood, to the Alkali Desert still carrying the stamp of the Spaniards, to the Arena de la Muerte, the Desert of Death, to Alta Mesa and to the Rio Andiendo, the mysterious stream which suddenly vanishes underneath the ground.
Well, California?
Well, Hoppy?
That's it ahead.
That's what ahead?
The Rio Andiendo. The disappearing river. It drops under the ground right there and never shows up again.
Consarn nasty of her, considering the country to the south. 120 miles of the gall-blameless, dry, buzzard-infested stretch of desert this side of Haiti.
How do you feel?
Sore feet, sore seat, and a powerful thirst.
Well, we'll be down at Kit's Ranch in a day or two.
If we ain't buzzard bait for then, which way you reckon we're going to push them cattle of his?
Right up through the desert past here.
I knew it, I knew it. It's times like this when I know that I should have retired 10 years ago. If I'd had the brains of a jackass,
Now, don't underrate yourself. You're smarter than any jackass I ever knew.
Well, there's a nice...
And it won't be much of a trek pushing 500 head up the arena.
All right, Hoppy. Just do me one favor. You ride back in the Dragon, keep an eye out for straggling dogies. If you see one flatten its face in that alkali dust, just handle it gentle. Of course, it will be me.
Come on. Let's get down to the stream and fill up our canteens. It'll be dark in a few minutes. We can cool off down there and hit the desert after sundown.
What's that?
Shots over there. Come on. No use, California. He's gone.
Did you get a look at its horse?
Nah, too dark.
Oh, that critter was fast as a streak. Hey, what you picking up there in the trail?
Oh, nothing. Where'd the shots come from?
Down there by the stream.
Come on, let's take a look.
Probably someone potting at a jackrabbit.
Yeah? Then why do you ride off like a posse was after him?
Well, that's a good question.
Wait, hold it.
Huh?
Look. Leaning against that rock over there, next to the water.
You're right. It weren't a jackrabbit.
Come on. Well, I'll be...
Hoppy. A man.
Yeah, but look at him.
Red. He's red as a beet. His clothes, his face, everything.
Yeah, and he's not only red, he's dead.
It's 2 days now since the shots and the fleeing horsemen led Hoppy and California to their amazing discovery at the edge of the Rio Andiendo, the body of a man colored a brilliant red from head to foot. Meanwhile, at the ranch house of Kit Cavanaugh...
You know something, kid? I don't think you're being very smart.
Why not?
Well, you'll never get anywhere with this outfit. You know that.
Well, I'm driving 500 ahead north in a couple of days, Cantrell. That's nothing to sneeze at. Besides, there's something else.
What's that?
You haven't told me why you want to buy me out.
What do you mean? I just finished telling you. Even if you are short of water, you've got some good grazing here. With my water, I can build this up to 1,000 head. Besides, I need the right of way.
Now, look, I've only been here a couple of years, but I think I know what's going on around here. A dozen ranches and one miserable town all squeezing out every drop of water there is. This country won't support one more beef critter than is here already. So don't you tell me you could put 500 head more on this place if you bought it.
I offered you a fair price, didn't I?
Yeah, too fair.
If you'd made it a couple thousand less, I might have thought you were on the square.
Okay, kid. For now.
For now?
Yeah. Never can tell. Something might happen to change your mind.
Kid,
What is it, Martha?
I don't know. Something's wrong.
Huh?
The cattle out by the corral, they act like they're sick or something.
Sick?
You see what I mean, kid?
No. No, I don't.
Well, just think it over, will you? By the way, your friend Cassidy's in town. I just saw him heading for the sheriff's office.
Now, take it easy, gents. If you think I'm going to swallow a crazy yarn about a blood-red corpse...
But that's just what it was, Sheriff.
We done buried him there, right by the river. Marked the grave with a heap of rocks.
Red?
His clothes, his hands, his face, everything. We'd have packed him down here, but we were loaded up already, and with 100 miles of desert to cross.
Yeah, but red. A dead man that's red ain't...
What's that, Sheriff? Oh, this here's Doc Galloway. I sent for him when you told me about this.
Hello, Hoppy. Howdy, Doc.
Doc, what'd you say if I told you these gents ran across a red corpse?
Red?
Yeah.
Where?
Rio Ondiendo, right where she disappeared.
Near the water? That's right.
It can't be. The Red Death.
The what?
The Red Death. It swept through this section years ago. Sort of a legend now, but it does have a basis of truth. What are you talking about? The springs, the water holes all through here suddenly turned red, became poisonous. Killed humans, horses, everything. Like the plague. Probably a bacteria, some kind of germ that suddenly increased beyond all reason and...
All this wasn't anything like that, Doc. This man died from something else entirely.
44 Irish. Sudden concentration of lead in the sacroiliac.
He was shot. We got a glimpse of the killer as he rode off.
Well, I'll send a deputy up after the corpus delicti, and maybe we'll know more about this red business. Reckon we'll be able to find the grave if you marked it, like you say.
Hoppy.
Kid, how are you, boy?
Well, I'm okay, I hope. California.
Kid?
Now, you don't know how glad I am you're here.
Well, I'll be...
No, wait a minute, Doc. I want to see you, too. I want you to come out to my ranch, if you can.
What's wrong?
I don't know. A bunch of my cattle suddenly took sick like they were poisoned or something.
Poison?
Yeah. And a funny thing, that spring of mine, the water's running red. What do you make of it, Doc?
I don't know, kid.
Come on, Doc, tell me.
Please, Doc.
Well, I'm afraid they are poison.
I knew it. I knew it.
Martha, please.
I can't help it, kid. It almost seems like something's working against me.
Look, dear, it's not going to help
I
any...
know it. I guess I'm just a coward or a quitter or something. It's just that it's happened this way every time. We build a lot of hopes. We start out telling ourselves that this time we'll lick it.
Martha.
What's the world got against us, kid?
Martha, you don't know how you're making me feel.
Not your fault, Doc.
I sold you this ranch.
You couldn't know about this.
I know that, but look, let me do this, will you?
What?
I'm all alone. I have no family. I've got plenty to get by on. What if we just forget there ever was a deal?
You mean you...
Doc.
Let me test the water first. We'll make sure before we go any further. If it's what I think it is, I'm willing to call it off. You know the old saying, satisfaction guaranteed or your money back?
I don't know what to say, Doc.
Well, then, don't say it.
I'll say this much. I don't do business that way. If I took on a load of poisoned water with this ranch, I'm stuck with it.
Kid.
I'm sorry, Martha.
Here comes Cantrell.
Yeah. Brace yourselves, everyone.
What's the verdict, Doc? Red plague?
If it is, you'll know soon enough, Cantrell.
Yeah?
When it hit this country last time, it took every ranch in the district.
Funny thing, Doc. I'm not worried at all. And Kit,
Yeah?
the offer's still good if you want to sell out. Only the price has changed. It goes down $1,000 a day until you make up your mind.
Maybe you'd better get out of here, Cantrell.
Sure, Doc. But just remember that, Kit. $1,000 a day.
Hoppy.
Yeah?
Would it hurt too much for you to wise me up as to the goings on? Where we headed?
Ah, there it is.
Sure is. What?
The Navajo Saloon. Finest drink emporium in Alta Mesa.
You going in on another sarsaparilla binge?
I want to talk to the proprietor. He's an old friend of mine.
For a teetotaler, you know more bartenders than any man living. Sometimes I got my doubts.
His name's Eustace. Eustace Culpepper. And if he ran for president, I'd vote for him. Well, here we are. After you, California.
Thank you, Mr. Cassidy.
Well, Bill Cassidy.
Eustace.
Bill, her name's Hopalong.
He knew me when my name was Bill California. California Carlson, meet Eustace Culpepper.
Howdy. Hi. I'll be with you in a shake, Bill.
Sure, go ahead.
Now, Fred, what?
Sit down, California. Oh, excuse me, stranger. Not at all.
Hoppy, what's this got to do with them pies and steers?
Shh, not here. You new in town, stranger? Just coming through. My name's Cassidy. This is California Carlson. I'm Mike Reardon.
Howdy.
Just passing through, you say? That's right. You in the cattle business, Reardon? Nope. I see.
Quiet in here, ain't it?
I like it quiet.
Oh, yeah.
Now, Bill, or Hopalong it is now, huh? It was Bill when I knew him up north.
Now, Eustace.
Oh, them were the days, eh, Hopalong? Let me tell you, he was a tiger at a church social.
Eustace ran the drugstore up north when I was a kid.
Well, is that so? Look here, sis. Maybe you and me could...
Oh, no, you don't, California. Tell me, Eustace, what did you do with your equipment when you gave up the drugstore and took to bartending?
Oh, still got her. Stashed away in the barn out back.
You remember anything about the drug business?
Sure do. No, I went into patent medicine for a while. Put out the slickest concoction you ever laid a tonsil on. Tasted wonderful. Wouldn't cure nothing, but I sold gallons of it.
You're just the fellow I'm looking for. California. You sit here with Mr. Reardon while Eustace and I take a trip out to the barn.
Well, just let her set till she clears up.
You sure you're right?
Why not?
Well, you haven't run a test like this for 30 years.
The equipment's rusty, but I ain't.
I hope not. This is pretty important.
Where'd you get this?
Down at Kit Kavanaugh's spring. His stock turned up sick this morning.
What makes you think 'twas...
I don't think anything yet. That's why I got you to drag out this equipment.
Yeah. It's funny, ain't it? That pink color.
Yeah. How's it look now?
Well, might be able to... Yeah. Hold the lantern up so I can look through it.
There you are. What about it?
You're right about that water, Bill.
What's in it?
Arsenic. That answer your question?
That answers the little one.
What's the big one?
What's a dead man colored red from top to toe sitting by a stream 120 miles from here got to do with a batch of sick cows on Kit Kavanaugh's ranch?
Well, now, that's quite a question.
Indeed it is, Eustace. Indeed it is.
It's late in the evening, and Hoppy in California returned from Alta Mesa to Kit Kavanaugh's ranch at the edge of the desert.
Hoppy.
Yeah, Kit?
Do me a favor, will you? Stop pacing the floor.
Second the motion. I'm getting nervous.
I'm sorry. This thing is beginning to get me.
It's simple enough. I bought myself a spring full of poison water.
It's not that simple.
Why not? This isn't the first arsenic well around here.
I'll bet it's the first one turned arsenic overnight. No, there's more to it than that.
Cantrell's still willing to buy.
You sell to him and I'll break your neck.
You're a little late.
Huh? You mean you...
No, I didn't sign anything, not yet. But every day I wait costs me $1,000.
What did you tell him?
Said I'd be willing to talk business in the morning.
Now, wait a minute. You listen to me, kid.
I'm through listening to anyone. Whose ranch is it? Yours? Who's gone broke if the cattle die? You?
Kid.
Oh, Sorry, Hoppy. I guess I'm falling to pieces, what with Martha and all to think about.
Sure, I know. But there's something more to it. Something none of us know about. Look, the ranch goes sour. Spring runs poison. Head look at Cantrell, willing to buy. And at a pretty good price, too. And Doc ready to give you back your money and take title for the spread. Does that make sense? No. I can't help feeling all of us has got something to do with that dead man we found up north.
Oh, but doggone, Hoppy, how can that have
I don't know. Call it a hunch if you want.
Everybody's getting jumpy around here. Now, take that deadhead feller we sat with back at Eustace Culpepper Saloon.
What was that, California?
That feller we sat with.
What did you call him?
Deadhead.
Why deadhead?
Oh, well, that's about the only thing he'd tell me. Don't know his business or nothing, but when I asked him how he got to Alta Mesa, he said something about he deadheaded in on the stage.
You're sure he said that?
Yeah, but what...
That's it. I knew there was a connection between that man at Disappearing River and this thing here.
What do you figure?
I'm going down to the hotel. He's probably staying there. I want to talk to that bird right now.
Sorry, Mr. Riordan just checked out, and I don't know where he went.
Could he leave town?
I run the hotel here, not the transportation business. Now, I don't mind telling you I'm busy.
Yeah, sure.
Henry?
Yeah, Eustace?
Never get up to heaven that way, Henry.
What is it, Eustace?
Oh, Henry's straying a mite from the gospel. He knows he hustled Mr. Riordan out the back door of this flea bag not a half hour ago.
Eustace, so help me.
Henry, I seen it with my own eyes. He rode off toward Lazy Sea Ranch with Steve Cantrell.
Thanks, Eustace.
Eustace Culpepper, I ought
to... Now, you never busted your word to Cantrell, Henry. I mean, for that $5 he slipped you to shut up.
Wait.
After all, 'twas me that told Cassidy.
I don't like this, Cantrell. I'm not used to being shanghaied.
No bad feelings, Redden. Just want a little private talk, that's all. I know why you're here, and I think I can help you. That is, if you play along with me.
Go on, Cantrell.
I can deliver what you want tomorrow morning. At a price, of course. There's only one thing.
What's that?
When are you planning to make this thing public?
Tomorrow. I'm going to call a meeting of the cattlemen.
Suppose you were to hold off till I get this little thing of mine straightened out.
Can't do that.
I'm afraid you'll have to.
What kind of a remark is that, Cantrell?
Call it a threat if you want to. You're riding up to my ranch tonight, and you're going to stay there until the... Wait a minute.
Go on, Cantrell. I'm interested, too.
Cassidy.
Go ahead. Reach for your gun.
Okay.
Better trot home to the Lazy Sea and soak your hand. We'll be seeing you at the cattlemen's meeting tomorrow, Cantrell.
Maybe sooner than that, Cassidy.
The man talks tough.
You'll get over it. Now, what about you?
All right, what about me?
Don't you think you'd better tell me why you're here?
Sure. At the meeting tomorrow night.
You already gave yourself away, Reardon. When you told my partner you deadheaded into Alta Mesa on the stagecoach. Only a railroad man would say that.
All right, so I'm a railroad man.
And the only reason I can see for a railroad man to be in Alta Mesa right now is to lay out the location for a railroad across the arena at De La Muerte. To maybe link up with the line on the west end.
You're a pretty good guesser.
I try to be. So when you start thinking railroad, you automatically start looking around for something Alta Mesa hasn't got. In quantity, at least.
Water.
That's right.
Okay, Cassidy, you win. It is a railroad, and it is water. We sent a man here weeks ago to look the place over. Last we heard from him, he said he'd worked out a brilliant idea to find it for us.
Then what?
Nothing. He dropped out of sight.
I think I know where you'll find him.
Yeah?
In the back room of the sheriff's office. Stretched out on a table, covered from head to foot with red dye and pretty dead.
You mean?
Yeah. California and I found him 2 nights ago, 120 miles north of here at the edge of the Rio Andando. You know, Reardon, that's something else we ought to take up at the cattlemen's meeting.
Hi, Cantrell.
Hi, Doc. Good to see you.
All right. May I have your attention, please? You've already been told that the railroad I represent is planning a line across the Arena del Muerte to link up with the other side. I don't need to go into what that'll mean to this section. Here at the edge of the desert, a town will spring up that'll grow into one of the big cattle shipping centers of the Southwest. But all of our thinking up to now has run up against a stone wall. The one thing that keeps this section down, the thing that limits the number of cattle you can raise, the thing that keeps this town down to a crossroads, is water.
That's right. We didn't do nothing about that.
Every drop of water available here now is being used. We'll need 100 times as much if we're to think about running the railroad through here or building the town to go with it.
How you going to do that? Get water where there ain't none.
Now, let me draw a diagram on the blackboard here. Here's a triangle. At the point of it, at the top, is the spot where the Rio Andando disappears into the earth, 120 miles north of here.
Well, what good's that doing us?
If we could tap that river under the ground, we'd have all the water we need and more besides.
Gone. What do you think of that?
Now, along the bottom line of the triangle is the Alta Mesa country right here with its dozen or so ranches, all existing on the seeps that come to the surface. The engineer we sent here a few weeks ago figured one of those seeps might connect with the river itself under the desert. If we could find which one, it'd be simple to develop it, to drill down and tap the main stream. But which one of the seeps?
Well, there's a whopping lot of them.
So our engineer figured out a simple plan. He rode north to the point where the river disappears and poured red dye into it for 3 days. Sure enough, day before yesterday, the spring at one of the ranches here ran red. The Kit Cavanaugh Ranch out at the edge of the mesa.
Kid.
What, honey? Our ranch.
Oh, Kid.
Mr. Cavanaugh now holds the development of this section in his hands. I hope we'll be able to work with him in following it through.
Just a minute, please. Just a minute. There's one thing more. Mr. Reardon left it to me to mention that the railroad engineer isn't with us tonight to see how his plan succeeded. Because someone in this room who had an eye on the money that water'd bring here murdered the engineer and left his body up there by the Rio Andando.
Hey, right here.
I think we can find out who that is. His horse dropped the shoe on the trail up there right after the killing. He rode him over 120 miles of desert trail on a bare hoof. The left hind one. Everyone will keep his seat while my partner checks the horses at the tie rack outside. If the horse isn't there, we'll all stay right here while the ranchers are searched till we find him.
Let me out of here. Hey, you got a gun. Put down that gun, you. Doc Galloway. Gosh, Hoppy, I don't know how to thank you for all you...
Oh, forget it, kid. Let's think about those cattle we're going to start north tomorrow.
Oh, let's not. Doggone it, Hoppy, you sure pulled the rabbit out of the hat with that horseshoe. I was wondering what you picked up back there at the Rio.
Yeah? You know, seeing old Eustace Culpepper reminded me of something I learned when I was a kid, and my mother made me go to Sunday school. Something in the Bible that says, the guilty flee when no man pursueth.
How come?
Well, you saw that horseshoe, didn't you, California?
No. Why?
That thing I picked up on the trail had been there since 49. And besides, it never belonged to a horse anyway. It belonged to a mule.
Hoppy and California are hitting the trail homeward again, And after this little adventure, the Bar 20 is going to be a welcome sight. Hope you enjoyed this friendly visit and that you'll remember to tune in next time these two fighting cowboys get involved in another thrilling escapade. Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. The Red Death was written by Harold Swanton. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence E. Mulford. This is a Commodore production. It's Hopalong Cassidy. With action and suspense, out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The ring of the Silver Spurs heralds the most amazing man ever to ride the prairies of the early West, Hopalong Cassidy. This famous hero thrills his 60 million fans with action and dangerous adventure. In the role of Hopalong Cassidy is the popular star of the motion picture series, William Boyd. And appearing as that laughable old character, California, is Andy Clyde. Now to our story, Coyote's Creed. Riding the range all day, tangling with mesquite and juniper and sagebrush can make a man look forward to hot grub and a good night's sleep. A copper and gold sunset is already fading in the sky. Hopalong Cassidy and his sidekick, California, have just turned their horses into the corral and are heading for the Bar 20 ranch house when a horse and rider bear down on them at a fast gallop.
Is that one of the ranch hands heading this way, California?
He don't look familiar. Holy smoke, he's coming like a tornado with a twist in his tail.
Hello there. Where you headed, youngster?
You're Hopalong Cassidy, aren't you, mister?
That's right, son.
That horse is sure head up. You must have rode a long way.
All the way from Buckboard Flats. I'm Ricky Curtis.
Ricky Curtis. Oh, you must be Richard Curtis's boy.
Well, that's right.
I recollect your pa owned that rich mine up in Buckboard Flats. Got killed in an accident a few years back, didn't he?
Yes. My half-sister Ellen sent me to find you, Mr. Cassidy. She said if anybody could help us, it would be you.
Well, what's the trouble, Ricky?
There's something funny going on that we can't figure out. We're getting pretty desperate.
Well, suppose you tell me about it.
Well, it happened about 6 weeks ago. The cattle have been stampeded so many times, we've had to put on extra hands at the ranch. Several head of cattle have been poisoned, too.
Poisoned? How?
The water holes.
I see. Go on.
Now something has come up about the old mining property of Dad's, the Gold Crescent. I'd rather my sister gave you the details.
We'll ride back to Buckboard Flats with you, Ricky.
Oh, I'm not riding back. Not yet. I'm going on to Elkhorn tonight to see Dad's lawyer. And that is, if you'll stake me to a fresh horse.
There now. You ride on up to the chuck wagon and get some supper. Fresh horse will be ready for you by the time you are.
Oh, I certainly am obliged to you.
Your dad helped me out of a pretty bad hole just about the time you were born, son. I'd be a mighty poor sort of man if I missed this chance to repay him.
Thanks, Mr. Cassidy. Get along, Smokey.
Well, California?
Yeah, we'll be hitting the trail tomorrow morning, right after breakfast.
We'll be hitting the trail tonight, right after supper.
Oh, hey, I'm plumb tuckered out. I was figuring a good snooze off here.
Let me have a look at you, California. Yeah, you do need your beauty sleep pretty bad. Well, I'll go ahead to Buckboard Flats and send you a postcard. If you can wake up long enough to read it.
Guess I'll go along to help you write it. You can't spell worth a hoot. Ain't we a mite off the main road, Hoppy?
Just a little detour, California. I suppose you wonder where we're going.
Tarnation, no. Not if it's a secret.
It's a side trail. It'll shorten our ride.
Oh, sure. I note it all the time.
Yeah, I'll bet you did, you old rascal. Look, there's a light flashing over there.
I don't see nothing, Hoppy.
Over there, about where the Curtis mine should be. Some sort of light.
No, just moonlight shining on the tin roof.
Well, that's funny. I could have sworn it. Oh, that's a familiar sound.
Too darn familiar. That's a coyote.
Just a minute, California. Oh, Topper.
What's the matter, Hoppy?
Well, that's a coyote, all right. But I've got a hunch it's a human coyote. And it's coming from the Curtis mine.
Where's the Curtis ranch?
Over there, to the left.
Yeah? Hey, Hoppy, there's a fire over there.
That's the ranch house, California. It's on fire.
Holy smoke!
Smoke is right. Let's go.
Hoppy in California approached the Curtis mine only to hear the imitated wail of a coyote. But they are more alarmed by what they see in the direction of the Curtis ranch. Angry flames lash at the wooden structure.
I thought maybe Ricky was exaggerating about the trouble they had around the ranch.
Speaking as a man who's just been shot at, I'd say it would be mighty hard to exaggerate the situation.
Of course, the fire could have been an accident. Looks like it's starting to lean to.
Yeah, but it'll lead into the body of the house in a minute.
Come on, boy, just a little farther now.
Copper ain't liking the looks of the fire, Hoppy.
Yeah, I know.
That's a mighty good thing about riding this nag of mine. He don't mind nothing, not even me.
We better leave the horses here.
Yeah, guess so.
Well, there's no organization. They'll never check it this way.
You better take over, Hoppy.
It's just a lean-to. Where's an axe?
Here you are, partner.
All right, you fellas. Fill those buckets with sand.
Did you say sand, Hoppy?
Yes, sand. Water's too far away. Throw sand.
Yeah, he's right.
Quiet, gaining. We gotta work fast here. Look out, she's gonna fall. Stand back, everybody. There she goes.
Now we can really smother it.
That's right, and you're Ellen Curtis.
Yes.
Well, let's move over here where we can talk. That was mighty hot.
I have you to thank for saving the house.
That's a good thing the fire started in the lean-to off the kitchen. How did it happen?
I don't know. There's been trouble for months. Now this. I don't understand it.
Then you think it was done on purpose?
I don't know how else, but how can we prove it? All the ranch hands were asleep in the bunkhouse. Nobody heard a sound.
I heard something, but I couldn't get out in time to see who it was.
Oh, this is Dad's old foreman, Mr. Luther, Mr. Cassidy.
How do you do, sir? I tried so hard to keep things going right at the ranch for Miss Ellen's sake, but these awful things keep happening.
It's not your fault, Mr. Luther.
Well, you hands can take turns standing guard so the fire doesn't break out again.
Yes, sir, I'll tell them.
Then you'd both better get some sleep, because starting tomorrow morning, we got a little personal war to wage. And from the looks of things, we have a pretty treacherous enemy.
Don't know why we can't be stretched out in our bedrolls like decent folks are at this hour of the night.
Stop complaining, California. I want to take a look through the Curtis mine. Won't take but a little while.
Yeah, a little while and the whole darn night'll be gone. Guess I'll have to learn to sleep with my eyes open like a blasted owl.
Here we are.
Oh, sure is a lonesome place.
Yeah, I guess it's deserted, all right. We better leave the horses here. Come on.
Hey, I ain't going inside that mine.
Not scared, are you?
No, just careful. I ain't aiming to fall down no shaft.
There aren't any shafts and no tunnels. Just a big hole dug 10 or 1,200 feet into the flank of the mountain.
You don't say.
This was a famous mine until it played out. They called it the Glory Hole. Coming?
Yeah, I'm coming, but I ain't convinced.
It's been abandoned a long time.
I can understand why.
Edge in along the side. Don't bump your head on those timbers. Some of them stick out pretty far.
I'm sure glad I'll lead a good, clean life.
Stop complaining. Where's your love of adventure? Probably nobody's explored these diggings since the mine closed down.
Oh, yeah? Then what's this?
Where? What?
A nice new carbide lamp off some miner's hat.
Well, what do you know about that?
No rust or nothing.
There's something else interesting. A nugget. Heft that.
That's some nugget, Hoppy.
Well, we've seen enough. I'll take this nugget along just in case. Let's get out of here.
Suits me. 2 more minutes, and I'd have webbed wings like a bat.
Take it easy, California. You'll come out feet first.
I'm out. Hey, it's daybreak. The suns are coming up.
Yeah, sure feels good. Hug the ground.
Why, they dry guts and varmint are...
Somebody doesn't want us to leave this mine alive.
That's the varmint. Up there in the ridge.
I see him. Too far away.
There he goes, Hoppy.
Well, we scared him off anyway.
Yeah, him and that pinto sure skedaddle.
I wonder why. He sure had the advantage up there on the ledge and plenty of rocks to hide behind.
Hey, that lead-slinging idiot must have been the human coyote we heard last night.
Maybe. When somebody goes to that much trouble to take in the welcome mat, I get curious enough to investigate. I get more curious every minute.
Oh, what do you make of it, Hoppy?
It's one of two things. Either Alan Curtis has uncovered a new vein and is having the mine work.
Or else what?
Or somebody's stealing ore. This is falling into a pattern, California, a pretty ugly pattern. Let's get the horses and head for Alan's ranch. This is good coffee, Alan.
Sure is. Just what a couple of night owls need.
California.
Night owls? Didn't you get any sleep?
Well, as a matter of fact, California and I went over to the Curtis mine to have a look.
You went to the mine.
How long have you been working that shaft, Ellen?
That mine played out years ago, after Father died.
You haven't had somebody up there taking out ore on a small scale?
I just told you. There's no ore to take out. I don't know what you're trying to say, Mr. Cassidy.
That's all right. Forget it, Alan. I guess we were just imagining things. Isn't that right, California?
Imagining what we...
Yeah, sure.
Oh, sure, Hoppy. Sure.
Is Mr. Luther around?
No, he isn't. He's gone somewhere.
This early?
Mr. Cassidy, it seems to me...
Could I have some more coffee, Miss Allen?
Oh, all right.
Sounds like a visitor.
I'll have a look. Oh, it's Steve Holt. Good morning, Steve.
Good morning, Ellen. I want to have a talk with you.
Go on around to the front door. I'll be right there. Excuse me, Mr. Cassidy. I'll have to talk to him. He's been trying to buy the mine.
You go right ahead, Ellen. We'll stay here and finish our breakfast.
I won't be long. There's more coffee on the stove.
Thanks.
Doggone it, Hoppy. Why did you tell her we imagine things for? That miner's hat and that gold nugget ain't imagined.
Calm down, California. Did you notice how upset she was when we talked about the ore?
Yeah.
Well, there's something Ellen Curtis isn't telling us.
Let's get over here near the door and see what we can hear.
California.
Oh, come on.
All right.
I don't know what more I can say. I've told you several times, Steve. I just can't stress.
It's a good price, Ellen.
If you'll give me a little more time.
All right, but I won't wait much longer. If many more things happen like that fire last night, you're going to need the money. Think that over, Ellen.
We better get back to the table, California.
Did you hear that, Hoppy?
So Mr. Steve Holt is trying to frighten her into selling the mine. Here she comes.
I'm sorry I kept you waiting, Mr. Cassidy.
Is everything all right, Ellen?
Oh, Steve Holt's an impatient man. Do you know him?
Well, the name's familiar, but I can't just...
He and Dad were partners when they first made the strike.
Oh.
Began to pay off, and Steve wanted to sell out. Dad bought his share for $17,000.
Steve must have kicked himself afterward. That mine produced plenty of gold.
Yes, it was a rich mine. But that wasn't the only reason Steve was sorry. You see, he took off his overalls, bought some store clothes, and swore he'd never do another day's work again as long as he lived.
Yippee, that's real living.
In 2 months, he was broke. He came back to the Curtis mine, this time looking for a job. Went to work for $3 a day. He'd spent the whole $17,000 without leaving buckboard flat.
It must have been some spree.
Well, easy come, easy go.
He was an awful sore head about it. Finally went away. Now he's back and wants to buy the mine.
Why does he want to buy it if the ore's played out?
Why, I don't really know. Sentimental reasons, he says.
How much did he offer?
$5,000.
That's a lot to pay for sentiment.
Who can that be?
Why, it's Ricky.
Ricky?
He's been hurt.
Oh,
Wait a minute, Ricky.
What's the
I'll
matter?
get you out of that saddle.
Hello, Mr. Cassidy.
Take it easy, son. Put your arm around my neck.
easy now.
That's fine. Lean your weight against me.
I'll try.
He's fainted. California, take care of his horse.
Be careful now. Bring him in here, Mr. Cassidy. Here.
Take those pillows away. I want his head low.
Is he hurt bad?
It looks like somebody's beat him up. He'll be all right, though. He's opening his eyes.
Poor Ricky. This is terrible.
Hello, Ricky. Feel pretty rough?
Oh, my head hurts.
What happened?
I was ambushed
Ambushed?
on the way back from Elkhorn.
How many of them were there?
I don't know. 3 or 4.
Oh.
The pistol whipped me, Mr. Cassidy.
Did you recognize any of them?
No. They ambushed me from behind. A tin fork.
I'm sure Ricky has no idea who it could be.
Was one of them riding a pinto?
A pinto? Oh. Yes, I think so. Oh, I don't know.
You better get some sleep now, Ricky. We'll talk about this later.
Hoppy!
Yeah?
Hoppy! Here's a note I found pinned to Ricky's saddle blanket.
Let me see that. Printed.
Them's big letters, ain't they, Hoppy?
Yeah, and they're big words, too. Listen to this. Ricky Curtis wasn't worth killing, but a certain cowpoke named Cassidy is going to catch a belly full of lead if he don't clear out of Buckboard Flats by sundown.
Early evening has turned the desert as cold and gray as a lead bullet. Hopalong in California trying to help Ellen Curtis solve the problems of violent happenings on her ranch. Evidently, they aren't paying much attention to that warning to get out of town, for here they are, still in Buckboard Flats.
Buckboard Flats, hotel and bar. Well, this is it, California.
I'm as thirsty as a camel that's been eating dried apples.
Wait a minute.
What for?
Here's the object of our search at the end of the bar.
Doggone. I just thought we was coming in for the fun of it.
Wait here for me. You're Steve Holt?
That's right. But you sure got the advantage, stranger.
My name's Cassidy, Hopalong Cassidy.
What's on your mind?
Whenever I can't figure out a play, I like to know who's dealing the cards. I got a few questions to put to you.
Sorry, I don't know the answer.
You know the answer to this one. I want to know why you're so anxious to buy out the Curtis mine.
I reckon that's none of your business, Mr. Cassidy.
I've made it my business.
Why, you nosy polecat, if I... Oh, you...
Sorry, mister. When I see a man go for his gun, it's just reflex to knock it out of his hand.
Grease lightning, that's what it was.
Pick up his gun, California. Empty it. Let me have it. Not a bad gun. A little fancy, maybe. Well, Holt, here you are. Keep it sheathed if you don't want to lose a hand.
You won the first round, Cassidy. But there'll be another time. And another round.
You're pretty sure of yourself.
I got an advantage over you, Cassidy. I know the facts. All the facts.
Well, that's what California and I found in the mine. So you see, Sheriff, we'll need a posse to round up those gold rustlers.
Yeah, there's been a lot happening, all right. But the way you tell it, there ain't enough evidence to convict anybody.
Somebody's guilty as a coyote in a chicken coop.
Maybe, yeah, maybe. But who? Steve Holt wants to buy the mine. That ain't against the law. What about Ricky? Says he don't even know who beat him up. And there's Ellen Curtis. She had a mysterious fire on her ranch. I can't send no posse out till you catch somebody dead to rights.
You mean he has to have a gold nugget in one pocket and a deed to the mine in the other?
That's just about it. You catch him red-handed, and I'll sure come out and pick him up.
That's mighty decent of you, Sheriff. Good night.
Night, Sheriff.
Hobby? Yeah, fresh air.
Nice atmosphere in there, California.
To put it delicate, I didn't like the smell.
Well, looks like we'll have to get our own posse together.
Looks that way, Hobby.
Can you meet me in about an hour at the Curtis mine?
You mean we're the posse?
Right.
All right, Hobby.
We're going to have a showdown with those high graders tonight.
I knowed it.
I figured they work in the graveyard shift.
Midnight.
Thereabouts. Now, that coyote we heard last night was their lookout.
Doggone. You're right, Hobby.
But tonight, you're going to be the coyote.
Huh?
Sure.
Oh, no.
All you need is to do a little practice.
Now?
Right now.
I do a ball and calf better.
This has to be a coyote.
Well, here goes.
Oh, you can do better than that.
Yeah, I think I can. I'll try it again, Hobby. Here.
Oh, take it easy, Tom. Oh, well, even Popper believes that one.
It was better, huh? And I got a bottle of sarsaparilla in my saddlebag. I'll oil up tonight before I let go.
Yeah. You know that ledge above the mouth of mine?
Where that varmint shot at us?
Yeah, you hide out up there.
I get you, Hobby.
You can take care of the lookout.
Take care of the lookout?
Yeah, hold that coyote howl till they're in the mine, working. Then start shooting. I want enough shots to make them think there's a posse up there.
But where'll you be, Hobby?
I got my position all staked out. Now remember, in an hour, everything depends on you and your coyote's howl.
Hey, Steve. Steve Holt, night sheriff. Come over here. What do you want? This is my last night working this mine. I'm plumb uneasy. Yeah, me too. Shoot yourself, boys. It's awful easy money. I ain't hankering for no run-in with Hopalong Cassidy. Lookout posted. If anybody rides up, he'll signal. There's plenty of time to get out of here. Yeah, just the same, I'm uneasy. Hey, listen.
That's the signal now. Somebody's coming.
Kill all the lights. File out easy and quiet and stay out of sight. There, those shots. There's a posse out there. What's the matter with that lookout? We're trapped in here. We're trapped. Kill all the lights. We're done for. We'll see. They got us covered. What's that? What get now? Dynamite. Oh, it's an earthquake. Steady, boys. Get out the oven and drop your gun. That's Hopalong Cassidy. Where in blazes are you, Cassidy?
It's the ore cars. They're loose.
Cassidy did it. He's riding the cars out.
You're covered. Get out of this mine.
We're going.
Oh, don't shoot. Don't shoot.
Keep your hands up and march.
I know we'd get
Keep walking and don't try anything.
You're not going to take me that easy, are you? Oh, my hand. My hand.
Draw a gun, will you, Steve Holt?
Yes, Steve, didn't we? Yeah.
California.
Right here, hurry.
My glad to see you.
Yeah, it's good to be out. I've been waiting on that hole for an hour. Take their guns.
And I'll rope and tie this fella. We'll deliver him to the sheriff.
All right. I'll take care of the rest of them. Well, let's start moving.
Hey, wait a minute, Hoppy. We got another prisoner. The lookout.
Where is he?
Tied up right over here.
Where? Stay quiet, men. I got this gun ready.
Why? Well, I'll be doggone, Hoppy. I had him tied
Here
so
are the
that...
ropes cut.
Yeah, and here's fresh hoof prints in the sand.
So in the confusion, someone helped the lookout get away.
Yeah. And when you hear who the lookout is, you ain't gonna like it, Hoppy.
Ellen, I can't bring you very good news, I'm afraid. Steve Holt and 4 men were high-grading ore from the Curtis mine.
Yes?
But they weren't alone in it.
What do you mean?
The lookout, Miss Ellen. It wasn't so dark that I couldn't see who 'twas.
There's no need to pretend any longer, Ellen. We may as well see Ricky now.
No, Mr. Cassidy. You've stopped Steve Holt. Can't you leave things alone?
It's no use, Miss Ellen.
Mr. Luther, I didn't hear you come.
A clean sweep is the only way.
You're all trying to trick me into saying something.
I've been trying to protect Ricky, too. I even sneaked up and cut him loose tonight.
Oh.
But it's all a futile effort.
No.
I figured that Ricky became involved with Steve Holt in this dirty mess before he realized how serious it was.
But why in the world did he go to you, Mr. Cassidy?
Well, I guess he was scared and wanted to stop it, but he didn't know how.
Sometimes youngsters do foolish things. And Ricky was always been greedy.
I guess deep in my heart I suspected my brother. But I didn't know what to do.
Face the truth, Ellen, then go on from there. Nothing's ever so bad it can't be righted if you stand up to it square. Ricky can be straightened out, and after that, he'll have a big job running the Curtis mine.
Let's get out of here, Hoppy. A crying woman just makes jelly out of my inside.
Yeah. Goodbye, Ellen. Mr. Luther.
Goodbye, Mr. Cassidy.
Sure be good to see the bar 20 again, eh, Hoppy?
I won't have to wait that long. Ah, feels good to be straddle topper again after riding an ore car through a tunnel. That's no job for a cowpuncher.
And I didn't like being a coyote neither. I do a ball and calf much better.
You should, too.
Goodbye from Hopalong Cassidy and all the gang up Bar 20 way. But be sure and be back with us when Hoppy in California will again be riding out as usual into dangerous action and adventure. Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. Coyote's Creed was written by Mel Gardner. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence E. Mulford. This is a Commodore production. It's Hopalong Cassidy. With action and suspense, out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The ring of the Silver Spurs heralds the most amazing man ever to ride the prairies of the early West, Hopalong Cassidy. This famous hero thrills his 60 million fans with action and dangerous adventure. In the role of Hopalong Cassidy is the popular star of the motion picture series, William Boyd. And appearing as that laughable old character, California, is Andy Clyde. Now for our story, Bullets for Ballots. It's election eve in Gila Corners. But strangely enough, the excitement and spirit which goes with an election eve is missing. On the little main street, in the casino, in the blacksmith shop, the talk is about who's going to be sheriff of Gila County. Honest faces look hopelessly at one another. Well, they know that the lawless element is strong enough to force another term for Sheriff Dodson. Another term of killing, riots, thieving, and, more important, another year of no justice for the honest man. Brad Cheevers, the owner of the casino, and Sheriff Dodson talk behind closed doors.
Close that door, Brad. We don't want no sneaking polecat listening in.
Sure don't. Can't afford to have no slips now, Dodson.
Just heard from Jess a few minutes ago. Said feed's getting low back down the draw. If we don't move them 800 head out, we're going to lose them.
Can't move them now. This election's got every busybody with their noses in the air. They can smell a bad deal. We can't afford it right now.
What are you afraid of? Ain't I the law?
Yeah, of course you are.
And anybody who don't like the way I'm serving them can walk in here and say so.
Yep, they can walk in. But they ain't walking out.
Like Claude Burns.
Yeah. I guess the sheriff has a right to gun a man down in self-defense.
Yep. The right to seize his 800 head of steers.
Of course, it don't make no difference, but maybe you better get rid of that herd before folks start nosing around. Like Lem Purdy at the general store.
Lem Purdy. Why, he ain't wearing us one iota. He don't dare back nobody but me.
We got too much at stake to lose now, and I don't aim to lose.
With your boys tending the ballot box and me getting a posse of the law and order group to ride out of town, only your boys will vote.
Yeah, there's only one thing.
Oh, what's that?
I saw Hopalong Cassidy and his cowpoke friend in Lem Purdy's store.
Huh? What's wrong with that?
He don't like you, Sheriff.
You don't, huh? Well, now, ain't that just too bad?
I just thought I'd tell you.
Brad, we got too much at stake. I ain't stretching my neck in a hang noose. Before I do that, I'll see Cassidy and all his kind in Boot Hill.
There's trouble brewing in Gila Corners where the folks are determined to elect a new sheriff, and the present sheriff is just as determined that they won't. Hopalong and his friend California first learned the seriousness of the situation when they talked to Lem Purdy, owner of the general store.
Well, now, let's see, Hoppy. Your bill comes to $7.30.
What's the 30 cents for?
Those 6 hands full of crackers California's been eating.
The 4 hands. Darn it, don't pay it, Hoppy.
We'll add it onto your jelly bean account.
Here, write it down, Hoppy. I got my hand caught in that darn coffee grinder. Can't hold a pencil in it now.
Okay. Cassidy, $7. California, 30 cents.
Who's that feller just went out?
Stranger. Maybe here helping Brad Cheevers elect that ornery sheriff again.
Seems like everyone's against Sheriff Dodson.
And a good reason. Gunning down a man in cold blood.
Nobody knows what happened to Claude Burns' beef, huh? 800 heads.
Seems like there's enough good folks in town to elect a new sheriff.
Everybody's afraid to vote against him. Brad Cheever's gunslingers watch the ballot boxes, and one of Brad's boys is deputy to count them.
You mean nobody's going to run against him?
You can bet your bedroll there is. I am.
You?
Yeah, me. And I'd win, too, if it was honest.
Well, if you've got the gumption to run against him, we're for you, Purdy.
You're darn right. You got yourself 2 votes already.
2 votes ain't enough.
Oh, we can get more for you.
Yeah, and we can do better than that. We'll see that every post and every tree gets a Purdy for Sheriff poster.
Oh, it's Betty. You know my little girl, don't you, Hoppy?
Little girl? When will you ever realize, Daddy, that I'm 20 years old? Hello, Hoppy. California.
Hello, honey.
Gee, darn. Seems like just a little while ago you were just a gangling little critter, but a pretty one.
And here you are, a fine young lady.
I don't want to be a lady. I want to help Daddy in the store.
Well, you'll get a chance to help him a lot now that he's running for sheriff.
No, not you, Daddy. Oh, it's not true.
Now, don't carry on, Betty. There ain't a thing to worry about.
No, sure ain't nothing. I mean, Hoppy's helping him.
But Brad Cheevers will...
We'll worry about Brad Cheevers when we get to him. This is going to be an honest election. Come on, California. Let's get down to the print shop. As soon as the posters are off the press, we'll be back, Purdy.
I'll be waiting for you, Hoppy.
Well, Brad, looks like I miscalculated again.
Huh? Oh, hello, Jess. What are you talking about?
Looks like Purdy's going to try his luck at being sheriff.
Who's going to back him?
That Cassidy fella and his sidekick.
What? You sure?
Sure shooting. Hung around outside the store and heard him laying plans.
Oh, they was, eh? Don't nobody know about it.
Looks like they're gonna. That Cassidy headed for the printing shop. Said something about posters.
Why, they can't do that. That broken-down maverick at the shop said they didn't have no ink when I wanted some posters for Dodson.
I don't like the deal, Brad. You can pay me off and let me ride.
You don't get a cent till them cattle is sold.
I've been dealt at from the bottom, but I ain't never hung around till the shooting.
You was hired to watch them cattle back in the door, and you're playing the string to the end.
That's what you say.
That's what this says, Jess.
Ain't scaring me a bit. Shooting now'd spoil your act.
Don't push me too hard, Jess. Remember, they're still looking for the coyote with 3 fingers who held up the Fargo.
Ain't got him yet, neither.
Well, they ain't gonna look far for him if you get skitterish. Now get back out there to the shed and keep an eye on that herd.
Sure wish I'd have kept on holding up stages. Seems kind of like honest work when I see fellers like you.
If this wasn't election week, I'd gun you down right where you're standing, Jess. Now, get.
All right. But you better have all your boys voting, because they sort of think this Cassidy's on the winning side.
Get out. Oh, I forget what week this is.
I hope the ink holds out, Hoppy. Ah, we're doing fine. About 50 more, Bill, and we'll have enough to cover the county.
Enough folks seen Brad's gang ain't got a chance.
Yeah, looks like I'm going to have some explaining to do.
Explaining?
I told that Brad Cheevers I didn't have no ink to run up posters for him. Looks like if I'm staying in business, I'll have to get up a good story.
Well, there's the whole caboodle of them.
Don't smear the ink, California. Let them dry for a few minutes.
Sure is attractive to the eye. Ought to let folks know who's running.
We got a visitor here, Hoppy.
Howdy, Brad Cheevers.
You got some ink for these things.
I scraped some out of a can.
And used it to print this pack of lies? For honest law enforcement. Vote for Purdy.
Well, a fella's got to make a living, Brad.
Nice-looking poster.
Right, Purdy poster.
Sometimes a fella gets his neck out so fur he finds a rope around it.
Look, I don't want no trouble here, Brad.
Trouble? Nobody tells Brad Cheevers he ain't got ink. And finds some to print something agin me.
I ordered the posters, Cheevers.
And we're putting up every one of them.
Go ahead. My trouble's with Bill here.
I'm backing Bill, same as I'm backing Purdy.
And you can tell your sheriff friend so he'll know.
I'm tearing up every one of these posters.
Look out, California.
Why, you interfering thing off the running through the bridge, Hoppy.
Now get up and get back to your sheriff friend and tell him this is the beginning. And lots more coming, till we rid the county of your kind.
Remember this, Cassidy. When the election is over, you'd better leave town. It won't be healthy for you around these parts.
Well, looks like we're all going to have to pack up, Hoppy.
The election isn't over yet.
And we ain't going to be letting folks know about voting for Purdy if we don't get them posters up.
And don't worry about Cheever. He won't be bothering you, Bill.
If he comes back here, I'm doing my talking with a 6-gun.
You ain't aiming to put 'em up around town, too, are you, Hoppy?
I sure am. I'm putting one up right here in front of the blacksmith shop.
Looks right good, Hoppy. Them big letters is easy to read.
We'll let folks know an honest man is running.
But if Cheever's gunslingers all vote and keep scaring folks away from the polls...
I think I know how to handle that part, if my plans work out. Somebody ought to put one of these posters in the casino.
Brad Cheevers would tear it down.
Might be worth a try. Come on, let's show him to Purdy.
Where? You got the posters, Hoppy?
Yeah, I got a lot of them. Better be putting them up fast.
Yeah. Ain't that powerful reading, Purdy?
Say, you can see that 50 rods away. My daughter will be back here in a few minutes to tend the store, so then I can help you put 'em up.
Thought you'd take the mill road, Purdy.
I know every post on it, Hoppy.
Me and Hoppy will take the stage line, bro.
And we'll meet back here in the morning.
Yeah, morning of Election Day. By golly, I got a feeling you're back in the winner, Hoppy.
You bet we are. Well, we got a couple hours before dusk. Let's go.
Gal's in the store alone, Brad.
Be sure and keep the handkerchiefs up around your faces, boys.
Let's get going.
Remember, boys, I don't want a stick left that ain't broken. Come on. Wait. You better put out the light.
Get to work, boys. That's it.
Get up. Well, there's one down and one to go.
It's dirty skunk!
And you can tell your pa if you let Cassie shows their face around here after tomorrow, they can kick out a place to fall. But we're turning them down.
Hoppy and California intend to see that the folks in Gila Corners have a chance to elect a man of their choosing as sheriff. Brad Cheevers and his gang have kept the present sheriff in office by terrorizing the honest voters and don't expect to allow an honest vote to upset their plans. So while Hoppy and California and the honest candidate, Purdy, are out putting up posters, Brad's gang proceed to break up the Purdy General Store like it was hit by a summer tornado.
What's wrong, Hoppy?
I smell gun smoke. No light in the store.
You think something's happened?
We'll soon find out. Now stay down, California.
Don't hear nothing, Hoppy.
We're going in. Stay along the wall, California.
Right behind you, Hoppy.
Get out! Get out or I'll shoot!
Huh? Pardon me, Miss Betty. It's Hopalong Cassidy.
Hopalong Cassidy. Oh, thank goodness.
Oh, we was afraid something had happened.
Something has. I've been sitting here in the dark. I thought I'd choose the first one who came back.
First one to come back.
I mean, that crowd. They just left. Wait, I'll light a lamp.
What was that barrel of crackers? Well, I swore I thought I could find it in the dark.
The crackers are gone, just like everything else. There. Now you can see.
Hey, what happened here?
Why, the place is kindling wood. Where's your pa?
He didn't come back.
Didn't come back.
If they've hurt my daddy...
No. It ain't no use to worry.
Did your father come back at all this evening?
No.
Maybe in the dime, Hop.
He's had plenty of time. You stay here with the lamp lit and the doors bolted, Betty. We'll find your father. Be sure to lock the door after us, Betty.
I will, Mr. Cassidy, and good luck.
Hanging too good for those thieving skunks.
We gonna go out the mill road?
Right.
I could gun them siding winders down one at a time for what they done on that spot.
Well, they'll pay for it.
Ruining all them crackers that away.
Easy, Topper. All right, let's go, California. Now, look close now. See if you can make out any posters on those posts.
This moon breaking out behind them clouds sure helps a body to see.
Wait, there's a poster.
Yeah, see it. We know he come this far.
Should be an easy trail to follow. Come on.
That makes 3 of them so far, Hoppy.
We'll keep on, California. Hold it.
What do you see?
Some paper over near this fence.
The whole bunch of posters.
And look, his hammer.
See, and there's been some scuffling going on, too.
Then this was Purdy's last stop.
Oh, they gunned him down.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, what they done with him, then?
Well, they might need to produce Purdy if folks ask about him.
Then they're hiding him out, huh?
Looks that way. One trail ends and another starts. We have to move fast.
Well, it's a sure bet they didn't go north. Nothing but greasewood.
I got a hunch they be holed up in some cave over to the west of that pass.
Yeah, maybe you're right. We can look.
Without another candidate around, Sheriff Donaldson will win for sure.
Think they got him holed up in one of them caves, huh?
The only other place I know would be...
What, Hoppy?
Claude Burns' place, over by the draw.
Oh, ain't nobody been living in it since Sheriff Dodson finished him off in self-defense, I guess he called it.
Deliberate killing. We have to even that up, too.
Somebody stole his cattle.
I'd save time if we look there first. Then we can circle around back to the pass.
Well, there ain't nobody in the ranch house.
California. I smell smoke.
Me too. Green wood, too.
Somebody's got a campfire out of sight.
The breeze is blowing from that little draw back there.
Come on. Quiet now.
Maybe we can see something past this boulder.
Hear that, California?
Cattle. Didn't know there was any around here.
And they're hungry.
Like there's nothing to eat but snakes and cactus.
Well, finding Purdy is more important right now.
See something, Hoppy?
Right down there between those 2 big boulders, a lean-to.
And a wisp of smoke coming out the top.
Could be the end of the trail, California. We'll have to get down back of the boulders so we can stay out of sight.
You see anything through the window, Hoppy?
That stranger who left the store today.
Anyone else?
Looks like someone lying on a bunk past the fire.
Can you see who 'tis?
Wait a minute. That's Purdy. He just looked into the fire.
Well, what are we holding up for?
I don't want any gunplay. I'll toss this rock out in front toward the bushes. I hope he comes out to look.
Go ahead. Throw. When he steps out, I got him. There. He heard it. He's sneaking toward the door. He's got his 6-gun.
Steady now. Now, California.
You ain't taking me.
Oh, yes, we are. Use his belt, California. Hog time proper.
I'll enjoy it, Hoppy.
You all right, Purdy? I'll have you loose in a second.
There.
Hoppy, I knew you'd find me. Is Betty all right? Did you see her before you come out here?
Don't worry, she's all right. I don't dare do anything to spoil the election. Looks pretty even.
Even?
6 votes either way could do it, Purdy.
And let's get back to town and see what...
Oh, whoa, hold up, Purdy. I got other ideas.
Yeah, I wish them cattle would shut up. They drive a man loco.
They're locked in the draw.
Who'll do a thing like that, Hoppy?
I aim to find out. Maybe when I know that, we'll know what to do next.
I saw some of them when they was bringing me here. Looked like an Air Barbie brand.
I knew it. Claude Burns brand. Why, that's even sheriffy.
Now it's clear. Purdy, I know how we can outwit those coyotes.
First, get me a 6-gun.
No gun. 2 minutes to sling lead back at us. We have to outsmart them, and I know how it can do it. When do the polls close?
Well, the law says 6 o'clock.
Good. We stay right here till 3 o'clock tomorrow. Election day.
Let them think Purdy's still gone.
Right. Now, you get into town in the morning, California, and have the printer drop a remark to Brad Cheevers that there's a herd of beef roaming loose on the Burns Ranch near the draw.
Yep, and what else?
Nothing. Just get back here as soon as you can.
I'll be back pronto.
Good. If things work out, we'll need you.
Sheriff, herds broke out of the draw.
Broke out? How'd you know?
Never mind how I know. What are we going to do now?
I ain't losing that herd, Brad.
Looks like we got to move fast before anyone snoops around.
Seems like Jess would let us know. He could hog tot
I
Purdy.
told you not to trust that 3-fingered varmint.
We're wasting time. Get the boys out there pronto.
How many of them?
All of them. 10 or 12, and tell them to ride hard.
They ain't voted yet.
They'll be back in time. Anyhow, with Purdy gone, we don't even have to count him. He loses on a technicality.
I'll ride with him. See they don't cut none of the herd for themselves. That thieving critters.
Good idea. Then get back for the doings. You can make a speech for me like you done before.
How about the voting?
Cut out jawing about it. The boys is crowding the ballot box and hardly nobody can get to it. Get them critters back in the draw and cut out the palaver.
Now, if the riders can't find the herd, they'll ride in the draw to see where they are.
And we close in behind them and hold them in.
If I'm sheriff now, I'd jail every one of them skunks.
Are you sure the news got to Brad, California?
I was standing by the blacksmith shop and Brad Cheevers run like a polecat was after him, plumb into the sheriff's office.
Then we can get some action soon.
You mean now, Purdy?
The sooner the better so I can get back to my store.
What's left of it?
Never mind.
Hey, from the dust they're making, there must be a dozen of them.
We're getting behind these rocks and letting them go through.
Right. Then spring the trap.
Hoppy, Brad Cheevers is riding with them.
Better than I expected.
Careful of them rifle our party. Got a hair trigger on it.
I won't use it unless I have to.
Hoppy, they're going in.
Wait till the last one's through, then they'll open.
8, 9, 10, 11. 11 of them, Hoppy.
That 11 can be mighty important to you, Purdy.
They're stopping. Inside.
Good. Now cover me, California.
First one reaches, we'll drop, Hoppy.
You boys can get off your horses now and take a rest.
Huh?
Brad Cheevers, there's only one way out of this draw. And the first one who tries to make it gets a 45 slug.
It's a trick.
Just take it easy, Brad. You might as well rest. You're not going anywhere. We're sitting in this passage with our guns handy. The first one who makes a move starts trouble.
We ain't done nothing.
That's just what you're going to keep on doing. Nothing.
Most 5 o'clock, Hoppy.
Well, I guess I can handle things alone now, California. You and Purdy get back to Gila Corners. I'll get these men's horses and guns and leave them here to stew.
Let's get close up to the office so we can hear Sheriff Dodson, Hoppy.
Not too close. I don't want him to see Purdy yet.
First thing I'm going to do after I'm elected is run that polecat Dodson out of town.
He's looking around for Brad.
Quiet, California.
Fellow citizens, I've been waiting the legal time for my opponent Purdy to get here. Like as not, he hightailed it out of town. It's 2 minutes to 6. I guess you might as well go home. I'm sheriff by law, seeing there ain't no opposition. I was about counting them votes. They're being counted now. I'll put the voting figures on my bulletin board. You can all see them tomorrow.
We want Purdy.
You can't want something that ain't here.
You're wrong there, Sheriff.
Who said that?
I did.
How'd you get here?
Why, it's Hopalong Cassidy. He's got Purdy.
Purdy's right here.
You're darn right, and I'm here to stay.
The votes will say who's staying.
I got the totals right here, Sheriff. Shall I read them?
Read it. We want the count.
For Sheriff of Gila County, Sheriff Dodson, 59 votes.
Hooray!
For Lem Purdy, 66 votes.
Now, Purdy. Sheriff Purdy. I know you'll make a good lawman.
Well, I'll sure try, Hoppy. And with them gunslingers cleaned out, things will be better around here.
Yeah, but I sure paid the price. Everything I own smashed and ruined.
You know, Purdy, I think we can straighten that out for you. Folks are pretty good to their own kind here.
It'll take a lot more than I got left to open another store, Hoppy.
But I was just thinking, if I talk to the folks just right, like as not, they'd agree to selling that herd of beef out there in the draw.
Well, sure. They don't belong to nobody nohow.
Daddy.
Betty, honey.
Oh, I'm so proud of you, Daddy. I'm giving you a big kiss and a big hug.
Let's go, Hoppy.
Hoppy and California are the ones you should thank, honey.
Good. I'll have a kiss for them, too.
We gotta be getting, Hoppy, see the darn time. We ain't never gonna get back to the Bar 20.
And now a kiss for you, too, California. California.
Wait for me, California.
California.
Hold on there.
Humiliating. That's what it is. Darn humiliating.
But all the girl wanted to do was give you a kiss.
All she wanted to do, Hoppy, it ain't often I talk to you like a father, but it's my duty to warn you. You can step around a bear trap, you can dodge bullets and duck knives, but by golly, when a woman starts after you with a kiss, there just ain't nothing to do but beat a hasty retreat.
Well, let's go then.
Goodbye from Hoppy in California until the next time they ride out from the Bar 20 for more adventure and excitement. Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. Bullets for Ballots was written by Howard Swartz. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence E. Mulford. This is a Commodore production. It's Hopalong Cassidy. With action and suspense, out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The ring of the Silver Spurs heralds the most amazing man ever to ride the prairies of the early West, Hopalong Cassidy. This famous hero thrills his 60 million fans with action and dangerous adventure. In the role of Hopalong Cassidy is the popular star of the motion picture series, William Boyd. And appearing as that laughable old character, California, is Andy Clyde. Now to our story, The Green Valley Payoff. The afternoon sunlight slanted in through the small window of the sheriff's office, lit on the blonde thatch of hair that topped off the sullen young man seated on the wooden chair in the middle of the room. Sheriff Joe Perry rolled a smoke, lit it, then turned to his deputy.
Pomeroy,
Yeah, Sheriff?
try again.
Okay. I think it's any use.
It's no use, I tell you.
I don't know about that.
I know you're short on brains, Pomeroy, but when
Shut
you
up.
get it through that thick skull of yours that I can't tell you what I don't know myself.
Frank,
Ellie, now you keep out of this. Go on home.
I will not keep out of it. What are they doing to you?
We're asking him a few questions, Miss Ellie, about that night-riding bunch of bank robbers he runs around with.
Ellie, I told you to go
Stay
home.
right here. You listen to me, Sheriff. Frank did run around with them once, and he paid for it with 2 years in jail. That's behind him now.
You think so?
He's left them for good.
He's going to ranching after we're married, and then
Miss Ellie, I'm sorry to say this, but I don't think that Green Valley gang looks at it that way.
Frank don't look at it that way either.
Now, listen, Pomeroy.
You were in on the last one, Frank.
I stood lookout for him because they swore they'd harm Ellie if I didn't.
The fact remains, Frank, that bunch has over $100,000 hid away somewhere that a couple of banks and a Wells Fargo company would like to get back. You got a share in it, and you're going to tell us where it is.
But I don't know where it is. Monty and the boss are the only ones who know where it's hid.
Monty?
Yeah, short for Montana. That's the only name he goes by. Lord knows who the boss is. I've never seen him or heard his name.
You're a throat-cutting, lying crook, Frank, and I'm going to take you.
Pomeroy, you ass.
What back there, Frank?
Let go of me.
let go of him, Pomeroy.
Ellie, put down that inkwell.
Oh, my eyes.
Good Lord, you got ink all over him. Go on, Pomeroy, get your face in some water.
Please, oh.
Be all right. Be all right when you wash them out. Now, young lady.
Don't you young lady me, Sheriff.
Ellie, you've done enough. Please, get out of here.
Frank.
I know it's wrong, but we got to put up with it because it's the law. Now, run on home before the sheriff decides to put you away, too.
I was about to say them very words.
All right, Frank. I'm sorry, Sheriff.
Don't apologize to me. It's Pomeroy's face you blacked up. A real spitfire, ain't she?
Let's leave her out of it, shall we, Sheriff?
Yeah. You better get back to your cell. I know when I'm licked.
Okay.
Pomeroy.
Yeah?
Feel better now?
Not much better.
Take Frank back to his cell, will you?
Come on, Frank.
There's got to be another way. If I could just find someone with enough spunk to...
Sheriff.
Huh? Hoppy.
Sheriff Joe Barry.
Geossifit. Hopalong Cassidy. Oh, you're the answer to a maiden's prayer.
That's the first time I've ever been called that, Joe.
I ain't one to put much stock in Providence, Hoppy. But you sure come to me in my hour of need.
What are you talking about?
Come and sit down. I want to tell you about a job I got for you.
Joe Perry is under pressure from a group of outraged bankers in the express company who are insisting he track down the Green Valley gang and over $100,000 in loot, the proceeds of a series of robberies they engineered in the past few months. The first break came with the arrest of Frank Lawler, one of the members of the gang, but Frank either knows nothing or simply isn't talking. So there had to be another way. The next afternoon, Hopalong Cassidy and California Carlson stopped for a moment in front of the State Bank in the center of town.
You better stand right here, California.
Mind if I mention I'm a mite uneasy?
Relax, will you?
Sure. All in the day's work. Robbing a few banks, shooting up a couple of citizens.
Never mind that. Just make sure no one comes in who's not supposed to, you understand?
I don't understand nothing, but I'll do it. When you look at me with them beautiful blue eyes, I just can't say no.
Okay. Wish me luck.
As the French say, verdi poise.
Yes, sir. What do you have?
Everything you got and make it fast.
What?
Hurry up now. Fork it over. The 6 guns are mighty impatient.
Yes, sir.
That all of it?
Yes, sir. So help me.
Okay. Stay right where you are with your hands up and don't move until I'm out of here. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Stay where you are. Put him up now. I got you covered. Sheriff! Take it easy, fella. Everything's all right. Looks like I got this coyote in the shoulder. Oh. Give me a hand, fella. Let's get him over to the jailhouse. All right, everybody. Clear out. Shooting's over.
What's your name, pal?
Make any difference?
Oh, kind of nice to know who your cellmate is.
Bill Carney. What's yours?
Frank Lawler. Understand you let the sheriff get the drop on you this afternoon.
You don't understand right. My gun jammed. You don't believe it?
I didn't say that. Nick you on the shoulder?
Yeah, not bad. Well, it won't jam next time.
Might not be any next time.
Oh, yes, there will.
When?
Tonight.
Hmm?
I'm getting tired of this jailhouse already. In fact, I'll get going around midnight.
It's nice if you can manage it.
Don't worry, I can. You like to come along?
I don't know.
What's the matter? You like it in here?
Funny thing, Connie. Don't seem to matter much whether I'm in jail or out of it. It's a prison either way.
Ah, that's a queer one.
Well, it's a cinch I'm not getting anywhere sitting here.
Well, what about it?
I'll go along. When we leaving?
Midnight, I said.
Any particular way?
Yeah. My partner will slip a 6-gun up through the bars just before 12. 12, the sheriff will make a round to check.
Then what?
I think I can persuade him to open the door. Don't you?
Yeah. Only one thing. What happens if the sheriff draws on you?
What do you think?
Okay, count me out. I'm not getting mixed up in any killing.
Don't worry, there won't be any killing. Now listen, here's how it'll work. At 10 minutes to 12, my partner will be out at the window.
Here he comes.
Easy now. Pretend you're asleep.
Remember what I said about...
I heard you.
Gun ready?
Yeah. Shut up.
You fellas all right in there?
Put up your hand, Sheriff. I got a 44 on your face.
Connie!
Keep him up now. Lawler.
Yeah?
Get his gun.
Okay. I got him.
Wait a minute, Connie. You won't get away with this.
Shut up. Now open the door.
Well, what if I don't?
I'll blow you right out of your own jailhouse. Hurry it up.
All right, Connie.
Now get in there. Move.
I'm moving.
Come on, Lawler.
He's got another gun. Connie, you shouldn't have done that.
I should have known better. Now get going. The horses are waiting outside.
California.
You going, Sheriff?
Yeah. Come and get me out of here.
Yeah. How'd it come off?
Perfect. Listen. There they go.
You.
You know, if I didn't know Hopalong Cassidy was a straight-up cowpoke, I'd swear he knows more about bank robbing and jail busting than he's telling.
Maybe he's practicing up for when a bad year hits the bar 20.
Come on now. Time you got my corpse over to Doc Willard's. Got to handle my death according to the law, you know.
Better put some more wood on the fire, Frank.
Yeah.
You sure it's safe?
What?
The fire.
Oh, it's safe, all right. My pals meet in this draw all the time.
Pal?
Skip it.
You sound like you're sore at somebody.
I'm sore at the world.
Why?
Folks won't leave me alone, that's why. You make a mistake when you're a kid and you're through for good. They shove a hot brand on your hip the minute you go through those prison doors, and it stays there till you die.
A funny way to talk.
Yeah, you wouldn't know what I'm talking about.
I think I do. You want to let your old bunch down, don't you?
Why do you think I brought you here to wait for him?
I don't know. Can't figure it out.
Tried to break loose, but they won't let me. People down there in town won't have me back, and the bunch won't let me go. So, here I am.
Yeah?
For good.
Why?
You fixed that when you shot the sheriff. You know that, don't you?
Well, I had to, or he'd have nailed us with that shoulder gun of his.
Yeah, I reckon so. Wonder about Ellie. I wonder...
If what?
Nothing. She'll find herself a nice young homesteader somewhere. She'll be all right.
From what I hear, she can take care of herself.
Hey, hold it.
What's the matter?
Listen. Yeah.
Yeah, what?
Just sit right still and keep your hands away from your gun belt. They're here. Hello, Monty.
Punk.
Who's your friend?
Name's Carney. Done me a favor tonight.
Connie.
Bill Carney, if you're interested.
Yeah. I'm interested.
We're both interested. What are you doing here, Connie?
Keeping warm. Or at least I was till you stepped in front of the fire.
Maybe you ain't warm enough, Connie. Maybe we ought
Shut
to...
up, woman. Move aside. I want to see Connie's face. Yeah.
Quite a face, isn't it?
Yeah. Talks a lot.
Maybe too much, huh, Monty?
Yeah. Maybe too much. Maybe like the punk here, it spouts when you press a button.
I didn't talk to the sheriff, if that's what you mean.
That's what I mean.
How could I tell him what I don't know?
You could tell him about Monty here. You could tell him about me.
Get up, punk.
What for?
I said get up.
Okay, Monty. What now?
You're going for a walk.
Now, listen, Monty.
Shut your lying mouth. You spilled everything to the sheriff this afternoon.
I tell you I didn't.
Get your hands off of
Why,
him.
you... Oh. Okay, stranger.
You boys made up your minds yet?
Okay. Okay, Connie.
Frisk 'em, Frank. And safe with the whiskers as a shoulder gun.
Yeah.
You're biting off a big wad, Connie.
Maybe you shouldn't be talking right now. Got 'em, Frank?
Yeah.
Put 'em down there next to the fire. I think our friends might be more sociable with their fangs pulled. All right. Now let's all sit around the fire and talk nice and friendly.
With that 44 staring us in the face?
Okay. That's the way you want it. There's my guns on the heap, too. Sit down. Now, first off, Frank didn't spill to the sheriff, and even if he did, it wouldn't matter now.
Huh? Why not?
Because I left him on the floor of the jailhouse with a 44 slug in his head.
Huh?
Hey.
You mean you...
Yeah. He get me out of a job at the state bank this afternoon, and I didn't like it.
Yeah. That makes it a mite different.
Connie, huh? Shake hands, Connie.
Over this way. Other side of the fire. We'll just let the guns lay.
Forget about that, Connie. We thought we...
Yeah, we apologize. Matter of fact, woman, don't you think...
I know just what you're going to say.
Yeah. I think we could use a man like you, Connie. What about it?
I don't know. Depends on how well you're doing.
Yeah, we do all right. Matter of fact, we do exceptional well.
Yeah, there's $100,000 hid away right now.
Shut up, woman. Well, yeah, we'll get to that later. After we talk to the boss. You available, Connie? In case he decides to hire you?
Who is he?
Oh, we just call him the boss. That's the name he likes best.
Okay. That's just what I'll call him then. The boss.
It is 2 in the morning now as the 4 men sit around a flickering fire in a mountain draw not far from town. On one side of the fire are Bowman and Monty, suspicious, sullen, and watchful. On the other side, Frank and Hoppy. Hoppy being mighty careful to keep up the pretense of being Bill Carney, the sheriff killer.
He's late, Monty.
You get here.
I don't like this waiting.
What are they talking about, boss? What happens when he gets here, Monty?
He's working out a date for us.
A date?
Yeah. With the Wells Fargo in Cedar Grove. Wait. Stay right where you are. Come on, boy. Best we can go down the mountain and see what it is.
Well, there he is.
Yeah. Does he always wear that mask?
I don't know. First time I ever seen him. Hey, wait.
Huh?
I know who he is. Sure.
Frank, listen to me.
What?
Do you really want to break loose?
Huh?
Did you mean that about Ellie and wanting to go straight?
Yeah.
Well, you got a chance to show it right now.
What do you mean?
I've got to trust you, Frank. I've got to take a chance. That whole thing with the sheriff this afternoon was staged. I'm not Carney. I'm Hopalong Cassidy.
Cassidy?
Yeah. Are you with me, Frank?
Sure, I'm with you.
Good. Hold it. There he goes. What's up, Monty?
Cedar Grover's out. We're splitting up.
Huh?
Thanks to you, Connie, and that job you did on the sheriff.
Yeah. Town's gone crazy over it. They're rounding up a posse now.
What about the money?
Don't worry, punk. You'll get your share. I'm meeting the boss in an hour to make the split.
Where?
Curious, ain't he?
Yeah, well, it'll make no difference now. Up at the cave on Eagle Peak, kid. 10-minute ride from here. All right. Better saddle up now so we'll all be ready when the time comes.
How'd you make out, California?
Too late. Posse just pulled out with Pomeroy riding in the lead.
Confound it, they'll ruin everything. I should have put Pomeroy in on it. They'll run them outlaws clean out of the county and the money with them.
Well, you're a mighty popular man around here, Sheriff. They took your death kind of hard, you know.
One thing to do. I gotta ride out there and spill it. Hoppy might get hurt if...
Hoppy's been in tight spots before. I wouldn't...
that mob's howling for blood. They'll shoot on sight.
Well, okay, I'll saddle up for you. Your horse is out at the hitch rack and I'll...
No, it ain't. Cassidy stole it when he broke jail tonight.
Huh? Ain't it a bay with 3 white feet?
Yeah, but...
Well, he's out at the hitch rack now. I tell you, I just saw him.
You're seeing things, California. Let's take a look. Well, be danged. It's Jerry, all right. Hoppy must have turned him loose. Now, why...
Sheriff!
Huh?
Now, look here. A note tied to the saddle.
Let me see it. Come on, California. We gotta catch that posse before it gets to Eagle Peak. And there ain't much time.
Oh. Better leave the horses here. What time is it, Foreman?
2:45?
Yeah, he ought to be there now.
Where's the cave from here?
Round the shoulder behind that big overhang. Oh, and, Ronnie.
Yeah?
That was a mighty bad piece of luck. Your horse taking off that way. That posse will likely run you down now.
There's a ranch below here. I'll double up with Frank that far, then pick up another one.
Quit the gaddle. Let's get this over with.
Okay. Keep your shirt on. You go first, Connie. Then the punk. Then Bowman and me.
Reckon you'd better go first. I don't know the trail.
That why?
Yeah, that's why. Go ahead.
Okay. Come on, Bowman.
Hey, ambush! Get down, Bowman. Oh, got me. Go ahead, Connie. The cave.
This way, Frank.
Yeah, they were waiting for us.
Keep down.
That way. Go on, inside. There. They're down in that clump of trees. Let them have it, Frank. Yeah. It's a posse. How in thunder did they know we'd be here? How the...
What's the matter?
Yeah. I know why. It's a double cross.
Huh?
The money. It's gone. That's why he made us wait over there. He was setting up a trap.
The boss?
Yeah. Yeah, the boss. Well, he ain't gonna get away with this one. Hey! Hey, down there! We give up! We want to come out!
You're coming out, all right.
Listen, Pomeroy!
You're coming out the way we want you to come out, you sheriff killer. Face first! Yeah, Pomeroy!
Double crossing. Rat.
They get him?
Yeah.
Well, that leaves us, Cassidy. What now?
We hold them off as long as we can, Frank. And hope.
Hear that, Sheriff? Yeah, there's the foot of the peak. Come on.
Hold it, boys, hold it. We can't shoot them out, we'll smoke them out. All right, come on, back away. I'm going to set fire to the brush.
Just a minute, Pomeroy.
Sheriff.
Hold it, everyone. As you see, I'm a pretty lively corpse. Me and Hopalong Cassidy staged the robbery and jailbreak, hoping we'd get the leader of this Green Valley gang to show his hand. He did. I don't reckon we'll need to smoke anyone out now, Pomeroy, since we got what we went after already, didn't we? I guess I'm partly to blame for being blind as a bat at high noon, for scouring 6 counties for the brains of this Green Valley bunch while he was sitting in my own office as deputy. Come on, Pomeroy. I reckon you'll get what you wasn't aiming to give the boys in your own gang. A fair trial in a court of justice. After all, we want to hang you. Legal.
It's only a week since the gunfight at Eagle Peak, but it's been an important one for Frank Lawler and Ellie McClure. Hoppy and California, on their way back to the Bar 20 now, are stopping in to say goodbye.
Gosh, hate to see you go, Hoppy.
The cow business is just like anything else, Frank. Leave it alone for a couple of shakes and you got trouble. But you'll find that out with that 100 head you're planning to buy.
Thanks to you.
You know, I had no claim on that reward money, Hoppy.
Well, maybe not. Well, I didn't either.
Doggone, maybe I should have put in a claim, huh?
Fred, not California. It belongs to Ellie.
Me?
Yep. You wanted a new start for Frank, Ellie, and you got it. All by yourself. Of course, you didn't know it at the time. But you put that reward money in his pocket when you threw that inkwell in Pomeroy's face.
That's what you're getting at, huh?
Yeah. We never would have seen past that mask of his if it hadn't been for the ink stain on his chin.
Goodbye from Hopalong Cassidy. Hoppy and California are hitting the trail homeward again, and after this little adventure, the Bar 20 is going to be a restful sight. Hope you enjoyed this friendly visit and that you'll remember to tune in next time these two fighting cowboys get involved in another thrilling escapade. Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. The Green Valley Payoff was written by Harold Swanton. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence E. Mulford. This is a Commodore production. It's Hopalong Cassidy. With action and suspense, out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The ring of the Silver Spurs heralds the most amazing man ever to ride the prairies of the early West, Hopalong Cassidy. This famous hero thrills his 60 million fans with action and dangerous adventure. In the role of Hopalong Cassidy is the popular star of the motion picture series, William Boyd. And appearing as that laughable old character, California, is Andy Clyde. Now to our story, The Man Who Made Willie Whirl. Hoppy's spurs at the moment are jingling down the boardwalk of Mescalero, heading for the dusty little town's biggest attraction, Frenchy Laverne's big casino dance hall. For something new has been added, a troupe of traveling actors who have brought new excitement to Mescalero's nightlife. Hoppy walks in, looking around, trying to spot California in the crowd milling about the place.
Hey, California.
Hoppy. Well, what's my britches? You finally decided to come and take a look-see for yourself, huh?
Now, California.
Come on in. These acting dudes are regular circus. They're over there near the runway, see? Hanging around Frenchie's gal, Dixie. Come on, I'll introduce you.
Will you let go of my arm? I didn't come here to see any show.
Show? They ain't giving no show. They're giving autographs.
Autographs?
Sure. The lead man for the next play, that young feller standing by Dixie, he's been writing his name on pieces of paper and passing them out.
What for? Look, California, I'm getting dark circles under my disposition.
Why, if it isn't Hopalong Cassidy.
Dixie's waving at you.
Hoppy, come over here. Drew, I want you to meet the best-looking, most famous cowboy in these parts. Hopalong Cassidy himself. Hoppy, this is Drew Mansfield of the Avon Players.
Hi.
A pleasure, I'm sure.
Hoppy's the one who should be giving out autographs. Well, I mean it.
Why not? Here's my pen, Mr. Cassidy. Do you mind?
Yes, I do. Come on, California.
Go on, Hoppy. You're a regular celebrity.
Hoppy for me. I want it.
Okay. If you want to be foolish.
He's doing it.
There.
Thank you, dear. How about a drink? Hey, wait a minute.
Hey, Hoppy, wait for me. Where are you going? Say, what's the rush? Now, hold on. Shucks. Dixie didn't mean no harm. You're going to see her in the professor's show next week?
The professor?
Sure. Stratford Bardwell, he calls himself. The boss actor. A skinny old goat in velvet pants.
Oh?
Yeah, you should have seen him crying his beer. Frenchy told him he couldn't use the Opry House unless Dixie was playing, Juliet.
Juliet? You don't mean... Oh, no. Oh, not Romeo and Juliet.
Yeah, come to think of it, that's what I hear them call it. By some feller named Willie...
William Shakespeare.
Yeah, that's right. How do you know?
Shakespeare and Mescalero.
Cassidy.
Huh? Who's that? Oh, Joe Gregory. Hi. I didn't see you there in the dark. What's the matter?
I kind of figured you'd be dropping around here. I've been thinking over what you told me yesterday in the hills.
I told you.
Think I didn't recognize you, huh, Cassidy? Just because you wrapped your bandana around your face?
Now, hold on.
Well, I'd recognize your voice anywhere. Or you even wearing the same clothes and riding the same white horse. How dumb do you think I am?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Why, this coyote's been eating local weed.
So you don't know what I'm talking about, huh? You don't even remember telling me to leave my money at the foot of Red Mesa either, do you? I never figured you was the kind of tribe blackmail, Cassidy.
Blackmail?
I've been going straight for a long time, trying to make good ramrodding the Flying X, and now just because of you and your threat...
Gregory's hit.
You take care of him, California. I'm going after that shooting hombre.
When Joe Gregory stops Hopalong outside Frenchy Laverne's dance hall and accuses him of blackmail, a shot rings out some distance away and Joe falls, badly wounded. Hoppy leaps on his horse and goes after the gunman while California carries Joe to Doc Radcliffe's place nearby. California is returning to the hitching rail in front of the dance hall as Hoppy returns from the chase.
Hoppy, did you get the snake?
No, I doubled back. How's Gregory?
He's hurt mighty bad, Doc says. You mean you let that dry gulcher get plumb away?
No, I wounded him before I lost him in the darkness. Heard him yelp. Then I found this on the ground where he dropped it. A carbine.
That's a mighty fancy shooting iron. All engraved. Look here.
Yeah, I already noticed that, California. There's only one man I know who owns a custom-built carbine like that.
Who?
Frenchy Laverne.
Why, the polecat. Why did he want to bushwhack Joe Gregory, you suppose?
I said it was Frenchy's gun. I didn't get close enough to tell who it was. It could have been Frenchy, but if it wasn't, he might be able to tell us who's been using his gun lately. Come on.
Hey, where are you going? Frenchie's office is inside here above the dance hall.
I know, but the way I'm feeling right now, I'd rather drop in unannounced. Come on. The back stairway is around this way.
See anybody in that window?
No, the room's empty. Try the door.
It ain't locked.
Good. We're going in.
Jumping bullfrogs. This here's the most elegant room I ever seen. Look at all them leather chairs, the pretty pictures, and the doodads on the wall.
Yeah. Mighty fancy, all right. I'll just lay the carbine on the desk, right beside that roll of bandages.
Huh? Yeah, yes, sir. He must have got that bullet hole plugged up right here in Frenchie's office. Say, look at this here box full of bottles of medicine.
Yeah, Frenchie's emergency kit. He's got everything in there.
Yes, sir. Iodine, carbolic, what's this?
Chloral hydrate.
What kind of medicine's that?
That stuff is medicine the same way a blackjack is. It's the technical name for knockout drops.
Yeah? What's it doing here?
What are you doing here?
Frenchie.
That's the question, gentlemen.
We're waiting for you, Laverne, and returning something I think belongs to you. That carbine.
Oh? Oh, I see. Thank you. I'm glad you recognized it. Do sit down.
I'll stand if you don't mind.
I don't mind. What's troubling you?
You see this sleeve?
Your sleeve? Oh, you mean that hole in it?
2 holes. One where the bullet went in and the other where it came out.
What the...
Take it easy, California. I wasn't hit. You see, Frenchie, Joe Gregory is standing in front of me. The man who fired that shot from your gun was standing directly behind me. All he could see was my back. The bullet passed between my arm and body.
Jumping Jehoshaphat. It must have been you he was shooting at, not Gregory.
Exactly. You seem to be in good shape, Frenchie, so I know the man I winged out there wasn't you.
If I wanted to kill a man, I wouldn't waylay him in the dark. You can be sure of that.
No, you'd hire somebody else to do it for you, wouldn't you?
Come, let's not be offensive. Remember, I had every excuse to kill you just a few seconds ago when I found you prowling around here. Legally, you are burglars. However, I changed my mind.
Then you admit it was one of your boys who tried to kill me?
I admit nothing. But if you're interested, there are 6 of them on guard outside the door I just entered.
I see. And I don't suppose you have any idea how these bandages come to be on your desk.
No idea. I've been out all evening. Oh, really, Cassidy, you're coming here like this. The only reason you're still alive is I decided I could use a man like you. Anyone smart enough to run a successful blackmail racket is smart enough to help me run this town. Hey, Cassidy, I'll cut you in on everything.
Good night, Frenchie.
That's your answer.
Yeah, and if you're thinking of calling in your men who are waiting outside the door, forget it.
Not at all. Nothing is going to happen to you. In here.
Well, we'll keep the herd up here on high ground for a couple of weeks, California. The grass is better.
Yeah. Looks like the boys are having trouble.
Yeah, that bunch way ahead there, trying to run down the bluff to low ground again. Hold it.
Huh?
Way down there past the foot of the bluff. Those 2 riders.
Well, I'll be darned. Ain't that Dixie in the paint?
Yeah, and a man on a white horse. Can't recognize him from this far off.
Look at them, riding hand in hand. Now they're stopping. Huh? Hey, he's kissing her.
Yeah.
Well, what do you know? Must be Frenchie Laverne.
It had better be Laverne. If it isn't, Dixie's liable to have trouble.
There he goes, riding off by himself.
So I see. He's just leaving her there.
Maybe it ain't Laverne, and whoever it is don't want to be seen riding back into town with Dixie. Hoppy, looks like that bunch is trying to stampede over the bluff.
Go on ahead and help turn them. If they get over, they'll run down the girl.
Sure.
I better go hit her off. Better hold on a minute, Miss Renee.
Hopalong, what's the matter?
Boys are trying to head off a stampede down that bluff.
Oh?
Well, sounds like they got everything under control now. But you better wait a while.
I didn't know any of you boys were working cattle up there. If they stampede down that bluff, they're liable to... I mean, there's somebody riding up ahead.
Oh, you'll be all right.
You saw him?
Well, I saw somebody.
Hoppy.
Yeah?
You saw?
My eyes aren't too sharp, Miss Renee.
Can I depend on that?
Of course. It's none of my business. Well, if you and Laverne want to go riding together, what's wrong with it? After all, he's been very good to you, Miss Renee. Buys you lots of things.
So what? I don't owe Frenchy Laverne a thing. Not a thing. Why should he... Oh, Hoppy, don't call me Miss Renee. We're friends. We are, aren't we?
Of course. What's bothering you, Miss Renee?
Laverne. I hate him. I wish I'd never laid eyes on him. I wish I'd never come here. I hate it. This dirty little mud hole of a town.
Well, why don't you leave if you feel that way about it?
If I only could. If I only...
Laverne can't keep you here.
No. No, of course not.
Hey, looks like California's heading this way with...
Where? Oh, I'd better be gone. Bye.
Hey, Hoppy! Hi, Hoppy.
Well, I see you brought company with you, California. Hi, Sheriff.
Howdy.
This is a surprise.
I figured it might be.
This blamed old fool says he's going to arrest you.
What? Kind of hot for a joke, isn't it?
It ain't no joke, Cassidy. You're under arrest.
What for?
Blackmail and extortion, among other things.
I've been trying to tell the old walrus.
Hold on, California. Who says I blackmailed them?
3 ranchers in the territory who've had the gumption to come to the law about it. How many's keeping their mouths shut, I wouldn't be knowing. I never would have thought this of you, Hopalong. No, sir, I never would. Blackmail's a coward's game.
I agree. What evidence have you got?
Plenty. Among other things, a blackmail note to old man Jenkins, the boss of the 10-star spread, threatening to tell his wife about that gal in Abilene if he don't pay off. You gonna deny you signed this? Go on, take a good look.
Well, it sure does look like my signature, all right.
If that's not enough, Cassidy, there's one other charge. It happens that Joe Gregory died this morning. I'm charging you with murder.
Arrested on a charge of blackmail and murder, Hoppy is locked up in jail at Mescalero to await trial. It's a little after high noon, and the sun beats down on the adobe calaboose, making the sheriff mighty uncomfortable as he waits for the jailer to come and take over.
I sure wish that jailer'd hurry back from dinner. It's so dag-blasted hot in here.
Howdy, Sheriff.
California. If you want to see your pal, he's in that 3rd cell over there. Hey, what's that you got?
Oh, a bucket of suds from the barroom across the street. I thought Hoppy might like something to cool off with. Howdy, Hoppy. I brung you something.
So I heard. You know I don't drink that stuff. Why couldn't you have brought me some sarsaparilla or just plain water?
Well, if you don't want it, I might as well toss it out into the street. I ain't thirsty myself, and...
Hey, hold up there a minute, California. Spilling that beer on a day like this would be plumb sinful. If he don't want it, I sure can use it.
Yeah, sure, Sheriff. I didn't think of offering it to you. Now, go ahead and drink it if you want.
Thanks.
Good, huh?
Oh, it sure hits the spot.
That's fine. Say, is that a checkerboard you got here?
Sure, drag up a chair. I'll teach you how to really play checkers.
You teach me, huh? Go on, set 'em up.
Yeah, just as soon as I finish this. I wish it had held more than just a quart. Which color pieces you like? White or black?
Oh, don't make much difference, I reckon. I'll beat you either way.
Well, I'll take the white. Set 'em up. Sure is hot.
Yeah, making you sleepy, huh?
Yeah, it sure does. Funny, I feel so...
What's the matter, Sheriff?
Well, I don't know. My eyes, I can't tell the black pieces from the white. Don't...
Hey, what happened? What's wrong with the sheriff?
Hold your horses while I find these keys. There.
What happened? What did you do? Oh, that beer. I thought you'd gone crazy bringing me beer.
Hot crazy, huh?
And you took those knockout drops from Frenchie's office.
Yeah, I figured they might come in handy sometime. Now we get a chance to track down the polecat who's doing you dirt.
Evening, Laverne.
Huh? Oh. Crawling up my back steps again, eh, Cassidy?
I noticed the door was open.
Yes, I was cooling off. Sit down.
I talk better standing.
Drink? No? I hear you don't mind serving drinks. The whole town's talking about that Mickey you fixed for the sheriff. But they're not laughing, Cassidy. Joe Gregory was a good man. The boys don't like his being murdered. If you come here looking for protection...
I don't need protection, Laverne. All I need is evidence on who really killed him. And you're the one who can supply it.
What kind of evidence would you like?
The truth. That your gunman missed me and killed Gregory by mistake.
Don't be childish. Do you really expect me to admit that? No, Cassidy, you should have known better than to reject my offer. Now you can stew in your own juice.
You know, Laverne, it's a funny thing. Nearly all these blackmail victims were threatened with a revelation of information which only you might have. Either that or...
Or what?
Or someone working for you. One of those dance hall girls, for instance, whose job includes making the customers buy drinks. A girl might do quite a job getting some of the boys drunk enough to blab all their troubles and secrets, and then pass on the information to a confederate who might make use of it.
Really building up a case for yourself, aren't you, Cassidy? All you have to do is find the confederate.
It could be you.
Nice try, but it won't work.
I didn't say it was you. I just said it could be. Could be almost any man one of those girls might go for. A girl who'd help that hombre make a fast dollar in the hope that they both might be able to pull out of here in style.
What are you getting at?
I'm just reaching, Laverne, trying to find an answer. You see, I don't like being framed.
You don't, huh?
If you're innocent, you might help me.
Get out.
I will, but think it over, Laverne. Think it over.
But, Hoppy, why are we sneaking around here back to the...
I don't want
nothing here but the stable.
I know. I don't want to wake the stable boy sleeping there. Remember, I'm a wanted character.
What you looking at? Is the horse's leg hurt?
No, not that. It just looked like... Oh, it's nothing. Let's go on in.
I still don't know why we...
Dixie Renee and those actors are rehearsing inside. I want a word with her. This door in back is the only one that's open. Come on.
That never felt a wound. But soft, what light through yonder window breaks? No, please, Mr. Mansfield.
Shh, come on.
I don't know what was wrong.
Nation, it's dark.
Let's get where we can watch the stage.
I beg, I plead, act, do not orate. How many times must I tell you? All right, Mansfield, take it from he jests at scars. He jests at scars that never felt a wound, but soft, what light through yonder window breaks? It is the east. No.
Oh, for Pete's sake, Professor, that sounded perfectly fine. What's wrong with it?
What is wrong, she asks. You can be forgiven, Miss Renee. You are a dancer. But Mansfield, he's supposed to be a professional. I resent that. You do. And what of the bard? What of Shakespeare? He is whirling in his grave. You won't do, Mansfield. Miss Renee, I plead with you.
Drew is going to play Romeo, and if you don't like
I
it...
submit my resignation immediately. But immediately.
Well, goodbye.
Oh, this is too much.
Back here in the shadows, California.
Stratford Bardwell, who have directed Edwin Booth, cannot possibly stomach this amateur.
Don't mind him, Dixie. He's a temperamental old cuss.
And what of the bard? What of Shakespeare? He is whirling in his grave.
Hey, listen to Mansfield imitate the professor. That Drew Mansfield sure can act.
Yeah, he sure can. And this is one performance I won't forget. Come on, let's get out of here. The rehearsal's over.
We don't have to be quiet no more. He's gone.
Huh?
The stable boy's gone. I say he's gone.
Yeah, so he is. I only hope he didn't leave to go after that.
That's just what he did.
The sheriff.
Cold beer, huh? It's about time you learned that this town don't take to escape murderers. Let me have those guns.
But if you'll just wait until the actors come out from the rehearsal, I think
I
we can
ain't
find
waiting
out
for
who's
nothing.
responsible.
Get on your horses and no funny stuff.
Who's going to direct the play, now?
Look,
I think Drew's a wonderful hero.
they're coming out now. If I can
These guns in your ribs say you get moving toward the jailhouse.
But there'll be more trouble.
Not if I kill you. What in blazes?
It's Frenchie! Watch out, Drew!
Probably your last love scene with Dick. Drop that gun, Frenchie. What's going? Quiet! Quiet, everybody! Quiet!
Look, I had to do it. He was going to kill me.
I saw it all. Be quiet.
He's dead. Frenchie is dead.
I'll handle this. Now, let me see. Yeah, I guess he is. All right, get back, folks.
I didn't want to kill him.
The sheriff saw it all, Drew. It was the only thing you could do.
Can I help you, Sheriff?
You be quiet, Cassidy. There ain't much happening. I don't know what to do first. You stay right here where I can keep an eye on you.
Don't you think you'd better tend to Drew's wound first?
Drew, are you hurt?
No, not at all.
Here, let me see there. Did Frenchie wing you?
No, nothing, I tell you. I'll take Dixie home now and get her away from all this.
Sheriff, are you going to stand here and let the blackmailer and murderer get away?
I sure ain't. I'm taking you in right now.
I'm talking about Drew Mansfield. He killed Joe Gregory, and he's been impersonating me.
Why, you dirty... I ought to...
If you're so innocent, why don't you let us tend to your arm?
Because I'm not hurt, I tell you.
For a man who's not wounded, there's sure a lot of blood dripping down your sleeve. Here, let me cut the sleeve open with my knife.
No!
What's the matter, Drew? What have you got up your sleeve?
Why couldn't you leave me alone, Cassidy?
Sure, let you get away, and then I'd take the rap for all you've been doing.
Well, if this ain't the dag-blamedest thing I ever seen. Drew has on another suit of clothes under his regular ones.
Yeah, and that underneath suit of clothes is just like Hoppy.
You're all trying to frame him. I tell you, Frenchie was the guilty man.
That's not very sporting of you, Miss Renee, trying to pin guilt on your dead boyfriend. I've never forgotten that autograph you asked me for, then turned it into a blackmail note.
But he tried to kill Drew.
He was tired of you two-timing. I realized it was Drew that you met in the canyon. That day he was riding a white horse with black stockings. But the night when I was in the stables, I noticed his horse had his black stockings painted over with white calcimine.
Well, I'll be darned. That's what you stopped to look at.
Yeah.
So he made his horse look all white like Topper. And then he could pretend he was you.
This is the dirtiest frame-up I've ever seen. There's not a word of truth to any of it.
Those protests seem a little feeble, Drew.
Hopalong, kind of looks like I owe you an apology. All right, come along, Drew Mansfield. You played your last big scene.
My golly, Hoppy, how do you always figure these things out?
Well, I knew I was right when I heard Drew impersonate the professor tonight. He could impersonate me just as well.
Yeah, I understand about that and about the horse, but how in tarnation did you ever guess that Drew had on another suit underneath these regular clothes?
I noticed that his clothes seemed awfully bulky, too much so for this hot weather. So I deduced that he had double-dressed.
Huh? Double-dressed?
That's a term actors use. They can quickly take off the top layer and have another complete suit underneath.
Well, how did you know?
I once played both the angel and the devil in a Sunday school play.
Oh, Hoppy.
Yeah.
Goodbye from Hopalong Cassidy and California. These partners will be riding out again soon into a threatening episode of Range War, and we hope you'll be with us. Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. The Man Who Made Willie Whirl was written by Irvin Ashkenazi. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence E. Mulford. This is a Commodore production.
It's Hopalong Cassidy. With action and suspense, out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The ring of the Silver Spurs heralds the most amazing man ever to ride the prairies of the early West, Hopalong Cassidy. This famous hero thrills his 60 million fans with action and dangerous adventure. In the role of Hopalong Cassidy is the popular star of the motion picture series, William Boyd. And appearing as that laughable old character, California, is Andy Clyde. Now to our story, Range War. The Rolling Green Range north of the Bar 20 had a look apiece about it as Hopalong Cassidy guided his white horse along the Cottonwood Bottom toward Cy Ottoman's ranch house. It was the time of year that usually brought peace and contentment to Hoppy and the Bar 20 gang, but this year it was different. There was a worried look on Hoppy's face as he hitched Topper to the rail and walked up to Cy Ottoman's door.
Cy, you in there?
Oh, Cassidy.
Morning, Cy.
Morning. What's on your mind?
Well, I might be able to talk better sitting down.
Oh, sure. Come in. Here's a chair over there.
Thanks. That's better. Tell me, Cy, how's your spring roundup coming?
Wound her up yesterday.
Your tally's all in?
Yep. Why?
Well, let me see. How do I do this diplomatically?
What kind of a scheme you cooking up this time?
Cy, I know you're still hot under the collar about that deal I put over last fall,
Oh, hogwash. I was a darn fool. You got to the man with the money first with them Bar 20 cows. It ain't that I'm hot about, Cassidy. It's something else.
What's that, Cy?
I'm beginning to think you got some mighty ambitious line riders.
Meaning what?
Meaning about 100 head of my stock didn't answer for roll call at my roundup. I reckon they strayed too close to the Bar 20 line.
You know, that's interesting.
You denying it?
I sure am. That's why I'm here.
Huh?
We're short 100 head, too. I thought they might have showed up on your tally.
Oh, well, what do you reckon it should... Oh, wait a minute. Come in.
Morning, Cy. And Hopalong Cassidy, just the gents I want to see.
Well, how are you, Jess?
Hi, Jess.
Didn't expect to see you two sitting down over the peace pipe, especially since that little deal last fall.
Never mind last fall, Jess Hendricks. It's over and done with. Oh, Lordy. What did you fall into?
Cattle dip. I know I smelled a high heaven. My clothes are clean soaked with it.
Ain't no one else dipping, I know.
Just picked up a bunch of steers from Texas, and I ain't taking chances with Texas fever in my herd. I'm glad you brought up the subject of cattle, Si, because that's why I come. Just got my final tally sheets and...
And you're short 100 head.
Oh, you got 'em, Cassidy. I knew them darn critters strayed onto somebody's range.
Wait a minute. I haven't got 'em, Jess.
Huh? Then how did you know about them?
Because Si and I came up short, too.
100 head apiece?
More or less.
Mm-hmm.
I guess there's only one answer to that one.
Rustlers?
Yeah.
Here's them nesters, that's who it is.
Sweetwater Valley?
Sure, there weren't no rustling around here before the valley was open to homesteaders, was there?
Now, wait a shake, Jess. Don't jump to conclusions.
Well, what do you aim to do?
Well, let's keep it quiet for a few days. Snoop around a little before we start any rustler talk.
By Joe, if it is them nested devils, I'll show 'em a new use for a long rope.
And I don't think you'll be alone, Si. The nesters over at Sweetwater Valley have gone in for rustling. I think this county's in for a first-class range war.
A week has passed since Hoppy called at Cy Ottoman's ranch house, a week that has seen rumors and muttered hints. And the rustler talk swept through the section like a prairie fire, all of it directed at the nesters, the homesteading small ranchers of Sweetwater Valley. It was all suspicion, though, at least until a young nester named Bert Larimore called at the office of Henry Weatherby at the State Bank in Sweetwater.
50, 75, 100, 2, 3, 4, 5. How's that look to you, Mr. Weatherby?
Looks like cash money, Bert.
I expect we'll be having a little celebration tonight, eh? Burning that mortgage.
Yeah. Would I be too nosy if I inquired about...
You mean, where'd I get the money? No, I'll be glad to tell you, Henry. Aunt of mine in New Jersey. She passed away a few weeks ago. She left it to me.
I see.
Does that answer your question, Mr. Weatherby?
Yeah. Yeah, Bert, I suppose it does.
$500 cash?
That's right, Hoppy.
Well, I don't know, Johnny. Maybe Bert Larimore did have an aunt in the East.
Weatherby checked it. Only relatives he has are a couple of cousins in San Francisco. 6 months ago, Larimore didn't have a dime to his name.
How do you know?
Well, I had a pretty good reason, Hoppy.
And what's that?
A small matter of $50 he stole from me to cover a bet he made at the North Fork Saloon one night.
So now it comes out. That's why you...
Yeah, that's why I broke up with his sister.
I see.
The stockmen are ready to move right now.
Well, they're crazy.
Maybe, but all they needed was that Larimore thing.
What kind of evidence is that? So unless they get rich, does that mean that every homesteader in Sweetwater Valley is rustling cattle?
The stockmen seem to think so, and it's good enough for me.
Well, I'm short as many head as they are, and I don't think so. And you better not think so either, Johnny, until we got proof. Well, maybe I'd better remind you about that little mix-up we had when you first came to the Bar 20. When that batch of self-righteous gunslingers came out here ready to lynch you for something you had nothing to do with, just because you'd done a spell in prison.
Well,
Well, what?
I'm wrong, Hoppy. I know it. But all that talk in town kind of gets under a fellow's skin.
Yeah, I suppose it does. But there are two sides to the rustling business, Johnny. First, you got to steal them, then you got to sell them. I've had California out checking every shipping yard from Council City to Alderville, looking for blotched brands. There hasn't been a suspicious critter shipped out of this country for a year. Larimore got his money from stolen cows. Where'd he sell them?
Well, that's something to think about, all right. Well, I'm with you, Hoppy. But we better speak our piece because they're not going to hold off much longer.
Come on, let's saddle up.
Where are we going?
I want to ride into North Fork and take a look around. And on the way, we can stop in at Larimore's. Maybe you can give us some more details on that aunt of his in New Jersey. You go on in, Johnny. Topper's got a loose hind shoe. I want to take a look at it.
Okay. We staying here?
No. Tell him we're riding on into North Fork tonight.
That suits me.
Johnny McIver.
Hello, Marcella.
Come on in, Johnny.
Thanks. Hoppy will be along in a minute.
This is quite a surprise.
Yeah. Bert in?
He's been staying in Norfolk for the last few days.
Oh.
You're looking fine, Johnny.
Well, I was going to say the same about you. You're still as pretty as ever.
Thanks.
I guess I didn't keep my promise. I said I wouldn't bother you anymore. I mean after that business with Bert.
I'd like to forget that, Johnny.
And so would I. Marcella, do you reckon we...
Yes, Johnny?
Oh, that's Hoppy.
I'm going to have to take Topper to the blacksmith in town. Oh, evening, Miss Larimore.
Mr. Cassidy.
Bert's in town.
Oh, well, I guess we'd better be riding along then.
What did you want to see him about?
Oh, Hoppy, let's not...
I think she has a right to know, Johnny.
What is it?
It's about that money Bert paid off your mortgage with.
I see.
Now, listen, Marcella.
It seems we always get around to money, doesn't it? What business is it of yours if Bert has some luck and pays off the mortgage?
That's a good question, and I'll answer it. There are a lot of ranchers around here who like to jump to conclusions when a nester shows up with money he can't account for. Especially when every ranch in this district is short on their cattle tallies.
So that's it. You think he's a rustler?
I'm only telling you what the rest of them think.
Where'd he get that money, Marcella?
He said he made a business deal in the East.
You believe him?
Of course I believe him. I guess I was wrong about you, Johnny. Oh, I wish I knew why you hate him. I wish I knew why you won't stop until you've ruined him.
Listen to me, Marcella.
Wait a minute, Johnny. Miss Larimore, whether you know it or not, we're hanging on the ragged edge of a cattle war around here.
Of course I know it. Every homesteader in the valley's scared to death, putting up barricades around ranch houses, waiting for a bunch of your murdering cattlemen to ride
Now,
up.
let me finish.
I've heard all I want to hear. You're tickled to death about this rustling business because it gives you a handy reason to shoot up Sweetwater Valley and run us out of here.
All right. You want to know the one way we can stop it?
We?
Yes, we. Johnny and I are fighting it just as hard as you are. There's only one way to stop this thing before it blows up in our faces. Before you and Bert and a lot of innocent people get hurt.
Go on.
There won't be any range war if we take the excuse away. We prove there's nothing wrong with the money Bert turned up with, and if we run down the thief who's got those cattle. And believe me, Miss Larimore, that's the only way we can stop it. That's the blacksmith shop over there.
Oh, he's closed up for the night.
He sleeps in the back. Let's ride around the back entrance, see if we can get him up. We might be riding back to Bar 20 tonight, and I don't want a lame horse on my hand. Pull up, Johnny.
What is it?
Look, over there by the back window.
Where? Oh, yeah.
He's lighting a cigarette.
Did you get a look at his face?
That's funny. Wonder what he's doing in town.
Who?
Smoke Bledsoe. He used to run a profitable business down in Texas.
What do you mean?
Killing people.
Oh.
He's a professional gunman. We'll wait till he's gone, and I want to take a look inside that blacksmith shop.
Maybe we better take the door off its hinges.
Put the bar in deeper. I think we can pry it off.
Okay.
Here, I'll give you a hand.
Right.
There she goes. Now, let's see what Mr. Bledsoe was up to.
Huh? Look.
Yeah?
Is he?
Yeah, he's dead. Bledsoe doesn't walk away from him until he's sure of that.
Let me light a match.
Careful. Hold it down. That's it.
Look. Under the desk there, those papers.
Yeah.
What is it?
Circle H, sunflower, lazy C, flying O.
Brands?
Yeah, drawings of brands. And a funny thing.
What's that?
Every brand here belongs to a nester in Sweetwater Valley. I think our friend on the floor there made up an order of branding irons. And someone thought he might talk too much. So he had Bledsoe nail him through that window there.
Well, better get the sheriff, huh?
Not yet.
Well, what about Bledsoe?
We can get him later. I want to give Mr. Bledsoe a free rein right now. You never can tell, Johnny. He just might lead us to the man he's working for.
It's almost midnight now as Hoppy mounts the stairs of the rickety North Fork Hotel and walks down the hallway into a room full of angry cattlemen.
Now, wait a minute. Now, here's the figures, everybody. Now, news I can calculate there's over 1,000 head missing. Now, wait a minute. Now, the question is, what can we do about it?
Just a minute, boys.
Hoppy.
I'd like to stick my oar in, if you don't mind, being a paid-up member of the Cattlemen's Association. I think you're all going off half-cocked.
What do you mean?
Wars are pretty much alike. Well, they're cattle wars of the big kind. I don't like to see rangeland fenced off any more than you do.
Well?
But those nesters in Sweetwater Valley have a legal right to that land until someone proves a charge against them.
Now, wait a minute, Hoppy.
Oh, hello, Jess.
Boys, I just got here in time to hear what Cassidy said. I want you to know I felt the same way until a few minutes ago. You want proof, Hoppy. I've got it for you.
All right, Jess.
I want you all to show up at my ranch house tomorrow night at 8 and come ready for a fight.
What is it, Jess?
A little bird I found, Hoppy. A little bird that's going to sing for the boys when I tell him to.
I'll be ready to listen.
I don't think you'll be disappointed. All right, Si, let's get on with it.
You bet.
If the shooting's going to start tomorrow night, we've got some planning to do.
All right, well, I'll be there.
Hello, Larimore.
Huh? Oh, Johnny McIver.
Mind if I have a drink with you?
Yeah, I mean, no, not at all. Not at all, Johnny. Here, let me buy you one, eh?
Well, times have changed, huh? Last time I saw you, you didn't have the price of a small buttermilk.
Yeah. Yeah, I had a little luck, Johnny, a little luck. Sam, bring me a couple more of these, will you? Nice to see you again, Johnny. Nice to see you again.
Thanks. You're looking a little thin, Bert. Huh? Something bothering you?
Oh, no. No, things are going great, Johnny, going great. No. Take part of that back. Something has been bothering me. One thing.
What's that?
This.
Well, $50.
Look, let's say I borrowed it, eh? And here's 5 more for interest.
Well, I don't know if I should.
Go ahead. Take it. Here's the drinks. Now, here's to you, Johnny.
Same to you, Bert. Thanks, Bert. Uh-oh.
What is it?
A friend of mine waiting outside. So long, Bert. Take care of yourself. What is it, Hoppy?
Meeting just broke up. The shooting starts tomorrow night.
Where's that leave us?
I don't know. What about Larimore?
Oh, I was just starting to work on him when you gave me the sign. Look.
$50.
Told me he was paying off his loan. What's the matter?
Smell that bill.
Cattle dip. Wait a minute.
Yeah, me too. Only one ranch around here is using cattle dip right now.
Jess Hendricks. But why is he paying Larimore? Why is he...
Quick, around the corner.
What is it?
It's Hendricks. Get into the alley.
Larimore.
What is it, Jess? What do you want?
Take it easy.
Is it
Yeah, it's all set. You're going to sing your solo tomorrow night at my place. Loud and long. Be sure you got it note for note.
Listen, Hendricks, I'm getting scared. They'll kill me.
There's no easier way of making $15,000, sonny. You'll have to take your chances. Bledsoe's here, and he'll hustle you out of the state before the nesters know what happened.
Okay, Jess.
You better run on home now and practice.
Yeah.
Double-crossing little snake. He'll get paid off, all right. Smoke! Yeah? You saw Larimore, all right?
Yeah.
Got him tagged?
Like he was already on a marble slab.
Tomorrow night at my place. I'll sit him at the right-hand window on the east side of the house, right?
Yeah.
Remember, the red lamp.
The red lamp.
And don't miss.
I ain't likely to. I ain't missed for 20 years.
Good. I'm counting on you. I'll go with you as far as the corner. Then remember, I don't want to be seen with you from now on.
I got you.
Now get this straight. I don't want any slip-ups. We do everything just as we...
Phew, that was quite a scene.
Yeah, Judas and the 20 pieces of silver.
Huh?
Never mind. I guess Larimore was just practicing when he stole your $50, Johnny. Now he's selling out every rancher in the valley.
What was that business about the red lamp?
I don't know. I suppose we'll have to go to the meeting tomorrow night to find out.
All right, boys. I promised fireworks tonight, and I brought them.
Johnny.
Yeah?
Sneak around back of the crowd and keep your hand on your gun.
Gotcha.
All right, well, come on, well, let's have it.
All right, here she is.
What's that paper you got there?
This piece of paper here accounts for your missing cattle.
It's a signed confession involving every nester in Sweetwater Valley.
What? Signed confession from the nester?
The man who signed it knows his life ain't worth a dime, but he agreed to come here when I promised him we'd see to it he got across the state line safe. Come on in, Larimore.
Why, Bert Larimore.
Sit down in that chair there next to the window.
Okay, Jess. Okay.
Now, I'm not going into details tonight, Larimore. What these men are interested in is, first, what happened to the cattle.
Oh, it's in the statement there. We run them up through Winchester Pass onto Boulder Flat. You'll find them there.
What about the brands?
We watched them. Put on our own marks.
I see. Who's we?
Me. Rest of the nesters.
How many of them?
All of them.
Can you prove that, Larimore?
I don't have to. Look at the cattle. The brands will tell you who's in on it. We're planning to run them up north next month. Ship them out of Montana.
Well, you fellas need any more proof before we leave?
Yeah, Jess, I do.
What do you mean?
Okay, Cassidy. If you want to ask the boys some questions, go ahead.
Thanks.
Light's kind of bad in here. First, let me move this lamp over here by the window.
Go ahead. Lamp. Wait, the red lamp. Jess.
Yeah?
Wait a minute.
Just moving the lamp here.
Never mind the lamp. The light's good enough.
What's the matter, Hoppy? Got the jitters?
Yeah, and I don't want to question the boy. I want to question you.
Me? What do you leave?
Only take a minute, Jess. Since we seem to be using this chair by the window as a witness stand, why don't you sit in it? Go on, Bert. Give him your seat.
Listen, Cassidy, I ain't no mood, but...
What's the matter, Jess? You scared or something?
Shut up, Si.
Jess, I'm asking you to sit down in that chair.
I'll answer any questions from here.
The next one will come closer. Sit in that chair.
I don't get you.
Keep your seats, everybody. You're supposed to be after the truth. So am I. If you give me 2 minutes, I'll get it for you.
Jess, I think you better do what Hoppy said.
Okay. I'll sit in the chair.
Make yourself comfortable, Jess.
I'm comfortable. Go ahead.
All right. First off, I'll tell you that Larimore's confession is all right, except for one thing.
What's that?
It's a lie.
What do you mean, Hoppy?
That's simple enough. Jess has a connection in the state capital. Sweetwater Valley is his if he can get the nesters out. Johnny and I uncovered that one this afternoon.
You can prove that, Cassidy?
We won't have to.
Why not?
You are going to confess to it.
Confess to it?
So, to get on with the story, Jess figured the best way to get the nesters out would be to start a range war.
Range war?
He hired a bunch of thugs from out of the state and ran off our cattle just before a roundup. He went to the blacksmith in town and had him make duplicates of every brand along the Sweetwater and marked the cows after he got them up to Boulder Flat.
You're out of your head, Jess.
Take it easy, Jess. You're going to confess to that one, too. Then he had one of his gunslingers kill the blacksmith to shut him up.
What about Larimore?
Maybe you'd better ask him about that, Si. About the $15,000 Jess is paying him for the song he sang tonight. What about that, Jess?
I suppose I'm going to confess to that, too.
That's right. Now stand back, everyone, while we listen to Jess's confession. Johnny,
Yeah?
pick up that red lamp and set it down next to the window over there.
The lamp? No, don't!
Okay.
Easy, Jess. Just let us know when you're ready to talk. Over here, Johnny.
Stop! He's right! I did it!
Well, Hoppy, I gotta admit you taught us a lesson we won't forget for a while.
I hope so, Si. The boys are running Larimore down to the jail.
Yeah, who's that gal out there with Johnny?
Larimore's sister. I expect she and Johnny have some talking to do. Jess,
Yeah?
we better get going. Sheriff will want to hear what you have to say. And besides, Smoke Bledsoe's looking forward to your company.
Smoke? In jail?
Been there since morning, Jess. Charged with killing the blacksmith. But I still got to hand it to you at that. Even though he wasn't out there waiting with his gun cocked, you sure sang a nice song.
Goodbye from Hopalong Cassidy. We hope you'll be back with us soon when Hoppy will again bring you more adventure and excitement. Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. Range War was written by Harold Swanton. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence E. Mulford. This is a Commodore production. It's Hopalong Cassidy. With action and suspense, out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The ring of the Silver Spurs heralds the most amazing man ever to ride the prairies of the early West, Hopalong Cassidy. This famous hero thrills his 60 million fans with action and dangerous adventure. In the role of Hopalong Cassidy is the popular star of the motion picture series, William Boyd. And appearing as that laughable old character, California, is Andy Clyde. Now to our story, The Letter from the Grave. The week's mail had lain on the table next to the cook stove all day. A couple of harness catalogs, a few bills, a fancy printed card announcing the arrival of a new horse doctor in Baker's Crossing, and the letter, an ordinary-looking letter in a plain envelope postmarked a week or so before in Gold Run, Montana territory. It was addressed to Hoppy, and there was something familiar in the handwriting, something that dug deep into his memory as he slit the envelope, took out the letter, and began to read.
Dear Hoppy, I'm only writing you now because there's no one else I can turn to. I remember once down in Dodge, you told me to get word to you at the bar 20 if I ever found myself in a tight place. I'm in it now, so deep I don't think I'll get out of Gold Run alive. I can't say any more here. But if you meant what you said that day in Dodge, get up here on the gallop, because, partner, I need you now. Your pal, Jack Bannock. Jack Bannock.
That concerned Pinto Cayuse is worse than a jackrabbit in a hot stove. If you want that critter broke, Hopalong Cassidy, you can darn well top him yourself. I ain't what's the matter, Hoppy?
Tell Johnny to round up our bedrolls and get a pack horse ready.
Pack horse? Where we going?
Montana, place called Gold Run. A friend of mine's in trouble up there.
Yeah? Who's that?
Jack Bannock. I knew him when I was a kid, California, down in Dodge City. One of the best friends I ever had. Funny hearing from him now after all these years.
Yeah? How long ago did he write?
Postmark says a week ago. Date on the letter is...
What's the matter?
The letter was written October 10th, 1873. 15 years ago.
A letter written 15 years ago has at least settled one thing in Hoppy's mind. Jack Bannock is dead.
But why did he die, California? What was he afraid of?
You asking me?
And the letter. We've had some pretty slow mail service around here, but 15 years.
Yeah. Well, you might drop a line to the postmaster up there.
Yeah, that's the sensible thing to do. It's silly to go up there now. 5-day ride.
Awful rough trail.
And there's plenty of work to be done around here.
Sure. No time for us to be running off in a wild goose chase.
That's right. And we probably wouldn't find out anything when we did get there.
Now you're being sensible.
Well, where you going?
Oh, I thought I'd walk out to the barn.
Wait a minute.
Yeah?
Saddle up that pack horse.
That's just what I was about to do.
I can't say any more here, but if you meant what you said that day in Dodge, get up here on the gallop, because, partner, I need you now. Your pal, Jack Bannock. Never heard of him.
Look at the date.
October 10, 1873.
15 years ago.
How long have you been postmaster here in Gold Run, Mr. Riley?
About 5 years. I've come up from Cheyenne.
Oh. Got any idea why it took that letter 15 years to get to me?
Yep. Reckon I'm partly responsible myself. That letter from a sack of mail I uncovered a couple of weeks back.
Uncovered?
That's what I said. Know much about Montana, mister?
Some?
Ever heard of the Creed gang?
No, can't say I have.
Well, there was a bunch of outlaws who took over this country in late 72. And when I say outlaws, I mean the real articles.
Well, how was they so different?
The Creeds was organized. They had spies in the mines, spies in Virginia City, at Alder. Oh, the man never knew but the grocerman and the kid who swept out the saloon was a Creed. By the time there wasn't one miner to get out of the whole section with his poke. Alive, that is. Some say the Creeds killed 100, some say 2.
What's this got to do with the letter?
Yes, I was coming to that. You see, we just knocked down the old Webster house where the Creeds used to hold their meetings. When we tore it down, we found the sack of mail jammed in a hollow wall. So I just gathered her up and sent her on.
Oh, I see. What happened to the Creed?
Oh, you know how it goes. Folks will stand for that kind of thing for just so long. Then the first thing you know, they start oiling up their guns and the woods is suddenly full of vigilantes. Tell you what you do. Look up old Charlie Borden.
Well, who's he?
Works for Mr. Hutchison.
Hutchison?
Yeah, runs the hardware business in this section. Lives in the big house on the top of the hill, into Main Street. Charlie's kind of a handyman around the place.
You think he might know something about Jack Bannock?
I don't know, but there's a chance he might. He ain't never admitted it, you understand. But there was a time when the odds was 8-5 down at Mulrooney's pool parlor that Charlie was one of the Creeds. Their lookout at Gold Run.
Hmm.
Oh, dang it. Why didn't I think of Charlie before?
For what?
There was a young girl in here yesterday asking questions about Jack Bannock. She had a letter the same as you.
Bannock. Bannock, John Michael. They called him Jack.
Bannock, eh? You say he lived here?
I understand he had a claim not far from here. I thought perhaps you might have a record of it, Mr. Gillis.
Well, of course, this is a law office, Miss Newcomb. Some of our business is in the mining field. We naturally have records of that. But I can't recollect the name Bannock. Have you checked the claim office?
Yes, I've checked the claim office. They had a fire 10 years ago. Lost all their records.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, of course. And this claim was filed before the fire, eh?
In 1873.
I see. You knew this Bannock? Eh?
I'm his niece.
Oh? Now you're trying to locate Mr. Bannock, eh?
No. You see, I'm pretty sure he's dead. It's about his claim.
Listen, Matt, Kennedy wants his money right now.
Jeff.
Huh? I'm sorry,
Jeff, this is Miss Sarah Newcomb, my partner, Jeff Lyson.
How do you do, Mr. Lawson?
Howdy, ma'am.
Miss Newcomb is the niece of a man who had a claim here 15 years ago, named John Michael Bannock.
Bannock? You mean she knows that?
I just explained to Miss Newcomb we had no records of any Bannock in our files.
Oh, dear. Well, what was I thinking of?
Braddock.
That's it. Miles Braddock. Had a claim over in Alder Gulch. Yeah. Well, what can we do for you, Miss Bannock?
Newcomb.
Oh, sorry, I'm having name trouble today.
Yeah. I think perhaps we might be able to help Miss Newcomb locate her uncle's claim.
It's not a claim, actually. It's what he got out of it.
Yeah? I'm afraid I don't understand.
Were you here in 73, Mr. Gillis?
Yes, but...
Then you remember the Creed.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember the Creeds.
My uncle must have known he couldn't get out of here with his gold, so...
So, what?
So he put it away in a good, safe place.
And, of course, you'd like to find it.
That's right.
Miss Newcomb, perhaps now, if we saw this letter...
Oh, I couldn't do that.
Why not?
It's rather personal. The moment, anyway. I want to have a look around for myself. If I don't have any luck, I'll come back to you. Thanks anyway.
It's been a pleasure, Miss Newcomb.
If you run into anyone who might have heard of my uncle, I'd appreciate it if you...
Send him to you? Yeah, of course.
Good day.
Yeah, good day, ma'am.
Why, you infernal idiot, you stupid blabbing nincompoop. I
didn't know, Matt. How was I?
Shut up. I was leading her by the nose when you opened your big mouth. Ollie, get that file out of there.
Here, Matt. Now, let's see. Bannock.
Bannock, John Michael Bannock. Morning Star Mine, west slope of Beaver Ridge, above junction of Alder Gulch and Little Creek. Get it there.
Here it is.
All right, let's see it. Yeah. Here we are. Operated 6 months of 72, 7 months of 73. Estimated net take, $80,000. Blind pocket, streak panned out September 73. Last note here says, Bannock preparing to leave October 5th.
Creed's get Bannock?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? You was a member, wasn't you?
Listen, Larson. One of these days you're going to talk yourself right into a hole in the ground.
No, I'm sorry.
Little lady told us one thing, though. The Creeds never got that dust. Bannock buried it somewhere. She'll be nosing around town asking questions, and sooner or later, someone will steer into the little man. Yeah, I think we'd better have a talk with it first.
Charlie?
Yeah. Charlie Borden.
Cassidy, you say your name is?
That's right, Charlie. Mr. Hutchison said I'd find you here in the tool shed.
Trying to put an edge on this here Conson side. Looks as if someone was trying to cut barbed wire with it. Look at them nicks there.
Yeah.
What's eating you, Cassidy? I know you ain't coming to court just to be sociable.
I just wanted to test your memory, Charlie. You've been living around here for some time, haven't you?
Most 30 years. Why?
Ever hear of a kid named Jack Bannock?
Yep.
What happened to him?
He worked the train round here. Over on Beaver Ridge somewhere. I think. Wrong about,
About 73?
Yeah, that's right.
Then what?
Oh, took off somewhere.
Just like that?
Yeah.
You sure of that?
Ain't sure of nothing in this life. He was around one day and the next day he wasn't.
You don't suppose the Creeds might have had something to do with that, do you?
What's your game, mister?
Jack Bannock was one of the best friends I ever had. I think he was killed. I'd like to know who did it.
Creed's got credit for a lot of killings. Some of them he did, and some of them was done by folks who figured the Creed gang was right-handed to take the blame.
Charlie?
Yeah? What's up, Mr. Hutchison?
You tangled up with the law again, Charlie?
Law?
Hey, there's a lawyer over at the house waiting to see you. Matt Gillis.
Now, what in tarnation he be after?
You better go see.
Doggone, never talked to a lawyer yet without costing me money.
Charlie's quite a character. Been with me a long time now. Must be, let's see, 10 years.
How long have you been here, Mr. Hutchison?
Quite a while. When I first hit the gold run country, this town of 5 shacks and a saloon.
I'll bet I know just what happened.
I'm listening.
You slung your pan on your back, took off into the hills, and stubbed your toe on a stack of nuggets as big as goose egg.
Wrong.
Yeah?
Here's my little nugget.
A jackknife.
That's right. A little wonder. Press the button, and it's open. Snap, and it's closed. Well, that's what started me up in business.
Well.
Yeah, there are 2 ways to strike it rich on a gold rush, Cassidy. You get yourself a pick, go out to dig for it, or you let the other fella do it and sell something to him. I thought the second way was the easiest.
A little wonder, eh?
Yeah. All I had was a couple of knives and a lot of nerve. I took orders for it, collected money in advance until the spring of 74. They were ready to run me out of town when I finally made delivery.
74, eh? And you might have heard of Jack Bannock.
Why'd you ask that?
Friend of mine.
He was my friend, too.
Any idea what happened to him?
Yeah. He was murdered.
Why?
He had too much money.
Any idea who?
I think we'd better leave it there, Mr. Cassidy. 15 years have gone by. We couldn't get evidence then. We certainly can't get it now.
What about the body?
Creeds were pretty careful about things like that. No one ever found it.
Well, maybe I'm crazy digging around here 15 years after it happened. But I'd like to have a try at it anyway.
Well, I'll give you all the help I can.
Thanks. You can begin by answering that question I asked a minute ago. Who do you think killed him?
You know, this can get us into trouble. If it gets around and we can't back it up, then...
It won't get around.
All right. He was a member of the Creeds. I suspect they kept all their records for him there.
Is he still here?
Sure. Running what he likes to call a legitimate business. Matter of fact, he's over at the house right now.
You mean...
That's right. The lawyer, Matt Gillis.
It's after 11 o'clock, and Hoppy and California have returned to their room at the Gold Run Hotel.
This is the craziest thing I've ever done.
Oh, I ain't so sure about that, Hoppy. You done some awful crazy things.
I mean, trying to run down a murder, 15 years old. We got about as much chance as a feather in a hurricane.
What about that lawyer fella?
That's a good guess, but that's all it is. I don't know. Maybe we ought to... Yes? That's right. And you must be the young lady who... Will you come in, Miss Newcomb? This is my partner, California Carlson.
Howdy, miss.
How'd you do? I'll come right to the point, Mr. Cassidy. I'd like to know what you're after.
What do you mean?
You've been all over town today asking questions about Jack Bannock.
Well, I understand you've been doing the same thing.
I have a right to.
So have I.
Have you?
Sure. Take a look at this letter I have here. Let's see. Oh, here it is.
Dear Hoppy, I'm only writing you now because... Oh. You just got this?
That's right. Now, do you mind if I ask what you're up to?
I'm Jack Bannock's niece. He wrote my mother a letter, too. Here.
Dear Helen, I've struck it rich. Over 50,000 in dust to date from our little morning star. I suppose we ought to feel like celebrating, but we don't. Finding an ore pocket in Gold Run these days is like signing your own death warrant. I won't say more, but if I'm not back by spring, you'll know what happened. Our dust is cached away. Come here when the trouble's over. You'll find the key on the Green Gallows. Love, Jack. The Green Gallows?
I've asked everyone. Nobody knows what it is.
Well, this was written to your mother.
She passed away over 5 years ago.
Oh, I see. And she and Jack were in this together?
Why, no. Why do you say that?
He says we here. We don't feel like celebrating. Our dust is cached away.
Why, I never thought that.
Did he have a partner?
I don't know.
What you make of it, Hoppy?
I think I was a little too pessimistic a while back, California. We might run this down yet.
The money?
Yes, and the murderer. I think if we find one, we've got the other.
All right, hold the lantern higher, Charlie. We can't see what we're doing here. All right, come on, Larson. Dig.
Well, that's useless, Mitt. There's nothing here.
But it's got to be here. Charlie,
Yeah? What is it, Gillis?
are you sure she said Green Gallows?
Yeah, Green Gallows.
All right, it's got to be here then. Push that shovel, Jeff. We've only got a couple of hours until dawn.
You say this is it, Mr. Riley?
Yep, this is her. The official gallows of Gold Run right here behind the jailhouse.
Was it ever painted green?
Nope. None of our customers to date has been particular about color, so we just left her natural.
Hoppy, maybe we ought to see the sheriff about this.
You're seeing him right now.
You?
Yep. Postmaster, sheriff, also assistant coroner, deputy United States Marshal, and half owner of the Bluebell drugstore.
That's quite a mouthful.
Man's got to make a living these days. Prices is awful. Bacon just went up to 10 cents a pound.
How long have these gallows been here?
As long as I've been around, more than 5 years.
Have there ever been any others?
Nope.
Well, this is mill lumber. They didn't get a sawmill around here until 10 years ago. There must have been another gallows somewhere.
There weren't, I tell you.
What about the Creed gang? You told me yourself they were strung up in 73.
Not on no gallows.
Well, where, for the love of Mike?
Tree.
A tree. Green. Green gallows. Wait a minute. What tree?
Big oak. Out on the Virginia stagecoach road.
That's it. That's what he meant. Come on. Let's get hold of Miss Newcomb. I want to take a look at that tree. She must be in there. Said she'd be here at the hotel all afternoon.
Never can tell about a woman. She might be clean back to Laramie by now.
Miss Newcomb. What's unlocked?
Gosh, Mike.
Miss Newcomb, what's happened? She's been hit on the head. Get some water, California.
Yeah.
Miss Newcomb.
Go away. Go away.
It's me, Hopalong Cassidy. What happened?
Here you are.
Here, take this.
Thanks. Oh, Mr. Cassidy.
Tell me, what happened?
I don't know. I opened the door. Someone was waiting for me. Someone hit me.
I see. Well, what were they after?
Look at her purse on the floor there.
That's it. Where's the letter?
Letter?
Did you take it out of your purse, Miss Newcomb?
No.
That's what they came for, and that's what they got. I'll send the manager's wife up to look after you. Come on, California, let's go. We haven't got much time.
Well, this is her, Cassidy. They tell me they used to sling a rope over that big limb there, and...
Yeah?
Looks like we're a little late, Hoppy.
Yeah. Oh, whoever it was sure did plow up the ground.
That doesn't mean they found it.
Why not?
Jack never would have buried his dust here with stagecoaches passing by every day along with riders, mule teams, and who knows what else. Somebody spot that new turned earth in a minute.
Well, you know what the letter said.
The key, it said, not the gold itself. What did he mean by the key?
The key's on the green gallows. That's what it said. The key is on the...
Wait a minute. He said it was on the green gallows, not under it.
I'm afraid my poor old brains weren't cut out for puzzle games, boys. I'll have to... What are you looking up to there, Cassidy?
Look up there, next to the crotch.
Huh?
Look where I'm pointing.
Oh, all I can see is a rat's nest and a sleepy jaybird. Watch it. Oh, yeah.
There's something nailed to the limb up there. Give me a boost. I'm going up.
Can you get to it, Hoppy?
Yeah, just a second now.
What is it? What is it?
An old rusty six-gun nailed to the trunk here.
What do you reckon that means?
Throw your rope over that branch, California.
What for?
Pull it aside. I want to try something.
All right. Here she comes.
That's it. Now pull on it.
Enough?
That's good.
What in thunder you up to?
I want to line up the sight on this thing. Wait a minute now. What's pointing across the canyon there at the base of that big boulder? It's... Uh-oh.
What is it?
Stand back. I'm dropping down.
What's the matter, Hoppy?
The sight points to the other side of the ravine. There's a rock face with a black streak through it.
Let's go.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
We better circle around and come in from the other ridge. There's someone over there digging right now.
The key to Jack Bannock's gold cache, a rusty six-gun nailed high on a tree he called the Green Gallows, has led Hoppy, California, and Sheriff Riley to the crest of a ridge on the other side of the canyon. They lie there, listening.
Hold it. He stopped digging. Must have got down to the boulder. We'll get down this way.
All right.
Easy now. Stick with me, California.
You betcha.
He's down in the hole. Come on. All right, pull him up.
Cassidy!
Well, Mr. Hutchison, look out!
Oh, it's all right, boys. I got him.
Good thing we split up. Come on. Now, you got him all right. Looks like Hutchison is done for.
Hoppy, look what's in the hole.
Yeah.
Who do you reckon?
The remains of my old friend Jack Bannock. I know now why he said we in that letter to his sister. He did have a partner.
Hutchison.
Yeah. Pretty clear now what happened 15 years ago. Jack came out here to bury his money. He didn't know he was digging his own grave.
Hutchison must have done it, huh?
Sure, knowing it to be blamed on the Creeds.
But why did Hutchison come now and dig the body up?
Well, I can make a pretty good guess. He stole the letter from Miss Newcomb. Found that it contained the key that would locate this spot. He knew sooner or later we'd figure it out. So he tried to get here first and move the body.
But how could we prove he was the one who killed?
Look here. This is your answer. I guess Hutchison remembered that he'd been a little careless and left his trademark in Jack's back. See? One of these little wonder push-button knives.
And so an exciting adventure ends for Hoppy in California. They'll get back to the Bar 20 just about roundup time and settle down to a peaceful ranch life. But we've a hankering it won't last for very long. Somewhere there'll be trouble, and that's when Hoppy will ride out into another dangerous escapade. Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. The Letter from the Grave was written by Harold Swanton. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence E. Mulford. This is a Commodore production. It's Hopalong Cassidy. With action and suspense, out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The ring of the Silver Spurs heralds the most amazing man ever to ride the prairies of the early West, Hopalong Cassidy. This famous hero thrills his 60 million fans with action and dangerous adventure. In the role of Hopalong Cassidy is the popular star of the motion picture series, William Boyd. And appearing as that laughable old character, California, is Andy Clyde. Now to our story, Death Paints a Picture. Hoppy's horse at the moment is picking his way through the mesquite beside that of California's as the two men ride across the great Flying K Ranch on their way back to their own spread, the Bar 20. And as they ride through the night, threading their way through moonlit arroyos and between ghostly Joshua trees, lifting their arms to the stars, Hoppy's thoughtful silence is becoming slightly irritating to his partner, California.
Doggone it, Hoppy. You can't plow a field just for turning it over in your mind.
Huh? What's that?
Well, if you decided to quit the Bar 20 and go to work for the Flying K, you might as well tell me.
Quit the Bar 20? What are you talking about?
Well, ain't that what old man Kingsley wanted to talk to you about? Since Ben Garrett disappeared, he's been looking for a new foreman for the Flying K. Why else would he send a message asking you to ride over and talk with him?
Better not jump to conclusions so fast, California. You're liable to go lame. First place, it wasn't Mr. Kingsley who sent that note to me.
Huh? Well, I thought...
Yeah, I know. I thought he sent it, too. But when I walked into that country club they call a ranch house, Mr. Kingsley wasn't around. It was his wife, Elaine Kingsley, who wanted to talk to me.
Yeah? No fooling. Now, there's a woman worth talking to. I can't get over, Hoppy, why a gal so young and pretty as she is would want to marry an old goat like that Kingsley. He must be more than twice her age.
Maybe, but that's none of our business.
No. What she wants? Is it a secret?
Between you and me, no. She wants to find their brother.
brother. Didn't know she had one hereabouts.
Well, it seems he was visiting her from the east. An artist named Rory Victor.
An artist, huh?
Yeah. He went out to paint some of the saloons at Poca Mesa. That's the last she saw of him. She sent Ben Garrett out looking for him the next day, and Garrett disappeared.
I see.
Seems like the last one who saw Ben Garrett was a stable hand named Juan Lopez.
Yeah, he used to work for us.
Seems like he told her I might be able to locate Garrett.
But she'd rather you'd find her brother. Is that it?
If I find the one, I think maybe I'll find the other. This way.
Hey, where are you going? This route takes us right through Ghost Town.
I know.
But, Hoppy, not at night. Them tumble-down old shacks are haunted. Now, why go this way?
Because Ben Garrett was headed this way with a stranger the last time Lopez saw him. Come on.
Darn it, Hoppy. They say the ghosts of them miners who used to live here.
Wait.
Oh, come on. There's nothing around here but ghosts and...
Look where the moonlight hits that clump of chaparral. You see what I see?
Yeah. Someone's lying there.
Let's have a look.
Hey, it's Ben Garrett.
Yeah. One of your ghosts put a bullet hole through the back of his head.
After discovering the murdered body of Ben Garrett, foreman of the Flying K, Hoppy and California ride back to the Flying K ranch house the next morning, accompanied by the sheriff. Gordon Kingsley, the rich Easterner who owns the ranch, is out, but his lovely young wife, Elaine, tries to answer their question.
But I tell you, Sheriff, I don't know where my brother went. Rory is so unpredictable. Surely you're not trying to hint that he did it.
I ain't hinting, Mrs. Kingsley. I'm just trying to find out.
Seems to me it'd have been a lot better all the way around if you'd notified the sheriff right away about your brother's disappearance. Then Garrett would be alive today, and there'd be a lot better chance of finding your brother.
But there's still a chance of finding him. There must be. I know he didn't take the regular stagecoach out of here, and he didn't take any of our horses or rent one in town.
You're sure?
Of course. I've already checked. Besides, he didn't have any money. At least, not very much. A few hundred.
A few hundred?
Oh, that'd be enough to get him a fare piece from here.
But he didn't. He left his things. He wouldn't have gone without taking them. Of course, they weren't much. An old suitcase with practically nothing in it except a few worn-out clothes. Oh, poor Rory was here to regain his health. We persuaded him to come west and stay with us. I told you about him, Mr. Cassidy.
Yes, you did say, however, he was kind of footloose.
Yes, he was never one to stay anywhere very permanently, but he wouldn't have gone away without telling me. He's a brilliant artist, Mr. Cassidy. Brilliant. He wanted to stay and paint a while. The West inspired him.
Well, maybe so. Where'd you say Mr. Kingsley went this morning?
Oh, he rode off to the upper 40. He's having some of the boys lay out a golf course for him.
A golf course?
Yes, Gordon bought this place to retire on, not to make money.
I reckon I'll ride up and have a talk with him. See you later, Mrs. Kingsley. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff.
California and I'll be moseying back to the VOL14, Mrs. Kingsley. There's work to be done.
I sure hope your brother...
Mr. Cassidy, wait, please.
Yes?
You promised to look for Rory.
Ben Garrett was my friend. I'm going to do my best to see to it that the man who murdered him hangs.
Oh.
If I happen to run across your brother in the process, it'll be accidental. I hope I find him for you, but you understand.
Yes. Yes, I understand. But please, if you think Rory did it...
I'm pretty sure he didn't do it.
What do you mean?
Your stable hand Lopez didn't get a good look at the man he saw riding off with Ben toward Ghost Town. But his general description of him sure doesn't jibe with the one you gave me of your brother.
Well, I have a little picture of Rory. Here in my desk. I used to wear it in the locket. Here. It was taken over 5 years ago, but he looks just about the same. It may help you to recognize him.
Thanks. By the way, I was thinking there may be something in the stuff he left behind that'd give us a clue. You mind if I have a look?
Oh, not at all. It's upstairs this way.
Nothing in that suitcase but a mess of dirty shirts.
Hey, here's something inside the shirt.
What is it?
A pencil sketch. A dog-eared, beat-up pencil sketch. A landscape.
Oh.
See, your brother really could draw on it, couldn't he?
Yes, he was always sketching little things like that.
Hoppy, look at the way he drew them wooded hills with that road winding up to the crest of the ridge. Why, that's as pretty as anything I ever saw.
Yeah, but that's a funny place to draw a windmill.
Huh?
Why?
Well, look at it. It's one of those steel ranch windmills used for pumping water. Only he puts it on the side of a public road.
What difference does it make?
You know, this scene is very familiar.
Well, you probably saw that oil painting Rory did. Evidently painted it from this sketch. It's hanging in the living room downstairs.
Oh, I see. Did he bring that painting with him when he first arrived here?
Yes, and that's about all he did bring with him, except those ragged clothes.
Stephen!
Oh, my husband.
Where is that confounded houseboy?
Excuse me. Gordon, I'm upstairs.
What's going on here anyway? Where are all the servants?
It's their day off, dear. Don't you remember?
What the devil? Who are these men?
Mr. Kingsley, I am Hopalong Cassidy, foreman of the Bar 20. This is my partner, California Carlson.
Howdy. Well, what do you...
They found Garrett's body. He was murdered.
The sheriff just told me. If you hadn't gotten him mixed up with that drunken, no-good brother of yours...
Gordon!
I lose a first-rate foreman on account of a worthless bum who'd be better off dead.
You'd like to see him dead, wouldn't you? You hate him because he's got something you haven't got. A soul. Because he doesn't give a hang for your money.
That's rich. Ever since he showed up, you've been milking my bank account for his benefit. Why, you even pawned your pearls to give him money.
You liar. I told you I put them away in my safe deposit box. But I'll be hanged if I'll lower myself to take them out just to prove it to you.
Well, all I have to say to you, Elaine, all I have to say is that you'd better be wearing those pearls when we attend the governor's ball at the state capitol next week. Because if you don't, if you try to beg off, I promise you that will be the end.
Come on, California. We'd better follow the old saying, live and let live. Excuse us, folks.
But what are we riding back here to Poca Mesa for? This sure is a long way around to get back to the home stretch.
Oh, we'll get there by and by, California. We got things to do first. First, we're stopping by the sheriff's office. Now that they've got a telegraph station at Poca Mesa, I think maybe it'd be a good idea to have him send a description of Rory Victor to Fort Worth Ranger headquarters. This picture Mrs. Kingsley gave me is all the sheriff needs.
Say, do you think maybe Mrs. Kingsley's brother is wanted someplace?
How do I know? I'm like the sheriff, just trying to find out. While I'm at the telegraph office with the sheriff, you ride along and check every honky-tonk in Poca Mesa to find out who saw Rory Victor last. Find out anything, California?
No, I've been in 5 of these dives. Nobody knows from nothing. Did the sheriff hear from Fort Worth?
You bet. California, that picture of Rory Victor fits the description of an escaped convict named Rory Varick.
What?
Like a glove. Every detail. The Rangers wired that Varick broke jail after serving 5 years of a 10-year stretch for robbing the bank at Crown Ridge.
Jumping catfish. That ain't far from Poca Mesa.
You're telling me. There were 3 men in the holdup, according to the report, but only Rory Varick, alias Victor, was caught. And that's not all I found out. California, this feller, Varick, or Victor, as Mrs. Kingsley calls him.
Excuse me, pal. I hear you're looking for a fellow who paints pictures.
What makes you think so?
Well, I kind of overheard you asking the barkeep.
Yeah?
That's right. We've been looking for a man who was last seen heading this way to paint some of the honky-tonks. An artist. He disappeared 2 or 3 days ago.
That's right. His name was...
Rory Victor.
Yeah, that's the man. I hired him to help me work my claim back in the desert a piece.
Yeah, we've been looking for him high and low.
I can take you to him right now if you want. I'm just on my way back.
You'll sure be doing us a favor.
Well, let's get going. Oh, incidentally, my name's Reno. Yeah, this was the place.
Reno, you mean your claim's right here in Ghost Town?
Yes, sir. Under that abandoned old smelter plant. Hard to believe you could find gold there, huh?
It's easier to believe that than to believe you're a miner.
Huh?
What? Why, Hoppy...
Somber's no miner. Look at his hands, his face. You don't stay this pale mining gold in the desert. I've been keeping quiet, waiting to see what you're up to. All right, what's your game? Let's have it.
My pal, I'll let you have it, friend, between the shoulder blades.
Yeah, one move, and I'll fill you full of buckshot. I'll shoot, I tell you, I'll shoot.
Easy, Dusty, easy. All right, boys, raise them before my pal behind you. Let's go with that sawed-off shotgun. That's better. Now I'll just take your guns.
Why, you... What do you want? What's this going to get you?
It ain't what it's going to get me, friend. It's what it's going to get you. Namely, a visit with your old pal, Rory Varick. Oh, excuse me. You said his name was Victor, didn't you?
Hey, more friends of Rory's, huh? More friends. It beats me all the friends he made out here. You know, first that Rube Garrett.
Shut up. Garrett. Then it was you. You got Garrett out here.
Take it easy, friend.
You killed him.
You give us trouble, we give him lead.
What do you lip?
Oh, Reno, I was only
Go on,
trying to...
open the door of the smelter plant and light the lamps. I got them covered.
Okay.
You're making a bad mistake, mister.
Yeah, well, get going. We'll talk about that down there in the cellar.
While looking for Mrs. Gordon Kingsley's missing brother Rory, an escaped convict, Hoppy in California also hoped to solve the mystery of Ben Garrett's murder. After being held up by two strangers in a desert ghost town, Hoppy realizes that they are Garrett's killers. The two, Reno and Dusty, force them down into the cellar of an old abandoned smelter plant in Ghost Town.
All right, this'll do.
Lamps and everything, eh? You boys have this place fixed up like you're figuring on settling down.
Why not? We got plenty of privacy. No windows in them 2-foot thick adobe walls. Solid iron door at the head of them stairs. Nobody can hear nothing.
No. Not even if I was to let go of this here shotgun. He's not even ours to let go.
I thought you said Rory Barrett was here.
He is, pal, right there at your feet. Kick them old sacks away, Dusty. Right there, lying at your feet.
So you murdered him too, eh?
Oh, a little accident, friend. Dusty here got a little trigger happy.
Varick's been missing for days, but he doesn't look like he's been dead more than a few hours.
Hey, you're a detective, ain't you? Yeah, he was alive till just this morning. It's a wonder he hung on this long with them slugs hit him. But that ain't here or there. The question is, where did Rory Varick hide that $60,000?
$60,000?
Just what are you talking about?
$60,000, pal. The dough Varick double-crossed us out of. He stashed it away somewhere in the hills around here just before the law grabbed him. That much we know.
I see. So you two were Roy's partners in that bank holdup at Crown Ridge.
Right, ain't you? I guess maybe you don't know nothing about the windmill.
Windmill?
Yeah, you give yourself away, friend. I saw it on your face, so he did hide the door around the windmill.
Windmill? What are you talking about?
Oh, so you don't know. Now, that's too bad. 5 years it's been that Dusty and me have been waiting for Rory to get out of the pen. When he does, we lay for him out here. But my little pal has to shoot him before we can get him to talk.
I didn't mean to.
Varick's been lying out here out of his head, jabbering about a road, a picture in a windmill. I tried that word windmill on for size, and it fitted you, chum.
Yeah, Rory promised him a share, I bet you. Yeah, to help make a getaway.
Obvious where these varmints are both of.
Loco, eh? Maybe you'll remember if I start by shooting your ears off.
Put down that gun. The only windmill I know about is...
Yeah? Go on, Cassidy.
It's in a picture.
Oh, now we're getting somewhere. Go on. Where's this picture? So help me, I'll kill your pal and then you. If you think I'm choking...
Hanging on a wall. A wall in the Flying K ranch house. Satisfied?
Maybe. Okay, Dusty, let's go.
Yeah, sure.
I'll send someone to let you out if that picture's where you say it is, and if it means what I think it does. But if you've been playing me for a sucker, pal, I'll be back myself. Me and Dusty. In person.
We can rip a piece of this old smelter furnace off. We may be able to pry that door frame away from the door.
Yeah. Hoppy, just what was that doggone windmill got to do with all this?
California. Nobody builds a ranch windmill out in the hills alongside a public road. My guess is that Roy painted it in the picture just to mark the spot where he hid the bank loot.
You mean it's a picture of the real place?
Of course. It's a spot just about a mile this side of Crown Ridge. painting like that drawing is a detailed picture of the area.
Well, for the love of say, do you think them polecats will recognize it?
Reno will, probably. Chances are he went over that route more than once when they were rehearsing for that bank job. Come on, this piece of iron will do now. Let's get at that door frame and try to get out of here.
Yeah. But after we get out of here, we can't be sure they left our horses out.
I know. I only hope we get to the Flying K in time.
We'll never catch them. We've been here almost an hour already.
We'll get those killers, California. We'll get them if it's the last thing we ever do.
Sure seems a lot of horses tied up at the ranch house.
Yeah. Say, there's the sheriff on the veranda.
Hop along.
What's happened?
Two murdering skunks held up Mr. and Mrs. Kingsley.
What? You mean?
Yeah, they shot and killed Gordon Kingsley. Come on in. Doc Mason just finished examining the body.
How long does he figure Kingsley's been dead?
Not more than a half hour. He was shot through the heart. Died instantly.
Half hour? Those rattlesnakes couldn't have gotten very far. Mind if I ask Mrs. Kingsley a few questions?
No, I'm making you a deputy on this case, Hoppy. Ask all the questions you want.
Mrs. Kingsley.
Yes.
Would you mind telling me just what you and Mr. Kingsley did this morning after I left your house?
Well, it was a servant's day off. We had lunch in town at the mansion house.
Yes?
We came back later than I expected. There was someone in the dining room. Gordon went in, then he came running out. Those two men, they followed him and shot him.
I'm mighty sorry about this, Mrs. Kingsley. Did they take anything else besides that painting?
Painting?
Yes, the one Rory did. It's been cut from the frame.
Hey, what's this? Something valuable?
Only as evidence, Sheriff. You see, Rory painted that picture while he was doing time in prison.
What are you talking about?
Maybe you don't know that window in the picture meant Mrs. Kingsley, but you did know Rory escaped from the pen, didn't you?
What are you saying? It's not true.
I'm afraid it is, ma'am.
Where's Rory? What happened to him?
He's dead.
Killed by the same varmints who killed your husband.
Oh, no.
California. Time's getting short. Run over to the telegraph station and send a wire to Crown Ridge Sheriff.
What?
Explain the situation. Give him the location of that imaginary mill on the Ridge Road. Here's that drawing. The Crown Ridge Sheriff will have time to arrange a little welcome party.
I get it.
Stay there and wait for a message saying whether they caught him or not.
You bet.
Hoppy, what the dickens?
That picture, Sheriff, is a map to a stolen $60,000.
This is all absurd. Why in heaven's name should I have been so anxious to find my brother if I thought he was actually an escaped convict?
Because he stripped you of all your cash. And because you needed the money to redeem the pearls you had to wear to the governor's ball next week. The pearls you told your husband you still had. You knew Rory had $60,000 buried somewhere near here. Didn't you, Mrs. Kingsley?
Hoppy, they caught him.
What? Well, they couldn't have. Not this soon.
But they did. Here, the telegram. Got an answer. Just a minute.
Here, let's see that.
What does it say?
Yeah, California's right. Crown Ridge Sheriff says them two sidewinders were already there when he and his posse got there. They were up to their necks in a hole they were digging.
Wait a minute. Those two bandits who had to leave more than a half hour ago to have gotten up there that soon. No, it isn't possible.
What do you mean, Hoppy?
I mean that it isn't possible for them to have been here 30 minutes ago. It takes over an hour of hard riding to get where they are now. I mean that they couldn't have killed Gordon Kingsley.
Those two coyotes didn't kill Kingsley. Who did?
Yeah, the only other person with Kingsley.
Yeah. 2 from 3 leaves 1.
You liar.
I was just subtracting.
Why should I kill my own husband?
Could it have been because Reno and Dusty gave away your little secret when they came here to steal that painting? They greeted you not as Rory Victor's non-existent sister, but as Rory Varick's divorced wife.
Wife? What kind of a frame-up is this?
Didn't you realize we'd find out? After all, when I got that report from Fort Worth on Varick's record, you were in it too, Mrs. Kingsley.
All right. So he was married to me once. But I couldn't tell Gordon about him. It would have ruined my marriage. Roy blackmailed me into giving him shelter here. I couldn't help myself.
Is that why you killed your husband?
What are you trying to do? I loved Gordon.
But when Reno and Dusty spilled the beans, it wasn't past him to threaten to put you in jail for concealing an escaped convict, was it?
This is outrageous.
After they left with the painting, you probably spent some time pleading with Kingsley. But I don't guess it was much use, was it? So you got that Spanish Derringer and shot him.
Spanish Derringer?
Yes. The one you buried in that potted palm in the conservatory.
Oh, what Derringer? If you found a gun someplace around here, I don't...
I've got it wrapped here in my bandana. Silver mounted, with your name engraved on it. .35 caliber. Same size bullet that killed Kingsley. Don't reckon you see many .35 caliber handguns around these parts, do you, Sheriff?
That's the only one I ever seen around these parts. The only one.
You better take it. You'll be needing it for evidence at the trial.
But, Hoppy, how in tarnation did you know where to look for that there Spanish Derringer?
Well, you take a gal as pretty and clean looking as Mrs. Kingsley, never a hair out of place. Kind of surprises you, notice all of a sudden some black dirt under her fingernails. Like she'd been digging with them and hadn't had time to wash.
Well, doggone.
So, while you were at the telegraph office, I moseyed around, sort of snooping about until I noticed those potted palms in the conservatory. Saw there'd been some digging in them recently. Well, that's about the whole story.
Funny, I never noticed her hands were dirty.
Well, with the kind of gals you go out with, California, I reckon you're just used to it.
Yeah, reckon what do you say? Well, doggone you. If that ain't
Oh,
the
well,
most
let's get home. Let's go.
Goodbye from Hopalong Cassidy and all the gang. We'll be back soon, and of course, we hope you'll be with us when Hoppy and California really ride through another thrilling and exciting adventure. Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. Death Paints a Picture was written by Irvin Ashkenazi. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence E. Mulford. This is a Commodore production. It's Hopalong Cassidy. With action and suspense, out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The ring of the Silver Spurs heralds the most amazing man ever to ride the prairies of the early West, Hopalong Cassidy. This famous hero thrills his 60 million fans with action and dangerous adventure. In the role of Hopalong Cassidy is the popular star of the motion picture series, William Boyd. And appearing as that laughable old character, California, is Andy Clyde. Now to our story, Border of Nowhere. Only a few minutes before, the saloon had been filled with laughter. The easy banter of cowpunchers lined up at the bar. Now, a silence has settled over the room and there is tension in the air. The sheriff, a red-headed giant, rolls a cigarette, strikes a match, his eyes never leaving the man across from him.
All right, Mr. C.A. Around here, a man's generally entitled to his own opinion, but he's
got to back it up with a 6-gun. That means right now. Outside.
Meanwhile, down the street, Lucy Marriott, the widow Marriott now, is getting ready to close up for the night, taking the trays of meat from the display counter back to the icebox at the rear of the store.
Chip. Yeah, Ma?
Well, what in the world are you going to do with all that, Stewart?
Melt it down into tallow. Mr. Garvey offered 3 cents a pound, and I went.
Oh, mercy, honey. We're not that hard up.
Every little bit counts, Ma.
You what, darling?
Well, I know how hard it's been on you since Pa died.
Well, we'll make out.
I wish I was bigger. It ain't right.
What?
A lady like you having to run a meat store.
Oh.
It won't be long, Mom. I'll be big enough to run it by myself before you know it.
Afternoon, ma'am. Sorry to bust in the back door that way.
Well, I'm sorry, but we're closed for the day.
What do you want?
Right now, I want you to shut up, Sonny. That goes for you, too.
I told you, we're closed.
I didn't come here to get no meat. At least not the kind you're selling.
You get out of here, mister. You ain't gonna stay.
Oh, Chip, are you hurt?
Oh, I'm all right.
Now get this, both of you. I ain't as sensitive as some. I'd just as soon kill you as look at you. Now get behind that counter and stay there.
Come on, Chip.
What do you reckon he's up to? Why is he packing that Winchester?
I don't know.
Can you see out the window?
Wait. Yeah. Down at the saloon. Sheriff Fancher and some man out in front.
Oh, what is it?
A duel.
That's why he's here with a Winchester. Is he?
Yes, he's gonna do.
You want to die?
You shot him in the back.
One word, see? Just one word about me being here.
Chip?
Him, too.
Mom, don't think about me.
Go on, get out of here. And don't worry, we won't say anything. What good would it do? What good would it do?
The two riders, burned by the sun and covered with the red dust that lay deep on the trail behind them, mounted the ridge and looked down for the first time on Velvet Valley, with the little town of Cherokee nestled at its northern end. It was an unbelievable sight. Behind them, miles of sun-baked desert, then the ridge, then, directly ahead, the rolling green of the valley, the lush cottonwoods and willows strung along the creek down its center.
Pop.
Yeah, California?
Mind if I say just one little word?
I'm too tired to fight back. Go ahead.
She's a lovely spot. Ain't never seen a prettier valley, but it still don't make sense to beat me down to the size of a dried-up horny toad and put saddle sores all over my cayuse riding halfway across the country to pick up 100 head of cattle we could have bought at the ranch next door. End of speech.
Quite a mouthful.
I feel 10 pounds lighter.
And as usual, your tongue's going at a high canter while your brain's still got the hobbles on.
Now, looky here, Hoppy.
Don't get riled now. I might not have told you we're after a special kind of cow. The stock we're buying from Ed Allison are Aberdeen Angus. And you can't find them on the ranch next door.
Why, we're going fancy. What's wrong with our white faces?
Nothing. But I want to see how this breed will do on that flatland south of the ranch house. And besides...
Tried what?
Peaceful-looking town, isn't it?
Yeah.
But it's up to its ears in trouble.
What do you mean, Hoppy?
I'm not sure yet. We'll know more after I talk to Ed Allison.
Sit down, Cassidy.
Thanks. Now, look, Allison, I want you to understand one thing. I'm not questioning your price, but...
I know what you're going to say. $21 a head, $2 trail insurance.
Yeah, and if you just said 23 and left out the rest, I'd have paid it and gone home with my cattle. But...
Sure. Only if I put it down that way, I wouldn't be telling the truth.
Who gets the $2?
Peasley, the mayor of Cherokee City. He's gone into the insurance business as a sideline. You pay him your $2 a head, and then if your herd gets rustled on the drive home, he buys you a new one.
You had rustler trouble around here lately?
This town was born with it, Cassidy. We're sitting on the edge of nowhere out here. Everything west of town is outlaw country. Nearest United States Marshal is 150 miles away.
You got a sheriff?
Yeah. Yeah, we got a sheriff.
What does that mean?
I think I've said enough.
I don't. Go on.
Well, we got a sheriff. We got a mayor. We got a judge. 3 biggest crooks from Peace River to the Rio Grande.
Ever think about electing a set of new ones?
We tried it once. Nice, peaceful election. Everybody voted.
What happened?
We lost.
Huh?
Sure. The mayor counted the ballots.
Oh. Well, if the people around here will put up with that kind of thing, they pretty much deserve what they get.
Oh, I felt like you do, Cassidy. So did someone else. A fellow named Marriott who used to run the meat store down the street. About a year ago, he decided to do something about it.
How far did he get?
About as far as the dry gulch west of town. They found him face down with a bullet in his back. Then there was a little ruckus in front of the Gem Saloon last Sunday.
Oh?
CA man blew into town, Cattlemen's Association, special investigator or something. Been snooping around in the hills for a couple of weeks. Sat right down with Sheriff Fancher in the saloon and accused him of heading up the rustling operation around here. The sheriff walked him out in the street in broad daylight and stood him up for a duel, while one of his boys laid for the CA man down the street with a Winchester. They buried him Monday at Poplar Grove Cemetery.
So I pay my trail insurance and take my cattle home safely. Is that it?
That's it. Never been a trail herd rustled yet that paid first. They level on every herd passing through. They've got every man jack in the territory shaking in his boots, afraid his ranch house will be burned, his wife and children killed if he opens his mouth. Hey, where you going?
To see Mayor Peasley, or insurance broker Peasley. I want to talk to him about my policy.
Let's see now, Mr. Cassidy. 100 head of Aberdeen Angus. Going to trail them yourself?
That's right.
The $200 cash in advance.
And what does that buy me, Mr. Peasley?
100 head of cattle. If you lose these.
You think that's likely?
Well, powerful lot of rustling going on around here lately. Want to pay now, Cassidy?
I think it'd be kind of extravagant, don't you?
Oh, why do you say that?
I mean, since I already got rustler insurance, and I didn't pay any $200 to get it either.
You already?
Yeah. Cost me $50. 2 6-guns at $25 apiece.
Excuse me a minute, will you? Sheriff? Yeah? Come in a minute, will you? This is Mr. Cassidy, Fred. Sheriff Fancher.
Howdy, Cassidy.
Hi.
I've tried to explain to Cassidy that we've got a powerful problem on our hands with the rustlers.
Sure have.
We don't think he'll take out trail insurance.
Oh? Want to take a chance, Cassidy?
You think I'm taking a chance, Sheriff?
Sure do. The hills west of here are full of outlaws. The last herd that went through without paying, without taking out insurance. How many was it they killed, Peasley?
4. Run the herd off, too. About 500 head.
Must have made you both pretty mad.
Oh, I was fit to be tied. Stan Marriott, he was alive then, come in with a couple of gunslingers he claimed was behind the rustling. We stood him up before Judge Corson for trial.
Jury?
No. You see, we couldn't find no one willing to serve on the jury, so Judge Corson had to try him himself. They was acquitted for lack of evidence. Seems to go that way every time.
Must be pretty discouraging for you, Fancher. Pulling crooks in only to have them acquitted.
Enough to break a man's heart.
Yeah.
What about the $2 a head?
I've never had to buy protection yet, Peasley, and I don't think I'll start now.
Well, it's your funeral.
Think so?
Yeah.
Take another look at the name on the coffin. Never can tell. It might be yours. Melting down some tallow, Sonny?
Well, that's right. Well, my name's Chip Marriott.
Glad to know you. I'm Hopalong Cassidy.
R20?
Yeah. How did you know? I'm pretty far from home.
My dad used to talk about you. Don't reckon you knew him, but he knew you all right. He told me once you was the kind of man he wanted me to be.
I'd like to have known your dad, Chip.
You got here a year too late.
Yeah. shift.
Yeah?
Maybe we're too late to save your dad, but maybe we can finish the job he started out to do.
He'd have liked to hear that. Wherever he is. I keep promising him, Mr. Cassidy. I keep telling him I'll do it for him when I get big enough.
You're big enough now, Chip, where size counts.
You think so?
I know it. And I'll tell you another thing. Wherever your dad is, he's so proud of you, he's ready to bust.
Hoppy!
Oh, we're coming. Come on, Chipper. Let's go in and talk to your ma.
But I tell you, I'm tired of fighting and killing. I don't want any part of it.
I don't like it either, Mrs. Marriott. But there's no choice. You have to fight them or stand back and take it.
He's right, Lucy.
You're taking Stan from me. And all I've got left is Chip, and I'm going to keep him. Do you hear? I'm going to keep him. Ma. And don't you start talking like your father.
Listen to me, Ma. He'd be ashamed of us, that's what. He'd be ashamed to hear us talk this way. After he done what he'd done. Maybe we won't win, Ma. Maybe they'll lick us again, but I'd rather fight him and lose than go on like this.
You're right, Chip.
Ma?
Yes.
Get the petition.
Petition? What you talking about, Sonny?
Go get it, Ma.
All right, Chip. Here it is. This is why they killed Stan, Mr. Cassidy.
The petition.
Yes, we got 50 ranchers here to sign it, demanding a new election.
Then they backed out after Stan was killed. They knew their names on that thing. It'd be their death warrants.
I promised them I'd destroy it, but I didn't.
It's still good, then. There's 50 names here. They can't all be cowards.
All they need is someone to unite them, Cassidy.
Ranchers gun 'em buffaloed. They know they have no recourse to law. This is one time they got to take the law into their own hands. I don't think they're afraid of that bunch out in the hills. I think they're afraid of Fancher and Mayor Peasley and Judge Corson.
That's what Stan said.
And he was right. There's only one way to unite the people, and that's to force a showdown with those three crooks right in front of their eyes.
I hear that's what the CA man tried to do.
Yeah, but maybe I'll be luckier than the CA man. Put that petition in a good, safe place, Mrs. Marriott. It might come in handy before long.
Hoppy is determined now that there's only one way to break the iron grip that Sheriff Fancher and his henchmen hold on the people of Cherokee City. To gamble everything on a public showdown with Fancher himself. As he listens to Hoppy's story the next day, Mayor Peasley acts vaguely as if he'd heard it before.
A petition, eh?
A referendum, if you want to be proper. There are 50 names on it, more than enough to call for a new election.
Got it with you?
I'll haul it out when the time comes.
And when'll that be, Cassidy?
I didn't hear you come in, Sheriff.
I asked you a question, Cassidy. When do you propose to haul out this here petition?
Oh, we'll need a few days to get organized, Sheriff. How about Saturday afternoon?
Maybe you ought to understand one thing, Cassidy. Man in my position's only human. The legal angles notwithstanding.
Mm-hmm.
This here thing kind of hurts my pride.
Don't blame you a bit, Sheriff.
I can sympathize with you, Fancher.
I can't help feeling it's a scheme someone's engineering to blacken my reputation. Know what I mean?
I'm not sure, but go on anyway.
And when I figure someone's out to give me a bad name, I can't help looking on it as a personal insult.
I get you now. Just like the CA man, eh?
That's right.
Where do you want it?
Out in front's good enough for me.
Good. Now's as good a time as any. Let's go.
Oh, I wouldn't be in a rush, Cassidy. The folks will want to see this. Let's give them a chance to spread the word around.
And maybe give you a chance to work out the preparations, eh? Like you did with the CA man? Get your hand off that gun, Sheriff.
I'll kill you, Cassidy. I'll cut you down.
You'll have your chance at 3 o'clock Saturday afternoon when we have a public reading of the petition.
Hoppy, how'd it go?
That's all set. 3 o'clock next Saturday afternoon. Where's Allison?
Oh, he's taking Mrs. Marriott out of town to a ranch of a friend of his. Spencer knows who got that petition. Figures she'll be safe out of the way till it's over.
What about Chip?
Well, I'm sticking it out, Mr. Cassidy.
Oh, I didn't see you there, Chipper. Good boy.
Well, what's the next move, Hoppy?
We got 4 days till Saturday. Between us, we got to talk to every rancher in the county. Convince them that they got to be in town Saturday.
They'll back down.
They can't back down. They won't fight now. They're all washed up. We got to convince them of that. We'll do our riding at night. I don't want Fancher to know too much about what we're doing. When's Allison due back?
About an hour or so.
Good. It'll be dark around 8. We'll move at 8:30.
But I ain't looking for trouble, Cassidy.
They're levying on the trail herds now. First thing you know, they'll levy on your grazing stock, then on your house, then who knows what. Are you going to take it or are you going to fight back?
Well,
what?
that Fancher, he'll do anything. I ain't got no defense.
Listen, now, get this. I'll take care of Fancher. All I'm asking is for you to show up Saturday afternoon to back me up. All you've got to do is be there.
Well, all right, Cassidy. You can count on me.
Them's the facts, ma'am. It's put up or shut up next Saturday afternoon.
I got you, Carlson. My old man will be there if I have to drag him to town by the hair.
I gotta have your promise, Mr. Jenkins. You've got to promise to be there Saturday.
Well, Chip, if you've got sand enough to fight Sheriff Rancher at 14, I reckon I ought to have it at 73. I'll be there, loaded for bear. What's that?
They've covered the county. Every rancher in the district will be in town tomorrow afternoon.
Oh, good. I always play better to a full house. Shep.
Yes, Sheriff? What is it?
We're riding the spooky bronc tomorrow. You know that.
No, I don't know that.
You don't know much else besides that Winchester, do you?
That's what I'm paid for. That's enough.
Better be enough. Tomorrow.
You going to call in the boys, Sheriff?
All 12 of them? This is a poker game we've been playing, Mr. Mayor. We've been sitting up to the table for 5 years now with a pair of deuces, playing our hand like it was a royal flush. They figure we got 100 men in the hills. Ain't going to give them a reason to think different.
That engine sign you got on them ain't going to last forever.
It'll last as long as I need it. They're still afraid of me. After I cut Cassidy down tomorrow, there won't be no more back talk. If there is, we handle it like we did Marriott. A couple of night rides, maybe a corpse or two, and they all fall back into line.
What about tomorrow?
You'll use the meat store again.
Why, you loco, they'll be expecting
It's the last thing they'll be expecting. The woman's out of town, the store will be closed up. You can break in through the back door, go out the same way. I'll line Cassidy up so you'll get a clear shot. Oh, only one thing.
What's that?
That Winchester. I don't want you seen around town with a rifle. Ditch it somewhere back of the store tonight. Understand?
Okay, Fancher.
Yeah, that does it then. Mayor.
Yeah?
Bust out a bottle. Let's have a drink to the coming festivities. Here, what time is it, Mayor?
3:05. You don't suppose Cassidy's backing out, do you?
He wouldn't be the first one to. Well.
Sorry I'm late, Fancher. Had some trouble getting through the crowd.
You, all packed for the long trip?
I'm ready, if that's what you mean.
What about the petition?
Got it right here.
Let me look at it.
I'll keep it until after we satisfy your honor.
Better stick it in your boot. Be ashamed to put a hole in it.
I'm about through talking. How do you want it now?
Now, the mayor will explain the procedure.
Ain't nothing to it, Cassidy. 40 paces, both of you free to draw when the handkerchief hits the ground.
That's fair enough. Let's go.
There we go. There they are, just like before. Fancher knows what he's doing all right.
Shep?
What? What are you doing here?
I didn't think they'd have nerve to do it again, Shep.
Not the same way.
Shut up, kid. I'll blow you to
Oh,
bits.
no, you won't. They'd hear the shot up there. You won't do any shooting except the one big one, Shep. The one Fancher's paying you for.
You shut your mouth, you hear?
Look, they're stepping it off up there. You better forget about me. Cassidy ain't the kind of a gunslinger you can miss more than once, Shep. Yeah, he's sure death as far as a 44 shell will reach. Ow!
Okay, Sonny, rest a while on the floor. Now. There they go. Kid's right. Can't miss Cassidy. I won't miss. Not at this range. Okay, Mr. Cassidy. Here's your bullet.
The crowd lines the boardwalks of Cherokee's main street, tense. Every eye on Hopalong Cassidy as he steps off his 20 paces, and there is a gasp as a shot rings out.
Go ahead, Mayor. Drop that handkerchief. We're ready.
Wait a minute, Mayor.
What's the matter, Fancher?
There's something wrong.
Do what I told you, Mayor. Drop that handkerchief or I'll let you have it.
Yeah. You ready, Ken? Oh, wait.
Go ahead.
Here she goes. No, Cassidy, no.
Pick up your gun, you yellow coyote. Pick it up.
Oh, for Pete's sake, Cassidy, no.
First one just dusted off your hand, Sheriff. Number two's the big one. Go ahead. Reach for that gun.
No, I'm through fighting. I'll talk. I'll do anything. Just let me live.
Quiet, everyone. Quiet, please. I don't have to say much. You can see for yourself what you've been afraid of.
Yeah.
He's big and he talks loud, but he's yellow. And you, all of you, are as much to blame for Fancher and the whole crooked tribe as they are. You were yellow, too. You laid down and took it. You let a brave man like Stan Merritt go down fighting a year ago while you ran for cover.
That's right.
I got a piece of paper in my hand here. The petition he died for. It's going to give you a new set of officials, a fresh start. Something that's worth fighting to keep.
Good.
Allison,
Copy.
read him the petition. You can hold the election right here and now. And your first duty as the new sheriff will be to string up those three crooks and send a posse after their henchmen in the hills.
Yeah? Gotta get down to the meat store. I think the kid's hurt.
Chipper, what happened?
Mr. Cassidy.
You all right?
Yeah. Where is he? Where's Shep?
On the floor, next to the door. Something almost blew his head off.
He was set to do it again.
Oh, that's why Fancher...
Yeah, I know he was coming when I found his gun last night, so I waited here.
What happened to him?
The breech exploded in his face. I knew it would. I was afraid he'd find it.
Find what?
The barrel of the gun. I filled it last night with hot tallow.
Well, I'll be golden.
Oh, Chip. Well, you did me a mighty big favor, Chip.
Thanks. I did it partly for you, Mr. Cassidy, but mostly for my pa.
Goodbye from Hopalong Cassidy and California. These partners will be riding out again soon into a threatening episode, and we hope you'll be with us. Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. Border of Nowhere was written by Harold Swanson. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence E. Moulton. This is a Commodore production.
The Ring of the Silver Spurs heralds the most amazing man ever to ride the prairies of the early West, Hopalong Cassidy. This famous hero thrills his 60 million fans with action and dangerous adventure. In the role of Hopalong Cassidy is the popular star of the motion picture series, William Boyd. And appearing as that laughable old character, California, is Andy Clyde. Now to our story, The Medicine Man. Mr. Cassidy was 3 days overdue. That fact alone would have been enough to make the 4 ranch owners nervous, but there were other reasons, too. Joe Randall, foreman of the Double Ought, listened patiently while one of the other 3 men listed them.
I know what you're going to say, Joe. You knew Cassidy years ago on the Bar 20. You can vouch for him. Well, Art don't know him, and neither do I.
I don't know.
He got close to $20,000 our money, and he's 3 days late.
Now, wait a minute, Ed. Don't get all riled up over nothing.
$20,000 ain't nothing.
Well, I'm not through. You all thought it was a good idea to let Hoppy and his boys drive your herds into the railhead along with mine.
Yes.
Said it'd save you some money. And if he was going to do me the favor, he might as well drive your cows along with mine and collect for them.
I ain't said nothing about Cassidy anyway. It's that other one.
California?
No, the kid, that Marty Brett.
What's the matter with the kid?
One of my boys blew in from town a while ago. He tells me Speed Blaney's with us again.
With his gang?
Yeah. You know what that means.
What's that got to do with the kid?
He was seen hanging around with Blaney 2 nights in a row at Ricky's saloon. Almost like they was cooking up something. Maybe something to do with that $20,000 that Hoppy's taking home with him.
You sure about this?
Man who told me ain't given to exaggeration. So Cassidy's 3 days late with the money. So maybe Blaney put the fix on him through the kid.
Only a fool would try to dry gulch Hopalong Cassidy.
Blaney's done it to others. Don't matter none how fast a man is on the draw if you pot him in the back.
Okay, you win. You'll likely be putting up tonight at Boulder Inn. We can start tomorrow morning, meet 'em north of there on the trail, and collect our money. If
what?
If they're still alive.
Now back to Hopalong Cassidy and the Medicine Man. It's dark now as Hoppy, California, and young Marty Brett, the new Bar 20 puncher, ride up to Boulder Inn, the only spot of light in the long, barren valley. A small, solid top wagon is standing outside, the cab brightly lettered in red and green.
Doc Richard. Herbicide sediment.
By golly, Marty, maybe he'll have something for my rheumatiz.
Maybe you'd better leave your rheumatiz alone, California. The last remedy you tried took all the varnish off the kitchen table.
Oh, it weren't so bad. Seems to me the high grew back in my hip in less than a week. Now,
Wait a minute.
What's the matter, Hoppy?
That bone over there at the hitch rack. Doesn't that belong to Speed Blaney?
What if it does?
We've been through that before, Marty. I don't like the way you hung around with him in town, and I don't mind saying so.
Why don't you leave that to me, Hoppy?
Maybe I would if I knew what was going on between you two.
That's just a little personal business.
Marty, you're part of the Bar 20 now. Whether you know it or not, we don't have personal or any other kind of business with men like Blaney. Come on, let's go inside.
That's $2 for one night, gents. Thank you.
We'll pull out first thing in the morning. You got a safe here?
No. Why?
I just wondered. Come on, boys. Let's get up to bed.
Oh, sounds good to me.
Coming, Marty?
Well, I'll be up in a few minutes. I think I'll sit down by the fire a while.
All right.
We'll turn back your bed for you, dearie.
Oh, you're so sweet.
Hey, Sonny,
Yeah,
come on over and be sociable.
I don't mind if I do.
Here's a chair. Sit down.
Oh, thanks. Hey, playing solitaire?
Not exactly. Watch. Keep your eye on the cards I put down here.
Okay. Ace of clubs, deuce, trade.
Put your hand on them.
Well, like this?
That's it. Now take it off.
Christopher, 3 aces of diamonds. Oh, don't ask me to play poker with you, mister.
You ought to see the tricks he has for the rich customers.
Oh?
This is my niece, Janet. I'm Doc Richard.
Oh, we saw your wagon outside. I'm Marty Brett, bar 20.
How do you do? Bar 20, huh? You're pretty far from home.
Oh, we ran a bunch of cattle in the market for some of the ranches north of here.
On your way home now?
After we turn over their money.
I see.
You must be pretty tired.
Yeah, I ran into a wind this morning. Still got a head full of trail dust.
Headache?
Yeah.
I wonder if I could get some hot water from the kitchen.
Well, what for?
I've got just the thing for a headache. Janet, dear?
Yes?
Why don't you see if you can rustle up some hot water and cups? I think we all might feel better after a good hot cup of tea. Purdy, man. Purdy. Don't know who's ever seen such a purdy.
California.
Purdy.
California.
Happy.
What are you talking about?
Oh, shucks. I just met a right pretty widow with $1 million and a...
And what?
Doggone, you went and woke me up before I could marry her.
Oh,
Yeah. What time is it?
11 o'clock.
Where's Marty?
Still downstairs.
Maybe you ought to go down and...
No, I've done enough talking. He's old enough to know when to come to bed.
Hoppy, you look worried.
I am. He's probably with Blaney again.
Well, I guess I got to do it.
Do what?
Hoppy, I've been an ornery critter all my life, but I never talked before. That is when I promised to keep my mouth shut.
What are you talking
Well,
about?
I promised Marty I wouldn't blab, but I reckon if I don't, you'll keep getting worse and worse ideas, so...
Go on.
Hoppy, the kid owes Blaney $200 from a poker game over to McGowan's saloon at Rawhide. Before he come to the bar 20. He's been saving his wages to pay Blaney back, but the gent's getting impatient and...
That's why he's been...
Yeah. Hoppy, you sure?
So that's all it is. I was afraid he'd get into some real trouble.
Now, Hoppy, now, don't
Don't worry. Well, now I guess I can get some sleep.
Glad you like it, Marty. Here's another cup.
Thanks.
Doc Richard's special brew.
Spreads glow and warm through the veins, the arteries, and all their extensions and ramifications.
Right down to the tiniest capillary.
You know, it's just what I needed. I feel better already.
Headache gone?
Headache? Oh, what's a headache? You know something, Doc? You're wasted in this poor God-forsaken country. Take this remedy east and you'll make a fortune. The sky had rained gold pieces.
What about it, Uncle?
Maybe someday. I don't know, though. We've been doing all right, haven't we, Janet?
Yeah. We've been doing all right.
But I keep telling you, Cassidy, I ain't seen anyone this morning yet. I ain't... Oh, yeah.
Who was it?
Speed Blaney and his boys. I saw him leave early this morning from my window. They was paid up in advance, so I just turned over and went back to sleep.
What about Monty Brett?
Never heard of him.
The kid who was with us last night.
Oh, him, huh? Well, he might have been with Blaney, but I ain't sure.
Morning, clerk.
Oh, hello, Doc. Stand for breakfast?
Afraid not. Janet and I have some ground to cover today.
Did you check the corral?
Yep. Marty's horse is gone. Oh, Marty?
What, do you know him?
Why, yes. He sat by the fire with us last night. Had a cup of tea.
Then what?
He went upstairs about midnight. To bed, I suppose. At least that's where he said he was going.
Hoppy, you reckon he saw us, I mean, about...
Never mind that now. We won't stop for breakfast either, clerk.
Well, you're missing some mighty fine victuals, gents. Oh, let's see, Doc. You had...
Come on, California.
Well, I hate to miss breakfast.
Yeah, and I hate more to miss something else.
What's that?
The money for those candles. Someone lifted my saddlebag last night. We're short $20,000.
Before we continue with this exciting story, here is a word from your announcer.
Good morning, all y'all. Got some slight breaking news, kind of crazy, weird stuff going on. Gene Hackman and his wife and their dog were all three found. They haven't. Murder is not a word used to associate with what happened to them, I guess, because they're still investigating this. But Gene Hackman, 95, his wife, who's 64, and their dog are all three found dead, and they say that they don't suspect foul play, is what the police say. I'm thinking, how could the damn dog be dead too? Anyway, hope y'all been enjoying Hopalong Cassidy. All your late night insomniacs.
Now back to Hopalong Cassidy and the Medicine Man.
We're going to finish this episode since there's like 10 minutes left, and we're going to end it and come back today, later on this afternoon.
It's almost noon now, and in a small grove of cottonwoods 10 miles north of Boulder Inn, Speed Blaney sits near a small fire watching a sooty coffee pot balanced on a rock over the coals. The man across from him, stretched out on the ground at the base of a tree, doesn't seem much interested in coffee.
Funny thing, Blaney.
Go on. I'd like to hear something funny.
I mean, the kid running off this morning before we left.
Well, what's funny about that? I'll have my head examined for letting him walk out on me.
It ain't only that. Shorty breezed in this morning before we took off. He says the ranchers who own the cattle Cassidy sold are on their way to meet him and collect.
Yeah?
You don't suppose they don't trust him, do you?
I don't know. Hey, what are you getting at, Pete?
Well, suppose Cassidy was to show up without the money, with maybe some story about someone holding him up on the trail. You reckon they'd believe it?
You mean if we,
Yeah.
Hey, maybe you ain't so dumb, Pete. Maybe you got a brain after all. So the kid disappears. Everyone back at the inn knows that. And no matter what Cassidy said, they'd figure the kid run off with the money, and Cassidy was trying to cover for him.
Yeah.
It's a gamble.
It's also $20,000.
Put the fire out. Let's lope over to the trail and check on Cassidy.
You won't have to go that far, Blaney.
Cassidy!
Put up your hand.
Yeah? How did you like it?
Give me your gun.
Okay.
No, wait a minute, Cassidy.
Pick it up, Blaney.
But my hand...
Use the other one. There's a doctor on the trail south of the inn. He'll fix you up.
Here.
Thanks. California?
Here, Hoppy.
Get rid of these, will you?
Sure will.
All right, Blaney. Where's the kid?
How would I know?
He's gone, along with some money we were carrying.
You mean he really has the money?
Yeah. What do you know about it?
Nothing. I didn't think Marty was that smart.
You haven't seen him?
No, don't you believe me?
I wouldn't. If I hadn't heard what you and your pal here were talking about a minute ago.
You can't find your hardware at the bottom of the stream in the gully there. I hate to inconvenience you that way, but...
Come on, California.
Huh?
They haven't seen Marty. Let's go check with Doc Richards. He can't be too far away from the inn. So long, Blaney. Better luck next time.
That sneaking skunk, I oughta...
You ought to what?
He'd like to shot my hand off. So he ain't got the money.
You think the kid took it?
Well, I don't know. Don't make no difference now. The robbery's out. He heard us. But there's a way to fix him, though.
What do you mean?
Come on. We're going to head off them ranchers. After we're through talking to them, they'll be sure Cassidy stole it.
Yeah. Only one thing. Who has the money?
I don't know, but I got a hunch that Doc has a sideline. Something besides medicine.
More tea, my boy? Best thing in the world for you.
Yeah. Thank you, Doc. It's good. It's good tea.
You want to stay with us, don't you, Martin?
I want to stay with you.
Now, Martin, you've done just as I told you, because I know best. You took the money from Mr. Cassidy's room because it doesn't belong to him, does it? It belongs to us, to you and Janet and me.
It belongs to us.
But Mr. Cassidy is going to try to take it away from us. Look at me, Martin. That's it. You see Mr. Cassidy as our enemy. He's going to try to kill us and take our money away. We mustn't let him do that.
Here's the tea.
All right, step back now. He's ready. Here you are, Martin. Drink this.
Yeah, Doc.
That's better, isn't it?
It's better.
Now listen, Martin. We're going to stay at the shack here for a few days. There's only one way Mr. Cassidy can get to us, between the pass and the rocks down the trail. Do you understand?
The pass and the rocks.
You will wait there, Martin, with your rifle. And when he comes, you will kill him before he can kill us. You understand that, Martin? You will kill Mr. Cassidy and the men he rides with.
I will kill Mr. Cassidy.
Now, wait a minute, Blaney. What are you trying to tell us?
I just told you I saw Cassidy. That's what you asked me, wasn't it, Joe?
Yeah, but that stuff about the money.
Yeah, what about the money? I just said if he's got your money, he ain't aiming to give it up. We rode up to him this noon in a grove of cottonwoods. Real peaceable like. And he like to shot our heads off. Look at that.
Now, wait a minute, boys. Let's not go jumping to any conclusions.
All right, Joe. You know Cassidy. We don't.
I tell you, he's as square as they come.
Ever try him out on $20,000 before?
What makes you think he run off with it, Blaney?
Well, all I know is that he's pumping lead at everything he sees. Why, he winged another one of my boys and rode off like the devil was after him.
Well, that's enough for me, Joe.
Well, okay, boys. Let's go.
Hold it, California.
What is it, Harvey?
There's smoke coming from the shack up the draw.
And look, there's Doc Richards' wagon next to it. Let's go. Wait.
Huh? I'm not sure enough about Doc to walk up to that cabin in broad daylight.
You mean
Blaney hasn't got the money. As far as we know, the Doc was the last one to see the kid. Let's move up through the pass and those rocks.
Here we are, Hoppy.
Huh?
And don't reach for them guns. Got you covered.
What is this, Joe?
Better put up your hands, both of you.
You take the tall one and
No, do as he says. All right, Joe. We got him up. What is it?
I'm sorry, Hoppy. We've been hearing things that made us a little anxious about our money.
Where is it, Cassidy?
Maybe you better tell me what you've been hearing.
Fella down the trail says you've been shooting at everything you see.
Blaney?
That's right.
Well, he's lying. You ought to know better than to believe anything a rat like Speed Blaney tells you.
Okay, so he was lying. You can clear everything up by turning over the money so we can apologize and all go home.
Suppose I told you I haven't got it.
Why, Dan, I told you.
Now, wait a minute, boys. It disappeared last night back at the hotel. I'm not sure, but I think a man named Doc Richards had something to do with it.
Hoppy, you ain't asking us to believe a pot of lard like the Doc would have nerve.
I'm not asking you to believe anything. I think he's up in that shack there with his niece. I think they've got Marty Brett with him. Now, it's a long guess, but I think... Get down!
Hold your fire!
Wait. Suckering snakes. It's Marty.
Yeah, he was shooting at me.
What do you make of that, Hoppy?
I don't know, Joe. I used to think I was a pretty good judge of men. I guess I missed on Marty Brett.
Better fan out and surround him.
No, wait a minute, Joe. Let me handle this myself. California.
Yeah?
We'll work up this draw on the left until we get above him. Then we can come up from behind him. Is that all right with you, Joe?
I wouldn't trust that fellow, Joe.
Wait a minute, boys. I'm willing to stake everything I got on Hoppy, whether you are or not. If it don't pan out, you can come to me for the money. I'll make it good.
Oh, you always was a dime.
Thanks, Joe.
Okay, Hoppy. Looks like it's up to you.
Easy now. Yeah. Can you see him? He's right below us. Take a look. Yeah. Rifle all cocked and ready. Waiting for someone to show back there. I still can't believe it. There's something wrong. Something we don't know about. What do you mean, Hoppy? I guess I don't know what I mean. Look, he just leaned the rifle against that rock. Hold it now. I can hit it. I'll knock it over the edge. Steady. We got it. Come on. Marty. Get away from me, Cassidy. Get away from me. Don't reach for that 6-gun, Marty. Don't. Kill you, Cassidy. I will. No, you don't. Listen to me, kid. What's wrong? What's the matter with you? Go on me. I hate you. I'll kill you. Shut up. He's sick or something. I know it. Marty, I hate to do this. But go on me, Wad. Come on, California. Give me a hand. You're sure connected, Hoppy. I think I know now. Marty's been hypnotized. Doc Richards drugged him with that tea. Hypnotized? What do you mean? It was his chin you hit, not his hip. I'll explain later, California. I know now. It's the Doc's doing. He sent Marty down here to take pot shots at you and me when we came up through that gap down there. Well, I don't want to disappoint him. Why are you shooting him here? I just want the Doc to be sure Marty did the job for him. You take care of the kid, California. I'll holler when I need you. Where are you going, Hoppy? I think I'll drop in on the Doc. After all, it's just about time for tea.
I heard the shots. Was it?
Yes, I guess it's over. The kid couldn't miss at that range.
Oh. Well, where do we go from here?
Anywhere we want, honey.
You're pretty sure of yourself, Unc.
Why shouldn't I be?
Those ranchers will have 100-man posse out tomorrow morning looking for their $20,000.
Know what they'll find? Poor little Marty Brett, kind of bewildered as if he didn't know what happened. And all he'll remember is that he took the money and buried it somewhere.
You're sure that's all he'll remember?
Honey, you just leave that to me. Ah, that kid's made to order. In the old days on Chautauqua, I would have given my eye teeth for a subject like him. Water boiling?
It's all ready.
Good. When he comes back, I'll fix him another cup of tea, talk to him a little while, put him on his horse, and send him down toward the valley. Then we'll move on. That must be him now. Hello, Martin. How did you... Who are you?
Hopalong Cassidy, miss. Sorry if I startled you. I just had some trouble down below here. I needed some help and saw this shack.
What kind of trouble?
Pretty sad thing. Young fellow who was riding with us disappeared last night. We trailed him up the draw here, and he was waiting for us down by the rock and tried to shoot us. Seemed like he was out of his head.
You mean you?
Yes. We had to kill him.
Oh. Well, life is full of tragedy, my friend. I sympathize with you.
The tea is ready, Uncle. Maybe Mr. Cassidy would...
Yes, of course. How about a cup of tea, Mr. Cassidy? Might soothe your nerves. Nothing like tea.
Thanks, I will.
Good. Here you are. Take a good drink of that and... See here. Why are you pointing the...
Just putting my gun here on the table where it'll be handy, Doc. You see, I'm not going to drink that tea. You are.
Me?
Yeah. I want to see how it works on someone else for a change. The kid isn't dead, Doc. We snapped him out of it. Watch it, Doc. Get out of my way! Next time I won't miss.
Stop it! Don't kill him! The money...
Shut up, Janet!
It's no use.
What about the money?
It's in the saddlebag in the corner.
Now back to Hopalong Cassidy.
You know something, Barty?
Well, not much. My brain still ain't what it used to be, and it never was a whole lot.
Oh, I'm glad Joe Randall and those ranchers took the doc and his lease off our hands. I'd hate to have to listen to him spout all the way back to the sheriff's office.
Yeah, well, I reckon he'll have a good long spell to practice up on his hypnotism.
Only I think he'll find the prison guard isn't a very willing subject. You know, I can't get over that guy. Having the gall to try to pass off a cup of that tea on me.
Yeah, good thing you dumped it out. Someone might have come along.
Dump it out? I didn't dump it out.
Well, I looked just before we left the cabin. The cup was still on the table, and it was empty.
What? Well, someone must hold it.
Huh?
Look, right next to you.
And you, Duchess Geraldine Vere de Vere, promised to take this here gent, California Carlson, a richer, for poorer, rheumatism all, so long as ye both shall live. California...
Wait, don't wake him, Marty. He's marrying that rich widow again. This time I want him to get it over with.
Goodbye from Hopalong Cassidy and all the gang. We'll be back soon, and of course we hope you'll be with us when Hoppy and California really ride through another thrilling and exciting adventure. Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. The Medicine Man was written by Harold Swanton. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence E. Mulford. This is a Commodore production. Our story, The Flying Outlaw. There was a crisp autumn feel in the air when they left the Bar 20 some days before and headed north through the valleys. With the range grass beginning to turn brown, the flocks of cranes and wild geese tracing black V's in the sparkling blue sky over their heads. Yes, it was the time of year when the cowpoke oils up his shotgun if he has one, tries to steal a day off now and then to forget about stray mavericks and concentrate on ducks or prairie chickens. Or perhaps...
Pigeons. Wild pigeons. Look at there, Hoppy.
Well, what do you know? First time I knew there was wild pigeons around here, California.
Doggone it. I wish I had my shotgun along.
I know. You forget what we came for? Go hunting. I'll give you a couple of days off when we get back to the Bar 20. But right now, you keep your eyes on your horse's ears. We got 10 more miles to ride. Hold it a minute, California.
What's up?
Seen this place before?
Huh? Hey, ain't this Lone Tree Springs? Doggone. We passed it an hour ago. Now how come
You were so busy with your wildlife, you didn't notice we missed the trail. So I circled back to give it another try.
Well, maybe you better give old Bird Dog Carlson a whack at that lead horse position. I was born with a compass in my skull.
That's not what's bothering me right now. Take a look at our tracks down there.
What's wrong with them, Hoppy?
Nothing, I guess. Nice, plain trail. At least that's what the guy who's following us thinks.
Following us? Say, there is another set of tracks.
They followed every twist and turn we've made for the last quarter mile.
Don't know if I like that. Seems to me I heard something about a batch of road agents working not far from here. Maybe we ought to hightail it for Oregon.
Wait a minute. Would you rather have this bird ahead of you or behind you?
Well, when you put it that way, I reckon maybe we best stay on this here merry-go-round till we see who's on the hobby horse up front.
That's far enough.
We ahead of him now, Hoppy?
Yeah, thanks to that shortcut over the ridge. He hasn't passed here yet. We'll wait till he... Listen. There he comes. Get behind that rock. Easy now. I want to surprise him. All right, pull him up.
What in the name of...
I meant what I said, mister. The next one will bust your belt buckle. Get down off that horse. I got a few questions to... Zeb.
Hoppy.
Zeb, we thought an outlaw was trailing us for sure.
I thought I had me a pair of road agents on the street.
Well, I'm sure glad I didn't make that first one count.
Needless to say, I agree.
Guys, I hope y'all have a great day. Go out there, conquer the world, kick ass, take names, don't take any shit. Just have an amazing day. Thank you guys so much for watching. Peace. We'll see you again later.